time has come. Rumors and speculation put to rest, and the truth revealed. The biggest video game event of the year is here.
You've come to the right place.
Yes.
And only G4 takes you inside. E3 2012.
You've been waiting for it, and we've got it.
The battle for control of your living room begins today. New consoles are on the horizon. Will Xbox rule entertainment? Does Nintendo still have what it takes?
Woohoo!
Can PlayStation reclaim victory as console king? Plus, world premiere footage and breaking news as it happens.
We're here today to give you a world premiere.
Be the first to see hands-on demos of the games everyone will be talking about. Call of Duty Black Ops 2, God of War Ascension, Halo 4, Dishonored, Assassin's Creed 3, and much more. Only G4 is the official broadcaster of gaming's biggest week. The future of video games starts now.
I think it's time to get the show started proper. I'm Kevin Pereira.
And I'm Morgan Webb. We're coming to you live from the G4 studios in Los Angeles.
But first things first, we should say hello and howdy to Miss Sarah Underwood over at our Twitter wall. Hello, Sarah.
Howdy. Hey, thanks, guys. If you want to show up on our fancy Twitter wall here, just let us know what you think of E3 by tweeting with the hashtag E3 on G4. And don't do it for the thrill of seeing your tweets on television either, because later this week, we're going to be giving away game consoles every hour.
Yeah.
Yes. We will hear from you later in the show, but right now, back to Kevin and Morgan.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, E3 is finally here, and we have got an absolutely huge week of breaking news and hands-on demos ahead of us. Today, the action begins with the next chapter in the biggest franchise of this generation, Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
Oh, can't wait!
Then we shoot for loot with the highly anticipated Borderlands 2, and we're going to have the latest intel on the long-awaited return of Microsoft's legendary Master Chief in Halo 4.
Yes, after that, we're going to go live from the Ubisoft event. The blockbuster game maker will be turning heads this year with two heavy-hitting threequels. We got Assassin's Creed 3 and Far Cry 3.
Later, we head to Sony for our exclusive TV broadcast of PlayStation's E3 event, which includes a must-see hands-on demo of The Last of Us, the new mutant zombie game from the award-winning minds behind the Uncharted franchise.
Even Altair is excited for it.
Exactly.
And if that wasn't enough, we're going to close out today's 9 hours of live E3 coverage by airing Microsoft's Xbox event commercial-free. E3, listen, it's the biggest week in gaming, and we're bringing it all to you like nobody else.
So first up, we're going straight to the new hotness.
Yes, Microsoft just unveiled Xbox Smart Glass. It's a dynamic your oohs are well justified, yes. It's a dynamic second screen experience for the Xbox. It uses phones and tablets, and you must check it out.
Xbox Smart Glass transforms the devices you already own and love, your Windows and Windows phones, your iPhone and iPad, and your Android devices. With Xbox Smart Glass, movies are more immersive, TV is more engaging, music more interactive, and games are more thrilling. Let's take a look. On the flight to Los Angeles, I started watching the Sherlock Holmes movie through Xbox Video on my Windows 8 tablet. Let's imagine I've just returned home to Seattle and I want to resume the movie on my TV. With Xbox Smart Glass, I can send the movie from my tablet to my Xbox 360 with a simple touch.
There'll be one of those machines in every town in Europe, loitering in the woodshed.
And pick up right where I left off.
Again. Are we, Mikey? Good evening, Shirley.
More importantly, look what's happened to my device. Smart Glass instantly transformed my tablet, and now I'm getting rich information about the Sherlock Holmes cast, crew, and characters.
It's like IMDb. but real time.
Exactly.
It syncs. That sounds cool.
Does sound cool, but let's see how it actually affects the gaming experience.
Okay.
Touchdown, New York Giants.
Okay.
All right, Xbox Smart Glass seems really committed to mastering the multi-screen experience.
They took Nintendo's thunder and put it in a burlap sack and then beat it with a crowbar.
They
That's
did.
what just happened.
Because we already have all of the things that they're talking about.
Right.
I was terrified at first. I was like, are they going to tell me that it only works with Windows phones? Because at that point, we're going to hear a giant wah, wah,
Right.
wah from the audience.
You would have heard one guy in the crowd get excited.
I know.
That's who got a free Windows phone at another press conference. But they made sure to make everybody well aware.
Yes.
Works with all your Windows mobile devices and your Windows tablets. Of course, it works with iPhones, iPads, and Android devices. So basically, all the second screens that you have lying around your house, those can work with Microsoft Smart Glass.
Because you already have it sitting next to you when you game already. You have your phone. I always have my computer. Or I have an iPad. I can check my email. I can pretend I'm working. If I'm, lost or if I'm looking at an achievement, I can look that up. So
It's going to take 40 minutes to call a play in Madden, though, when my brother is drawing giant dragons or phallic symbols instead of just selecting his play. That will be an issue with Smart Glass. But I want to see the technology that's powering this, because
Right.
that's one thing they didn't say. I mean, obviously, it's going to be an application if it's on an iOS or Android device, but is it working over Wi-Fi only? Do all devices have to be on that same network? Do you have to pair the devices? How easy will the experience be? Because that is where Nintendo has traditionally made their strides, is making technology accessible.
Well, and I do have to say that linking your Xbox to your PC was not necessarily a very easy process.
Right.
It took me a long time just because I kept having to run back and forth. So hopefully it's going to be an easier experience. I'm guessing you'll probably just be on the same network and it'll
Sure.
kind of work like a Sonos system. Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes. Hopefully it finds the devices, makes the connection, and there you go.
I mean, we'll see how many actual games they have for it. Like, are they going to have their own app store where they can actually sell you games for your iPad with a tie-in, like how Mass Effect 3 had the tie-in where you could actually sort of up your war assets by playing
Sure.
on a console? I wonder like how that will kind of. The possibilities are endless, is basically what I'm saying. If I just sum my sentence up into one.
No, you're right. They are, but that's the valid point. Like, will developers care? Because, if you're a developer now, maybe you're trying to make your game better with Kinect and bolt on some voice commands to it. But now, will you have to make
jam
it...
in an unnecessary multiplayer mode?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it happens as well. So maybe now they'll have to overextend themselves and put in some Smart Glass features. I mean, I'm excited for it. I like that it's not proprietary as the Wii U is, that they will be making it accessible on
Right.
all these other devices. But I want to see the tech. I want to see how it works. I'm excited, though. I did not expect this from Microsoft. I don't think anybody did.
All right, guys, this is just the beginning of the E3 action because big things are ahead this year.
But that's because for the gaming industry, look, every year the stakes are big. This
Yes.
year, dare I say it, they're huge! Nintendo.
Time to go.
Microsoft.
Just hold him up!
Sony.
You will not see the end of this day.
The titans of gaming have been warring for decades. But whose reign on the throne has been the longest? And who's in the best position to reclaim it?
Why this obsession?
30 years ago, the Colossus Atari was crumbling. But the Nintendo Entertainment System rallied the masses, and gamers set aside their joysticks in favor of something greater.
Now you're playing with power.
Playing Super Mario Brothers was like, jumping into the world of a cartoon. It was on a higher plane of existence. It single-handedly revived a dead market of video games in America.
And so began the age of Nintendo, which held court as the dominant home gaming system for a decade. Until Sony entered the arena.
Break it up, folks.
In 1988, Nintendo and Sony partnered to develop a CD-ROM as part of the soon-to-be-released Super Nintendo. But bitter feuds over licensing agreements tore apart the alliance.
No! Don't go!
Instead, Sony used its technology to fashion a weapon the likes of which the gaming world had never seen. The PlayStation.
PS1 dominated the playing field when it first came onto the scene because you could print out a CD-ROM just as you finish a game and very quickly get it into market. And Nintendo always had to order these cartridges months in advance, and so Sony captured 70% of the market.
With a combined sales of over 250 million consoles, the next decade belonged to PlayStation and PlayStation 2.
You go, girl.
And this generation's PS3 should still be king.
Soon I will claim the throne for myself.
But in an unforeseen turn, Nintendo took down the Sony Goliath with the swipe of a Wiimote.
Usually video game consoles, they market to the core gamers at the beginning, then they widen out. But Nintendo went right after this different audience because it appealed to so many people who didn't normally play games, who just wanted to have fun at home with their kids or their friends.
At first, Nintendo couldn't make them fast enough. To date, more than 90 million units have been sold worldwide. But it would appear interest in the Wii is waning. And with the PlayStation 3 saddled by network problems, a third contender is making a play for the crown, the Xbox 360.
Come on, we're good to go!
Microsoft has spent years honing its console by learning from the mistakes made by its competitors. A welcoming interface, a thriving online community, and a truly unique hands-free motion controller has transformed the 360 from a gaming device into an all-inclusive entertainment center.
The things we didn't really foresee with the Xbox 360 was how important Xbox Live and services like on-demand video were going to be. And now that just seems like that's the de facto.
This E3, another war is brewing.
Heads up, Delta Team.
An army of casual gamers is on the rise. They play a majority of their games on their smartphones, and they are altering the gaming landscape as we know it.
Casual games and Facebook games and other cheap or even free forms of video games are waging an all-out assault on traditional video game publishers and retailers.
Will Microsoft's momentum win over this new breed?
You got one chance. Don't piss me off.
Does the Wii U hide a secret that will surprise the world yet again? Or can the PS3 revamp its network and realize its full multimedia potential?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
The stage is set, and the war is about to begin.
For E3 this year, and Sony and Nintendo are next. Each of them has specific things to focus on if they want to succeed. Okay, what do you think is important for Sony this year?
Well, I think Sony needs to maintain excitement for the PS3. That's their bread and butter. That's the core of their gaming experience.
And how exactly do they do that,
Oh, well,
Mr.?
the bullet point said it best. Exclusives are the way to do it. I mean, you need to offer an experience on your console that nobody else has.
Right.
You know, God of War, Uncharted, Infamous, their first-party games, that's what keeps the core gamers playing. That's what keeps them firing up their PS3s. They let everybody else go after the casual market right now. Don't ignore them,
right.
but really focus. Let the core gamer know that you have an experience for them. That's how they can capitalize this E3.
All right, so the PS Vita launched this year to lackluster sales, unfortunately. So in order to survive, the platform needs a stronger push, though, of what? Because they had a great launch lineup.
Great launch, yeah. But that was the problem, is that they kind of spoiled, new Vita owners with amazing titles, and then they didn't have anything to follow it up.
Right.
They could have almost released half the titles that launched and then started petering them out in the weeks and months to come.
And the other thing is that I found when I was trying to actually buy Vita games at the store is that the stores didn't really stock them because they didn't have a big install base. So, you know, if they only...
You're talking this is a physical place that you go to purchase things? These exist still?
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Okay, so you went there.
I went there.
Because of that.
I went to several stores, actually, and only found a total of 3 different PlayStation Vita titles. So, I mean, that was another thing that, you know, you had to know about the game and then actually go online to find it.
Yeah, shelf space is an issue.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the PlayStation Network. There's still been some hitches there. People are still reluctant to plug in their Ethernet cables or connect it to Wi-Fi and give over their credit card numbers.
I buy the little cards at the grocery store.
Yeah. So that's a hurdle that needs to be left. But meanwhile, Nintendo also has a few hurdles to leap as well. What does the house that Mario built face going into E3? What are their struggles?
I just sigh.
Why is that?
Because they have a big uphill battle. So first of all, I think people are a little confused about the Wii U, what exactly it is. It's a console. It has this controller, but it also has, you know, your standard kind of almost totally Xbox controller that they cribbed. So I think people are going to have a little trouble figuring out what it actually does.
You're talking about the Pro Controller, which is for like the more core gaming experience, and then the Wii U remote, which is, or the Wii U. Is it Wii U gamepad is what they're calling it, I think.
Gamepad.
It's got a touch screen on it. It's got dual knobs. It's got a near-field communication reader on it.
Yes, it does.
There's a whole lot of technology in there. I don't think my grandma's going to be scared by that.
Right.
Like, she literally will be frightened to open the package. So if Nintendo needs to communicate in a clear way what the capabilities are and how easy they're going to be.
And the way that they're going to do that is actually show some games and show some applications that are actually really well using it, and then people won't have to imagine anymore. People will be like, I would like to play Zelda like that. I would like to play Kid Icarus like that.
Sure.
So.
Now, what about the online side of things? I think Nintendo needs to get serious about online gaming, and yesterday they announced plans for the Miiverse. What's the Miiverse, Morgan?
We all live in the Miiverse. So,
oh, you just blew my mind,
I know,
metaphysically speaking.
So you have a Mii, and then you log on, you're going to like see all your friends hanging out, and then you're also going to like see all sorts of other people who are playing certain games, and they're all hanging out. I don't really care. I care about my Mii about as much as I care about my avatar. So we'll see.
Wait, so you mean you spend real-world money so you can put new hats on your Mii?
I think my point was I don't care about either one.
Got it, okay.
But I think it might appeal to some people. Some people spend a lot of time on their Mii, maybe they like it, so maybe for them.
Well, like, it's clear that they're baking online into everything that they're doing, and I think that's a smart choice for Nintendo.
Which is good, because they have made a mistake with that before.
Correct.
All right, guys, coming up, it's Call of Duty Black Ops 2 time.
Yes.
Join us in today's video for a first look at the biggest game in the world.
Plus, we'll have the very latest from Master Chief when we bring you a live, hands-on demo of Halo 4. You stick around, pretty please, I ask. That is true, so get ready to start ignoring your friends and family once again. Black Ops 2 is here.
All right, guys, please welcome Treyarch President Mark Lamia. Welcome to our stage.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you so much for being here. We have a couple fans in the audience, I think. All right, so this is the first Call of Duty to actually jump into the future. So tell us, like, where we are and what we're fighting for.
All right. So in this level that we're going to show you here today in Los Angeles, it takes place in 2025. You're playing as David Mason, the son of Alex Mason from Black Ops that you played. You're on assignment to protect the president. In this particular situation, our villain has turned the U.S. military infrastructure on our greatest strength into our greatest weakness, basically. He's infiltrated the U.S. military infrastructure.
Bastards!
To be clear, this looks like Los Angeles 2012 after a Lakers loss. I just want to point that out. So,
Or a win.
Or a win. Exactly. It's LA. So what are we actually doing here in this mission?
So in this mission, you're on assignment to protect the president. You've come in this particular situation, you're in a SAM, you're taking out the drones. These are our drones, effectively, right?
Right.
They've hacked into the U.S. military infrastructure. And I think one of the things that you're going to see with this game is a lot of new technology, a lot of variety of gameplay. Teams working a lot on giving players a lot of different kinds of experiences. So a lot of this sort of cinematic gameplay that players love, but a lot of variety, and there's going to be some choice in the campaign. We're going to be introducing story branching. The levels have been opened up in a way that players haven't had before in Call of Duty.
And these levels, this story, these aren't scenarios or missions that you guys just sort of plucked out of a hat or conjured up in thin air. You worked with Hollywood screenwriters, defense experts. You got with the, not only what the technology might be in 2025, but what the conflicts themselves might be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So starting with that, we worked with a senior fellow from the Brookings Institute. His name is Peter Singer. We went to him because, you know, he's advising world leaders on what they need to be concerned about in the next decade. So that's what we crafted our fiction around, right, for the story. But he told us he's also an expert in drone warfare and drone technology, so he actually helped us craft a lot of our technology, and he's, you know, he's a futurist, so he does all that. On the Hollywood side, character and story, very important to us, working with David Goyer, writer from Dark Knight. He worked with us on Black Ops. He worked with us from the beginning on this one. What we're showing you here at the Microsoft Xbox conference, I took the sniping path. It was a different path. Yeah. This is a rappel down, and now you're protecting the president and the detail on the ground. And as you clear the route, they'll be able to move up in advance.
Nice.
So I want to know about some of the cool weapons that we're going to have. Like,
Okay.
I want to know about some of this future tech, because I see that, you know, that gun is recognizable. You know what I mean? Like, that looks like a gun that we're going to see today.
So there, as you would imagine, about 13 years out, some of the weapons and technology that you'd have would would be here today with us, but we would have new attachments and technology that would go along with it, right? Or they'd be futurized. And then we have entirely new pieces of technology, like the one that you're about to see here. That's a very powerful sniper rifle. Now it has it's a sniper rifle that has two very important pieces of technology on it. The first is it has an ability to see through things. Now you might be like, well, that's like totally future. Is that sci-fi? No. For those of you who flew here to E3, you sat in the TSA scanner and put your hands over your head, and it sees through everything. There are these trucks rolling through streets. They can look into buildings. They can map all this stuff out. In the future, technology gets smaller, gets more powerful. It's now an optic scope. But once you see through things, you have to be able to shoot at it, right? Right. That's great. You can see it. You have to shoot at it. Well, there's electronic charge technology, not just gunpowder, right? You've seen it in big form factor. Maybe people have seen things like the Metal Storm on the internet. 1 million rounds every 60 seconds, right? Imagine that, again, 13 years out. I want that on my sniper rifle. And that's very powerful, right? From a gameplay perspective, you have to be able to balance that out. So we have a charge mechanic. There's a trade-off from a gameplay perspective. You got to hold down that trigger longer, which of course exposes you longer. So
yeah,
it's a
you want that
balance
heavy
there.
firepower. You're not going to just completely dominate and run around and BFG everybody. So
That's right. That's right.
Now, graphically, I mean, it's not a new engine, but it looks like one. What did you guys do to beef up the graphic fidelity?
Total overhaul of the graphics engine, the lighting engine, but a lot of this is also the artists. I mean, our artists, the effects artists, the environmental animators. You're about to see an example of effects and environment art animation that's just on an epic scale. I just drove this path coming here a few seconds ago, literally. But you know, it's a combination of both technology and art.
It's absolutely gorgeous too. I mean, has there been much discussion as to the different gameplay modes we can expect?
Yeah, no, of course. So obviously we're going to have an epic single-player campaign. We're going to be delivering you, you know, just a huge multiplayer game that we're going to tell you guys about later. I'd love to come on and tell you guys about it. And then of course, zombies. They'll be back.
Gotta have zombies. All right, when does Black Ops 2 come out?
Black Ops 2 comes out on November 13th of 2012.
Mark, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we're going to be chatting. We have more tomorrow, actually. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 2. You guys can go to g4tv.com/Black Ops 2 if you want to see more. And again, we're going to have a live on-stage demo tomorrow. You do not want to miss it.
And now over to Sarah at the Twitter wall.
Hey, hello. Let's shake the Twitter tree and see what falls out, shall we? Let's see, Ronald says, I am willing to trade my King's Suite ticket for tonight's game for a pass to E3. First of all, sweets, baller, you have sweet tickets. That's awesome. And no need for that. Just tune in this week. Hello. Yeah. Fight on Twist says, okay, this Microsoft tablet used with Madden is pretty damn gangster, like really gangster. People do they like it, do they not? Well, Microsoft, there is a vote for you. And Perseid, okay, fellas, I've waited a whole year for this. Now give me what I live for. Give me. Calm down, we're giving it to you. All right, so thank you guys. E3 on G4 is currently the #3 trending topic in the United States. That is so rad. Keep it up by tweeting and hashtagging all day long. Now, still ahead, the legendary Ed Boon joins us live in studio for a first look at the superhero on superhero action of DC's Injustice. Plus, we dive into one of gaming's most important franchises with a hands-on demo of Halo 4, so don't go anywhere.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Yes, everybody, we are back, and we've got a fighting game that will settle the eternal question: could Batman kick Superman's ass?
Yes!
Spoiler, Batman always wins. Sorry. Please welcome NetherRealm Studios creative director Ed Boon, everybody! How are you, sir? Always a fan of your work. That your team just is so dialed in with fighting games, and not only do you have the mechanics down, but you make them fun. You make them enjoyable. That sometimes laugh out loud, hilarious, while spines are being ripped out or people are shooting laser beams from their eyes. So let's talk Injustice: Gods Among Us. Did you make this just to stop nerds from fighting in comic book shops so they can finally say that the Flash could beat up Batman?
No, actually, our goal was really just to make the most insane, over-the-top, blockbuster superhero experience packaged in a fighting game. You know, so we wanted to make our backgrounds to be interactable and destructible. We wanted players to be able to go to a certain part of the background and pick up a car and throw it. So all these events that you see, smaller events in a fighting game, magnify it by 10. And that's what Injustice.
Yeah, not just a static arena. Now you can actually use the different environments and set pieces to your advantage, right?
Yeah, for the first time, we really want players to feel, you know, what can I do in this part of the background? How am I going to use this? And our characters are kind of broken up in classes where they have, you know, big power characters and gadget characters, and they use the environments in different ways. Mixing all that stuff up really kind of adds the big, huge twist to it.
But Ed, let me ask you this. Why are we fighting? Why can't we be friends? What is happening here? I mean, is there a separate story for each character, or is everybody on the same journey together?
Everybody's on the same journey together, and there's actually, everybody always asks us, why would Superman be fighting Batman? Why would it even be a close fight?
Well, A, because it's awesome, if I can answer for you.
Exactly.
But B, why? Yeah, why?
Well, we're going to be revealing some of the details of the story over the next few months as we give more details. But there will be an explanation. Everybody will have an understanding of why do you care? Why can Superman blast somebody into outer space? And then they live to talk about it. That'll all be answered in the coming months.
Yeah, poor Harley Quinn's not going to last too long in suborbit.
No, exactly.
She's just not built for it. How many playable characters are we talking about here?
We haven't released the full roster yet, but we're going to be comparable to what Mortal Kombat was, somewhere in the 20s and stuff. And then we're also going to be expanding it as far as
I'm sure there's going to be some DLC built in where you can go on and download new characters as they come out.
Yeah, there's such a huge, array of characters in the DC universe that we really want to kind of give everybody the big full spectrum of, if you like this character, we want you to be able to play him in there.
And full spectrum is really sort of like the keywords here, because you mentioned interactive environments. We've seen the Batcave. We saw outer space. What is the spectrum of environments that people are fighting in?
You could pretty safely say all the iconic DC environments are going to be represented in there, and like I said again, each one has all these objects that you can use, but they also have multiple environments in each one. So you're going to have a whole new palette of objects to use in different ways with the different types of characters, mixing it all up with the multiple arenas.
I love hearing the oohs and ahs of people in here as entire worlds are being shattered with intense kidney punches and elbows to the back. Now listen, clearly this is the action from within a round. But it's NetherRealm. So how do we get around fatalities with our superheroes? Because you can't have. I mean, can Superman pull a spine out?
Yes. No, actually can't.
Oh, really? No. DLC?
No, I think our studio is so associated with Mortal Kombat, and we're very proud of that. But this is truly a different game. This game has its own identity. So everybody's asking us, are there going to be X-ray moves in the game? And there's not going to be X-ray moves, but we are going to be able to knock somebody into outer space. So we're going to definitely be doing that kind of equivalent feature, but within the realm of this game. So it's not Mortal Kombat, but we think we're going to love it anyway.
Oh no, absolutely. Clearly, you guys will put your touches on it creatively. What about the online play?
Oh, we actually have a lot of cool stuff we're going to be announcing soon, but the online's going to be
How
very...
soon? Because I got 5 minutes. If you want to just tell us some of these game modes here. Tournament-based. We have a tag thing.
We're definitely going to have a lot more like organized things, kind of like we did with Mortal Kombat, where a group of people can go in and all kind of play round robin,
Awesome, yeah.
adding even deeper features to that too. So it's going to be a great online experience.
Very cool. And when can we between the oohs, the ahs, and the cringes, people are chuckling as superheroes are destroying each other. When does this bad boy come out?
Right now, the time window we can give is 2013, and I think over the next few
narrow
months
enough.
we're going
We'll take that. So sometime between now and post Mayan Apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I love it. Ed, thank you so much, man.
Thanks
I'm really
a lot. Thanks
huge
for
fan of
having
your work.
me.
And boom, everybody. For more info about Injustice, go to g4tv.com/injustice. But right now, we check in with Miss Morgan Webb.
I'm very excited for that. All right, if you care at all about pop culture, then you are in luck, because G4 is going to Comic-Con. This year's event sold out in 90 minutes, but we are the only network broadcasting live from the convention floor, and we'll be breaking news and interviewing the coolest celebrities for 3 days of live coverage. Comic-Con 2012 Live starts July 12th, only on G4. All right, guys, the demo fun is not done yet. Coming up next, we have a world premiere hands-on look at Bethesda's innovative adventure game, Dishonored. And we'll also demo Master Chief's triumphant return to Halo 4. We missed you, Master Chief. Love, stick around. Welcome back. You are just in time to explore the twisted world of Dishonored. All right, guys, we are very excited right now to have a world premiere of Dishonored. I'm so excited I'm mangling my poor little card. Here now to walk us through the action are Rafael Colantonio and Harvey Smith. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, there's actually a lot of people right now seeing this game for the first time, so they don't know why I'm personally very excited about. So will you tell them a little bit about the world that we're going to be in and the story that we're going to see?
Well, in Dishonored, you play a supernatural assassin called Corvo.
Sold! Sorry, keep going.
It's part action game, part stealth game. You can either sneak your way through the entire game or murder everyone.
Which do you do?
We use a little combination.
We try to sneak and then we murder everyone.
But so theoretically, somebody could actually sneak through the entire game.
Yeah, it's possible to play the whole game without killing anyone.
Is it possible or is it easy?
It's no, it's hard, but it's possible.
It's possible. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the world that we're going to be playing in.
So this is our own version of steampunk, the world of Dishonored. It's so we play in a city called Dunwall, and it's a whaling city, you know, where like there's this different industrial revolution. It's not Earth. It's inspired by London originally, but then we added so many layers of technology and
it has
magic.
The rats, just like London.
Yeah, there's the plague.
It's like a terrible plague going on.
Okay, so we're in sort of an alternate universe London with a steampunk aura.
Here he's choking out one of the guards.
Yes, he is.
And he's using a supernatural power called Blink to move around and hide the body.
Okay, so this is awesome. So now you have a number of supernatural powers at your disposal. What kind of powers are we going to have?
So you have things like Blink, which is what we see here, which is some sort of a teleportation. You can possess animals, even human beings, and you can also do other things like stop time. So yeah.
How do you balance a game when you can stop time, when some characters can stop time? Because I'm assuming you'll level up certain abilities over other abilities.
Yeah, the powers are an economy, so. You find runes through the game and you can buy whatever powers you want. So at any point, we don't know what powers the player has, right? So the player can save up a bunch of runes and halfway through the game get a very powerful ability. But it is hard, right? I mean, like, we struggle to balance games because of the stealth and the combat and the different powers.
Well, there's an economy, so it's not like you can cast those powers as much as you want. Like, you have to use them at the right time. You use that as a wild card somehow. So here he has possessed a rat to infiltrate this area without being seen.
It's just amazing because I feel like if you could possess animals to go wherever you want, doesn't that break the game?
Well,
that's the point.
Yeah, it's kind of what makes the game fun and different is that the player can play creatively, right? Creative kills. So you can walk around, find a pool of water, see a fish in it, possess the fish, swim around the building, find a little drain tunnel, swim in that way, and you feel like you found your own way into the building.
that nobody else has actually figured out before.
Right.
But you guys figured it out. So what are some creative power combinations that you guys use?
There's a lot of variety. I mean, like, to name simple examples, you can have the power to double jump, and then you can also have the power to blink forward, and so you can combine both, and at the apex of your double jump, blink so that you can go really, really far. For example, to places that initially even the level designers quite did not expected. Which does provide for new gameplay, in fact, which is really cool.
But we've had people do crazy things that surprise us, like, you know, a guard pulls a gun and is about to fire it, and the player stops time. The bullet is hanging in the air with some smoke in front of the gun. He possesses the guard, walks him around in front of the bullet, and then when time resumes, the guard, you know, suicides basically. His own bullet kills him. So.
I'm totally gonna do that. Okay, so there are actually ramifications for your actions too. Not everybody has the same experience.
Right. There are different things we track. Like, of course, we track how many innocent you kill, and so based on if you really murder everyone, that commits you to a darker end game. But also, you know, there are connections between the missions. So if in one of the missions you decided to spare the life of somebody or save him, actually, then one mission later, a few missions later, actually, you will see this character again. So there are, you know, side consequences this way.
I'm very excited for this game. What do you think your inspiration was?
Inspiration in terms of gameplay?
Yeah, well, gameplay or the world or the idea. Like, what kind of inspiration did you take from other properties?
I mean, we've
Or did
always
it grow
loved.
fully formed from your mind?
No. Raph and I both worked in games about 18 years, and we absolutely love this one type of first-person action game with a little depth. You know, it's like RPG features, stealth, and so we love games like Thief, Arx Fatalis, Deus Ex, you know, the Bioshock. Those are the games that are, for us, when one of those comes out, it's like Christmas all over. So I would say from a gameplay standpoint, we drew from those things. But we also looked at 1850s American whaling cities in London.
All right, guys, got to interrupt real quick. Release date. When are we going to see it?
October 9th, 2012 in America, and then in the 12th of October in Europe.
All right, thank you guys so much. I'm very excited for this game. Thank you. Antonio and Harvey Smith, and check out g4tv.com/dishonored for more info about the game. Now let's go over to Kevin and Sarah.
I know. Hey, Kevin.
I want to make the guard shoot himself in his face so bad. That sounds awesome.
Twitter?
Oh, yeah, tweets.
Yeah,
Hey, check it
okay.
out. We got him.
Twitter,
It's like a modern miracle. By the way, we're
tweets.
trending #1 in America.
#1.
You
guys are awesome.
So thank you guys for that.
Yes.
So do you want to read a couple?
Sure. How
Go for it.
about the Hybird? Can Batman kick soup? That's like asking, can Hulk smash? Yes.
No!
Good.
Batman cannot kick Superman's ass.
I know.
He cannot. Superman would just fly and grab the entire planet that Batman was on and throw it into the sun.
I'm with you here. I'm with you.
He's Superman.
He's super.
Wait, you're on my side and I'm still yelling at you.
I know,
I'm
I don't know
sorry.
why. I'm
I
with
feel
you.
like I'm winning an argument if I'm shouting.
Yell at Hybird.
How dare you?
Yell at the Hybird.
Hybird.
Yeah. What else we got? Billy McDerp. I'm hoping 343 will stay true to the Halo formula we all know and love, but also add new features to entice a new generation of gamers.
Oh, yeah. With mixed messages like that must make every developer so excited. I don't want you to change a thing, but add everything new.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, we got the perfect game for you, buddy.
Let's see, one more?
Sure, why
We got
not?
time? Okay, McPuffin88. Halo 4 is going to be the game of the year. Nothing can beat it. We're too loyal of a fan base.
Oh.
I think that more people are with you. Halo 4 is #1 on our tweet counter for topics. So
That's true.
You got company. If you want to join the conversation, it's easy. Just use the hashtag E3 on G4. We're #1.
Oh my God, we did it! It's a long week. Keep tweeting.
Yes.
Coming up, we're going to dive into the year's most anticipated games, including Halo 4, the franchise that forever changed gaming and could do so all over again.
Yep. Plus, game experts Dan Chu and Casey Lynch are here to learn us about the most important stories coming out of E3, so stick around.
I'm going to be here. Are you going to stay too?
I have to.
E3 coverage has only just begun.
We've talked a bit already about the games we're looking forward to this year, but there are 5 that we cannot wait to see.
Let's see if you guys agree at home.
The doors to E3 are about to bust wide open, and we can't wait.
Here's our list of the top 5 most anticipated games at this year's E3.
Stay right where you are.
Kicking things off at number 5 is Resident Evil 6, a survival horror game so frightening it scares the competition.
Here's something to remember, you guys.
After Resident Evil 5 was blasted by critics for going overboard with co-op elements, this installment aims to get the series back on track. It even has everyone's favorite zombie slayer, Leon Kennedy.
This is Raccoon City all over again.
Number 4 is none other than Halo 4. The third installment in the franchise left off with Master Chief and Cortana stranded in space.
I'm here.
This one promises to pick up from there and launch a brand new trilogy. Rising to number 3 is God of War Ascension.
There was a time before Kratos became the monster known as the Ghost of Sparta.
This PS3 exclusive is a prequel to the entire God of War franchise. But don't expect Kratos to be any nicer. He's still the unstoppable killing machine we've all come to know and love. At number 2 is Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
None of this surprises me.
Yep, no surprise why this one made the list. It's the sequel to one of the top-selling games of all time. In Part 2, the action jumps from the Cold War to the near future. Prepare for plenty of high-tech explosions. And topping our list of most anticipated games we just can't wait for, Assassin's Creed 3. After a couple of mini-sequels, the series moved into a brand new era. This one takes place during the American Revolution, and we're told the gameplay has been reinvented from the ground up.
In the name of liberty, I will fight the enemy.
The battle begins at E3.
And I just got word the entire internet agreed. So yeah, that's it.
Absolutely,
Not a
everybody agrees
single
with this.
disagreeer. Hey, so what we learned this morning is that Microsoft, they're not just happy with dominating your gaming experience.
It wants to take over your entire life, starting with your living room.
Xbox, sports, NHL, full screen.
The pitch is a shot up the middle, fielded by Gordon. Shot second, still playing first.
Xbox, Monday Night Football.
Xbox switch. Full screen.
Nice job.
That's what I'm talking about.
Amazing! Also, Microsoft announced a partnership with Nike Plus to monitor all that exercising you're doing, right? You're running in place right now, I'm sure.
Right? Okay. Whether or not you do it in front of the Kinect. Yes.
Nike Plus and Kinect for Xbox 360 are bringing together two of the world's largest gaming and athletic communities to redefine personal training at home. Nike Plus Kinect Training, a program completely personalized to you, created by the world's best Nike trainers and coaches, so you and your friends can get athlete.
Yes.
Yes. All right, let's increase our knowledge attribute.
Please welcome Dan Shu from GamesBeat and Casey Lynch from IGN. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. I know E3 week is crazy. But let's get the ball rolling with Microsoft Smart Glass. I mean, Smart Glass versus the Wii U. Some are saying it's like Ferrari versus a Power Wheels. But we don't know what's under the hood yet, really, for either, do we?
Well, I mean, for Microsoft, what we're talking about is a software solution. Comparing that to a proprietary tablet, I mean, it's two totally separate things. So, I mean, I don't know what you think.
Well, which approach do you think is the smarter one, Dan?
So it's tough because we haven't seen, Nintendo hasn't given us all the information yet, right?
Right.
And the thing that Nintendo does have an advantage for is that technology is going to be built in. Like every user will have access to that technology, whereas a lot of people have smartphones and iPads and so on. The Microsoft developers might look at that and say, well, this is still an extra thing we have to program for and account for. It's not necessarily 100% of the Xbox 360 audience, so will they want to support that? But that aside, I think the 360 stuff is pretty cool because it's much more flexible when you can just use your phone or use a tablet. Sure.
I mean, do you think? I mean, I worry a little bit about. Kids looking at that Nintendo tablet and saying, I'd actually just prefer to have an iPad. I mean, do you sort of worry about that kind of perception issue?
I mean, I think Nintendo already, I'm sure, has, and with this, again, this software-driven solution, anybody that has pretty much any device is going to be able to use it to do what this Nintendo piece of tech does. So, I mean, it's easier, I think, and it's super accessible. Especially for people who already have this kind of stuff. So.
Not that Microsoft is known for the most, accessible user interfaces in the world.
Oh, they're not quite as bad as Sony sometimes, but I mean, using your iPad to control your TV, that you can already do that with a lot of apps right now. So this is just kind of extending that, and I think it's actually a really smart solution, and it doesn't cost us anything just to try it out.
Okay, well, I want a one-word answer from each of you. Who's going to pull it off better?
Oh.
Microsoft.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
There you go.
Sums that one up nicely. The Wii U, it's more of a gaming peripheral, of course, where the Smart Glass, I think what they're demonstrating is, hey, this isn't just for gaming. This extends past that, and I think that's what makes it interesting. But here's Nintendo's shot at reigniting that core gamer here, the Wii U Pro controller.
AKA the Xbox controller.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a reskinned Xbox controller. Do you think Nintendo is going to cater to the core at all this E3 or in the coming years, or have they just sort of abandoned that for the more casual gamer?
I think you're trying, right? That definitely was the message last E3, that we want to take back the hardcore gamers. But my problem with their strategy is so far they're showing us what third-party developers and publishers are going to bring to the table. But those same guys are also making games on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. So it's not really differentiating Wii U too much at this point. And the other thing that drives me nuts about that controller is now I'm going to have to relearn where my thumbs go, because the right analog stick and the face buttons are swapped compared to the 360 controller. It's going to be weird because we've been using the 360 controller for so long now.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for people who are very competitive with games like Call of Duty or even Halo. I think just having a totally separate controller is gonna take a lot of adjustment. So, and I don't know how it's going to be received.
What do you think Nintendo has to do at its press conference to really sell people on their controller and their new console?
I mean, I think Dan said it. They need to show some games that make sense with that controller, which I don't think is too much to ask, but for Nintendo, maybe? I mean, I don't know if we're going to be playing like a Nintendo first-person shooter that, that really utilizes that type of controller, though. I don't know what we're going to see from third parties. But pretty much any of the bigger third-party games could conceivably use that controller very well.
I think what we saw with the Wii was, the Wii comes out, there's an initial interest, there's an initial push from first and third parties, and then third party becomes almost shovelware, that the major titles get a shoddy port or they don't exist at all on the platform. And I think that was a huge misstep for the Wii. Is Nintendo going to right that ship with the Wii U, though? That's the question.
I think that's part of their strategy now because, again, looking at last year's E3, they definitely got a lot of guys, the big players on board, like EA and Ubisoft, Activision. So I think that's really important. And I think what's also important is they have to show why now the Wii U tablet controller, the gamepad, is going to be different from what Microsoft just showed. So if you remember from last year, they showed that demo where you use like a Wii controller, like a golf club, and then you set the tablet on the floor, and it looks like the ball there sitting in the sand.
Right.
Stuff like that, you're not going to be able to do on the Microsoft version with the glass stuff. So I think if they could show really cool, unique technology for the Wii U, I think then it has a chance.
But we thought golf was really fun on the Wii for about 5 minutes, and then we realized that there was no nuance to it, so it didn't really matter. So that's sort of what I worry. It's like another gimmick. But we should talk about sports, because Microsoft came out hard on sports. We can now watch ESPN Live. We were already able to watch UFC and, you know, some of the football games. So are people going to abandon their television for the Xbox?
Please don't. Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, you know, I've unsubscribed to your parent company, you know, like, and I do all my TV watching online now. So for me, this is very exciting to be able to say, any game I have access to, I could pause it, I could switch between two games. I was already doing that with ESPN3, with the ESPN app. So it's more exciting to me now that there's more channels available.
I mean, it's just another step in the natural progression of us being able to watch all of our content on systems like the Xbox. And we're already doing so much of that type of viewing with it. I think a year from now, even, we're just going to see a crazy amount of more content that'll be on there.
Do you think, is Microsoft in the lead here? I mean, tying up the sports, I mean, in some markets, they're true IPTV where you really can watch all of cable through your Xbox. You get that, the interactivity, the second screen apps, plus Nike integration now. They want to be your fitness hub, and their vision was very clear. They spelled it out. They want you to turn on your Xbox in the morning, work out with it, talk to it, watch your TV or movies on it at night. Are they clearly in the lead here when it comes to tying in everything and being that digital media hub?
I mean, I think so, yes, but the real question is all of this stuff what this consumer wants? I mean, sure, we like to watch TV, we like to watch Netflix, NHL and NBA will be great, but I don't know if I'm going to be working out, talking to my television anytime soon.
I've tried working out on the Xbox 360. The problem is you're depending on a Kinect, right? And that technology is as awesome as it is, it's not quite there yet. You know, when it misses 1 out of every 10 commands or it doesn't quite hear what you're trying to say, that's a frustrating experience. So I think for that alone, and it doesn't work in every living room, depending on what setup you have, you know, that's the barrier right there.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doubling down on this magic technology, which I think end users could tell them isn't 100% all the time. You know, that might be a misstep.
I was actually hoping that we were going to see a little maybe software or even hardware upgrade to the Kinect. So was that going to be a little bit more sensitive? I was actually a little bit surprised we didn't see that.
Yeah, hopefully that'll come. I don't know if they could do a lot of that through software, through firmware updates, but it definitely needs it because once they could get that down, I think then there'd be a much higher adoption rate.
And there actually are products online right now that will track your fingers and will enable you to do sort of these dream things with the Kinect that you can't do currently.
Yeah, I think the hacking community has come up with better uses for it than some of the game developers themselves have right now, and hopefully those trickle down. Otherwise, I'll be swiping through all my sports and...
Well, swiping, and then swiping again.
Yeah, and then yelling at my Xbox.
Yeah.
And then Netflix launches. Thanks, Microsoft. But thank you to you guys. Thanks to Dan Hsu and Casey Lynch for joining us. We appreciate the discussion.
Treat for you. Halo 4 is kicking off a whole new trilogy of Halo games.
Yeah.
Kevin is getting a hands-on taste of the first chapter with 343 Industries creative director Josh Holmes.
Plus, Morgan is joined by producer Rob Hill for the world premiere demo of Tron and Sci-Fi's Defiance, which, by the way, is the first ever franchise to merge the shooter and MMO genres and gaming and television. What?
It's all coming up right after the break.
Insanity, Morgan.
I know. Defiance has something no other television show does, an integrated MMO. Joining us now for this world premiere demo is Defiance senior producer Rob Hill. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so we hear MMO, but looks like there's more guns and action than your typical MMO.
Yeah, we like to call it a massive online shooter. So essentially, it's a third-person shooter that takes place in a large world with fighting side by side with thousands of other players.
So this is actually going to tie into a TV series. What can you tell us about the plot and the characters that we're going to see?
Yeah, basically Defiance takes place on a heavily terraformed Earth, roughly 30 years in the future. So while you'll see familiar things like the Golden Gate Bridge or the St. Louis Arch, there's a lot of alien stuff kind of mixed in there. So it's really a new world for players to explore and for people watching the TV show to really sit back and enjoy.
And how have the aliens influenced the Earth?
Well, basically they came here because their system was being destroyed and they had no place else to go. So they negotiated colonization rights and everything, but their arcs that they brought all their flora and fauna in got destroyed. and cause this huge terraforming event that totally changed the world. No governments, no anything. It's a completely new place.
So there are actually game, worldwide events called Arc Falls.
Yes, which you may have just saw right there. It was a nice, bright, sunny day, and now it's been totally turned into kind of a windy, kind of a very kind of bleak place. And what these Arc Falls are essentially dynamic events. So they're these large area events that can really draw players together. So you may meet people at these events and you'll see them running around here that really aren't your friends, they're complete strangers, but it really kind of drives a social experience.
What's that?
So that is our Hellbug Hellion. He's kind of
he sounds cuddly.
Yeah, he looks cuddly too. Yeah, he's essentially the final stage of the event. These events are multi-stage, but we wanted to be able to show the finale here. And the players are working together to destroy this thing so that they can get special loot and special minerals.
So you wouldn't necessarily want to take on one of these bad boys by yourself?
No, you definitely want to have other people. And we really kind of direct the players to these things, and you can see them running around, working together, even though they could be complete strangers.
So now, the game actually is tied into a TV show, which theoretically has been written but not necessarily completely shot. I mean, how do you negotiate all of that?
We really look at it along the lines of two windows into a single world. So while the flora and the fauna look the same, the alien species are the same, the technology is the same, we will have instances where large events will happen in the game and they translate into the show. Large events that happen in the show translate into the game. Other things like, for example, we have the lead character of the show actually starts in the game and goes on adventures with the players and then has to leave the game and shows up in the show and talks about what they've done in San Francisco. But we can do things, larger events like introducing new alien species or changing weather or all sorts of things.
Now you should probably assure the people at home that this is not like the first MMO that you guys have done. I mean, I think people, when they hear TV show, they're probably thinking weird tie-in and not necessarily giving the game the respect that it deserves.
Well, it is a true, massively multiplayer game, but it's a shooter game, and we're really looking to get that market. But it's also being launched on Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. So it's the first game of its type that I know that's been launched like that.
Now, are people going to actually be able to play together, or are they going to be in their own separate worlds?
They'll be in their own separate worlds per platform.
Because the PC gamers would always win, that's the thing.
Well, don't say that to an Xbox or a PS3 player.
Take you on. Okay, so we did see a quad, so there is vehicle combat in the game.
There is there's vehicles. You get a quad from day one that you can summon at any time. It allows you to get around really easily.
So you don't have to wait till level 40 for a mount.
No, you get it right away. And they're fun to drive. You can jump. We have some kind of time trial events. And then you can also do, we have special achievements tied to the vehicles themselves. But you mentioned vehicle combat. We have multiplayer vehicles, so you can mount with your friends or even strangers. And they are armed with weapons. You can go around the environment just tearing stuff up.
All right, well, I can't wait to tear stuff up. So the game and the TV series come out at the same time, correct?
Yep.
And when is that, sir?
That's April 2013.
April 2013. Thank you so much. Thanks to Rob Hill. For more information about the game, all you got to do is go to g4tv.com/defiance. Now, let's check in with Kevin. Hi, Kevin. What you doing?
Hey! Well, I was watching the giant bug thing get exploded real nice like. But now I'm telling you that if you think we're just having fun, you got to wait. Because we're headed to the Ubisoft E3 event next, where all will be revealed about Assassin's Creed 3. No, that's okay to get excited for. You can also get an exclusive Ubisoft check-in sticker by going to getglue.com/E3. But stick around, because I'm finally getting my hands on Halo 4. We're going to learn about the changes 343 Industries is bringing to the epic franchise right after this. But enough of this anticipation crap. It's time to suit up, Master Chief. All right, here now to give us our fix from 343 Industries creative director Josh Holmes is here, everybody. Thank you for joining us. The tweets have been coming in like mad. Everybody wants to talk Halo 4, so let's do it. And we are going to live drive some gameplay as well, which is nice. I was told the fight was finished at some point, and now people are warring yet again. What were the odds?
There's been a lot that's taken place over the last 5 years.
So this is the beginning of a new trilogy, correct?
It is the beginning of a new, we call it a saga. So this is sort of the next 10 years of Halo that we're starting to lay the groundwork
Why
for.
define it as just 3? Who knows where this
That's
is
right.
going to go? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is a new saga. What's the setting?
The setting is a mysterious Forerunner planet that we call Requiem, and this is a planet that Master Chief and Cortana find themselves stranded on after their ship, the Forward Unto Dawn, crash lands.
Okay, and when, of course, the natives are friendly. They love that Master
Always,
Chief is
yeah.
there. Cortana, they greet them with fruits and berries.
In a shooter, of
ornate
course, that's
headdresses.
exactly what's going to happen.
So
Yeah.
there's no fighting whatsoever. It's a radical departure.
Yeah, it's all love and hugs and kisses.
No, these bad guys are what, the Prometheans?
Prometheans,
And
yeah.
What's their deal?
So this is the first time that you've seen a complete new enemy class that's been introduced in a Halo game since the beginning of the series. So this was one of the biggest new things that we wanted to bring to the table. And we've spent a lot of time working on these enemies and really crafting them as a group that works together in combination, so that as you're facing one enemy, you have a certain challenge, but as you begin to layer them on, they complement one another and really challenge the player in dynamic ways.
And I saw from some of the press conference stuff that they have, you know, you would be battling a Promethean, if you will, and then they spawn another ancillary character that provides a shield for them or provides
Yeah.
cover or something.
So what you saw was the Promethean Knight, who's sort of the main commander on the battlefield, and
Okay.
he's able to spawn what we call Watchers, which are these support units. And the Watchers can do all kinds of cool things. They can shield the Promethean Knight, they can catch grenades and throw them back. You saw that in the
yeah.
demo. They can also resurrect the Promethean Knights. So they're kind of, they're a game changer on the battlefield. You want to take them out as quickly as possible. And then in addition to that, you've got these creatures that we call crawlers. And crawlers are kind of pack-like creatures, and they're not too tough when you're dealing with the one-on-one, but when you get them in a
When you
group.
get swarmed by 20
Yeah.
of them, and then a knight spawns, then you crap yourself.
Then
Then
you're in
across the
trouble.
room and run.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course you do. So this is a live demo of what we saw earlier at the press conference,
That's
correct?
correct,
Is this kind of early in-game footage?
You mean in terms of where it
In terms of
appears
story, yeah,
in-
where we're taking place. Did we just crash?
Yeah,
and-
we don't want to give away too many secrets.
I do though, so
yeah,
just go
of
ahead and
course
let
you
me.
do.
Whatever you want to
But
say.
yeah, this is I would say not right at the beginning of the campaign
Okay.
experience, but it's not too far in.
So we're a little in there.
Yeah.
All right, and then I look at this and I see Halo has a unique look. It has a unique feel. People have tweeted. They say, "Give us that tried and true Halo," and in the same tweet they say, "But give us a completely new experience."
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, what aspects do you define as okay? This is hardcore, tried and true Halo. We have to have these in our game, and where do you take your liberties?
Well, I think we kind of look at what are the kind of the core pillars of a Halo experience, and one of the big ones there is sandbox and giving the player a lot of freedom and really empowering him to make choices and then pay those choices off in a really cool way. And so that's something that we've tried to bring, in everything that we've done with Halo 4. And with the introduction of the new enemy class, that brings a whole bunch of new opportunities to the sandbox. You've got new weapons, you've got new abilities, and so these all become new tools that the player can employ.
Well, please learn us on these newfangled weapons and abilities.
Yeah, so you do see a couple in the demo here.
I saw them sort of form together as you pick them up, which is a really nice touch.
That's something, sort of unique to the Forerunner weapons is that they can adapt themselves to the user. And so in that way, they sort of form into a shape that Master Chief can use. So the first one, I believe that you saw that hopefully we'll see pretty soon here is something we call the light rifle. And the light rifle is an energy-based weapon that can fire either a triple shot burst or a single very powerful shot when you're scoped in. So it's a unique weapon for Halo in that regard.
Do most of the weapons have that sort of alt-fire mode when scoped or when selected, or is that
No,
that
weapon is
the
very, it's a very unique point to that weapon.
And these guys here, these are the crawlers?
These are the crawlers. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so they're like Pomeranians, but with attitude.
Exactly. Yeah, they're
adorable.
a little bit tougher.
On their lonesome, but then then they pack up on you.
Yeah, exactly. And then here you have
there he
the
is. That's the
Promethean
knight.
Knight. Right.
Wow.
So this guy is.
He just wanted a hug. Why'd you think him?
This guy's a tough guy to deal with. He's easily as tough or tougher than an elite, and he's got great tactics to be able to avoid you on the battlefield. And then once you pair him with the Watcher that you see there, they become a really tough pair to deal with.
I love the way that one unit can obviously change the course of gameplay, but then he himself can spawn other units, which now make you rethink everything. And I'm assuming in Halo style that in the future, this encounter, you get a bunch of crawlers coming at you as well, and you're just going to be piling different enemies on on top of us.
So not only can the Watcher, you saw him shield the Knight there, not only can he shield the Knight, he can also spawn crawlers into their space.
Of course he can.
He can resurrect the Knight. So yeah, I mean, it's usually something where you want to really take out, that Watcher pretty quickly.
Yeah, get rid of him. Well, at least we got rid of the Knight. That's nice.
Yeah, and here's the light rifle that I was talking about
What a
before.
sweet little animation, too, having the weapon form. That's classic. Yeah. Now, is this plucked from mythology of the books at all, or did you guys get free reign to create something unique to the universe?
So we try to keep the universe, very consistent across all of the canon. And so when we're planning Halo 4, there's a lot of seeds that we kind of planted within the novels as we sort of develop that mythos. And so the Forerunner trilogy that Greg Bear's been working on, he's been planting a lot of those seeds, knowing where we want to go with Halo 4.
Love it. And on the multiplayer side of things, I hear it's going to have that mode, which is very important.
Yes, it is important. Very important to a Halo game.
But I mean, you guys are doing something unique as well, which is releasing sort of a weekly episodic content.
Yeah, so, what you saw at the beginning of the demo is the introduction of the UNSC Infinity, which is this, massive starship that crash lands on the planet. The Infinity actually becomes the centerpiece for the entire multiplayer experience. So you as a player enlist on board the Infinity, you create your own Spartan, and then you can either go into war games to sort of train up, which is your traditional Halo competitive side, and then this new mode that we call Spartan Ops that allows you to then deploy in live operations and go through a series of missions. And so each week we're delivering an episode of a CG series that tells a story, and along with that, 5 missions that go live, so that over the course of a season of play, you're getting, just a ton of content.
And that's all for the low price of bloodletting directly into our console,
It's
right?
It's actually all included in the Halo 4 package. So
That's
it's
incredible.
free to all Halo 4 players with an Xbox Live Gold account.
And and we're seeing different visor modes as well?
Yeah, this is a new ability that we call Promethean Vision that we're showing off here. And so basically what this allows Chief or the player to do is see through solid objects.
Well, he couldn't see through the soldier face. That didn't happen.
No.
When do we get to play this thing? It's madness.
Yeah, so this is coming out November 6th, 2012.
Love it, man. You guys did it, man. I mean, it's Halo, which has us excited, but it looks like you've really done some impressive stuff to it.
Thank you for
Thanks
having me on.
Yeah, appreciate the demo. Josh Holmes, everybody. For Halo 4, go to G4TV.com/Halo 4 tomorrow. We'll have even more coverage when we go in depth on the game's multiplayer features. But for right now, we're going over to Sarah.
Yes. Hi, Twitter. Let's see what we have here. Bray117 Halo 4 will be amazing. I think 343 has done a fantastic job, and are staying true to Halo. Heck yes, it looks exciting. Can I get a heck yes from this audience? Yes, participation. Let's see here. The Other Wizard, I'm so ready to take on Halo 4. Can you guys put me in a cryo tube until release day? You're so impatient. I don't have a cryo tube. Do you, Morgan? Kevin? No one have one? Oh, you have one? Okay, call Kevin. He's got a cryo tube for you. And McNux, these games are unbelievable. I'm ready to smack some money at a dealer's face right now to reserve these games. Well, guess what? You don't have to. For that tweet, you've just won a 1-year membership to Gamefly.com. Yes, congratulations. It's the best way to rent and buy games. Again, congratulations. Now, to make sure we see your tweets, tag them E3 on G4. Coming up, we'll sit down with former Call of Duty mastermind Robert Bowling and Wired editor Chris Kohler to analyze all this E3 madness. Plus, Borderlands 2 is on the horizon. Whether you're an assassin or a siren, you won't want to miss it.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Gamefly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Yes, folks. In these crazy Twilight days, it's hard to remember that vampires, they're supposed to be badasses.
They are.
It's easy to forget, and there's one franchise that does not have this problem.
The Belmont clan is back in action for Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate.
My father came to this castle many years ago when I was but a child. He came to destroy the evil that lives here. He never returned.
I have carried this small piece of mirror since I was a boy. It is said it comes from a magical mirror, capable of showing your past and true fate.
You have seen it, Marie. The mirror has shown you Gabriel's fate. You must protect the child from his father. Trevor and his lineage will be the only ones capable of facing him in the future. Your son's survival is the only hope for humanity.
If I have not returned by dawn, take the boy and leave this place far behind. Take to the forest. Do not look for me.
Come back to us, my love.
That's the battle cross my father carried. Who are you?
This I promise. You shall not stand alone against him.
You fight well. Worthy of the name Belmont.
We're joined now by two guys who know a little bit about gaming, I'm told.
Please welcome Robotoki President Robert Bowling and Wired editor Chris Fuller.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Yeah. So obviously, big announcements over the last few, some would say days, but I would say hours.
Yeah.
We got the Wii U, of course, and Nintendo clarified a little bit more about their Magic Console. Microsoft surprised a lot of people, even their own developers, with the smart glass technology. So where does that leave Sony? What do they need to do?
Well, I mean, you know, I think Microsoft definitely upped the game in terms of accessibility, and I think that's where Sony needs to go, is to make, you know, they have the Vita, they have that second screen already, but they need to make it as accessible as Microsoft did by everyone has a smartphone, everyone has a tablet. It's a lot more accessible to take advantage of the technology that they're introducing. Sony needs to follow.
Sony, on paper, should be able to follow this with something even bigger, right? Because Sony, unlike Microsoft, makes phones. Sony makes tablets. Sony produces all of these devices. But, I mean, is Sony really going to do this? You know, is Sony finally going to overcome the sort of, you know, problems that they have corporate-wise where everybody is sort of siloed and doing their own thing? Sure. Sony isn't doing something like Smart Glass, I don't think. And, you know, I mean, they do have PlayStation Vita. PlayStation Vita could
That's
become...
a very expensive second screen.
Yeah, and it doesn't come with the system like the Wii U tablet comes with every Wii U. Nintendo knows that every Wii U owner is going to have this tablet controller, and so they can design every single Wii U game around that controller, right? Microsoft, yeah, they can pretty much figure everybody's going to have a tablet or a phone or whatever, but it's like, you know, am I going to always want to get my phone out, get my tablet out when I'm playing Halo 4 so I can look at the schematics of a weapon on Halo Waypoint? Sure. Maybe, if the content is compelling enough, but with the Wii U, Nintendo really has it. It's always in the palm of your hand. They're going to make you do it.
Plus, from the development side, it's all one set of code for Microsoft Glass. You're not designing for the Vita and then designing for the PS3. You're just designing, and that can be accessible on Android, on iOS, on whatever platform you want. It's not restricted.
But you do have a different asset list, though. If you're designing, let's say, if I'm creating that second screen entertainment for an iPhone versus an iPad versus Android is so forked that there's 4 million different versions of that software, you do have to wonder, are developers going to want to sit down and take the time to create separate assets for all of those different iterations?
Yeah, and you should be, because if you're just repurposing, if you're just, if you're not supplementing the experience, then why even do it? You need to be creating all new stuff. But the benefit is you're only doing it for one platform. Right. You're not doing an Android one, an iOS one. You don't have to worry about that overhead and resources.
When we actually first saw this whole idea with Sony, with the Vita, with transferring, do you think that they're going to come out with something at all at their press conference? Or is there anything that you think that they can actually do with the Vita that's going to change our minds?
If they do, I hope it's not called transferring. Certainly.
What do you mean? I thought that was a
Sounds so
fantastic...
futuristic and exciting.
Too many R's, but that's fine.
Yeah, it makes Wii U sound like Smart Glass.
Right.
You know, yes, I think that Sony absolutely should do, you know, interoperability play between Vita and PS3, if only because, you know, as the platform maker, it is their responsibility to continue to attempt to drive innovation and do interesting things, whether or not it makes any sense at first. Like, just get some software out there and see if it works. That's what's given us a lot of things that we now really take for granted in our video games.
Yeah, and that's what will save the Vita, because right now, that's what it needs is software. That's the only thing preventing me from using and wanting to develop for the Vita more is just that software.
Well, yeah, obviously sales are lagging on the Vita side of things. It needs a shot in the arm. But is billing it as a second screen, is that the approach? Is that the best way to stoke sales, is by telling people, hey, go get this thing because it works really well with this other thing that you need to have?
No.
It's one of many things they need to do.
Right. Yeah, and really billing it as a second screen, that's only helping the PlayStation 3. Correct. And it's only helping Sony essentially come up parallel to Microsoft and Nintendo as far as doing this sort of weird new home dual screen gaming idea that's just starting to coalesce right now.
I mean, I definitely think at the press conference we're going to learn about, the exclusives that we already know about. I mean, do you anticipate them kind of having more exclusives or trying to push that forward?
I'm waiting for something groundbreaking. I'm waiting for something I don't expect.
I think that screens have already leaked of possibly Quantic Dream's new game, the guys who made Heavy Rain, that Sony may be showing that at its press conference. I loved Heavy Rain. I mean, I thought it was really boundary pushing, incredibly innovative. Can't wait to see what these guys do next. Nintendo, they haven't announced any games, I believe, for the Wii U yet. They've just shown tech demos, so they've got to have a big raft full of software.
We got flash frames of generic zombie with a thyroid issue.
I love
British. We got flash
British
frames.
soldiers and police officers zombie game.
Yeah, we got that.
Cannot wait for that game.
Sign me up.
Want it so bad.
Microsoft made a big point to say, hey, listen, Internet Explorer now on the Xbox. You're going to be able to browse the web finally on a set-top box. Wii U even said you'll be able to push content that way. Sony has dabbled with being that entertainment hub. They have a web browser. They've had access to those things. Are they still in this race to be that all-in-one media hub? Or are they still trying to make up ground on being the gaming hub?
If I was them, I'd be looking to PlayStation 4 at this point.
Really?
As far as really designing PlayStation 4 from the ground up, or whatever it ends up being called, to fully integrate that social experience into game software and things like that, the way that Nintendo is doing with the Wii U. Microsoft has been really aggressive as far as updating the Xbox 360 in terms of what it can do. Sony, I think the PlayStation 3 was always just meant to be a kind of a standard video game system, and Sony got kind of caught off guard by Microsoft coming in and saying, no, it's your entertainment hub. And doing it in a way that made sense and actually got people using their 360 as, their everything.
Do you think the PS4 should have the cross-media bar?
No.
No, let's cross that one off the PS4's
It was
list.
so bizarre how dedicated they became to the cross-media bar that it showed up everywhere, and everyone's like, but we hated it before.
Right.
So
but
why,
maybe if
why
we put
is
it on more
now?
devices, you'll suddenly love it.
No.
Yeah.
And, nobody likes what Microsoft has done with the latest, dashboard for the Xbox 360. But they're trying things, and eventually people are going to figure this out. And it's this sort of resistance from the part of gamers, because these game systems, especially the Xbox 360, are no longer just video game systems. Look how much time they spent on music and sports and movies at the Microsoft press conference.
Right.
Gamers need to realize that the Xbox is not just for them anymore, so they can't complain as much when they turn it on and it doesn't preload their game automatically.
Well, you just have to make profiles. I mean, that's such an easily solved problem. I don't understand why they haven't done it so that I can set mine to a gamer profile so that when I log on, I can see my friends list and that kind of thing.
But then you'd be ignoring the Zune marketplace. And they
Oh,
want
I
to sell you
forgot.
some movies.
They're
so
not going
they
to.
have to have those ads there. But let's because we do care about the games. Let's talk about them. What game has impressed you guys the most?
For me, I mean, a big one that they showed at the conference was Splinter Cell Blacklist. I mean, that visually looked amazing. And what they're doing with the gameplay, which seems to be a theme this year of just always staying moving, that motion, always moving forward, is like really compelling and fun.
And you pointed out as well before we went live, lots of chin stabbing.
A lot of chin stabbing.
Which is a new must for all games. You have to be able to stab somebody in the chin.
Did I miss the memo that everybody has to do the up thrust into the chin move?
I think one person did it, and then everybody else was like, oh, that was pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet. We need to, guys, get that in our game now.
Bump that up the feature list.
Give Mario a knife.
Shooting is over. Shooting is old and busted, and stabbing people in the face is the new hottest.
All right, so and the game that you choose as most impressive so far,
I thought,
can you stab faces?
so far E3, South Park, the Stick of Truth, the role-playing game, I mean, that's looking really, really good. It's looking like a lot of fun. It looks like I'm playing an episode of South Park. The graphics looking identical to an episode of South Park. Mr. Slave is going to be in this game, and he is going to shove something into his unmentionable parts, and I think that's great.
They made it look just like the actual game. I mean, actually.
They made the game look like the show.
Yes. When you start talking, I'll stop talking. Yeah, they made the game look actually just like the show, which, instead of trying to kind of make it into a different experience.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be, I think, however, after that last trailer, I might be changing my answer to Castlevania Lords of Shadow game.
Oh my God. Cell shaded, some VO, and a whip. Yeah.
Burning effects to let you know that everything is crumbling.
That's the big surprise. Everybody's getting Castlevania. All right, Robert Bowling, Chris Kohler, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Up next, you guys can choose a class and customize a gun.
Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford joins us live for a world premiere look at Borderlands 2 right after this.
And we are back because this E3 coverage just will not stop.
Right now, let us remember our gaming past. There are many moments in video game history that have completely redefined the industry, but here are 5 of the most important. From Space Invaders to Connect, the video game industry has had its seminal moments over the years. Here's our look at the very biggest game-changing moments. Kicking off the list at number 5 is the launch of the Game Boy. When it was released back in 1989, handheld gaming wasn't the juggernaut that it is now. But Nintendo made a bold prediction. In the future, players would be willing to spend money on a portable gaming system.
The Game Boy changed the way people viewed entertainment. Obviously, since then, handheld gaming has not gone away, so it was a pretty big deal for gaming in general.
Speaking of Nintendo, the number 4 game changer is the rise of casual gaming. Casual games have been around for decades, but they didn't explode in popularity until the successful launch of the Nintendo Wii. To date, the system has sold almost 100 million units worldwide.
The Nintendo Wii was the first home console to appeal to the casual market from the get-go.
At number 3, we have the switch from 2-dimensional to 3D graphics.
The introduction of 3D polygon-based video games was what completely revolutionized gaming. They were the first steps towards something that would actually give us true-to-life graphics.
Second place on our list is the launch of the NES. Back in the early 80s, the console industry was in a crisis, and manufacturers were losing money. But in October of 1985, Nintendo turned it all around with the launch of the NES.
The Nintendo Entertainment System single-handedly revived the dead video game industry in America.
And now it's time to reveal the number 1 game changer of all time, the birth of online gaming.
Once you finally get a chance to play like a high-speed, competitive game the way it's meant to be played, it's pretty mind-blowing.
From MMOs like EverQuest to the launch of Xbox Live, online gaming changed the expectations for every title ever since.
Online gaming has just completely changed the way that we experience games at this point.
The industry keeps evolving, and who knows when the next game changer will emerge? Maybe at this year's E3.
Okay, so all that is in the past, but could there be something this year that is equally game-changing for the future?
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of potential issues that are developing. Digital distribution, for instance.
Yes.
I mean, I think that one's definitely going to keep growing. We're going to see more and more of that.
It's been promised for a while, but it's nice that it's finally here. I would like to see day-and-date releases. I mean, we see it on the PC side of things through EA's Origin or, of course, Valve's Steam platform, where you can just go, press a button, and, oh, it magically is delivered to your PC. I want to see that day and date on the console side of things.
Well, you know, we've been hearing all those rumors about Microsoft's console is actually not going to have a disk drive in the next generation. I personally don't believe that. It seems like it's $4 to put a disk drive in a system, and you know, there's a lot of people who unfortunately maybe have satellite, you know, don't have that fast internet connection. But I would love to buy a game. I don't need the wrapping. I don't need the packaging.
Right. No, there was someone told me the other day, people still use their phone lines to connect to the internet? And it blew my mind. But I think we forget that, you know, the broadband proliferation isn't quite what we want it to be. We like to believe that everybody has super high-speed connectivity at all times, and it's going to deliver this amazing experience. It's still not quite there, but we're taking steps, obviously.
I was just mad there wasn't Fios at my house.
I know. I want it everywhere.
Does that mean I'm spoiled a little bit?
A little bit, but for the right reasons.
Okay.
And I think another growing trend that we'll see is an increase of convergence between console and mobile gaming. Obviously, as a second screen experience, that's clearly there. But even earlier in the show, you mentioned with Mass Effect, you could download the companion iPhone game, play it there, and that would help you unlock achievements or help you earn things on the console side.
You know, I could actually live without, for the rest of my life, people asking me the story, like, is casual gaming killing core gaming?
Right.
Like, they both are going to exist, and I think we're finally going to have the final answer to that, which is they can just love each other and both be there, and everybody can be happy.
There's even times where a hardcore gamer might want a casual experience. It's okay, and as this is happening, where you're seeing cell phone versions of games released or tablet versions of game release, it gives the core gamer a chance to enjoy that version of the experience as well.
Yeah, so lastly, the day may be coming may be coming when Sony and Nintendo finally release games on mobile devices. Because
That aren't their own. That aren't their own.
That are not their own. Because I think there's no reason Mario shouldn't be on the iPhone or on Android
Yeah.
or on the iPad. I really feel like they're leaving so much money on the table, and they're probably thinking like, oh well, Mario is exclusively on the console, and if
Certainly.
we put it on a phone, then why would somebody buy the console? They kind of have a point.
They do. I mean, could you imagine the? I don't disagree that
Right.
that everybody would like to see that, and there's clearly money to be made there. But could you imagine what the PS Vita or the 3DS sales numbers would be if Uncharted was on the iPhone, or if the latest Mario game was playable on your Android tablet? I mean, they would be hemorrhaging like mad. They wouldn't survive in the hardware business. They need those exclusives, or else they're not making that hardware.
I don't think handhelds are going to survive in the console market.
I don't disagree. I
All
think
right.
we're saying the same thing.
We
We're
are.
just trying to explain why not everybody's on board the same choo-choo train that we are. All right, should we check in with Sarah?
All right.
She's standing there. Hey,
Yeah,
Sarah.
don't forget about me.
Never.
I have tweets. They're right here.
Please, tweet us.
Let's read them. Writer1 Matt, thank you E3 on G4. I am a grown man, yet you reduced me to 10 years old with your E3 coverage. Or your E3 coverage rocks. So yay. Well, not yay that you're acting like a baby, but glad you like it. Lazy Native 24, gone home sick just so I could watch you guys. I would rather watch E3 on G4 than celebrate my birthday and Christmas. You probably shouldn't tweet if you called in sick to watch this, but that's your prerogative. And Abers, this is like the best Monday ever thanks to E3 on G4 for all the new sick games. You know what? All you lucky Twitterers, do you like Skylanders? Because you're gonna love this exclusive silver Spyro figure right here. Yep, everyone on the Twitter wall is getting one of only 2,000 limited edition Art Deco Spyro statues from Skylanders Spyro's Adventure. These were made exclusively for E3 2012, so you are extremely lucky. Congrats! And don't forget, remember to include E3 on G4 in your tweets all week long. Now, coming up, Kevin and Morgan get an exclusive look at the new weapons and quest figures of Borderlands 2 with Gearbox's Randy Pitchford. It's gonna be great.
I have personally been waiting for this moment all show long. We are back, and it's time to go to Pandora.
The Pandora without the blue cat people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your world premiere pleasure, please welcome Gearbox President and CEO Randy Pitchford. Howdy, sir. Oh my God, Borderlands 2! Not only did you have one of the best trailers to ever be released in the history of gaming.
Fantastic.
I mean,
Wub.
Yeah, all over.
I will pass that along to the guys. Mikey was pretty much in charge of that, and we had a lot of fun.
Hey,
making
Mikey. Good job, buddy. You get the employee parking space for the month. Like, I'm a huge fan of the first game. It meant so much to me personally. I enjoyed everything about it. Borderlands 2. I mean, how can you tweak something that people love so much?
You know, it's risky, right? Because well, when we started Borderlands, everybody thought we were crazy, and we were definitely an underdog going into it. But clearly, something worked. You know, we didn't start with the largest marketing budget. We didn't start with the largest campaign, but everyone showed up, and it became one of the biggest sellers of the year. So to follow it, of course, you don't want to mess with the formula too much, but we wanted to bring a lot more.
Did you identify that something that worked? Do you think you guys narrowed it down?
We know pretty well how we built the game, and we know why it worked. So this one's just about doubling down on it. And it turned out, you know, we thought maybe if the game's about the same size and we added this, that, and the other, now that we're coming to the end of it, it's huge. This game is much, much larger. There's much more to it than anything we've ever done before. I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Okay, so today you're revealing Axon the Commando.
Yeah, you guys are the first people to show what it's like to play as the Commando, the new Commando class. Axton, he's a badass. He's a badass.
So what's his deal as the Commando?
Well, you know, as a Commando, he's basically the quintessential soldier. He's got a lot of the typical soldier skills, multiple skill trees that build out. His special ability is this turret that he deploys. And if you remember the soldier from the first game, there was a turret there.
Yeah.
This is like turret, I'm not even going to say 2.0, this is like turret 3.0. The thing grows and morphs as you level up. It becomes more and more powerful. There's lots of different ways you can take it and build it out with your skills. It's a lot of fun to use, and it becomes both an offensive weapon, a defensive tool if you want to build build it that way, and a utility mechanism on the battlefield. So it's got a lot of purposes, and it's a lot of fun.
I just had I'm not gonna lie, I had a junky twitch as he opened up the crate. Like, I realized I missed my fix of finding loot.
It's so weird to have that mix of the fun of a moment-to-moment shooting. It's just great to pull the trigger and blow some guy away, but the looting, the character growth, the skills, and discovering more equipment, and the choice that you have along the way, that's what really transforms this from just a typical shooter into a hobby. And I played Borderlands like a hobby, and honestly, I think that's our biggest challenge right now in development. Because the game's almost finished, we're spending all of our time playing it, and
right.
we have a lot of bugs to fix. So we're getting through that and making sure that it's delivered on time.
So tell us a little bit about, you have sort of a new main enemy and a new bad guy.
Yes, with the heroes of the first game and creating new heroes for the second game to join the heroes from the first game, to make them real heroes, we need a villain that stands up to them. And this guy is a character that we call Handsome Jack, and he's kind of a dictator, and he's taken over Pandora, and he wants to take control. In fact, in this footage, we're working with a claptrap that's helping us hack this Hyperion device. It's cutting down the statues in this city. It's a Hyperion city where Handsome Jack has erected statues in his honor, and we're part of a rebellion to take him down. So we've hacked this power loader here, and we're cutting down all of his statues in this mission. It also shows us that there's a lot more to do than just kill and loot. There's actually a story that unfolds and gameplay that has objectives with meaning for the plot.
And I'm assuming in true Borderlands fashion, a fully co-op story and
That's
gameplay that
obviously
evolves.
one of the greatest things about it is it's a lot of fun when we play alone, but at any time your friends can join you, dynamically drop in and drop out. Up to 4 people can play together. Great experience. And for the first time, in addition to split screen co-op, we're also allowing the split screen people to connect to someone else playing an online game. So that was difficult the first time around, but we broke through the technology that allowed us to offer that. So that's a really exciting new feature for Borderlands 2.
Now, I know one thing that Kevin wants to know. When's the release date?
Yes, please. When?
September 18th, coming on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Windows PC. Can't wait. We cannot wait.
Oh my God. Well, we actually have a little special something that we want to do right now.
Absolutely.
If we can. Before we go, editor Gaz Deves of the Guinness World Records 2012 Gamers Edition wants to present a little special something to you, Randy.
Okay, all right.
Gaz, welcome to the show.
Randy, on behalf of Guinness World Records, I'm pleased to present you with this certificate for the most guns in a video game for the original Borderlands.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So
that is awesome.
Is that the final tally there was
17,750,000. You know what's interesting about this? Borderlands had a lot of guns, but we upped the ante in Borderlands 2. So I think that Borderlands 2 has more guns than any shooter ever launched on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, all added together, including Borderlands 1. So you're going to have to give us another one of these. That would be
There's another one. Cheers. Guys, thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
This
Thank
is
you so much.
awesome.
Well, yeah, it's awesome and obsolete already.
I thought this was going to happen on Tuesday or Wednesday at the show floor. It's really cool that you guys did this here. This is a big surprise. Thank you to Guinness for recognizing Borderlands.
Thank you for making Borderlands and bringing it to us, Randy. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks to Randy Pitchford. To learn more about this game, all you have to do is go to g4tv.com/Borderlands2.
I'm going now. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. Stick around because our E3 coverage has only just begun.
That is true. We're going to have more gaming adventures right after this. You stay there. Congratulations.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Game Boy and his children have been popular for decades.
But they have one nemesis, and it happens to be everywhere.
For more than 2 decades, Nintendo dominated the handheld gaming market. But now a new generation of handheld devices is on the rise, and the company that gave us portable gaming is facing stiff competition from the smartphone. Last year alone, close to 500 million smartphones were sold worldwide. More than just a communication device, people now use it for everything from texting to browsing and, of course, playing games. Lots of games.
They're disrupting the model of the $40 or $60 games by offering lots of free content and a lot of games for 99 cents.
More than 1 billion Angry Birds apps have been downloaded since it debuted in 2009, and recently, the massively popular Draw Something registered an astounding 50 million downloads in its first 50 days.
This market really did not exist before. There were half games on mobile devices, but now we've started to see these full quality, entertaining games for ridiculously cheap prices on a device that everyone owns.
The tablet PC is also taking a bite out of the handheld market. Apple has unloaded 55 million iPads since the tablet was launched in 2010, and developers are stepping up their game, improving the production value of these mobile-based games.
You're getting dollar games that are really well made and fun, and I think Nintendo is starting to realize, oh, this market has already taken a chunk out of 3DS sales.
Nintendo newest handheld console, the 3DS, sold well in its first few weeks, but it's been slow going since. Sony's PS Vita also saw a respectable release before suffering a significant drop in sales.
Most people are not going to spend $300 on a device that does something another device they have already better. Just being better is not enough. The only things that Nintendo and Sony can do to compete with games on phones is to create a super compelling experience for hardcore gamers and accept that's the market. And if you want to reach the mass market, the only thing to do is to create games for the iPhone or Android. That's the only option.
Copy that. Both Nintendo and Sony have developed handheld consoles with enormous potential. But is it too little too late, or can they stand up to the changing tide of competition? Microsoft wasn't the only company spilling its secrets earlier today.
Now, EA took the stage just a little while ago, and they brought with them first-person footage from Medal of Honor Warfighter. Would you like to see it?
I would.
So, we need line of sight of that sniper. We'll call for fire from the boat. Line of sight! Stop! We gotta get inside that building! Frag out! Go! Stop! Move! Working on it. Here's your line of sight. Drop the building. Turn it into a pile of rock. Go ahead, Mako. On target. Fire. TOT, 3 seconds. Get some! Incoming. Houston, get cover. This way. Mako, over here. 1-6, this is 1-4. We're at Bradley Point Alpha, standing by. Give status, over. 5 Mike Tower, 1-4, over. Solid copy, holding position. Voodoo, stump. Up here. I think we can get through this way. Any movement inside? Negative, we smoked them. Hey, down here, this way.
OMG, that's pretty. But now let's check in with the Ubisoft event at the Los Angeles Theater.
How is it going, Blair and Jessica?
Hey guys, it's going great.
Thank you guys. By the way, Kevin, I love that tie, and Morgan, your dress is lovely. Big guest here. She's going to be hosting the UB press conference in a couple of minutes. Aisha Tyler is joining us on the show. Thank you for being here. So Aisha, we share an office space with Mikhail. We know he's an absolute nightmare, so we're happy to see that UB is bringing somebody nice in this year to host their press conference.
Yeah, I had to hobble in with a stick to get him out of the way.
Seriously though, how did Ubisoft approach you, and how did you get involved in this?
I have this like kind of terrible reputation for being a massive nerd. I'm a big gamer.
That's not a terrible reputation.
I love it. This is my tribe, and I love them. I've been this tall since I was like 6. So just add glasses and a science project, and you understand who I am.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge gamer, and they know I love this world and I love these games, and so they asked me to come down, and I'm going to try not to fangirl all over the stage and leave like a wet mark.
So outside of taking a lot of Prozac to temper your level of expectation, how does one prepare to host what is going to be one of the biggest third-party press conferences this year at E3?
This is totally my world. I love gaming so much, and I think that just pure enthusiasm is what I'm bringing to this thing today. I mean, people who know me from my podcast, Girl on Guy, or who know me from Talk Soup and from all the other stuff I've done. I mean, I'm in some other games from other developers I can't mention here.
We're not gonna.
Know that this is like what I live and breathe. So, I got to see that. We got to run through it yesterday. I know what we're going to be talking about today. It's awesome. The gameplay's bananas. I think that I'm going to be doing a lot of editorializing and color commentary. A lot of right in the neck. That hurt. Yeah, but it's super exciting, and I'm just going to go and have fun. It's going to be amazing.
Was there anything specific that you saw that surprised you that you weren't expecting walking into it?
Yeah, there's a couple new properties that I think people are going to find very, very sexy. There's some things that are coming back that are going to be really awesome.
Feel free to share. We won't stop you.
Honestly, there's a sniper with like a laser gun just right. Yes, literally like there's an assassin from Assassin's Creed just like perched up, about to jump and chunk me in the head. Yeah.
It's interesting that you're doing Assassin's Creed. We were talking before you came on the show, and you said that it's a franchise that has been around for a while and people are very familiar with it. But you're extra excited about Assassin's Creed because it is bringing something new to the table.
Very new. I don't know how much I can tell you about it, but it's a brand new setting. I think people are going to find it very intimate, very relevant, especially the American audience. And I watched some of the gameplay yesterday, and it's killer. I mean, it's really exciting, very sexy, super violent, beautiful. Did I mention super violent?
Yeah.
A little bit of Girlwood. So I think people are really going to love it. It looks fantastic.
Girlwood. Gonna Urban Dictionary that later.
Also known as Lady Boner.
Okay, Lady Boner's good as well.
Did I say that on the internet?
You did. No, this is fine. This isn't live. It's totally live. Well, thank you so much for being here. We know you have to get ready for the show.
I'm psyched.
So
this is going to be, there's some massive surprises in this show, so people should hold on to their pants.
I'm stoked.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking with us.
Guys.
Thank you again for being here. Aisha Tyler, everybody. The show is going to start in about 40 minutes. We're going to come back to you in a little bit for the UB pre-show, but for now, back to you guys. Kevin and Morgan back in studio.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
I thought I was the only one with a lady boner here. So happy to see I've been in company. Stick around. More E3 after this.
Okay. Company spilling its secrets earlier today.
No, EA took the stage. They brought with them first-person footage of Medal of Honor Warfighter. I'm having deja vu, but you know what? The footage was so good, we should watch it or something related to it. Here it is.
Chills, man. I can't believe it's really gonna happen. It is gonna happen.
Wait a minute. What happened there?
That was a nice surprise at the EA press conference, is that they actually got the UFC license. I feel a little bad for THQ.
Yeah, sorry, THQ. But
as long as they keep making Saints Row, I'll be happy.
Yeah, EA's. I mean, they gobbled up every sports franchise and every license they could. It only makes sense that they grab UFC now, and you know, UFC is huge. It's a huge organization. It's huge proliferation. I wouldn't be surprised to see it take off in EA's hands because on the console gaming side of things, the games haven't had that as much success as I think UFC would like.
And it probably as UFC thinks that they should have is the other thing. So I think that hopefully EA will do a little bit better a job with it. You know, they were kind of pulling it out a little bit at the end, but you know.
Now we mentioned you know, Medal of Honor, of course, is coming back. Of course, there was also Dead Space 3.
Yes.
We saw some footage of that.
Co-op.
Yes.
I got nothing.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Co-op makes me sad because then I have to go out and make friends. Like I have to go through that every time a game comes out.
Well, I'm guessing one of these people will enjoy playing that with you.
Yeah, we're gonna have more wrap up from EA's conference later on. But E3 so far, in your opinion, what is the game of show? What is the tech of show? What has you excited?
I think I'm really excited by Microsoft's announcement that you can actually, kind of continue content on your iPad, for example, on your phone.
The smart glass technology.
Yeah, exactly, smart glass technology. I just think it's cool that I can continue a movie and I can actually interact with my games because I always play games with a computer or an iPad right next to me.
Sure.
And now it actually can maybe give me some more information.
Yeah.
Whether or not I want to, as you said, wait for somebody to spend 20 minutes making their own play, I don't necessarily know, but some people are going to be really into that.
No, absolutely. And look, second screen is a term that people use to, well, it means just that. It's a second screen, whether it's in your lap or in your hands, but it's ancillary content, and everybody is going after that space. There are so many companies and so many technologies that are vying for your eyeballs on a second screen so that they can deliver, well, eventually advertisements, but in the meantime, rich content and experiences. That's what they're going for. And nobody has planted a flag firmly in that space and said, this is what we do. We own second screen entertainment. Microsoft has the best approach right now. The Wii U's hardware might be a little easier, might be a little simpler, and when it comes to gaming, it's built in. It's built into every game, and that's great. But Microsoft's approach is smart in the sense that you already own devices that can take advantage of this technology, and it applies not just to gaming, but to the movies that you're watching, to the music you're listening to the UFC event that you're watching, whatever that is.
And they're hoping, because Nintendo has to convince you to buy a console. Microsoft says, you already got a console, you already have an iPad. Let's make them work together. Even if it just lists my achievements, I'm cool.
Right, exactly. Just any extra functionality.
Yes.
And also, Borderlands 2.
That is Kevin's pick right there.
Come on. So good. Oh, and a quick note. We had Halo 4. We had a live demo of it earlier. The build we had was incorrectly set up in our studio. It was outputting in standard def, so the footage did not accurately represent the full demo. There was also some aiming stuff that some of you may have noticed. So we'll try to get that cleared up for re-airs and when we focus on it later. So just know that. Our bad.
Right, so if
I'm not sorry. You still got to see Halo 4. I take it back. Now I'm angry at myself for apologizing.
If you go to G4TV.com later today, we're going to have the full demo there with the correct HD setup.
Love it. Now it's time for us to pack up, actually. We have to get in a car and shovel burritos into our faces while we make it on over to the big PlayStation event.
Yes, we're leaving you in good hands. Live coverage continues with Ubisoft.
Buckle your seatbelts and put those tray tables in an upright and locked position.
You feel that?
I feel it.
We have everything on our stage.
E3 is absolutely nuts.
Don't change that channel. If you do, you might miss one of the greatest things ever.
Are you ready?
We've got pretty much every game that matters.
E3 is all about the big announcements.
A cool thing called Halo 4.
Do you guys want more demos? You got them.
It's out of control! This is by far the biggest event in video games. Everybody is totally here.
Joining us now, Irrational Games, Ken Levine.
That's right, we're going to break news here.
I'm here with Todd Howard.
I woke up this morning, I'm like, good God, what is going on? This is amazing. Whoa, never seen that before. Mr. President!
That is crazy.
You know it!
Don't you love that? I love it!
There's hundreds of hours of gameplay. I'm sold.
The biggest gaming event of the year starts right now because we said so. Hello to all of you. And of course, hello to you and welcome to E312 Live. Yes. Oh my God. We're live. We hit the applause line. I'm Kevin Pereira. Joining me today, the lovely Candace Bailey.
Oh, thank you, Kevin.
The even lovelier Morgan Webb. And the loveliest Blair Herter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's an order of attraction to me.
Okay,
That's all.
It's true. We are coming to you from the Los Angeles Convention Center, kicking off 5 hours of live coverage from the heart of gaming's biggest event.
We are here on the show floor all week with live hands-on demos of every big game, the latest news, trailers, and much more. If it's at E3, we've got it.
Yeah, so you don't have to go anywhere else is basically what we're trying to establish here. We have it all here. Plus, we're going to have 3 hours of coverage tomorrow. And then, because you're greedy bastards, we're going to do 3 more on Thursday. So call in sick. Say you've got rickets, which are apparently a thing again, and forge a top
coming back. They're like slap bracelets. They're totally in fashion now. Coming up, we're going to go hands-on with God of War Ascension for the PlayStation 3. Nice. Listen, if you thought Kratos had rage issues before, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Then a live hands-on demo of Gears of War Judgment. Baird and Coltrane are back in this prequel to the blockbuster Xbox 360 trilogy.
And a little bit later, the return of Agent 47 and Hitman Absolution. All right, one of these days, you think someone would realize that a guy with a barcode on his head is killing everybody, but no.
No.
Because it's not obvious, right? Not at all. Weird. But first, let's check in with the rest of the G4 Justice League. We've got people all over the show floor, and here is what they'll be bringing you today.
Check it out. I've only been on the convention floor for like a few minutes, and I already found myself in the middle of this. Stay tuned. We're going to check out some monster games and see if I make it out alive. Ugh. Come on, guys. How have you not hit him yet? He's right here.
So I figured since I'm going to be posted up here for a few days, I might as well just leave my ride on the convention center floor. I mean, I don't have to fight traffic, I don't have to get a parking spot, but it looks like Wacky Motors had its way with my vehicle, and like Ronald McDonald got in on the action too. I don't know, I'm confused. There's someone in my car playing a game? Move over, buddy.
I am standing here at the peak of modern technology, our Twitter wall. Now, I'll be following the top 5 E3 topics. Today, everyone is talking about Halo 4, The Last of Us, and Resident Evil 6. And I'll be monitoring the E3 Twitter wall counter. Right now, our total is approaching 1.5 million tweets. Y'all, that is insane. But most importantly, I'll be reading your E3 tweets and giving away prizes to a few lucky viewers. Today, you can win a PlayStation 3 or a PlayStation Vita or an Xbox 360 just for tweeting along with the show. Now, if you want a shot at winning, all you have to do is tweet using the hashtag E3OnG4 from G4TV.com/E3Sweeps. Now, that'll enter you for a chance to win a game console that hour. Right now, let's send it over to Blair and Morgan for our first demo of the day. Hey, guys.
And what a demo it is.
Oh, it's going to be huge. These guys had an incredible showing at Sony yesterday, so we thought we'd kick off the show with a real upper. The story of what a very angry man does after discovering I'm so sorry, I accidentally murdered my wife and child.
Whoops. Kratos is back in God of War Ascension for the PlayStation 3, and we have a hands-on demo.
All right, joining us now is game director Todd Pappy, everybody. God of War Ascension. Todd, again, congratulations on a very, very, very strong showing at Sony yesterday.
Thank you.
You said you were nervous. We're going to make this a lot easier. We're going to ask you some very basic questions. First of all, we all know that God of War 3 actually ended the Kratos trilogy, but didn't obviously end the franchise.
Correct.
So where are we right now in the mythos? Where are we in that world?
We're the earliest that we've ever seen him, basically from games that Sony Santa Monica's done. We are 10 years before before God of War 1. So it's roughly 6 months to a year after he killed his wife and kid.
So he's really angry right now.
Yeah, and
it still stings.
Yeah, and the whole basis, behind the story, the whole question that we want to answer is what happens when you try to break an oath to a god, and that's what our story is all wrapped around.
Let's talk a little bit about combat. I mean, he seems maybe lighter on his feet or lighter in jumping than he has been in previous games.
He's young, he's spry.
I like
he hasn't
it.
been burdened down by the emotional weight of murdering his wife and child for
exactly.
years at this point.
But he does have Blades of Athena.
Yeah, he's got Blades of Chaos.
Blades of Chaos.
And then you'll actually see a sub-weapon that Kratos picks up, and he can use that sword, and then he can also tether into people and use them almost as wrecking balls. So we wanted to kind of freshen up the combat and change it around compared to what we've done in the past.
Now, we did show some of this yesterday at Sony, but kind of walk us through where we are right now. What is this level? What's Kratos playing?
So Kratos just arrived at the island of Delos, and so the island of Delos was actually where Artemis and Apollo were born. And so the whole idea behind it is that he's on this journey in search of an item that he needs to basically finalize his quest.
Okay. So you gotta have puzzles too in God of War.
Yes,
So
we do.
got some mini games and puzzles going on.
Yes, we do. So actually, after Jeff kills this elephant, or sorry, this goat satyr, he'll actually show off one of our new level mechanics, which is what we're calling life cycle. And the whole idea behind it is being able to take something from pristine to rubble and from rubble to pristine. And yes, we know that we've seen it in other games before, but our take on it is that you can actually have it stop in the middle and have these different stopping points, and we can build puzzles around that. So, for example, as soon as this boat gets thrown by Charybdis,
which I imagine is going to be, you did end the demo yesterday at Sony with him flying into his mouth. I imagine that's going to be a pretty entertaining boss battle.
It will be. It will be. We're working on that one currently right now.
Very cool. So we have seen this. Before we get up to this particular element, talk to us about how you did design new puzzles, because it is a hallmark of the franchise, and you've done so much at this point. I'm sure the expectation was already set by fans. So how?
Yeah. Well, I think that, it's more expectations set by us. Because we want to play something new, and so. For us, this level mechanic actually allowed us to create something new and challenging versus having a lever or a crank or something that we've seen in the past from us.
Sure.
I guess technically we have pulled a lot of levers in video games.
We have.
Yeah.
We have. Are we still pushing boxes though? Are we going to push some boxes somewhere?
A little bit.
Okay, cool. Because I wasn't going to play it.
But see here, you can stop it in midway, and then Jeff can actually proceed and start climbing up the wall. And so this actually shows off some of our new navigation too. We got rid of the freeway on the wall, what we called it,
Right.
And we've gone more point to point.
Okay, and now are we going to see this particular gameplay mechanic used in combat as well, or is it only going to be for environment?
Yes, everything that we try to give the player, we want to make sure that it has a combat use.
Very nice.
All right, well, I can't wait to see more of that. Multiplayer for the first time. Let's talk a little bit about what that is.
Huge deal, first of all. So excited about that.
It was our way to kind of stretch our wings. We wanted to try something new. So for us, at the end of God of War 3, there was a test level that somebody actually had Fidos created against Kratos. And so that was really the genesis of the idea. And then it was, all right, well, how do we make this work? How do we make it fun? And that's what we've been striving for ever since.
So you're not actually having Kratos fight Kratos, though. You're playing as other Spartans.
Yeah, so the whole idea is really kind of aligning yourself to a god and then taking yourself from an unknown hero to a demigod or to god level.
I imagine you got reams of fan mail praising your decision to put multiplayer in.
Well, at first it was more of, what are you doing? And then once we showed footage and everything like that, they're like, oh, okay, I get it. I understand how it fits. And then, the buzz has just been building since then.
Right. Can you speak a little bit to the challenges of designing multiplayer around a game that for most people is one of the best single-player experiences they've ever had, and suddenly you're adding this new element. So how did you approach it?
Well, for us, again, it was a new challenge,
right.
And so we had to actually rewrite a bunch of our code because it was single-player only, and now, moving it into the multiplayer front, making sure that it's balanced, it's secure, it actually, runs across network. And then just going through and figuring out what works from a combat standpoint and what's new, for a formula. Because with God of War 1, so much of the time spent was actually trying to figure out what the formula was. And Jaffe and I and others, just sat and played and tuned the game for a very long time. So that's what we've been doing with the multiplayer. We've been trying to find our formula and what feels God of War.
All right, so you guys have actually brought us an exclusive screenshot today. So we're gonna take a peek at that and see where that takes us.
What is that?
So this is actually the Satyr Captain, and so the whole idea behind him is that he is. We've got our traditional grunts or our traditional satyrs, and he actually gets them into formations. He's basically the thinking AI behind our grunts. And so he'll tell them when to attack, he'll tell them when to block, and form formations around him with shields or that kind of stuff.
So kill him first.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
That's
you see that guy, kill him first on
exactly.
the battlefield.
You cut the head off, the body will fall.
I love it, man. So when's the game coming out? I know people are really excited. When can they play it?
We are coming out March 12th, 2013.
Very cool. Well, thank you
Very
so much
excited.
for being
Thank
here.
you, guys.
We really appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thanks for bringing the game in.
Thanks for coming by.
That was violent.
Woo!
Coming up, get your first look at Star Wars 1313. The new game from LucasArts puts you in the boots of a bounty hunter. And guess what you're looking for?
Trouble?
Oh, you guessed correctly. Yes, you're looking for trouble.
Plus, we'll go hands-on with Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Find out how Strike Force missions will change the way you play the world's most popular shooter right after this.
Do I have to wait?
You have to wait. It's right after this.
Is it right after this, though?
Yes, like I said.
All right, I'll wait then. I'll wait. I'm not going to be happy about waiting, but I will.
A few seconds.
Because coming up, we're going to be demoing Dance Central 3. And I got to chat with someone that, trust me, you are going to freak out when you see him. I'm going to do a little dancing now, though.
These gentlemen do not have badges. Nobody check them for badges.
I don't think they need badges.
Okay. No, sir?
Right,
Okay.
we better be careful.
All right, guys, the just announced Star Wars 1313 is not a cutesy game with lighthearted antics. It is serious business.
Yes, you're going to play as a bounty hunter navigating the treacherous criminal underworld of Coruscant. It's time for an exclusive look.
Joining us now is visual effects supervisor Kim Libreri and creative director Dom Robillard. Welcome.
Thank you guys for being here.
Could not be more excited to revisit the Star Wars universe, especially, you know, in such an edgy, mature manner. What is Star Wars 1313?
So Star Wars 1313 is a game about being a bounty hunter, as you already mentioned, and it's set down in the dark criminal underworld of 1313. And Coruscant, which is the home world in Star Wars, is actually made up of thousands and thousands of layers, and 1313 refers to the number of the level that you're actually on.
All right, it's not a copy and paste error. This is it's an actual layer of Coruscant where not the happiest people in the world are confined to.
No, it's really a kind of hive of scum and villainy down there. And like you said, a much more mature expression of Star Wars that we haven't really seen before.
So why are we going to level 1313? What's happening down there? Is there like a Groupon on lightsaber parts, or?
It's where the criminal underworld thrives, and therefore so do bounty hunters.
Okay.
All right, so are we going to see any cameos from other characters in the Star Wars universe that we recognize?
Well, you have to stay tuned to see what we're going to bring into the mix in terms of characters. But yeah, we can't talk
that
about
was
it
a
just yet.
beautiful maybe. I like that.
Yeah, no, it's an artful dodge. Definitely forced dodge. All right, so here, you know, some people look at this footage and they say, oh, well, that's a nice cutscene, because it is a cutscene. But what they don't realize is that the gameplay is the exact same as the cutscenes. The cutscenes are the gameplay. There's no difference. It's the same engine.
Absolutely.
It's all real time. It's all happening in engine, right?
Yeah, everything there is 30 frames a second in the engine, actual final assets.
How do you do this? What is happening? Is this running on a supercomputer? Is this?
It's running on a PC. Yeah. You know, PC
on an array of 40 of them, or
no,
something that we
single
could get off the
PC. You
shelf
could buy
now?
the PC today. You know, we've had a
Insanity.
lot of help from our friends at NVIDIA to get the graphics technology up and
Sure.
running. But yeah, it's pretty much standard PC.
But what are the? I mean, standard hardware is fine, but clearly you're doing some tricks to give it a level of visual fidelity that I haven't seen real time in any other game. What are you guys actually doing?
Well, a lot of the secret of why it looks so good right now is that this is a collaboration, not just LucasArts, but we've got ILM involved, Skywalker Sound. So we're taking a lot of the tricks that we know at ILM, and I'm an ILM visual effects supervisor. My job is mostly to make sure the movie looks good and when we work on film. So I've come over to LucasArts to work with Dom for the last 6 months to see what we can do. Can we merge the two worlds and make a cinematic game feel more like a movie?
How different are the processes in working on both those two genres or those two mediums?
The artistic side of things is pretty similar, but the discipline that you have to have in games is much, much higher than we would normally have in movies. You know, everything has to run in 33 milliseconds.
Right.
So every technique you have to think twice is the right way to do it to achieve the visual results that you want. Especially when you're dealing with characters at this level of detail. There's so much fidelity in the facial performances and the cloth performances and everything that you see in the piece that we're showing that you have to be really wise about how you get it in there.
Absolutely. Now, when we're actually in there and the action is going on, it looks like a cover-based shooter from what I can see, but is there platforming elements? I saw some of that going on as well.
Yeah, you pretty much covered it. So it's a mix of kind of agile cover combat and death-defying platforming. I think we've got 2 clips of that as well to show.
And what sort of weapons are at our disposal when we're...
Well, one of the most important things about being a bounty hunter is obviously this huge suite of amazing weapons and gear that they have.
And I think people really want to get their hands on that and experiment with them and have a lot more flexibility about how you would normally play a game like this. So it's a big part of it.
Oh, sorry.
What's it like to actually sort of have all of these different LucasArts assets at your disposal and companies and support? I mean, you got some support standing, like, sitting right next to you right now.
It's humbling, to be honest. You know, it's kind of amazing. Like, these guys come downstairs because they're right above us in the building, and having them just kind of come off something like the Avengers or, you know, another kind of multi-million-dollar movie and get knee-deep in making a game and give the same kind of dedication and passion to that we have for making games. It's a really humbling experience.
How far along in the development of 1313 are we? When was this conceived?
So we're in pre-production, so we're still quite early right now.
Okay.
We can't talk about release dates just yet, but
you knew exactly where we were going. That was quite a Jedi mind trick.
I know.
Nice.
No, I like it. I think that they've maybe done this before.
Yeah.
And we can't upset the big guy. I think we're in trouble.
That's why we brought the muscle.
Yes, exactly.
This never gets old, you know, having these guys around.
When you say, so pre-production is one thing, but have you determined, is this going to be a branching single-player storyline? Are we going to be playing multiple characters, multiplayer? Has any of that been brought to the table?
It's a linear single-player game, and what we're trying to do is really bring in a lot more freedom and choice in how you play the gameplay sections. But it's still going to be a linear roller coaster ride game.
And now you're creating your own hero for this adventure?
We can't talk about who you're actually going to be. You're going to have to stay tuned for that one as well, I'm afraid.
We're here. We're tuned. How long do we have to? How long do we have to stay? I can't. I mean, I don't want to do any. I don't want to be disrespectful of anybody who's working on the title.
No.
But it's so easy to look at it and go, wow, just be blown away by the look, the animations, and that's a testament to, I think, to LucasArts and all of its divisions coming together. It looks phenomenal, guys.
Thank you.
It really does. Yeah, thank you for showing it off. We really appreciate it.
Well, we can't wait to hear a release date when you guys are ready to share it. So thank you so much.
That time is now.
Yeah.
You don't? Okay, it's
it never works.
Okay.
Kim, Dom, thank you guys so much.
Very much.
I appreciate it.
Right there, I'm already committing funds to that game. Speaking of games, so if you're going to have a musician involved with Dance Central 3, it's probably a good idea to find someone who can actually dance and not have the physicality of a drunk uncle at a wedding. Just a suggestion. Thank you, Candace Bailey, for laughing at my joke. So Harmonix gets an A+ for bringing on Usher.
When it comes to dance games, I am a huge fan. So when I heard that Dance Central 3 was teaming up with one of my favorite recording artists, Usher, I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I did that.
How did you get involved with the game?
Harmonix and myself came together in an effort to come up with choreography that I felt would be fitting for OMG and also Scream. You know, I really wanted to allow the fans to be able to have the experience. They've seen the videos, but now they'd have the opportunity to literally learn the dances and I teach them.
So have you gotten a chance to play, and what would you rate yourself?
I mean, I would rate myself like a genius. And like, I'm like excellent.
So humble, this one.
Yeah.
What kind of music, new music on this game, do you think the fans are going to be the most excited about?
Well, I would hope that they'd be excited about OMG and Scream, but no, there's plenty of other songs that I think they would really be, you know, responding to. In addition to my music, there's, you know, music that goes through different eras, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and 2000, and also different genres of music.
So when can people get their hands on the game?
It's a holiday game, so yeah. So you guys will be able to have it during the holiday.
Don't move, you guys, because coming up later, we are going to be demoing Dance Central 3 right on the G4 stage, and it's going to be awesome.
Don't go anywhere, because after the break, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 will be live on our stage. Find out why Treyarch's latest is all about choice. Plus, the return of gaming's biggest franchises. There's Assassins, Spartans, and a whole lot more. Stick around.
Master Chief, Deadly Assassins, and Tricky Transformers. They're all here in one place. G4's live coverage of E3 is just getting started, and we got hands-on demos of every blockbuster game, including the series that defined the Xbox. You don't want to miss the first gameplay from Halo 4. Plus, robots in disguise fight to the death in the epic Transformers: Fall of Cybertron. And later, two deadly killers take their profession to the next level. Agent 47 unravels a sinister conspiracy in Hitman Absolution. And discover how bloody the revolution really was in Assassin's Creed 3. G4's exclusive coverage of E3 2012 continues right after this. G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Show floor at E3 in the most amazing bus conceivable. It's pros versus G.I. Joes, a bus designed to travel the United States and allow pro athletes to compete online in games like Call of Duty with active military personnel overseas. This is Greg. How did you come up with this idea?
First of all, welcome to the biggest, smallest booth of the E3 Expo. In terms of how to come up with it, I just came up with it first. Simple idea.
Dude, I love simple ideas so much so, I'm going to go see if I can get some kills in. I'll be right back. Thank you, Greg.
All right, folks, if there's one thing you can expect from the Call of Duty franchise, it is a linear single-player campaign, but that is not the case with Black Ops 2.
No, it is not. The next game in the Blockbuster series, it lets you tackle missions from multiple perspectives, and your choices actually have consequences, something Kevin knows nothing about. What? So we're going to go hands-on for more right now.
I'm sitting. Joining us right now, Treyarch studio head Mark Lamia is here, everybody.
Yes.
Good to see you again, Mark.
Guys. Thank you.
So yesterday, you showed us some impressive gameplay. Today, it's all about the Strike Force missions, which, again, it's the Call of Duty experience is kind of known for being in a trench with these cinematic moments happening around it, but now we have choices as the player.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll have those cinematic levels like we showed you yesterday with Los Angeles, but now we have Strike Force levels, and in this case, there's a Strike Force level in Singapore here. And what's going on here? These are the proxy wars that are going on in the year 2025, and you get a choice to bring your Black Ops troop into one of these missions. You'll have a choice inside the campaign structure of which one of these you want to choose, which will drive the narrative forward. And I think, and that's not where it stops. So when you get dropped into this level, now whatever you want to play on the battlefield is yours. So right now he's in a tactical Overwatch mode. He's pulled out, he wants to get a lay of the land. He's able to lay waypoints down.
Oh, that saw some enemy UAVs, little drones flying in.
Yeah, and then he can choose which one of these he wants to go in, move in on and play. So he's moved in on this Black Ops soldier here. He's got an XM8. He can move between these Black Ops soldiers. As he gets reinforcements, he can take over whatever's coming on the battlefield. So what's great about this is you're playing through the game, you're seeing all this cool technology in the year 2025. You'll experience some of that, but in these levels, there's a lot of it on the battlefield, and you can move to it and play it at any time.
I love that. Oh, this guy's pinned down. I wish I were him right now. I'd use his shotgun in this way. Oh, wait a minute. I'll just go be him.
That's right. That's right. And you could take on, in these missions, there's non-linear elements as well in terms of, what order you want to take on your objectives and so forth. And they're all going to be different. This one here is in Singapore. You need to take out these laser-guided sites here. You need to jam them so you can bring in your warship because there's some cargo on this particular area you need to take out. So as reinforcements are coming in, he's going to be able to move to them. So he's setting some waypoints where he wants his soldiers to go. Now, I think this is really important, right? A lot of different people play Call of Duty. You can play this gun in hand, boots on the ground, like you played any Call of Duty level, right? I think the philosophy is accessibility but depth of gameplay.
I want to expand on that a little bit because, like you said, they can play it the way that they know how to experience Call of Duty. Traditionally, that meant that one ending. You play it a certain way and you get one ending. However, offering these different options like this are allowing people to have multiple endings and multiple experiences. What are the challenges in expanding the franchise from that very linear, streamlined campaign to what you guys are offering here, which, to my knowledge right now, means you have an infinite amount of things to do in this game. Right. So how do you still create that tight experience that this franchise is known for?
Well, one of the ways we've done it is, there's this campaign arc with your characters, right? And they will have branching storylines as well in that campaign. These are Black Ops teams. You'll know what JSOC's going to come to. You're not going to be playing as David Mason. You're going to be playing as a Black Ops unit. And these stories will, whatever the results of these will affect the proxy wars and the Cold War in the year 2025. It's the geopolitical arc of the game. So we'll have multiple narrative threads running throughout Black Ops 2 that based on how you play will have an outcome and affect the outcome.
When you say whatever the results, in my head, when you see red and it goes, the screen bleeds out, you have to restart at a checkpoint because failure is literally not an option. But here it is.
In this case, it is an option. As a matter of fact, we've accounted for it. You could fail. You could run out of reinforcements, and then the game and the narrative will take account that this particular proxy war things didn't go well, and here's how it affects the geopolitical arc of the game. Now, if you want to go back and play, again, you can do that. You can play it at different difficulty levels, because it is sandbox gameplay. Sure. You could choose to play it in different ways. This is a live gameplay demonstration. He's playing it the way he wants to play it. He's now just taken over a quad. He's flying around. This is really fun. Okay? In Los Angeles, you saw quad gameplay that was totally different. I was using them as squad backup.
Right.
Right?
Which is incidentally how I would play in Warfare. I would pull back as far as I possibly can and tell everybody else what to do. You and I are very similar in that regard.
The meat shield approach. You guys go ahead. I'll hang out in the sky.
Now, we're seeing a lot of different enemies as well here. You're not just the traditional human enemies. So are there certain strategies involved when you're fighting, say, a drone or a robot as opposed to, a human enemy?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you come up, for example, when you come up against the Claw, the Cognitive Land Assault Weapon, that's that sort of tank-like heavy armored vehicle. That isn't going to get, normal bullets are not going to penetrate that. You have to have, rockets or grenades, or you have to take out its legs. I mean, there's different strategies. Obviously, when you're flying. So right now, actually, he's just stepped into the boots of one of those Claws. Right. It's got this heavy caliber weaponry on top. It also has explosive rounds it'll be able to shoot. So,
and this is stuff that our military has right now, but we're not going to see until 2025, right?
This is all, all this stuff is either being prototyped or thought about or whatever. It's on the drawing boards. Sure. And what we've done is we've worked with futurists to kind of like set that out there. This is plausible technology that'll exist out there.
This exists in some form. It might be the size of 4 refrigerators, but
and it may not have a weapon on it right now. For example, right now you might have something that purpose is more like a mule to carry lots of equipment, right? And it might have a camera on it.
Right.
But you could imagine in the future, as we get more comfortable
the Army
with
loves
this,
putting miniguns on everything.
There's got to be somebody in our crowd that's going to enlist at some point that's like, Gatling guns must go on everything.
Absolutely.
And Mark just gave me that idea.
He's building them in his garage right now.
That guy right there, look at him, he knows.
Okay,
He's ready to do it.
He's the watch list guy.
He is.
So, right now, of course, there are quad rotors. You could have even gotten one this holiday for you to fly around in and look at things, right? Right. It wouldn't have this kind of caliber weaponry on it, mind you. But I think that's the whole point with Black Ops. These guys, they get access to prototype weaponry, all the advanced technology and electronics. So that's kind of like, part of the fantasy of what you do when you're playing this game. And in this case, not only are you playing with it, but you're fighting against it.
Now, you said these, some of these missions are optional. You can choose which ones you want to do and potentially which order you want to tackle them in. How does that feed back into our single-player game accomplishments and perhaps multiplayer achievements?
So the campaign is separate from the multiplayer.
Entirely.
We keep it, they are 3 separate games. We got, and even the way we balance our weapons and everything else. Like the campaign is set up for the campaign experience.
Love that.
Right?
So multiplayer. Don't ruin our friends' experiences.
Exactly.
The multiplayer is, as you guys know with Call of Duty, it's like, we're not, like that is its own experience.
Absolutely.
And Zombies is, of course, its own experience altogether.
Yeah, and are Zombies getting their own sort of single-player experience as well, like their own storyline?
We will have an entirely new Zombies, bigger worlds, new game modes. It's its own game.
And I can mow down zombies with UAVs as well?
Well, we haven't shown you exactly what that is yet, but I'll be sharing it with you guys.
I love it.
All right. Sounds pretty cool, man. Hey, look, and a lot of this stuff seems to be born from what fans have said. I mean, you guys really pay attention to the fans. Obviously, your online community is one of the most robust in the video game industry. How much of this stuff was born from what fans said? Like, hey, we need more of this stuff. We want our own separate single-player thing from multiplayer. How much of the fans were you listening to when you guys made this particular game?
Well, look, our fans, they are amazing, and they are very vocal. And we hear all kinds of things from them. I think one of the things that we wanted to do is we wanted to create variety of gameplay and bring new things to the campaign. That dovetails pretty nicely. We have a large fan base who loves the campaign, loves the cinematic structure, but they're also craving some new experiences in the campaign, and we want to give that to them. So I give a lot of credit to the team. This is something we prototyped for a long time before it made it here.
I bet.
And it's not just new mechanics, it's all the things that you get to do in this. And the fact that it actually touches and affects the narrative as well, kudos to the team. They really went for it.
Listen, you guys have sizable laurels that you could have rested on easily and still been a #1 selling game and #1 pre-order game, but kudos on taking such a departure with it and still staying tried and true to the formula that made you so successful. It's a very delicate act, and it looks like you guys have pulled it off.
Thank you.
So
and kudos to you for saying somebody was fat in the nicest possible way.
No,
just laurels.
No, the laurels, the fruits of their labors, previous labors.
We get what you're saying, Kevin. So everybody behind us, everybody watching at home right now, Kevin and I included, when are we playing this game? When are we getting our hands on Black Ops 2?
Oh, you guys are playing it on November 12th. Oh, November 13th.
Ah!
But we'll be playing it on the 12th.
Yeah, we'll be playing it on
You
the
guys might actually be playing it on the 12th.
Good.
Awesome, Mark. Well, thank you so much for your time. Round of applause for Mark, everybody. The game was absolutely incredible.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Hey, the Twitter wall is already overflowing with your E3 tweets. Our staff is literally drowning in them right now. So sad. Here we have Joker's Grin, 1987. Treyarch is changing Call of Duty and making innovations that will change shooters forever. Bleed Until Death, Black Ops is looking awesome. I really am on the battlefield. And Zachary Stroud, can't wait for the new Star Wars movie. Oh wait, it's a game? Cannot wait to play it! Looks like y'all are so excited about these games. And you don't have to be funny or clever to win a game console in our E3 console giveaway. Remember, keep using the hashtag E3 on G4 when you tweet from g4tv.com/E3 sweeps. Now that will enter yourself for a chance to win a game console each hour. Woo!
All right, guys, next week we turn our attention away from the future and look to the past. G4 is counting down the top 100 video games of all time in 5 one-hour specials. Check out this sneak peek.
And now an arcade classic with all the right moves. It's the finger-tapping classic, Galaga.
First of all, bees. I am not a fan of bees, so this made me really happy to shoot space bees out of the sky.
Galaga was unleashed at arcades in 1981. The gameplay was familiar to fans of Space Invaders, but unlike its predecessor, the baddies in Galaga were bee-like creatures that zipped and swarmed at you with dizzying precision.
It's coming down to you. It will fly. It will come down and get your ass.
Galaga was the first cause of carpal tunnel syndrome because you got the joystick in one hand, the other hand, you got to hit it for every bullet.
I feel like Galaga was the game that kind of introduced us to the concept of the challenge stage. Everyone loved Galaga.
Favorite game make the cut? The battle starts Monday at 8. For more, go to g4tv.com/top100. Coming up, we are going to go hands-on with Tomb Raider, which is a reimagining of the iconic Lara Croft character. Plus, a look at Final Fantasy, the rhythm for the Nintendo 3DS, where you tap to the beat to defeat enemies and level up. We'll be right back.
Listen, it's been far too long since we've seen the deadly assassin, Agent 47, in action. It's actually back in 2006, to be exact. I was a wee little lad. In video game years, that's actually an eternity. So let's welcome him back with an exclusive demo of Hitman Absolution. Joining me now, Haken Abrak, the lead producer at IO Interactive. Please welcome him with your hands. How are you, sir? Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
The last time we saw Agent 47, I believe he was dead. He sort of had a little oopsie, faked his own death, and now he's back. The world's biggest my bad, I'm still alive. What has brought him back?
Well, he's been laying low for a while, but now he got this very unusual contract. He's been working for the agency, ICA, and his handler was Diana. Very well known for the other iterations of the franchise, and he gets a contract on Diana, the only link to the human world really for Agent 47. So this is a very personal story for Agent 47. We get really close to him and his emotions and all that, because he kills Diana, the agent turns on him, he's hunted by the police. Now he's seeking redemption in a corrupt and twisted world.
Who ordered the hit? I mean, or is that what we're trying to find out?
That's a part of the story.
I bet. I bet. So is that what we're seeing right now? The agent's just going up to every single person and saying, "Excuse me, did you tell me to kill Diana?" Is that how this game works?
No, this is a fairly early level in the game. It's Agent 47's collecting information about a girl called Victoria. It's a part of his secret absolution. That's the dying wish of Diana. So he needs to find some information about her, and this guy called Birdie has that. but he wants a favor from Agent 47. So this is a classical level where Agent 47 has to kill the crime lord, King of Chinatown. He's in the center of this level, so this is a classical kill sandbox gameplay for Hitman Absolution.
And that's the bread and butter of the Hitman franchise is sandbox gameplay. What is the approach that we're going to take to the mission here? Is it different than other approaches you've shown in the past?
There are so many different approaches to take him. I mean, it's up to you if you want to create mayhem. You know, our crowd technology here, if you want to pull out your guns and start shooting the target, King of Chinatown, who was lit up in red there, they will go in panic and it will kind of propagate.
You just walk by him, yeah, he could have thrown a punch.
But my friend here is playing a bit more, stealthy, silently, so he will be a bit more smart about it, and he will try to figure out, look for opportunities for accidental kills or other means of taking out the king, and maybe make it look like accidental kill so he can walk away unnoticed.
Oh, very nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm the guns blazing. I would just shoot into the sky right now, let the crowd scatter, and figure it out later.
That's perfectly viable as well. It's up to the player. I really want to give the choice to the player. If you want to go all guns blazing, well, that's compelling. You should have a compelling experience with that. But if you want to, have silent assassin or go unnoticed and feel,
go for
smart
style
about
points
that,
or something.
well, should be very compelling to play like that as well.
Now you mentioned your crowd technology.
Yeah.
I know it was 2006 since we saw the last Hitman. In the years past, was it building the engine from the ground up? Was it bolting on new technology? What were you up to?
That's a part of it. It's been a long time since Blood Money, and it's because we, with the things that we wanted to achieve with Absolution, with the very advanced AI and the crowd technology and the lighting, etc. We went for building up our in-house technology, a new engine from scratch. So that's a part of it. Took a long time.
Need some time to do stuff like that.
We want to do creatively, and we need to have the technology for that. And we're really, really proud of what we have and what we can do with the game.
So what are some of the advanced features of the AI?
Well, we have introduced something called Instinct. Instinct, that before you would have this map that you could switch to and see in a 2D map, but really wanted to keep Agent 47 in the act. So he has this keen senses. He's a top-notch assassin, where he can kind of use his instinct and see who is the target or where are the dangers. And
okay, we saw that earlier. We're seeing that now, right? Okay.
The cops are lit in yellow and the target is red. And you can also see a path, or a predetermined path, so you can anticipate where they're coming, right? So it's a map feature that's built into the game.
And we were talking before the interview started about like sort of propagation of emotions, where if you do cause panic, the AI will react to that, and then one man can run away and startle another crowd, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually, because if you take up a gun and shoot somebody, the crowd immediately around you will react to that. It will back off, and slowly, if you kill somebody, it will propagate out to the whole crowd, and the whole level will be impacted.
But yeah, we see when you explode a car,
something is
the crowd reacts as well.
So we just killed the King of Chinatown with remote explosives. So they don't know it's Agent 47 that did that. But everybody, explosive. Everybody is in panic right now, and the cops are, agitated. But he can just move past them without, because they don't know it's Agent 47.
I see why he took that approach versus my shoot in the air and then ask questions later.
Perfect.
That's incredible. So killing NPCs is one thing, but I always love murdering my friends. So on the multiplayer side of things, what will we have?
Agent 47 works alone.
So no multiplayer? I like that. Then you get to streamline it and sort of say, hey, this is the game we're going to make. This is the narrative we're going to tell.
Yes.
Now, depending upon how you beat a mission, will it affect the narrative of the single player?
Well, it will affect your ratings. I mean, ratings is a big part of our franchise. A lot of people post a lot of videos on YouTube. They still do that from Blood Money on, I did solve it this way, I got this rating. Right. Silent Assassin is kind of the really, really hard rating you get. It's very much in the game as well, how you solve it, very unseen. You do not agitate anyone, and all. Sure. There are a lot of variables there, so that does do a difference, right? So besides the overarching story, you also have, we have a living, breathing world with a lots of dialogue. So all these stories dynamically evolving according to how you play it.
Love it. When will I get to play alone and murder everybody that I see? When do I get my hands on Hitman Absolution?
Oh, you will get that pleasure the November 20th.
I love it. Hey, Brack, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Skylander Spyro's Adventure is the definition of a surprise hit. Who would have thought that buying figures disguised as DLC would be so popular? Seriously, check eBay if you don't believe me. The world has taken to playing video games with physical toys in a big way, and it'll only get bigger with the release of Skylanders Giants this fall.
Playing with your toys just got a whole lot bigger thanks to Skylanders Giants, everybody. I'm here with Mike from Activision. Mike, you tell us a little bit about the game, Skylanders Giants. What makes it Giant?
Well, Skylanders Giants is an all-new adventure for your Skylanders. Giants are physically bigger. They have lights inside that light up when you put them over the portal of power. There's no batteries in it. It's sort of like a new layer of gameplay on top of the game of playing with your normal Skylanders.
So I can use my previous Skylanders toys and I can plug them right in here and I'm going to play with the Giants.
Exactly. Every character that you already have in your collection is compatible, works in Giants. You can bring them into the game. They come into the game exactly the way you left them off with all their powers and upgrades and everything intact.
Great. So Skylanders Giants comes out this fall, right?
Yep.
Now what platforms is that available for?
It's going to be on the Wii, on the Xbox 360, on the PS3, on the 3DS.
And now how much is it going to cost me to get started?
$74.99.
There you have it, folks. Proving once again, bigger is indeed better.
All right, guys, coming up, Lara Croft takes a page from Nathan Drake in her latest game.
Then we're going to go hands-on with the bloody, action-packed reboot of Tomb Raider. More from E3 right after this.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Check this out, before you even get into E3, you're getting hit with stuff. Look at this, we have a freaking Mustang parked out front. If you like World War II games, let me show you my favorite thing to come out of World War II. The lovely, beautiful pinup girls. So, God bless America.
Square Enix is not afraid to try out a new genre with the Final Fantasy brand. There have been MMOs, hardcore strategy titles, there's even a shooter.
Yes, and now they've got a music rhythm game on the way.
Of course.
Listen, you tap to the beat,
right.
You kill monsters,
Yep.
you get gear, you level up. That makes perfect sense.
Totally.
Believe it or not, Final Fantasy continues with Theater Rhythm, but this time it's all about the music.
All right, guys, I'm here with Ryo Mitsuno to find out all things Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm. Thanks for talking with us. So how is Theater Rhythm different from other Final Fantasy entries?
So Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy actually celebrates the 25th anniversary of the franchise. It's actually the first time Final Fantasy has done a music game, a rhythm game. And this has a collection of all the memorable tracks from all your favorite Final Fantasies for the last 25 years. There's 3 stages. One's called the event music stage. You'll tap and hold and swipe your stylus according to the cursor that moves. And behind the cursor, you'll see a bunch of the classic moments and the scenes from that particular FF game. In the battle music stage, your 4 party members will actually go head-to-head against a lot of the classic monsters from all the series. And in the field music stage, your characters will take turns traversing across a field that's set to the background of whatever Final Fantasy you're playing. It's due out on July 3rd. We're just opening it up for people to just experience the whole game.
Awesome, great. That's a very quick release date. I like that. I'm excited to get my hands on it.
We are only an hour into today's live coverage, and our Twitter wall is full of tweets about E3. Let's see, 42 Pixels says, I have never played Hitman before, but the demo on E3 on G4 looks so amazing that I now have a reason to. Yes, I think we all have a reason to. You should go out and buy it. It looks awesome. Afro Thunder, I actually stopped playing Skyrim to watch E3 on G4. The only thing better. Seriously, you stopped playing Skyrim? I think I speak on behalf of everyone here when I say we are honored. Keep those live demos coming. We've got 4 more hours, so don't worry. They're going to keep on coming at you. And if you want a shot at winning a console, be sure to tweet with the hashtag E3 on G4 from G4TV.com/E3 sweeps. That'll enter you for a chance to win an Xbox 360 in the next hour.
I am not ashamed to admit that I will be buying Candace Bailey's dress from the wardrobe sale for myself. Stick around because we've got a huge demo coming up after the break. We are going to go hands-on with Gears of War Judgment, which takes you back to some of the bloodiest battles against the Locust Horde. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to E3 12 Live. We have got demos of all the biggest games lined up in the next hour.
There's Tomb Raider, which is a gritty new take on Lara Croft. Case in point, she kills people with a bow and arrow.
Plus a game that'll get you off your couch and shaking your hindquarters. Dance Central 3.
Well, it'll get you shaking
Yeah,
quite a bit.
that's right, it will.
It's okay to be excited for Candace shaking the hind. And later, a shooter filled with cute enemies and chest-bursting fun. It's Gearbox's Aliens, Colonel Marines.
Woo! Blair has got our next hands-on.
Thank you guys way over there. I appreciate it. All right, guys, after the ending of Gears of War 3, did you really think that will be the last time we see the Locust? You don't know anything about your franchise, sir. Let me finish this. Not a chance. Gears of War Judgment takes you back to a time before the events of the Gears trilogy when fan favorites Baird and Coltrane were criminals. So let's go hands-on. All right, guys, joining us today is Epic Games Director of Production, Rod Ferguson. I have so much fun saying that, my friend. And Fred Tatasciore, voice of Baird, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Thank you both.
Good to
for
be
being
here.
Rod, first question I got to ask you, man. Did you really need more money? You got Cliff driving a Lambo.
Cliff's
sending your kid to college.
Cliff's driving one. I've got a minivan, so
okay,
let's
fair
be
enough,
clear.
fair enough. All right, but listen, everybody wanted more Gears. We knew that it wasn't going to be the end of this. So where are we right now in the Gears of War franchise? Obviously, there was a story that you already told with the first 3.
Right.
So what happens in this particular game?
We're about 14 years before Gears of War 1. I mean, basically, we looked at, hey, what's a good character we haven't explored yet? That was Baird. What's a good time we haven't explored yet? That was around E-Day. So it's a couple weeks after E-Day. It's a whole new time when the Locust is scary again. So it's a great time to visit, and we get to get some backstory on Baird.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring that up because first I have to ask you, because you're going to be the new breakout star. So did Carlos call you at all and go, hey, man, don't do too good of a job because they're going to kill you at some point?
About every day. I get a call from him and John with a little bit of some threats, and I'm really ashamed of that.
Right, but how do you channel the voice of Baird? Obviously, this is a character that people already have an idea about, but you're the guy that's really fleshing him out here in the game.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, first
no
of all,
pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. How do I flesh him out? Well, it's that part of us that's a rogue, and you know, they gave such a great description and created such a great character to jump into, and I love walking in his boots. The vocally, you know, he's a lot like my family back east, using a little of that, a little bit of the stylings. It's kind of a Dennis Leary-ish quality to him, but then you just sort of figure him out as you go, and you find out what rings true, and it becomes almost second nature.
Right.
It's been so fun to live with this guy for so long.
Now, have you walked around the show floor? I know the show just started, but have you walked around and are people like, where do I know that from?
No,
Who's that guy?
you know, I'm able to, nobody recognize, sometimes
Until
my
now.
voice.
Until
now,
now.
wait a minute.
Yeah, this is
Enjoy it now.
I know. No, it's great. Some people get it when they hear my voice, but not usually.
Might I recommend growing a beard because everybody knows Rod from that. So if they don't recognize you from the voice,
You know,
I wish I could grow that beard. I can't grow that beard. I look scary.
Now I have to ask you this question. We ask it to every actor and every creative that comes on the show. Did you actually play Gears before you got into the Baird character? And are you as good as Baird at killing things?
No, I suck at playing. No, I was not aware of him until I started, you know, acting it out. But no, now I love it. I'm a terrible player, but it's to me, I feel like I've lived the game. So it's kind of another side of it. So I get equal enjoyment hearing about people playing the game, and you know, all the stuff I had to go through.
Right, a little different. Now, Rod, I want to talk about kind of the nuts and bolts. You know, you guys have obviously, you had an event last night that us TV people can't come to because we have to get up early. But you showed off some of the stuff with the new Gears game. What do you think people are taking to the most? I know you guys had an idea that what you brought here, but what are people taking to the most here at E3 this year?
Well, we're really showing off Overrun. So we have a whole new mode. It's essentially Horde versus Beast, if you will. It's a class-based game type we've never had before, so you can play as a medic or an engineer, scout, a soldier. And it's this really competitive 5v5. over-the-top, crazy, battle between the Locust monsters and this class-based COG. So people had a lot of fun. Like we brought extra people for seat fillers and we didn't use them, so it was awesome.
Now, we've obviously talked so much in the past about your online community and everything that they've done for you, not only in terms of supporting what you guys do, but also developing what you guys do in the future.
Right.
Was this born out of stuff that you'd heard about in the past, or is this something you guys have been wanting to work into games?
Yeah, I mean, when we did the press for Gears of War 3, there was a lot of that both with journalists and fans that were saying, like, hey, how come you have these 2 co-op modes, but how come they're not competitive? And honestly, we tried it, and it just didn't work balance-wise. But then when we came up with the class-based system, this time, it all came together, and now it works great.
All right, and let's talk a little bit about the mission declassification system for people that are, been reading about it or whatever, but don't really understand what it is.
Well, so basically what's interesting about the game is Baird is on trial, and as you see from the trailer, and basically you're playing the testimony of the and when you go into it, you can play the mission as it is, or there's actually certain areas of the mission that are classified, and you can choose to declassify it and make it public knowledge, but it adds extra challenge, and so you may have to play it a certain way, or add different types of enemies and those sorts of things. So it's a whole new way of going through and having that replayability of what you choose to declassify or not.
I'm not going to declassify anything because that sounds like more difficulty, and I'm already not very good at the stuff. And let's talk about some of the new multiplayer modes outside of what you guys have shown. What else are you guys excited to talk about, and what are we going to show?
I mean, there is more multiplayer. That's the one thing people are looking at the announcement of Overrun and going like, oh, that's the only thing that's in Judgment, and that's not the case. There's definitely more multiplayer, but right now it's really all about Overrun is what we're showing, but we'll have more to show in the future. So, no for you.
Thank you for that coy answer.
Wow.
I really,
I like
really
spending time with you.
that.
I want to come back again and talk about new things.
We'll talk over Mantinis later, sir,
Yes,
and I will tweet out what you reveal later on today. So I want, Fred, if you can, please answer me this if you have the answer in your best Baird.
Oh, sure.
When does Gears of War Judgment come out?
Let's see. I don't think he knows. He doesn't really know anything about the franchise.
Okay,
like you
yeah,
said.
right. That's
we're
why
talking about early 2013.
That's pretty good, I gotta say.
Right?
That was really
I think
bad.
That's right.
That was good.
Early 2013. Well,
At least
guys,
that's
thank
when
you
I
so
wanna
much
do
for
it.
being here. I really appreciate it, Rod.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
you.
Big round of applause for these guys right here, Rod and Fred from Gears of War Judgment.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, today we have seen hands-on demos of new games from 4 established franchises, but who reigns supreme? We're going to break it all down in this Kit Kat news break. Joining us is GameSpeed Editor-in-Chief Dan Hsu, and of course our very own Mr. Kevin Pereira.
I saw an empty chair. I sat in it.
Perfect. So on the show today, we have seen God of War, we've seen Black Ops 2, we've seen the new Gears of War, and of course a gritty new Star Wars game. Which stands out the most to you, Dan?
Well, I think Black Ops 2 kind of has the most to prove, They have a good showing too, though. It's just loud, a lot of explosions, gunfire, bullets. So I think just by nature of the gameplay, it has a good showing because it can't help but look kind of cool and exciting,
So you're a little bit worried about maybe how it's actually going to end up?
Yeah, I think they have a lot to prove because we're getting fatigued, right? But I said this last year, and then Modern Warfare 3 sells like crazy. I said this the year before, Black Ops sells like crazy. So I'm probably going to be wrong, but people are kind of getting tired of these shooters. And when you look at Black Ops 2, it doesn't really look that much different, even though you have the futuristic stuff in there. It looks like Call of Duty again. So I think they have a lot to prove to kind of say, hey, we can evolve, we can continue making cool games, and this is different from the last few Call of Duties.
Do you agree with that, Kevin?
Yeah, on the what to prove front, I definitely agree. I mean, it seems like the approach this time is, okay, we're going to iterate again. Some people say that, Call of Duty, and even Battlefield to some extent, that they're the sort of the Maddens of the shooter world. You can expect one every year. There's going to be slight tweaks, slight changes, but fundamentally it's the same gameplay. What I did like was that, when talking about those side missions with branching paths that are optional and they affect the storyline, you can fail at them. When talking about zombie mode, which is going to be a completely new experience this time, not just an add-on mode, but with its own single player. Mark was saying that there's a whole dedicated team just to that. I think it's clear that they're trying to prove, hey, we're going to bolt on some new stuff to this because they can't change the tried and true formula because they make bazillions of dollars on it every year. So I think they're trying to prove to other gamers that are experienced Call of Duty fatigue that there is something new there. But what was really impressive to me, and I want to see more of it, was Star Wars 1313. The graphical fidelity on that alone, I'm a PC gamer, tried and true. That was what I was raised on. And graphical advancements in that field are happening. The consoles, they're slowing down. We know this. We're waiting for the next gen. On the PC side of things, they can push it. And if you look at that game, it's clearly raising the bar.
But
Well, they couldn't even prove. They couldn't even say like what consoles we were going to see it on, if we're even going to see it on a PC. So I mean, it might just seem like a bunch of show, maybe even at this point.
It was definitely. I mean, were there smoke and mirrors? Yeah, they were pretty smoke and mirrors, though. Those are smoke and mirrors that I want to see turn into a fully fleshed out game.
But it's also Star Wars, right? I think they have no pressure on them because I don't think we have anything to expect from Star Wars anymore, right? Like, when's the last time you're like, this is going to be a great Star Wars game, I can't wait for it, and it
was better with Kinect, and I could swing my saber, that's for sure.
That was not better with Kinect. Okay, so if you could take one game home with you right now, what would it be?
Black Ops 2. Because I can make a lot of friends if I brought home an early copy of Black Ops 2, and I need the friends.
You could probably make a lot of money, too.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, I think that would be like, as much as I criticize Call of Duty, it's still a game I play. I still love Zombies mode in Black Ops 1. So I'm really excited to play the new Black Ops Zombie mode.
Yeah, Call of Duty certainly looks great. Surprisingly enough for me, God of War. I thought I was kind of done with Kratos a little bit. I mean, I've played certainly a metric ton of him before, but as I was watching that demo going on and just seeing, you forget how beautiful the mechanics are, how fluid the animation is, and watching some of the different enemy types, and knowing that I'll be able to play multiplayer for the first time, that's exciting. I found myself kind of twitching.
Really? I thought they looked kind of samey. I'm like, if I didn't pay attention to specific enemies, I'm like, that kind of looks like all the old God of Wars to me.
I'm totally okay with that. I mean, I like it being ramped up. I do want to try multiplayer. Yeah, it's a little bit of the same, but I mean, so is Call of Duty. So is everything else.
Everything we're
we're watching a lot of threequels and prequels to franchises that just wrapped up their threequels. So that is kind of the theme this year.
I do like how Kratos seemed a little bit lighter on his feet.
Yes, he's more nimble.
He's more nimble. He's younger.
Unlockable in Dance Central, I think.
All right, thanks, guys. Let's send it over to Candace before Kevin dances.
Thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, the real reason why I came to work today. That's because you'll see me bust a move when we go hands-on with Dance Central 3. We will be right back.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
All right, welcome back. Now, last year at E3, a gaming icon got a drastic makeover would be an understatement.
She seems to be getting younger and younger.
She is aging backwards, as most ladies would like to do, and dudes. The reboot of Tomb Raider put a new spin on the archaeologist that's almost as pretty as Indiana Jones.
Almost. This Lara Croft is young and experienced and in way over her head. Let's go hands-on for a closer look.
All right, guys, here to walk us through this new take on Tomb Raider is Carl Stewart, Global Brand Director at Crystal Dynamics. Everybody welcome Carl to the show. All right, Carl, the first question, we need some clarification here.
Okay.
Is this a reboot? Is it a prequel? Do those words even mean different things?
Alternate universe?
What is this in the game world?
This is a full reboot. This is going back to day one to tell an origin story about how Lara Croft becomes Lara Croft.
And how does Lara Croft become Lara Croft?
Well, she's 21 years of age, as we presented last year. She's 21, she's straight out of college, her first ever adventure, so we don't know anything about her. This is really the first time that we've encountered this young girl, so really what we're trying to do is take players along this journey. You know, we gave you a snippet yesterday at the Microsoft press briefing of where we're taking the game in the next sort of few months when we start presenting more, but right now it's about the emotion. It's about bringing you closer to Lara Croft so that you can really feel how the evolution of the character is going.
And what are we looking at right here? I mean,
so right
she's
now,
drinking water right now, but...
Yeah, apart from drinking water. So right here, she's last year's demo, the first part of it, we broke free, we showed from the den, we showed her on this cliff looking out at this mystery, all these different ships and vessels from around different periods of time. And this is about 2 or 3 minutes on. Now she's realized she needs to get some warmth. She needs to get something to drink, she needs to get some food. So we're sort of taking the player on this, as we keep saying, a journey. Really, we want the player to feel like they've understood how she ended up in this situation and how she's grown stronger. If you think of Batman Begins, the first third of that movie was about breaking down Batman and reimagining him and showing him that when he got his mask for the first time, you went, that's a Batman I can relate to. So really, that's what we're trying to achieve with this, is to bring her through the ringer and then show her how she gets stronger.
Yeah, and you're definitely, I mean, like, whatever your college girlfriends did to you, I'm so sorry, because Lara here is learning things the hard way. Obviously, we can see here in this game, you know, the fire element being one of them, there's that enhanced level of survivability, I guess you would say, in this game. But people are really familiar with this franchise. There's a certain amount of acrobatics that Lara possesses, obviously gunplay. What are we going to see as far as change is concerned in that level?
So some of the biggest changes you'll see is that really we've taken the pillars of Tomb Raider, which used to be puzzles and exploration and combat, and we've reimagined them for today's audience. So they'll still have the inherent pillars, because that was the formula of Tomb Raider for so long. Sure. But now it's about smart, resourceful Lara. So instead of pulling levers and reading your journal and moving blocks, now you get to analyze the situation around you. You know how fire works, you know how water works. You start to think, I can solve this like human. I don't have to think about sort of mysteries all the time. So really we've taken the pillars of Tomb Raider and we've built upon them to make it a little bit more immersive than we've ever had in the Tomb Raider in the past.
So can we use this as a survival tool? So are we gonna actually learn something from this game?
No, I think
This is an educational game.
Is this an educational game?
Yeah, no. I think
we need more of those. People always ask us about them, and we're like, there's a typing game I played.
Yeah, no, I think there's a big differentiation between sort of survival in the sense of picking berries and drinking your own pee, and survival in that she's been forced to come into a situation where she's had to think about it. She's had to do things which are totally uncomfortable. You know, in the code that we show behind closed doors, we show her having to kill somebody for the first time. Right. That's a very emotional thing. You know, none of us want to go through it, of course, but we try and portray it in a way where, you know, it's not about getting out and just sort of picking things up and thinking, I need all these water, pack in my backpack, or I need these food. So it's all about sort of the personal survival, the personal journey.
And are we going to see the moment where she discovers that she can dual-wield pistols and have unlimited ammo? When she discovers that particular survival skill?
So one of the things we'll say is that Tomb Raider has a lot of iconism. So it's been around for a long time, and it's had things which players latch onto and remember. We want to make sure that, much like Batman getting his mask, when these things happen in this game, you'll remember them. Like the first kill, you'll remember the moment that you came across something, and it will stick with you for the rest of your days playing Tomb Raider.
And what is Lara working on right here?
So in this area, we've brought her in. We sort of teach you about hunting. So she gets her bow, which is kind of the first piece of, we say, sort of a life-saving equipment or gear. You'll see that improve as the game goes through. But in these spaces, you remember in Tomb Raiders before where it was all linear. It was like these binary movements of jumping from ledge to ledge and really down these long caverns. Now we've opened up these larger spaces. We're not an open world game, but we try to give the player the opportunity to come into these places and do a bit of platforming, move around, sort of see sort of the dynamics of her physique, her movement. Here in particular, she's sort of been hungry, so she has to go and eat. So she's got to go and kill this poor deer. You know, and she's a bit remorseful about it when she does it, which is nice. We get to see a little bit of a side of Lara that we'd never seen before.
Now, this is the comic nerd in me asking this question, but were you influenced at all by Andy Diggle, I believe, wrote the Green Arrow reboot? Because he also was stranded on an island. He was like, oh, you know, I think I could build a bow. Oh, I'm pretty good at bows. Now I'm killing everything.
You know what?
Did that happen at all?
No, we take a lot of inspiration from a lot of things. You know, bows are sexy right now. Right?
They are.
They're the things that people are latching onto. But certainly we've looked at everything from movies to games to video to TV shows. Really what we're trying to bring is something very unique and dynamic inside the game, something that the players will feel closer to. You know, we've got dynamic camera, which brings you closer into the scene, pulls you back out when you see verticality, so it's about giving the player an experience, which we believe we certainly haven't delivered before, and we're excited to bring this new Tomb Raider.
So now we're going to see, obviously, pistols at some point, not to give anything too much away. We're going to see bow and arrow. Are we going to be armed in any other ways?
I don't want to give too much away.
Okay.
The goal is, as we get through the year, you'll get beyond this sort of journey phase where she has to kill for the first time, and then we'll see the rationale and the reasoning why we equip her in the way we do. There's a lot of gear gating, there's a lot of sort of rationale between saving her friends and why she's doing things. So you'll see as we go through before March 5th how we get to that point in time.
All right, no spoilers.
That's a yes, by the way.
Totally
we are
a
going to see other weapons.
All right, when can we expect to see Tomb Raider hitting store shelves?
So March 5th, 2013 is the date that we've stuck our stick in the ground and we're heading towards.
I like it. All right, thank you so much for coming by.
No problem.
We appreciate
Thank you very much.
A round of applause for this gentleman right here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Looks awesome. Now, Defiance is a new show coming to Sci-Fi this fall. Defiance is also an MMO shooter set to debut at the same time. Coincidence? No, of course not. The two mediums are working together, and Jessica Chobot has more.
Guys, I'm here at the Defiance booth with Cass, one of the characters from the game. Now, Cass, am I right in saying that gamers will be able to affect the storyline that we see on TV?
Absolutely. The gamers will have a direct effect on the story.
I wonder if that means that they're affecting us right now. Creepy! Well, guys at home, don't forget Defiance the game and the TV show on Sci-Fi launching at the same time. It sounds pretty awesome. Make sure and check it out.
All right, stay with us. We've got a ton of new games on the way, including the latest on Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed. And Transformed means that you'll be taking to the air in this kart racer. More from E3 right after this short break.
right, what's got more blood than a Texas Roadhouse? It's definitely got more skin than a girl's locker room. And more severed heads than the French Revolution. Oh, thank you so much. Lollipop Chainsaw, where you play a lady with a chainsaw. But what's better than playing Lollipop Chainsaw is actually getting into a fight with Juliet. Bam! From La Ha! It's E3, it's Anthony Live! Oh my God!
No! She went for his downstairs mix-up. Welcome back to E3 12 Live! We're coming to you from the floor of the Los Angeles Convention Center. And please, while you're at it, use your internet machine. Go to G4TV.com for more E3 coverage presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST. Now listen, there are a couple reasons why you should check out the Dance Central Series. One, it has the best use of Kinect motion controls, which means it actually works. And two, it will placate any girlfriend that hates video games. You're welcome. You'll understand after we demo the latest from Harmonix. It's Dance Central 3. Here to walk us through the project, director Matt Bach, everybody. Welcome him. Embrace him. Audibly. How are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm great. So now, you've been on the Dance Central team, well, since there was before a Dance Central, right?
Before there was a Dance
Is it safe to say this is your baby?
It's safe to say that I've been working on Dance Central longer than I've been in any relationship.
Okay, that's fair then. I'm going to call it your baby. It's always about the new modes, because we know the tried and true gameplay of Dance Central is, of course, dancing, matching moves, and having a good time with a phenomenal soundtrack. But what are the new modes that you're bringing out this year?
So we're bringing out a bunch of new modes. We have new gameplay and also new ways to play. So we have a party mode. It's instantaneously accessible. Load up at a party. It cycles through songs.
Oh, nice.
Skip songs you don't want to play. Raise your hand and you're in and playing. So for those times when the menus are a little bit, hard to control because you might have been partying too hard, we have a mode for you.
When I'm trying to balance after too many Jack and Cokes and tumbling over. Got it.
We also have an awesome 4v4 crew showdown, and that crew throwdown actually, and it has all the modes in the game: the performance mode, the battle mode, in addition to the new gameplay we'll be showing off. The new gameplay we have is Make Your Move, which we'll be demoing later, and Keep the Beat. Make Your Move is like Dance Horse. You get to invent a dance move, we build a flashcard for you, and you challenge the other player to do that move. When you make 4 moves, we build you a routine, and you can dance along to that routine.
So custom serving. You can serve somebody with your own move.
Exactly.
Can we see this now? I think it looks like we have Candace standing by, and then I believe choreographer Marco Aguirre is over there as well. Hello, guys. So this is can you walk us through what they're about to do? This is
What's going on?
This is one of the new game modes here?
Yep, so right now Marcos is building his move.
Okay. He's doing a little rope climb action there. So now the game now is watching his move.
You're not good at this either.
He might have messed up his rhythm a little bit. We're going to give him another chance to get the same move.
And so he has 4 pass-throughs to sort of get his move down. The game will analyze that, sort of average out the movement, see how he's moving, and create the flashcard from it?
Yep, create a flashcard and create great detection for it. We give you a little prompt, so say, hey, make a silly move, make a classic move, make a funny move, give you a little suggestion if you don't quite know what to do.
So you're not doing the emo shuffle with your hands in your pockets, looking down at the ground, and that's it? There's just nothing going on there? And so you literally can do... So now, is Candace supposed to match his move, or she gets to do whatever she wants?
So she's going to get to do whatever she wants, and then he will get to match that move afterwards.
Okay. So she's doing the Hey, how are you? That's a college staple.
I got an egg!
Ooh, not quite.
What? They're Xing me left and right over here.
Well, I was going to, so I'm glad the game did it for us. So after you make this move then and you play it back, are you just playing to a generic song, or does it sync it up to other tracks that are the game?
So the whole time you're listening to whatever song you pick. So all the new modes are compatible with every single song on the Dance Central 3 soundtrack, in addition to all the DLC for Dance Central 2, all the DLC for Dance Central 1, and all the disc songs that you can export from Dance Central 1 and 2.
That's insane. Potentially any
so
way
over 150 songs.
A huge library that you can do hilariously embarrassing moves like Candace was too. That's impressive. Any chance to maybe share some of those replays or share those moves with the Dance Central community?
We'll be talking about online features later on.
I thought maybe that'd be one way to get it out of you. Now, how do we talk about, like, of course, the soundtrack is immense here. What are some of the artists you've been working with? What are some of the songs you're announcing?
So we have a great partnership with Usher. He performed an awesome performance at
I've heard of him.
at the
I saw
E3 Microsoft presser. And he has actually made choreography for 2 of his songs for the game. One is Scream, and one is OMG.
OMG, yeah.
Scream is his new single, so that's been great. In addition, this Dance Central has more derivative choreography than any other Dance Central, and actually more than I think all the previous Dance Centrals combined.
Really?
So this time we're taking you back in time. There'll be a story mode that involves time travel. We'll be talking more about that later.
But I can assume perhaps dancing through the ages with maybe some classical moves that we may have known.
So we're actually going to teach you dance crazes from those decades by taking you back in time. So you're going to learn the hustle, you're going to learn the electric slide, and we'll even teach you how to Dougie.
Oh, fantastic. I've been waiting for someone to teach me how to Dougie. Thank you for bringing that. When do we actually get to play it? When will I, too, be able to Dougie?
Holiday this year.
All right, that's vague but specific enough. I'll accept it, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey,
the game's
pleasure.
always fun, and I love that you have a party mode in there now because I love throwing it on. Appreciate it. That is it, Dance Central 3, but now we send it over to Blair and Morgan.
Candace did not stop dancing.
She did not.
For 11 minutes.
Yep.
You can stop now. It's okay. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed isn't just another kart racing game featuring classic Sega characters. Although you would assume that based on the title,
right.
This one actually has a twist.
This follow-up has you taking vehicles from land to the air, which should have totally happened in real life by now, but whatever, here's your first look.
Still dancing.
There's a serious problem going on the convention floors, and it's ring addiction. But if you're looking for your fix, Sonic's All-Stars Racing Transformed is a good place to start. You need some help, buddy. So Joe, Sonic is back, and he's been running for years and years and years. Is he tired or what? Because you guys gave him vehicles.
Sonic can obviously run, right? So we needed to put him in a vehicle, and obviously we wanted to make it fair for the other characters that he's going to be racing against, because otherwise he'd just win if he was running, right?
So what's the deal with this transforming feature I hear of?
The vehicles all transform, so everybody's got 3 vehicles. As you're racing, you'll fall into the water and you'll transform into a boat, and then, and stuff like that. So the key word is transformation for the whole game.
What systems can we find this on, and when is it coming out? I gotta know.
Okay, so the systems are PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, 3DS Vita, and Wii U. It's going to be out full this year. I don't think they've actually confirmed the specific release date, but yeah.
All right, Joe, thank you so much. It sounds awesome. Actually, it sounds really awesome. Can you move? I want to play. All right. Hi.
All right, coming up, a good excuse to break out your favorite Bill Paxton impersonation. Game over, man. Okay, sorry, Morgan. Take it away.
Yeah, Gearbox's Randy Pitchford is coming by to show off his latest game, Aliens Colonial Marines. We'll be right back.
Check it out, you guys. I'm here at Konami, where they have taken the classic property of Frogger and updated it. This is an iOS game, pinball, but what they've done here for E3 2012 is they've given us a physical interface for this, a full pinball machine. I just hit the paddles right here. It activates the paddles on the screen, and instead of dodging cars, I'm trying to kill bugs. It's a lot of fun.
Thanks, Matt. Now, the most frequently asked video game question we get at G4 is this: when is a new Kingdom Hearts game coming out? And now, we can actually finally tell you something for certain. It's this July. So let's hit the floor for a look at Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance.
I'm here with Ryu to talk a little Kingdom Hearts 3D for the Nintendo DS. Tell me about the game.
Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance is our brand new Kingdom Hearts title. Specifically for the 3DS, there's obviously Street Pass. There's the AR elements. You can actually pre-order the game right now and get a couple of AR cards that will unlock special Dream Eaters.
Apparently they're actually useful in this game.
There are unique kind of creatures that exist only in the Sleeping Worlds. There's good ones called spirits, bad ones called nightmares, and they'll actually fight alongside Sora and Riku and be kind of your party members. There's over 50 kinds. They range from really cute looking cats to really mean looking dinosaurs, so there's a wide range that fits anyone.
And traveling between worlds in Kingdom Hearts has always been a key component of the game. How has it changed in Dream Drop Distance?
In this game, Sora and Riku do what's called the dive mode. They're actually diving headfirst through kind of the portal between the worlds.
And dive mode is different from the drop system, so tell me about that.
You're actually going to play them pretty much alternating. In the sleeping worlds, your characters will fall asleep after a certain amount of time. But yeah, basically you'll switch over to another character and you'll play as that story.
Is there a release date?
July 31st for Nintendo 3DS.
Well, I know this is going to make Kingdom Hearts fans very happy. Thanks for talking with us.
All that's going to do is generate more emails for the X-Play inbox.
Yes, it is.
Kingdom Hearts fans can't get enough. All right, up next on the show, last year's most time-consuming game gets even more content. Bethesda Todd Howard will be here to talk about the first expansion for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim.
Plus, we'll go hands-on with Aliens Colonial Marines. Acid blood will be spraying all over your screen in just a few minutes.
Let's check in with the Twitter wall and find out what you guys and gals think about E3 so far. Zero Key 1, love the X Factor mode in Dance Central 3. It's giving X's left and right. I feel bad for Candace Bailey 5. You don't feel bad for me. Honestly, it just couldn't keep up. It doesn't know how good of a dancer I am. That's the truth. Lil Scuba, getting my E3 on G4 fix. I can't seem to get enough. I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. I think we all do here. This is the Christmas of G4 of all gaming. It's awesome. It's so exciting on this floor. Brysa Free, I made sure my schedule was free this week so I could watch E3 on G4 with my favorite TV people. Thanks, guys. You're so sweet. And now it's time to give away an Xbox 360. And even though Miss McClady didn't get on the Twitter wall, they did just win an Xbox 360 from our E3 console giveaway. So if you want to score a prize of your own, all you have to do is use the hashtag E3 on G4 after heading over to g4tv.com/E3sweeps to enter for a chance to win. And in the next hour, one lucky tweeter will win a PlayStation 3.
That sounded easy. Coming up in the next hour, you'll have a close encounter with some xenomorphs from LV-426. That means we're going hands-on with Aliens, Colonial Marines, and then we'll take another outer space menace in Dead Space 3. We're gonna take them for a ride. The crap will be scared out of you right after this. That's a promise.
Things here at E3 are already getting super crazy. I'm walking around here on the PlayStation Sony booth, and there's tons of people around. I'm getting a little nervous, so I thought I'd go ahead and get myself some extra security and try and find the biggest, beefiest guy I can find on the show floor. Not you, Smalls. Whatever. Get the hell out of here. What's up, Daddy?
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Welcome back to E3 12 Live. We have still got hours of coverage on the way with in-depth look at all of the show's most wanted games, including Dawn Guard, the first expansion to Skyrim.
That was a game that did quite well last year, if I remember.
A couple of us played it for, I don't know, a couple hours.
Yes, much to the chagrin of our significant others and our animals in our lives. Also on the way, 2 bloody horror titles. You're going to see Dead Space 3 right on this stage, as well as Capcom's totally over-the-top Resident Evil 6. But for now, let's send it over to Kevin for our next hands-on demo.
Thank you, sir, for sending it over to me. Aliens, Colonial Marines is the closest thing we're ever going to see to a real sequel to James Cameron's Aliens, because I pretend that Alien 3 does not exist. A lot of you do too. So grab your pulse rifles and get ready for war. Here now with the Xenomorph killing sim is Gearbox Software President and CEO Randy Pitchford, everybody. How are you, sir?
Thank you, doing great.
How are you holding up? I saw you yesterday, you were fresh as a daisy.
I love E3. This
Yeah?
this is the moment. This is our big show. This is when we get to show off our work, when all the hard work gets a chance to shine.
Well, let's talk Colonial Marines. Let's let it shine.
Okay.
Tell me about it. Where are we? When are we?
You know-
Is this prequel, sequel? What's this madness?
The story takes place after the events of the original Alien trilogy, so it is the sequel, the in-canon 20th Century Fox blessed sequel to Aliens as a video game.
They anointed you. They a scepter on.
I
on
can't
the
believe they
shoulders
try. I feel like, you know, I'm living a dream. Like if someone would have bet me in college, you know, after watching this movie like 50 times, that someday I would be in the seat that I'm in, actually being able to, you know, mess with this franchise, spend time in this franchise.
You would have looked up from your keg stand and said, "No way, man," and beer would have been spilling out. No.
And if anyone would have told me that the sequel to the films would be a video game,
Right.
like how cool is that? That's how important our industry has become.
Absolutely. Well, it's a completely different way to tell an extension of the story.
It's
but
interactive.
But there is, of course, you know, Prometheus is in the front of a lot of people's minds as well.
It's
Have you worked
opening
with
this
that team as well to make sure that there's winks and nods in Prometheus as well as your game?
I'll tell you, the collaboration with 20th Century Fox has been great. Those guys have shown a lot of trust, which is awesome considering I've been stealing from Aliens my entire career.
Everybody has.
Right?
It's okay. It's totally okay.
And they really have given us a lot of support and trust. Long before any business was done, though, long before 20th Century Fox originally let Gearbox and Sega jump into this, there was a meeting between Gearbox director Brian Martell, who's the director of Aliens Colonial Marines, and Ridley Scott, who created the entire universe. They met long before this project existed, long before...
High atop some ivory tower.
Not really. It was a really you know, personal kind of exchange of creatives. Just, you know, Brian wanted to learn more about Ridley's vision. What else about this universe hadn't we touched? What's the deal with the space jockeys? And in that moment, you know, Ridley takes out his original storyboards, blows the dust off of them. Probably hadn't looked at them in 20 years.
Sure.
And he draws his own. He's a very talented guy, and they just dove into it. And I think that moment in 2006 was the genesis of both this project and Prometheus. So it's really exciting to have these things come to an end now.
So obviously, Gearbox should get a percentage of the Prometheus backend. I hear what you're saying.
If anything, the other way around.
But how does that moment in 2006 lead to what we're seeing here? Like, what is this? This is multiplayer, right?
Yeah, so what we're seeing right now is the multiplayer game being played, which is awesome because not only can you take the side of a Colonial Marine, in the multiplayer competitive game online, you can also play as a Xenomorph. And you get Xenomorphs versus Colonial Marines. And it's pretty neat to see the world from the perspective of the Xenomorph. Completely different gameplay.
I was gonna say, what is
Totally
that? What is that
asymmetrical.
gameplay?
Well, you know, the Xenomorphs, have you ever wondered how they know where the Marines are? Remember when the Marines were all welded in, hiding out? How did the Xenos know where to get them?
I'm assuming they were looking at their Facebook check-ins.
It's Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So they have a sixth sense. They can actually sense where everything is. They know where all of the other Xenomorphs are, and they can sense other things, other living things out there. And they must. They've developed this. They've evolved this because in order to exist, the Xenomorph has to get to a human and implant its own embryo inside a human body. So, you know, our species...
Such a tender ritual.
Yeah, and of course that thing grows and bursts out of our chest. So, you know, that species and the human species are mutually exclusive. So when we put them together in this asymmetrical, competitive multiplayer environment, a lot of mayhem ensues. It's a lot of fun.
And I'm assuming different agility and movement speed and different characteristics, of course, as
Completely
you're
different.
playing a
You know,
Xenomorph.
the Xenos at a distance aren't very effective. They can be picked apart by the powerful Colonial Marine weaponry. But if they can get a Marine when he's unaware, or when he's separated from the pack, they can dive on him and tear him apart very quickly, or haul him away to become a host for a new embryo.
So the game is, of course, E for everyone.
Yes, right.
Just by that description
Super
alone.
mild. No, of course it's M-rated. It's a very aggressive, very violent game. There's also a lot of suspense and tension in the campaign game. The competitive game, too, you know, on the Xenomorph side, there's a lot of other Xenomorphs besides the classic Hunter. There's one of my favorites is a Crusher, which is a giant, really beefy, bull-headed thing. The carapace is so thick, most of the Colonial Marines bullets will
bounce right off of
reflect right off of it. And you know, if you've ever played Left 4 Dead, the asynchronous gameplay is really fun, where there's completely different capabilities in the skill set for the Xenomorphs than for the Colonial Marines. These badasses have the best weapons in the universe, but you know, if they're...
I was gonna say, let's talk about those weapons really quick. I mean, some of them obviously are deflecting off of those giant lumbering dudes, but I mean, what do they have at their disposal?
Well, you know, there's the iconic stuff from the film, of course. Pulse rifles, flamers, these smart guns, even things referenced but never built, like Sonic Electronic Ball Busters. You'll actually get this stuff. You know, things Bill Paxton's character talked about,
Amazing.
Hudson talked about. We actually realized these.
I was gonna say, did you guys get to create what that would look and feel
Absolutely.
and act like?
We had to invent that because it never existed. Wow. It was just a reference. And we also got to extend the universe a bit. Imagine what the Marines would do with this equipment, how they would bolt onto it or modify it, and what other kinds of equipment would be manufactured by these weapon creators in this science fiction universe. So it's been a lot of fun to expand and build upon the Aliens fiction.
Are those modifications doled out to us, or do we as the gamer, do we get to decide how we want to modify our weapons?
Both. There's some configuration that you can choose as you unlock and earn these capabilities, and there's a metagame where as you play the game over time, you'll actually grow the power of your character and your identity. You'll get more abilities and more unlocks for different weapon types and different configurations. And what's neat about it is whether you're playing the campaign game or the competitive game online, either place will help you grow your character. So it's not like you're only growing if you play online and you're missing things by playing the campaign.
I love that. I always feel like I should be investing my time in the mode that's going to help me in multiplayer, but I want to play the single player.
That's right. Well, all modes will contribute to your progress. And you know, in the campaign game too, it's also multiplayer. At any time, a friend can dynamically drop in and drop out. So it's a great online game as well.
Very huge. When do I get to burst out of chests? When do I get to play this thing?
The game launches in February, and it's coming on all the platforms, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Windows PC, and we've also announced, and you saw this morning at the Nintendo press conference, it'll be on the Nintendo Wii U.
If there's a machine that's capable of rendering graphics, you guys are on it, basically.
I'll tell you, the game
You're going to be on a Keurig next month and a Segway. Somehow it's going to be there.
That would be a neat trick, right?
Randy, thank you so much.
A pleasure.
Really
Cheers.
appreciate it.
Right on. Thank you.
Ready pitch for everybody.
In just a few minutes, you will get a taste of the first expansion for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Bethesda's Todd Howard will walk us through Dawnguard. Plus, we'll go hands-on with a zombie game to end all zombie games, Resident Evil 6. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, the ball just got better thanks to Sphero. I can change colors, sure, but guess what else I can do? I can just put this down on the ground, take out my iPhone or Android device, and I can go to town any which way I want, get it a boost, get it over that. I'm not the best driver at this, but you're probably going to be better than me, like most things. Anyway, so the Sphero, you can get it at Brookstone, you can get it at the Apple Store pretty soon, you can get it at Target, you can get it for Android or iOS. There are 7 different apps available right now. Go out there, get it, have fun, any game you want, just play.
All right, Sleeping Dogs is an open world game that can be described in just one word. Totally messed up. Technically that's 3, but if you get creative with use of hyphens, whatever, it's fine, it's true, it's messed up. We're gonna send it over to Kristen, who's on the floor with the violent undercover cop saga.
It's time to thumb up and be a man because Sleeping Dogs from Square Enix is a combination of gunplay and awesome vehicles, and it's got more violence than a John Woo film. All right, Dan, so tell me about the main character and his mission in the game.
So you're Wei Shen, and you're playing as an undercover police officer who's been tasked to go to Hong Kong and take down the Triads.
I am doing what needs to be done.
The fighting style seems to be a very prominent feature in the game, sort of a signature thing for Sleeping Dogs. Can you tell me a little bit more about some of the specific moves that we'll see or anything that just stands out?
Wei Shen is a martial arts expert and trained in a variety of different styles. So he kind of combines all these different moves to be able to take on 20 enemies at a time. He also, one of the new things we've added in is the ability to use combat or environmental props. Some pretty over-the-top sort of gruesome ones as well, but really it's about, you as a player taking the environment and turning the tables on your enemies.
Yeah, I find that refrigerator doors actually do a job pretty well.
There are many reasons for the success of Skyrim. I think one was the fact that it was X-Play's Game of the Year in 2011, of course. Another maybe was the staggering amount of content that you get in that package for $60. Well, guess what? There is even more Skyrim on the way. Let's take a look at Dawnguard, the game's first expansion. Joining us now is game director and executive producer at Bethesda, Todd Howard. Welcome.
How you doing? Thank you for having me.
I'm guessing we have some Skyrim fans in the house. So what is the storyline of Dawnguard?
So with Dawnguard, we wanted to give the players something new they could do in Skyrim as opposed to just more. So one of those things was paying off on the fantasy of being a vampire lord. So in this, you can join the Dawnguard who hunt vampires, or become a vampire lord and use all of these all-new powers, from turning into bats to vampiric gripping people and throwing them through the air, summoning gargoyles, all a bunch of really, really cool new stuff.
How did you know everybody really just wanted to be a vampire lord?
Well, there's so many things in Skyrim already. It was just one of those things that we didn't have, that we always wanted to do more with. So when we came off of Skyrim, we did this thing called a game jam. We just kind of make up new ideas and see what sticks. And a lot of the team and us, we were all like, vampires would be really, really cool to do.
Okay, so I need to learn a little bit more about these vampiric abilities. What do I get to do as a bat?
So bats is like kind of like a dodge move when you turn into them. And what's cool, when you're the vampire lord, you can bite people and, you know, suck their health to kill them, and then you open up new perks. So by killing people as a vampire lord, you actually have this all new perk tree. So it almost, even though it fits very smoothly into Skyrim, it feels like you're playing something that is new, that you're playing a different character that you weren't before.
And so of course, if you have vampires, you have to have crossbows, right?
That's what the vampire hunters use, the Dawnguard. So crossbows are really cool. They fit into the archery system really nice. They do a lot of damage, and they take a while to reload, but that's something our fans have wanted as well, crossbows, for a long time.
Are there any other new weapons that we're going to get?
There are Dragonbone weapons, which are even above Daedric now, so you can craft new weapons, you can craft crossbow bolts. So the Dawnguard side of it, and there are two sides of the DLC, that gets more into crafting and exploring. You can even have your own armored trolls, so it's cool.
Okay, sorry, that just took me by surprise a little bit. And of course, we're also going to see some mounted abilities as well.
Yep, so we just added mounted combat to Skyrim with the 1.6 update. So one of the things that's been fun for us with Skyrim is it's been so popular that, you know, everyone's supported us. We've been doing a lot of free content with the Creation Kit, the Steam Workshop, and mounted combat just came out in the PC and it's coming to Xbox soon. But then in Dawnguard, there's also a mount that you can summon. This kind of magical mount from the Soul Cairn, which is this kind of undead realm of Oblivion.
A magical mount from the Soul Cairn.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in it.
So what does the magical mount look like?
I believe he's in one of the clips you have, so
Okay.
they'll probably be coming up, or he already has.
So what are we looking at right here?
Right here, you're looking at the Vampire Lord in the Soul Cairn fighting one of the dragons. And that dragon can actually teach you a new shout called the Soul Tear that lets you rip the souls out of other people, then you collect their soul, and they become your undead minion. So very high-level shout.
That is fantastic. Okay, sorry, every time I keep getting blown away. So now there's actually something exclusive that we have here, exclusive werewolf perk tree.
So one of the things we're also doing is we added a perk tree to the werewolf because we found something people really like to do in Skyrim, but you know, it didn't quite keep the same power curve as your regular character. So now, same thing as a werewolf. If you maul people, you kind of have this level progress bar for being a werewolf, and then you unlock werewolf perks.
Frost elves?
Frost elves? There's a lot of things in the DLC. Well, we don't want to spoil anything.
Okay, so that is, we neither confirm nor deny. Right.
It's a big DLC. You're looking at 10 to 20 hours of new content. So,
Right.
you know, we really took our time with it, wanted to put something that felt like a complete package, new experience for everybody who's supported us.
We can't wait. Okay, so this is a timed exclusive release. So when is it going to be available to download on the Xbox 360, and how much is it going to be?
Right now, we're launching the beta next week.
Okay.
So if that goes well, it'll be coming out June 26th for $20 on Xbox.
June 26th for $20, and when is it going to be available on other platforms?
I have no idea right now.
Perfect. I love it. I have no idea. Todd, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
We will be waiting with bated breath for Dawnguard. Take it away, Candace.
Thanks, Morgan. Hey, Twitter wall, talk to me. Okay, we got No Name Snow says, looked up from playing Skyrim to watch when Dawnguard was mentioned, and I got killed by a couple Draugr overlords. Oh, tear. CTRX96, Skyrim Dawnguard is going to be legendary. I cannot wait any longer for it. You only have to wait a few weeks. June 26th, okay? And Boondocks Saint 30. I can't wait for Assassin's Creed 3. I'm for sure getting the Vita bundle when it launches. We're right there with you. We can't wait to kill some redcoats. Now, everybody is excited about Assassin's Creed series, specifically because the story is heading to the new world. Part 3 puts you right in the middle of the Revolutionary War, and here's the game's latest trailer.
On this land, I am torn. Part of me wants to fight and repel all outsiders. The other part of me is the outsider. In the name of liberty, I will fight the enemy, regardless of their allegiance. While men of courage write history of this day, the future of our land depends on those who are truly free.
Okay.
Awesome!
Here's how you know that game's gonna be good.
Yeah.
They already have quotes, and it hasn't even come out yet. Epic, groundbreaking, and it hasn't even come out yet. Look, one thing that wasn't featured in that I wanted to focus on, something that we sat with our mouths open yesterday when we finally saw ship combat.
It looks kind of awesome. And you also have to think about it, like I never really thought about ship combat before. Like you don't want to show your side to the other side because then they're going to cannon you. You want to show your thin side. I never thought about that. Assassin's Creed is an education, is it not?
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do. We're really trying to strive to bring the entertainment and the educational side together, and they're doing that here on Assassin's 3. But again, it's something that an element of the game that they've already improved so much. People are already very familiar with the series. They took 3 in a different direction, new location, new animations, obviously a new assassin, and then added being an awesome murderous pirate on top of that. And so I say kudos to you for doing what you did.
You know, I was actually originally a little bit worried that there aren't really as many tall buildings in this period. Are we going to be climbing a lot of trees? But, they kind of sold me, like, you can actually jump out of a window, jump into a tree, then jump onto the roof of something else. So it's, like, part of it. And I think we'll get some variety with the trees is, you're going to have changing seasons. And you're actually even going to be able to go back to locations you've been in the game a few months or years later, and they're going to be different situations there. Like, once it was a battlefield, and now maybe it's empty. So I'm a little bit excited for that game.
Needless to say, we're going to demo that probably later on in the show, and Morgan's really looking forward to having that conversation, as you can see right there. But for now, let's talk about Soul Sacrifice. It's a new PlayStation Vita game from the former Capcom developer. I always say his name wrong, Keiji. I just know Inafune.
Yeah.
Is how I say his last
name.
That
works.
And it's here at E3 on the show floor.
Yes, Inafune's played a big part in developing games like Mega Man, Resident Evil, and Dead Rising, just to name a few.
Yes.
So that means you should pay attention to this floor report.
So what do you get when you cross your inner Picasso with a first-person shooter in a mysteriously colorless world? Well, we're here with Ian, and he's going to shed some light on a game where you're chasing a swan?
Yeah, the game is a first-person painting game, and in it, players are a young boy who's chasing after a swan, and it begins in a totally white space and then eventually goes off in totally different directions.
So as far as indie games versus AAA games, do you think that this game can really compete with that AAA gamer's experience?
I think they're very different, and this game, we really try to create a lot of experience people have never had before, and I think with a lot of AAA games, for better or worse, they're often very familiar. And they're things that people come in knowing, like either because they played the first one or because they played games like it, and they're often more about challenging the player, and with our game, we really want to create crazy, new, weird experiences. So our goal is to keep surprising people like every 60 seconds or so, and that ends up being really hard. And so for us, the game is around 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on how quickly you play through it. And so, a downloadable game makes perfect sense for that. So check it out.
I'm gonna do just that.
Yeah, handheld gaming is awesome. All right, now, it exhausts me to say this because we're here at E3, but there's something even bigger on the horizon. I am talking San Diego Comic-Con. Now, this year's event sold out in 90 minutes, so we're your only way inside. You're welcome for that. We're the only network broadcasting live from the show floor. X-Play's gonna do a live show, Attack's gonna do a live show, and then we were like, you know what? Why don't we do 3 more hours of live television on Saturday? So really, what more do you want? 3 days of Comic-Con coverage kicks off live on July 12th at 3 only on G4. Now, something a little different. If you like watching people mutate into horrible monstrosities, then I suggest you stick around for what's next. We're going to have a live hands-on demo of Dead Space 3 in just a minute, and it won't be pretty. Plus, we'll have the latest on the PlayStation Move title, Sports Champions 2, Sony's answer to Wii Sports, of course. All that and more from E3 right after this.
Whenever a new Resident Evil game is announced, super fans are always moaning because their favorite character isn't going to be in the game.
Well, guess what, crybabies? Every friggin' character is in Resident Evil 6. So let's go hands-on.
Joining us now is Localization Director at Capcom, Miguel Cordy. Okay, start with the setting. What's the setting for the game?
Okay, the setting takes place a few years after Resident Evil 5. Big zombie outbreak in America.
Wait a minute, zombies?
Yep,
again?
Zombies are back. The fans demanded it. They're like,
of course.
We want zombies, so we brought them back.
These aren't the crazy, sped-up bath salt trucker meth zombies. These are the traditional...
These are traditional zombies.
Slower, scarier.
Some of them jump out at you every now and then, but to add a few surprises into the mix, but they're the zombies people have been expecting.
Why the return to that zombie? Was it for pacing?
It's for pacing, and also just because we wanted a return to horror. People feel Resident Evil lacks horror when you don't have zombies, so the director himself, he feels zombies are the quintessential horror element of a game. So.
I thought they were pretty scary, but all right, that's fine. Okay, so what are we looking at right now?
Okay, we're looking at Leon, one of those characters everyone wants to come back. He's in China right now, and there's a zombie outbreak there. And as you know, China, large population, so large population of zombies as well. You can see he'll show up with his partner as well, Helena Harper. You can play 2-player co-op, or you can just play with an AI partner. So just like RE5, we're keeping the co-op aspect for this game.
And how is it drop-in, drop-out co-op?
It's drop-in, drop-out. With Resident Evil 5, you had to reset to previous save point. This, it just loads you up at the next one, so you don't have to go back and repeat your progress.
So I can pop into a friend's game and just spin in circles while they get mauled by zombies.
Exactly, and then once they're eaten, leave the game.
Exactly. Thanks for the game, guys.
This is why I don't play with you online.
There's a myriad reasons why you don't play. All right, so this is Leon. What other faces are we going to see here?
Okay, we're going to see Chris Redfield
yes.
From Resident Evil 1. He makes a return. We're also going to see Sherry Birkin, who we haven't seen since Resident Evil 2. She was just a little kid in that game, but our characters, they actually age in real time according to when the games come out. So it's been over 10 years, so she's a young adult now, and she's actually an agent just like Leon.
And there's sort of different scenarios in the game, and how do those weave together?
Okay, we wanted to put so much story into this game, we decided it would be too much for just one character to bear the burden, so we made 3 protagonists. So we have Leon, Chris, and Jake, who's a new character, but he's still part of the Resident Evil legacy because he's Albert Wesker's son.
Okay.
And do they actually weave together at all?
They do weave together at different points. So while each character's story is a complete story in and of itself, they will tie together at different points, and you'll get a fuller version of the story as you see it from different characters' points of view.
And as we're playing in these different regions, will we be fighting different enemy types that are region-specific? Like, what are these Juavo Indians or aliens or zombies? Or what are they? It sounds very Native American, the term, but what's a Juavo monster?
Actually, Juavo, they first appear in Eastern Europe. You'll be the BSAA, which Chris is captain of. He's fighting mercenaries who are trying to overthrow a government in Eastern Europe, and the government is using bioorganic weapons. And so it infected all of its mercenaries with this virus that creates the Juavo.
Okay.
And I almost got crushed by an airplane right there.
Yes, there's a lot of things.
So we got to be able to look out for that as well as zombies?
Yeah, things in the background will kill you, not just the enemies themselves.
Have you spoken much about multiplayer features? Like when we, obviously we have co-op, drop in, drop out, and that's through the entire kind of, I would say single player game, but it's really, that's more story driven there.
Yeah, we have two things going on with multiplayer. One is we've announced is the Mercenaries, is the multiplayer mode that we've had since Resident Evil 4. But unlike Resident Evil 4 and 5, where you had to beat the game before you could unlock it, we're going to have this unlocked from the beginning. So if you just want to go and kill some zombies with your friends, that's the mode for you.
And so right now we just kind of looked at a race sequence to try to get into this helicopter. And it looks like we have some, like, mini games too, quick time events.
Yeah, we decided to put a few of these elements in just to ramp up the dramatic elements. It seemed sometimes games can get too cutscene action. Right. So we didn't want to rob the player of the experience just for some, especially when you're like flying a helicopter or something like that. There's no reason to really take that away from the player completely. So we wanted to keep them in control, make them feel like they're doing something.
Exactly. Let me feel like I'm part of this beautiful cinematic. I mean, is this a completely new engine, or did you guys bolt on?
This is still MT Framework, the proprietary engine we use. This is just the latest version of it. But even though it's not a complete free-to-play sequence, you can still die here with this helicopter. You can crash it.
You can still screw this up, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Now, are we going to have a demo of this game?
Yes, demo is coming out, and it'll be out in July.
Oh, it's coming in July, and is that for which platforms? Are we talking Xbox
and PlayStation 3?
Love it. And do we have a release date for the game?
Yes, we do.
Is it announced?
It is announced.
Yay! Tell us!
It's coming out October 2nd of this year, 2012.
Love it. Miguel, thank you.
It's a wonderful birthday present for me.
Happy birthday, zombies.
For your birthday.
Happy birthday.
I will join your game, and I promise I will help you by spinning in circles and shooting into the sky until you die. I'm sorry.
I don't believe you. Okay. So now you've also got some exclusive DLC as well.
Yes, we're doing some timed exclusives with Xbox. Can't go into details of them specifically yet, but I can say that Xbox fans and Resident Evil fans will be really happy with them.
We'll take it.
All right,
Take your word
sounds
for it,
good.
Miguel.
Looking forward to October 2nd. Thank you very much for coming
Thanks
by.
a lot. Thanks for having me.
After the break, one of the scariest franchises around wants you to fight with your friends. We'll talk Dead Space 3 and co-op with the game's developers. Plus, a hands-on demo of Spec Ops: The Line. This crazy desert-based shooter will make you afraid of the sand. Oh, we'll be right back.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Hey! It is time to check in with the Twitter wall, and I am feeling generous. Let's see, go to Babas18. Thanks, G4, for making my life so much happier than it already is. My fingers are shaking from waiting. Skyrim, Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs. So many games, so little time. Lucky for you, you have us to show you all the games. Eddie Steak, does Resident Evil 6 explain how Leon maintains his lovely hairstyle during a zombie apocalypse? Obviously, it's the hair gel. Michael J. Dalt, I'm glad my job isn't a helicopter pilot in video games. Is there a trailer without crashing helicopters? LOL. What are you complaining about? Explosions look awesome. And now it's time to give away a PlayStation 3, and you don't have to pop up on the Twitter wall to win. You just have to enter our E3 sweepstakes, and this hour's prize is a PlayStation 3, which goes to the City Ghost. Congrats. Yeah! If you're jealous of today's winner, don't worry. you can still win a console of your own by tweeting with the hashtag E3 on G4 from g4tv.com/E3sweeps. That'll enter you for the chance to win a PlayStation Vita within the next hour. Now, if you've got a PlayStation Move controller, then you've probably got Sports Champions, which is Sony's answer to Wii Sports. Now, there's a sequel on the way with new games like bowling, skiing, and golf. Here is everything you need to know.
If you love Sports Champion, then Sports Champion 2 is going to literally move you. Sony really stepped up their game with this family favorite, so don't be surprised if things get a little ugly in the living room. So, tell me, what's the biggest difference between Sports Champion 1 and Sports Champions 2?
So in Sports Champions 2, we got all new events. We got boxing, we've got skiing, we've got tennis, we've got golf, we've got bowling. We're also bringing back archery, but it's got all new levels and all new modes.
These motion control type games, what makes yours different than the other ones that are out there?
Good question. So for Sports Champions 2, we really pride ourselves on being the best motion controlling game experience.
If I want to buy this and play this every day, which I already do, when can I get this game?
It's going to be out this fall.
Well, I think I know how I'm going to get my fitness in for the rest of the year.
After the break, you'll discover that sand should not be messed with. In fact, it should be feared.
Yes.
Yes. Don't let it get anywhere near your cracks or crevices. We'll have a world premiere demo of the desert shooter Spec Ops: The Line.
I will never thank you for that visual, Kevin. Plus, the game where Sly Cooper can take down Kratos, the God of War. We're going to go hands-on with PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. More E3 right after this.
Okay.
Guys, here at E3, it's not always just about the games, it's also about the accessories. And what girl doesn't like her accessories? I'm here at the CTA booth checking out the first ever U.S. Army licensed peripheral for the PlayStation Move. If you first-person shooter fans want to step up your game, I think you should check this out.
Okay, so there are games that have jump scares, and then there are games that scare you so bad that you cannot sleep for months. You know, the kind of scares that make you pull the couch in front of the door in case some hideous necromorph comes plowing through. So let's go hands-on with Dead Space 3. All right, joining us now, executive producer of Dead Space 3, Steve Papoutsis, everybody. He's joining us. Steve, thank you for being here, sir. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now, I know that you guys brought in co-op, and I want to focus on that, but to bring people up to speed, where is everyone's favorite, having the worst life of all time engineer, Isaac Clarke, in this game?
All right, so this game takes place roughly about 2 months after Dead Space 2. Isaac's kind of on the lam, he's kind of laying low, but some events happen that kind of suck him into another adventure. He finds himself orbiting a planet called Tau Volantis, and through some other random events, he's down on the planet. So what we're looking at here is taking place on Tau Volantis. This big drill cavernous room is part of an archaeological expedition that was happening on this planet.
Answering the phone. Just stay home, man. There's no good stuff out there for you.
Yeah, so it's not as simple as avoiding a phone call the way the game kicks off. So he actually he winds up meeting Carver pretty much right at the beginning, and Carver's our new co-op character.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about that. Again, you know, the Dead Space series, incredible, really tight single-person experience. There's nothing better than every time a new game comes out, then turning off all the lights, cranking up my surround sound, and scaring the bejesus out of myself. But you are going to experience this with a friend this year. That is the intention. So how did you come about the idea to make the co-op experience, and then how did you make it fit into what, you know, is a very tight single-person experience?
Well, Blair, I couldn't be more excited about what you just said, because Dead Space 3 is going to kind of scratch that itch for both types of gamers.
Okay.
So in single player, it's the same Dead Space people have come to enjoy. There is no AI follower. It's just Isaac. It's his story in single player. Bam, just like that. Right. But if you want to play with a friend, it also offers drop-in, drop-out co-op. So let's say we're playing, I get an invite from you, I hit a button, bam, you're in my game, and now Carver's in the game. cutscenes will be altered, story details will be enhanced, dialogue will change, and you also get some side missions that only Carver gets. So you kind of are almost getting two different experiences. And so that hardcore Dead Space fan that wants that solitary single-player experience, they're going to get that.
Very interesting, and I'm sure you can experience this in co-op as well. One of the things that we're seeing here on screen, really what stands out to me is the expansiveness of the levels. Dead Space, again, these tight corridors, it's very, it's very controlled, very, very tight. But what we're seeing here are these huge environments. So, number one, how did you kind of decide to expand to this level, and how do you continue to keep that like creeping death experience in this game?
Well, Blair, one of the things that's really important to us at Visceral is to continue to evolve what we do. We want to push the boundaries of game design, and we want to continue to evolve game design. And one of the things that we challenged the team with was, how do we continue to make Dead Space 3 feel fresh? Right. And the idea of including this new location, which is more organic, Tau Volantis, was a big idea we had. But at the same time, we didn't want to alienate those people that enjoyed our previous games. So what we also have, in a variety of locations, is a flotilla up in space above Tau Volantis that is filled with ships. And Isaac is going to be using zero gravity to kind of navigate around that flotilla, or with Carver, and also going to be exploring those ships. So we'll get those tight corridor feeling segments that people enjoyed from the previous game, plus you'll get this expansive planet, Tau Volantis, that has opportunities for more exploration. And there's some other hidden things that we're going to be talking about later that players will find on the planet.
Okay, so basically this is a 300-hour game, is what you're saying. You've got a lot of content jammed into this thing.
There's a lot of stuff going on in Dead Space 3 that we're really excited about, and I'm really looking forward to talking more and more about it as we get closer to shipping it.
All right, we look forward to talking to you about it more and more as it comes out. But for now, let's talk about the things that fans are most familiar with in the series. Again, the weapons are so great. Obviously, the plasma cutter has to make a return, otherwise fans are no, they'll still buy the game. Don't worry, even if you don't have the plasma. But what can you talk about as far as what people can expect from the weapons?
Well, Blair, the first thing I want to say is, yes, the plasma cutter's back.
Confirmation is there, my
and
friends.
you might see it in the gameplay that you saw. But we've got a whole new weapon system that we're going to be rolling out later in a few months that we're going to be talking about, and I can't wait to show people how that works, because I think it's a big game changer.
I've been really looking forward to this interview because I am also a fan of the comic books and the environment and the world that you've created outside of the video game. How much stuff did you draw from what else is going on, Dead Space out there, with all the other media out there at Dead Space, and bring into this game, and how much of this game was influenced by that, and then vice versa? How closely do you work with those guys?
Well, one of the things that's always made this franchise so fun to work on is the fact that we've got all these extension products, right? We've got the comics, the novels, the motion comic that just came out that kind of seeds the idea of John Carver. All of those elements the team and I work on. We oversee that. So all that stuff is relevant to our universe. We don't just hand it over to people and go, hey, go do something. That's all part of our plan for the big picture of Dead Space. So with Dead Space 3, we're pulling all that stuff together and we're going to really answer some questions. A lot of people want to know, well, how do the markers really work? What's the connection with the necromorphs? What are these unitologists about? And we're really looking at answering those questions with Dead Space 3.
And I'm looking forward to those answers, my friend. So when can people also learn those answers for themselves?
People will be able to learn those answers for themselves in February 2013.
Very cool, man. Thank you so much for stopping by, Steve.
Thank you.
The game looks amazing and absolutely terrifying.
Now, E3 is a time for big announcements, the promise of a new gaming experience, but this year, we didn't really see many new games. Instead, plenty of sequels and refined iterations of popular franchises. Now, is this a bad thing or is this an amazing thing? We're going to find out right now in a Kit Kat news break. All right, joining me now, Robotoki President Robert Bowling is back for more, and Eric Eckstein, Director of Gaming Editorial for G4. Welcome back, gentlemen. How are you?
Thank you.
Great.
Great.
So listen, I can count the number of original IPs this year
on a pinky?
one. Yeah, pretty much. If you use a knuckle, you can do it on your pinky. Lots of sequels. Who's doing it right? Who isn't? Who needs to completely refresh and throw their games out, essentially?
Right.
I mean, I would say Assassin's Creed 3 is clearly owning the show. They took the game that we've seen before, but just made new improvements to it and then put it in a completely different setting. Whole game's changed and everyone's buzzing about it. So that's pretty one that's pretty hot on my list.
So you think they're doing it right?
Oh, absolutely.
What about you, Robert?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Assassin's Creed 3, that's what you need to do with a franchise that has so many iterations, is you really have to bring it into a setting that people weren't expecting that refreshes everything. It allows you to do new mechanics, new style, that always moving forward motion like gameplay that they're introducing is, I think, fantastic.
And now we have cannons. And pirate ships.
Exactly.
That's kind of cool. I'll take that.
Kimbo crossbows.
But on the flip side, there's something like Tomb Raider, where Tomb Raider is kind of similar to the same game that we've known and loved, but it's, again, they're doing different things with the way that you play the game. You explore, you hunt deer, you do all sorts of crazy things now that you didn't do in those previous games, and that's still very much an interesting franchise for people.
I think Tomb Raider is one of those franchises where every time you hear it's coming back, you go like, oh, maybe this is the one, and then, well, maybe it's not once it arrives. Are you getting your hopes up for a new Tomb Raider?
I am, because they rebooted it. You know, this is not just a sequel. This is a reimagining of what Lara Croft is, of what this universe is. It's taking a realistic, darker tone, and I think that's going to be so refreshing for it, because they've nailed the gameplay. They've polished that. We know that we love Tomb Raider gameplay. Now they're putting it on another layer that we can fall in love with in a different way.
Well, that's great. We can all gather around and celebrate those, but now let's kick some games while they might be down. Who's doing it wrong? Who is making huge errors by just iterating?
Those are strong words.
Yeah, exactly.
Wrong.
No, let's hear it.
I mean, I don't want to say they're doing it wrong, but I'll
say it.
But God of War Ascension, I think, looks really good. Looks like God of War. The multiplayer is a new angle, and I'm really excited for that, but it still looks like the same game. I don't see it being a materially different game that I've been playing for the last X amount of years.
So I think, you know, I had said earlier that I was excited for it because I'm excited to play the multiplayer, but
I'm still excited for it. I love God
certainly,
of War.
oh, certainly, and it looks, I mean, it's going to be a AAA polished game. We know that experience is going to be there, but maybe multiplayer, yeah, maybe it's not enough, though, to make people think that is a fundamentally different game.
Right, yeah.
Could be true, yeah.
I mean, for me, what I'm surprised to see again this year was the Gears of War Judgment. They left on such a high note with Gears of War 3 that I really expected them to wait till next gen to really just bring it with another big iteration. But with it being a prequel or Judgment or whatever it is, I'm interested to see what they're doing with it in such short, you know, from Gears 3.
Do you think this was like somebody looked at an Excel spreadsheet and said, well, last year we had this money coming in from this thing. Can we do that again this year while you guys work on the next gen thing?
I hope not. I hope not. If the answer to that is yes, then I will be disappointed. If they
feels like it, that's the only thing. It feels
but
like
if they came back, yeah, and they came back and they're like, you know, there's something compelling in the Gears of War franchise that we didn't get to do with 3 for whatever reason. There's a story or there's something they didn't get to tell, and that's the reason they're doing it. Then I'm all for it. Like, knock it out of the park. But if the answer is not that, then I don't know.
But that's what we need. People who fly, like people can fly, that they're developing it and they're going to bring something really big to the table. We're just not seeing that yet in the demos that they've kind of put out there.
Well, we're focusing obviously on these titans of the industry, these mega franchises, but I find that when I fire up my console and even my PC, it's half the time it's to play some indie games. It's to play a small developer's unique take on a tried and true formula or completely unique take that doesn't borrow from any genre. Are there any indie games that are on your radars?
Yeah, I would say there's a Sony game, The Unfinished Swan, but then they also have that game that's just got funded through Kickstarter, which is Republic.
Yeah, Republic. Yeah.
Which looks amazing. I mean, you've seen it, right? It looks really...
Yeah, I've seen it. You know, I was a big contributor on helping that get done and pushing that because I really wanted to see that game come to creation because...
Well, for those who don't know about it, can you tell them a little bit about what the game is and how it works?
I'll try to do it justice. It's not my game,
no,
but
you funded it, so it is kind of your game. You helped fund it.
It's all of our games.
Certainly.
No, Ryan Payton's team, you know, Ryan Payton left and started this new Camouflage studio, and like what I love about it is it seems like they're really taking that indie iOS, PC sort of game to a whole new area by adding context to the reason that you're using the device. So when they sold it originally, it was about to be an iOS tablet game that was having you follow this character named Hope, trying to get her out of this wherever she's at, the prison or this dystopia future, whatever it is. But definitely look it up because it looks so exciting because I feel like they're taking the next step in like indie iOS games. They're adding a lot of depth and character and to a level that I haven't seen it yet. And I think that's the future. Because this year we've seen so many big names leave established brands, leave established studios, and really start something fresh. And that's what I'm so excited about. That's why I think E3 next year, where this was a year of sequels, E3 next year, we're going to start seeing all the new games that were announced, all the indie games that didn't get the press here, that are in development now. Right. They're really going to own the show.
All right, I'm already in line then for 2013. Thank you, gentlemen, both for joining us. Once again, we appreciate it. But now, we're going to send it over to Morgan Webb.
All right, in just a few minutes, we have got a world premiere demo of the game full of tough decisions and death by sand. It is Spec Ops: The Line. Plus, an age-old battle will finally be settled. Who would win in a fight, Parappa the Rapper or Twisted Metal's Sweet Tooth? It's PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. We will be right back.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
What do I think of my teeth?
3.
You look gorgeous. Doesn't she? Check it. Welcome back to E3 12 Live. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to go hands-on with the game starring the robots in disguise. It's Transformers Fall of Cybertron.
Plus, learn what it's like to pull covert ops around the globe in Medal of Honor Warfighter. And later, you don't want to miss our hands-on look at Halo 4 multiplayer. This is a whole new online experience.
I want you to try to wrap your head around this.
Okay.
Okay. You're going to take Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness.
Right.
Dubai.
Got it.
And an apocalyptic sandstorm.
Perfect.
Then you're going to mix it all together.
Got it.
And then you get the upcoming third-person shooter Spec Ops: The Line.
It is, I got it.
All right.
Yeah, grim. It's unpredictable and full of dicey moral decisions. We've got a world premiere hands-on demo.
Spec Ops: The Line.
That's okay.
Lead designer Corey Davis. Corey, thank you for being here, my friend. Last time we saw Corey, his beard was much longer.
It was much longer.
I appreciate you cleaning up for us. All right, as we said when we were introducing the game, this is a squad-based shooter that takes its inspiration from Heart of Darkness. What? Yeah. What does that mean exactly?
Well, it means first and foremost we're focusing on a dark and mature narrative. So we're following a squad of Delta Force operators into a very surreal environment in Dubai that's been cut off from the world by cataclysmic sandstorms and filled with millions of tons of sand. So we sort of go down the rabbit hole with these characters and experience a lot of really morally gray scenarios with them as they're not able to rely on sort of the command that helps out most of these military operations.
Right.
We really focus in on the emotions and the interactions that happen between these three characters.
I want to talk a little bit about the sand because this is something that really got me excited about the game. The sand dynamics and the sand mechanics and the fact that sometimes you're walking on top of what you think is a hill, but it's actually a building. How much time did you spend trying to make sand?
So that was, the sand to us, it started as a character. It's sort of, if you compare it to Heart of Darkness, it's our river. We have a river of sand running down the center of Dubai. We really wanted it to come alive for the player, not just be a backdrop or a visual thing. And so we really focused on adding a lot of gameplay opportunities to be able to experience that. First and foremost, like you said, you never know what you're walking on. You may be walking on the top of a glass roof on a skyscraper that you could fall through at any moment. But at the same time, you can use that sand to your advantage, kick it up into the eyes of enemies by throwing frag grenades into the sand. Also, these sandstorms continue to rage within Dubai. They're destroying the landscape, causing a very interesting situation with the civilians that have survived there, and really changes the way the combat plays out in Spec Ops: The Line as well.
I hope we get to bury some people in sand.
I think you're going to get the chance to do that, definitely.
Is Tom Cruise going to sprint like a graceful gazelle through the city at any point in this game?
There are gazelles in the game. I'm not sure if we named any of them Tom Cruise or not.
Okay, no confirmation of context here. But something we can confirm, and we're really excited that you're bringing it here today, we actually have an exclusive look at the co-op gameplay that you guys brought in, which we really appreciate. So what are people at home looking at when we talk about this co-op gameplay that we're going to show right here?
Yeah, so basically we've decided to release some free bonus content with the game, and we're really excited about it. We wanted you to experience the single-player game as a single-player campaign where you really evolve with these characters. But at the same time, in co-op, we get to see some different perspectives on the action that's happened in Dubai before Captain Martin Walker and his squad arrive in Dubai. And so, really, you get to play characters and see the reasons why they're doing the things that they're doing in the single-player campaign, and you get to enjoy that with a friend. And so that's a lot of fun. And also, really, all those different elements that are in single-player as far as the beautiful environment of Dubai, the sand, the way that interacts with gameplay, all of those things are also in the co-op.
Let's talk about some of these moral decisions that you're going to have to make.
Sure. So in the single-player game, like I mentioned, we really see an evolution take place with our main characters. And we wanted to use this interactive element, the fact that you're the one, as a gamer, holding the controller in your hands to allow you to experience some of the emotions that we've been told about by our military advisors and by stories that we read about from soldiers on the battlefield. Typically, these scenarios are not between good and bad. They're between this gray area that's been presented in front of you and your own survival. And so a lot of times soldiers have to make decisions that they have to live with for the rest of their lives, and those decisions' outcomes are not immediately clear when they make those decisions. And so we wanted the player to be able to experience that along with our squad and to sort of take some ownership of that evolution that takes place with these characters.
That's very awesome. So switching gears from single player to the multiplayer.
Sure.
Because emotion is such a big part of the core mechanic of your game, it seems, are we going to see that same type of emotional decision making in the multiplayer? Or am I just killing dudes to level up as much as possible?
Which is also awesome.
Which is also awesome, by the way.
Well, it's a little bit different type of experience. We didn't want to treat these moral decisions lightly. So we really wanted you to have a personal experience with those rather than, teabagging your buddy while he's trying to make a decision between something that's actually very horrifying. So we wanted you to be able to focus on the emotional aspects of that. So in multiplayer, you are seeing characters that are involved with these decisions, different perspectives on that. You're actually playing characters that were involved in a civil war with John Conrad's men, the Damn 33rd, before Walker arrived. You'll see those men actually strung up on lampposts in Dubai once you arrive, and Walker's sort of unraveling the mystery of what happened there. So if you dive into multiplayer, you'll see some more aspects of that and be able to enjoy that with your friends.
Now, is this kind of a present-day situation where we're going to kind of see modern weapons and present-day weapons that we recognize?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of modern-day weapons, but at the same time, we try to take everything to sort of a hyper-realistic perspective. And so, basically, the squad arrives with their Delta Force weaponry that they've prepared and customized, but at the same time, they're cut off once they land there. They have to find a way to evolve with the situation that's there. They end up meeting survivors and refugees that have armed themselves with very sort of rugged and makeshift weaponry. And then once they sort of encounter new characters that gives them new opportunities, they have to move along and evolve with that as well. So you're going to see a lot of the weapons you'd expect to see in a military shooter, but also some really cool stuff like the usage of white phosphorus in the game. You'd be able to use a AA-12, which is a machine shotgun that allows you to really destroy cover and feel the brutality of this weaponry. So we wanted to give you perspective of what it would be like to have modern weaponry in the scenario of Dubai after it's been cut off from civilization.
That sounds awesome. And of course, the coolest weapon of all, killing dudes with sand.
I know.
You cannot forget about that.
Yeah, it's actually, really the sandstorms to me are a very interesting sort of character in the game as well, because a lot of times they give you an opportunity to play differently, tactically, but enemies also start to really behave differently as well. They're looking for the muzzles of your weaponry when you fire, and they're sort of pinpointing your location based on that. So they're searching behavior, they're really trying to outflank you and surround you. So in those moments, it becomes a lot different type of experience. You really got to rely on close combat tactics and weaponry in those situations.
All right, when can we get our hands on the game?
So Spec Ops: The Line comes out June 26th for the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and the PC, but our demo's out now on the Xbox 360 and PSN.
All right, guys, so as soon as you're finished watching our coverage today, after you can go right now and download the demo. Thank you so much for coming by. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Fable the Journey is all about wielding magic with Kinect motion control while maintaining a relationship with your horse, which could make it my game of the year. Let's send it over to Sarah, who has got the latest on the Xbox 360 exclusive.
Of an undertaking like this.
So this is the fourth in the Fable series, and uniquely it's now on Kinect on this time around. And yeah, it makes it a different game. We're allowing the players to sit down for the first time using Kinect, which is exciting, which means we can do a full long play experience.
Okay, well, how Kinect-based is it?
It's totally ground up Kinect. We built this game with Kinect in mind. We do everything that Kinect does really well. So we've got this fantastic magic system, which allows you to read spells with your hands. You can use your voice to change the spell types, and it just feels really awesome.
Okay, speaking of this magic system and casting spells, how much of it is for effect and how much of it is to just kind of move the story along?
No, I mean, it's not for it. It looks great, so for effect it works, but it just feels natural. It's really important that you feel good with Kinect and that you don't feel like you want your controller back. So the magic system really drives what you do in the game, and it really feels awesome.
All right, so when can everybody at home start flailing their hands and waving around at the Kinect?
You guys can start waving your arms around and having great fun on the 9th of October, 2012.
Get out of my way! I'm dropping some bombs! Some magic bombs!
All right, coming up, a game that can simply be described in 3 words: Sony Smash Brothers. It's PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale.
Plus, we go hands-on with the game Phase movies. It's Transformers Fall of Cybertron. All that and more coming up right after this.
I bet there'll be explosions.
Hey, we're at stickgaming.com. This is my friend Jorge here. Check it out. We are playing Forza Racing right now. Stick Gaming does a great thing. They're working with the charity Red, which hopefully by the year 2015, with enough money, could eliminate babies being born with AIDS in Africa. But you can win cool prizes and get a chance to play against this guy. All right, Myra, enough chit-chat, more crash. Why don't we just crash each other, because neither of us are particularly good at this game. Can I run you off the road? Wait, where are you? Where are you? That's me right there.
I did not approve of that shirtless clown image before me. I think we can all agree that Michael Bay's Transformers movies are the most fun when human drama is absolutely nowhere to be found because robots are awesome and he is not good with humans. We just want to see the robots kicking ass, Michael. Transformers Fall of Cybertron, it's all about bots, it's not about people, and that's what we like about it. So let's go hands-on. All right, joining us today, Matt Tiger.
Teager.
That's what I thought. I was like, that sounds like Tiger. Game director at High Moon Studios. Matt, we had you on X-Play a couple weeks ago. We were talking about the game. We're very excited about it. However, today, we're more excited about this. We cannot thank you enough. We're getting an exclusive look for the first time ever of this right here. What are the robot fans at home seeing right now on their television screen?
What we brought for you today is something really special. It is, when you're playing as Optimus Prime, you know, Cybertron's a big place, it's a big world. It's also got big, giant characters. Metroplex is a city-sized Transformer. Okay. When you're playing as Optimus Prime, you get to control him on the battlefield. So the stuff that we have for you today is you're going to get to see him for the first time ever. We've never shown it anywhere else. I'm super thrilled to have it for you. So what happens in the story is the Autobots are really losing their war, and Optimus kind of draws on some power. He doesn't quite know what's going to happen. Well, what happens is Metroplex, and you're going to see it right here.
All right, and I know for you as a fan of the series, this must have been incredible for you to participate in. Like, let's make a Transformer that's actually a gigantic city.
I have like one of the best jobs in the world, right? I mean, it really is awesome to take, you know, childhood nostalgia and turn that into either dredging that up for people who are fans like me from the old days, or just brand new fans. I love it.
And so we're seeing here this creation, this child born of that love, and also of you making a kick-ass video game.
That's right.
Here.
I mean, look at it. It's a city, right? And when he finishes up, what he's going to say is, you know, I heed the call of the last Prime, really making you feel like you're in control of this Colossus.
And talk a little bit about the scope of the game. Again, this is something that we spoke about in the past. There's a level of expectation on this game because the last one was so good. People want a good game because the last one was good. So you have to provide them with the experience they already had, but then as we're seeing here, you're also taking it in a much larger direction than you did in the past.
I would definitely say it's kind of daunting, right? You know, we at the studio are incredibly hard on ourselves with how hard we're pushing on the game and how much we want to perfect our craft. So we think the game was a good one. What this is a great game.
Right, and then the canon involved. I mean, you're creating something that's going to fit into a lot of people's childhood memories at this point. That's got to be incredibly terrifying as well.
Yes, very terrifying. I have little kids. I always use them as a benchmark. But yes, this is the official canon for Transformers, you know, on their home planet of Cybertron, and that's just a fantastic to be a part of.
And how have the fans embraced this? I mean, guys, obviously our fans are here for the first time seeing this. You guys think this is great? Absolutely. You know, the show started a couple hours ago. People have seen this stuff. How are they reacting to what you've got here at E3?
It's fantastic. You know, E3 is this crazy, busy, you know, you almost don't get a chance to breathe, but every chance I get, I go out to the kiosk and see people with their thumbs on it. Because really what matters is what the game feels like, and the response has been phenomenal.
All right, let's talk about the weapons of the game, because those people have their hands on the controllers because they're blowing things up with weapons. And again, we spoke a little bit about them in the past, but what are you guys showing off new here? And then maybe refresh people as to what they can expect if they've heard it already.
So, you know, their whole entire arm transforms into the weapon. And so we really wanted to, what that allows us to do is get a little crazy, do some crazy stuff. So we've got lightning guns and Tron kind of disc guns and all sorts of cool things in addition to sniper rifles and the shotguns, but how about a shotgun that when you kill an enemy, you actually leave some life back on them? Like things that we could do very different. All this is built around what's called the Teletrans store, these places where you can go, buy and upgrade all of your weapons, not just your weapons, but also the store, so it gives you bonuses to your ammo, all sorts of cool stuff. And you certainly couldn't buy everything on your first playthrough. So it really is going to encourage you to kind of keep playing and have a great time with it.
And then one of the things we spoke about as well, your favorite part of your childhood is building that robot, even breaking certain limbs to make it fit the way that you think it should fit when it transforms. And you guys are actually allowing people to create their own experience as well here, which is a very exciting thing.
You know, single player has a lot that's going for it that we're thrilled for. Great big story, but in MP, create your own Transformer is, if you are a big Transformers fan, frankly, even if you're not, you just like multiplayer customization, tens of hours just in the menus. Not even playing the game, just in the menus, making your perfect looking Transformer.
And what is your perfect looking Transformer?
Well, pink, probably, right? For whatever reason, every time we give people the options, I always either see Christmas tree colors or pink, every time.
That's an odd, you might want to talk about a different focus group. I think you're maybe focusing on a very specific group of people. And this is the one thing that I always love asking, especially when we talk to people about their games before they actually bring them to E3. What do you think people so far here have been really attracted to, and was that surprising when you got here at E3?
You know, I think, as you mentioned, there's quite a bit more expectation, which frankly for us is not something we're entirely used to, so it's kind of fresh for us. And really it is, and I kind of mentioned already, it's watching people play and see how they play and what they're doing. And when they start to realize that you can transform whenever you want to, it's innately part of your tactics and your thinking. It's different than getting into a Jeep or hopping into a tank. It's you. When you see people click that kind of strategy when they're playing, that's the big reward for me.
And what Matt forgot to clarify there, it's absolutely seamless when you do that transformation. Yeah. That is one of the coolest parts of the game, I think.
Super fast. It's the game. Yeah. It's Transformer game about transforming. See that?
That makes a lot of sense, actually. It's going to be easy to market that, I think.
Yeah.
Very specific message. So when can people expect to get their hands on this game?
We are coming out on the 28th of August. I can't wait for people to get their hands on it.
Absolutely, man. Well, thank you so much for your time, Matt. Round of applause for this gentleman right here. The game looks absolutely incredible.
TV show, we don't know what you're thinking about E3. That's why we have the Twitter wall. Scarlet Red's Transformers Fall of Cybertron, it looks sick. We 100% agree with you. Yo-Yo Man 2K1, I want PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Now that I can play as Big Daddy, hell yeah, I want to play as Big Daddy. He has a drill on his arm. Think of all the cool shit. And now it's time to give away a PlayStation Vita, and even though Crash 1869 didn't get on the Twitter wall, they did just win a Vita from our E3 console giveaway. Congrats! Plus, we're giving away consoles all week long, so keep using the hashtag E3 on G4 and tweet from g4tv.com/E3sweeps. That'll enter you for a chance to win an Xbox 360 in the next hour.
When E3 ends, that doesn't mean we're done covering games. X-Play is back and better than ever June 18th with an all-new look. TV's #1 gaming source returns with a look at Call of Duty Black Ops 2, reviews of all the latest games, and much more. So tune in weeknights at 6:30 and head to g4tv.com/xplay for more. All right, guys, coming up, Nathan Drake versus Sweet Tooth, Sly Cooper versus Parappa the Rapper. It's PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Plus, we'll talk with Snoop Dogg, who is now a part of Tekken Tag Tournament 2. And later, learn everything you need to learn about Xbox Smart Glass, like how you'll be able to control your Xbox with your phone.
I'm here at the NX booth at E3 where all my childhood dreams are coming true. I have a plushie Sackboy, Wolverine, Spider-Man. I need one of these. I need one of these. I need one of these. I need everything. I never want to leave E3, never. I never want to leave. I'm so happy here.
That was some E3 love right there. All right, it is time for a news break. Something a little happened this morning called the Nintendo press conference, and here to talk about it, of course, is our own news director, Eric Eckstein, and Wired editor-in-chief, Chris Kohler. Welcome. Okay, so Nintendo press conference this morning. They finished the press conference. What was your first thought after they finished?
I felt like they did it backwards. Like, shouldn't you build up to the best game in your press conference? Like, start with the things no one cares about and move up to, like, and now here's Pikmin 3. Instead, it was like going on a roller coaster that went really slowly. It was like, this is great, and this stuff is not so good.
Yeah, I mean, Pikmin 3 was really strong start.
Yeah.
And then later we saw more of their social network and more of what they're doing online, which I think is a very important thing for a next generation or a current generation console. I don't know which this is.
I think it's current generation, let's be honest.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, well, it depends on how you define current generation, right? I mean, nothing, no other console is doing what they're doing with Miiverse. Like, the integration into games like New Super Mario Bros. U, where people are going to post messages and they're going to appear in your game, like, integrated into the game. You beat a level and you see messages from your friends like, oh, I beat this level in X seconds. Like, that's some pretty cool stuff. That's next generation if you look at it that way.
I think it's cool. I do worry, however, if you can have the coolest social integration in the world, but if nobody's actually there, it doesn't matter. So do you think people are going to show up for this?
Well, they'll be there for New Super Mario U. We don't know what other games they really have to kind of draw people because they just showed a lot of old games. They showed Batman Arkham City, which is a great game and will probably be great on Wii U, but we kind of have been there, done that a little bit.
I know, they're saying, oh, Batman, this is going to change the way you play Batman Arkham City. It's like, I don't play present tense Batman Arkham City. I played it and I'm done. So, I mean, give me the new games. Now Assassin's Creed 3 is going to come to Wii U, but they're not really talking about, like, oh, when it's going to come to Wii U.
Yeah.
So who really knows if it's launch day or what. But again, it's like Mass Effect 3. We're done with Mass Effect. We don't need, Mass Effect 3 on the Wii U. I want to see things, where was Skyrim for the Wii U, for goodness sake? Like, do that.
What do you think they could have done to kind of had a more impressive press conference?
I mean, they got to bring out more of their bigger franchises. We needed a Zelda, we needed a Star Fox, we needed those guys to kind of make an appearance, and they didn't. Donkey Kong in a really weak way in that Nintendo Land. And I think just getting other publishers on board, bringing more of the Madden they showed in the press conference, but like, let's have that, let's see more EA games.
I agree. I mean, where was all that stuff? Nintendo has this huge stable of franchises, and we literally saw Pikmin and New Super Mario Brothers, and that was it. Really give us something. Show that you're coming out really strong with the Wii U, whereas it seems like Nintendo is just sort of limping to the party again, unfortunately. I hate to say it.
It is worrying. I mean, do you think that they just don't really have any games or any third-party developers signed up for games?
It makes you wonder if publishers are kind of hedging their bets a little bit. They're playing ball because it's clearly something they need to be part of, but we're about to hit another generation. And where are you going to put all your eggs? You're going to put them all in the Wii U basket? I don't know.
Fundamentally, what we're hearing about is, the same third-party publishers that were already kind of present on Wii. It doesn't seem like Nintendo is making any announcements to show that new third-party publishers are entering the fray. Warner Brothers has been there with Scribblenauts. Ubisoft was all over the Wii. I wish they'd made fewer games for the Wii. Now they're making 8 for like day one of the Wii U, for goodness sakes. I mean, show me some things that you haven't already kind of nailed down to show me that you're evolving the platform.
It would have also been nice to see a price and a release date, but perhaps for another day. All right, thanks, guys. Let's send it over to Candace.
Thanks, Morgan. If you happen to walk by the Namco Bandai booth this afternoon, you might have gotten a contact high. The company held a press event there just a few hours ago and announced a collaboration with Snoop Dogg. Here's what went down. Hi.
The D-O-double-G, Snoop Dogg, who's with me here. You are not a hologram, sir.
Oh, no, I am in the flesh, live and direct. See, look.
Now that's technology like that. Reaching out. So you're here with Tekken Tag Tournament 2. How'd you get involved?
Well, I've always been a fan of Tekken from day one when it first came out in the 80s. And they reached out to my people and told me they had a new creation where they were going to bring a tournament element to it. They wanted some of my music to be a part of it.
We saw footage with you in the game. Is it in a whole area that you're kind of overseeing in the game?
Well, basically what it is, it's a Snoop Dogg, setting where the fight takes place. Where if you get it to this certain level, you can fight in front of the king, Snoop D-O-double-G. I got lowriders bouncing in the background, a lot of my Saiyans on the floor and in the air and on the ground. It's just like a party, but somebody getting their ass beat while we party. This is one of the livest games ever created as far as fighting. It's always been real, it's always been effective and efficient. And you always wanted to see what the new characters was. Now you can go 2-on-2 or 2-on-1. You know what I'm saying? This is a beautiful thing.
I saw little dogs dancing as well. Those guys are getting...
Yeah, the little dog was grooving. I seen that too. I like that. The way he spent around on the side of the throne.
Well, thank you so much, Snoop Dogg. We got more coming from E3. We'll see you later.
Genetics. Hey, if you're a fan of America's policies about murdering terrorists around the world, then I think you're really going to like our next hands-on demo. It's Medal of Honor Warfighter.
When fighting isn't enough, fight the war. Plus, a look at the fantasy RPGs Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Dragon Commander. One is a strategy throwback, one's all about dragons blowing everything up, which is awesome.
I wonder which is which. And later, a look at the Xbox Smart Glass. It's a new app that lets you control your Xbox with your phone or your tablet. And it's the future. We'll be right back, everybody. E312 on G4. Hi. Woo. Yeah. Yeah.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Hey, if you've ever wanted to see Parappa the Rapper kick the ever-loving crap out of Kratos, the god of war, that'd be a block, kick, punch. Then our next demo is for you. It's PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, and it pits iconic characters from Sony's biggest franchises against each other. And you're gonna get a taste of it right meow. Joining me now, Omar Kendall, Games Director at Superbot. Omar, how are you, sir? So if I were to say, like, Sony Smash Brothers, which is something that I've seen on a lot of forums, do you want to stab me in the throat for saying that, or do you go, of course, and why not?
Not at all. I mean, we're not shy about being influenced and inspired by, all the great brawlers and all the great fighting games. We're fighting game fans, and we're going to do what works and what makes sense for PlayStation All-Stars. We're trying to make a fun game first. And so, in that regard, we understand the comparisons and we embrace it. We love all fighting games.
Well, let's talk about the differences, though. What is fundamentally different about the core gameplay here? And I mean, obviously, we'll get to the roster and the levels. That is so unique to Sony. But the gameplay itself, what makes this game unique?
Well, I think fundamentally the core gameplay and the objectives. It is not about knocking dudes off of a level. This is about our super system and scoring the points by taking it directly to the different characters and performing these various super attacks and really seeing the cool spectacle that those supers bring.
You sort of have this meter at the bottom of the screen, and we're seeing it now. You build it up by doing regular and or special attacks. You build up these supers, and then you can choose to unleash a level 1, 2, 3, so on super, right?
That's exactly right. So as you fight, you build that meter, and you have 3 levels of super, and each one is progressively more expensive, but they're also progressively better at killing people. So you can go for the level 1 supers that are a little riskier, but if you have some skill, you can use those, and those are very cost effective.
Quick kills right away.
Exactly, and then you've got the level 3s, which are a little more expensive, but they're much better at killing, and of course they look really cool.
And strategically, that's quite a choice to have in the mix, because you could die and lose the super you build up, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're sort of in the middle of getting ready to set a super up and someone just comes in and knocks you out of it, that's it. Your meter's gone and you got to start all over again.
Well, we had some gameplay up there. You guys announced 2 new characters at the press conference, and we're seeing them in action. We've got Big Daddy.
That's right.
Drake's in there as well, right?
Yep. Yeah, so we're really excited to have those 2 guys. Of course, Nathan Drake, from Uncharted. Really interesting character, has a great sort of set of tools that he has access to, great guns, but he also gets in there with the punching and the kicking, and so we show that off as well. Then, of course, Big Daddy from BioShock offers a really unique play style to the game. This sort of once he gets going,
berserker drill right to the face, pretty much.
Exactly. It's really hard to stop him once he gets going, and he presents a really unique play style, and we're really happy to have him.
And unique characters are one thing, but the worlds that we're playing in look so vibrant, and it looks like you have to watch out for environmental hazards just as much as you do for other characters.
Yeah, definitely. The levels play a super important part in the outcome of the game. Guys were just playing on Hades, which is a mashup of the God of War world, but also the Patapon. And periodically during the fight, the Patapon will sort of interact with the players. They interact with Hades, and it's another thing for players to manage and pay attention to.
I know you're keeping the entire roster sort of close to the chest, but is there an estimated number of characters and or worlds that we'll be able to play in?
As many as we can. We're just talking about the 8 characters and 4 levels that we have, but we're going to be talking about characters from now all until release, so just pay attention. Stay tuned.
I certainly will. I got my Google Alert set up. I'm on board. But now what about the multiplayer side of things, especially using, let's talk PS Vita.
Yeah.
Because that's interesting. Not only can you use it to control the game, but you can play the game on your Vita, and it's the same experience you'd have on the PS3.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, we, up until this point, had only been talking about the PlayStation 3 version of the game, but we're really happy to be talking about PS Vita, full crossplay. You can play, on the couch together. One guy's on PS3. The rest of the guys are on their Vita. Of course, you can play over PSN. It's essentially platform agnostic. So whatever system you have, the game is perfectly identical, and it's fantastic.
And for multiplayer functionality, does that mean that I can be on my Vita as long as I'm connected to the internet? Maybe I can play with somebody who's on their PlayStation 3 at home?
Yeah, absolutely. Any configuration, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, we love it.
So you mentioned that you've talked about 8 different levels that are 8 different characters now, 4 different worlds.
Yes.
We're seeing another world here. What is this place?
Right, so this is the Dreamscape. This is actually a level inspired by Little Big Planet.
Yeah, I see the little pop-in coming out in the background there.
Exactly, and true to form, the level actually is being built as the guys are playing it. So, and it's also different every single time. So it's not the same configuration every time. You'll go in there many times and you'll see different configurations based on what the game decides to throw at you. And then, of course, we have the Buzz mashup in this level. So through the middle of the fight, the quiz show, Buzz starts, and he'll actually ask a question, and there's a benefit to answering that question right. You'll be safe. If you answer it wrong, you'll get punished and lose some of that meter.
So does the gameplay sort of pause for a second while you have to
Oh, it
deal
doesn't
with
pause
this
at
trivia?
all.
Oh, no, you're killing each other while you're answering questions?
Yeah, the question gets thrown up, and you sort of have to fight the other guys off the right answer. First, you have to know what the right answer is, and then you have to protect your spot and make sure no one else gets the question right.
That is how Jeopardy needs to be played from here on out. Like question, battle, and then someone wins and survives. Is there a release date set, Omar?
Yeah, we're looking at holiday 2012. So stay tuned. We'll get the official specific date out there, but this year.
I love it. It looks like a lot of fun. Familiar faces, really unique level design. Thank you so much for showing it off.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, Omar.
Yep.
Time to check in with our Twitter wall. It's like Johnny 5, except
Thank you so much.
it can't talk or move, and it has no soul. Rob hates zombies. Too many great games equals my wallet screaming out in agony soon. I guess it's time to get a second job to feed your gaming addiction. Bear Gamer 92, just about every game I've seen looks like a win. Thanks for the amazing coverage, AOTS. Love you guys. Keep up the amazing work. Aw, thanks. We love you too. And we'll be here all week, so you can keep on tuning in. Now, if you tweet something from G4TV.com/E3sweeps using the hashtag E3 on G4, that'll enter you for a chance to win a game console each hour. Because free stuff is the greatest gift of all, right?
So one of my favorite things about the show today was the fact that we have the greatest show background creeper in the history of E3. Exhibit's just hanging out watching our show. How you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
Good to
Thanks
see you.
for having me. Very nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too. Now, what have you seen today that you've liked?
Well, I've been here. This is my this is my home. This is my second home. Coming in video games is something I really enjoy. So, I saw what they have with the new Kinect on Xbox. I saw what's the name?
Spec Ops: The Line.
Spec Ops: The Line. I'm a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
So, I'm a real big Call of Duty fan, Battlefield fan, but Spec Ops looks pretty good. I got to check it out.
So can you just confirm for us then that if we have them back on the show to do another demo, you will do that demo for us?
Oh, yeah, I'll kick
we
ass.
Can sit back.
I thoroughly pitched excellent. So if they call me back on, I'll definitely get down with you.
We'll keep watching because we do have a Medal of Honor review coming up, or demo coming up, which you should definitely check out. I think you'll like that. And Larian Studios has 2 new games from their Divinity franchise on the way. They could not be more different.
Yeah, one is a classic isometric RPG, and the other one has a dragon with a jetpack.
Well, I would just like to say that dragons don't need jetpacks, right?
Yeah, they should be able to fly.
Right.
All right.
Well, we're going to see what that's about.
Yeah.
So let's head to the floor
dragons
for a look at Original Sin and Dragon Commander.
Hey, finally, you guys. All that time I spent in my basement preparing to save the world is going to pay off with 2 games from Larian Studios. We have Divinity Dragon Commander and Divinity Original Sin. And here with me is Sven and David from Larian. David, Original Sin, prequel to Divine Divinity. It's going to play a lot like Divine Divinity?
It's heavily inspired by Divine Divinity, but we made it a party-based game because you can also play it as a multiplayer game.
Let's talk Dragon Commander.
Dragon Commander is a game in which you take on the role of a dragon commander, and you get involved into political intrigue. You have to choose which princess you're going to sleep with. You can turn yourself into a dragon with a jetpack. So it's pretty much an experience game in which you take on the role of a dragon commander.
Larian has 2 games out. One of them you can sleep with princesses and a dragon with a jetpack. It's Divinity Dragon Commander and Divinity Original Sin. Get them, you guys. It's going to be great.
So funny story. We were like, hey, Exhibit, you need to leave. And then you were like, no. And we're like, okay.
Okay.
Hell no.
No problem. Just stay right here.
I'm just trying to figure out if I can pull off necklaces like that.
Of course you can. You know, just put out a couple records.
That means we'll
all right,
never
I'm
have
gonna get
one.
right on that.
You're all tangled up anyway. It looks good.
All right, so still on the way, we have a hands-on demo of Medal of Honor Warfighter. That one you should definitely check out.
Very much so. Plus, the developers behind the Uncharted series are back with their take on the end of the world. You saw it yesterday at Sony. The Last of Us will be on our show in just a few minutes.
Get ready for violence.
One of my favorite things here at E3 is playing the games, but not against the computer, but against each other. And another thing is you can check out all the classic games because classic games don't die. They just improve and get better. Like these lovely ladies, better every year. Except for this fossil. I don't think this dragon quite made it out of the dungeon in time and still needs an Altoid.
There are always booth faves in tight shorts dancing. That's what makes E3 great. Also the games. The 2010 reboot of Medal of Honor puts you in the boots and beards of Tier 1 operators fighting on the front lines in Afghanistan. In the upcoming sequel entitled Warfighter, you are going to be tasked with taking on targets around the globe. And we, of course, have a hands-on demo. Here with the game is executive producer Greg Goodrich. Welcome, and I'm so excited to check out Medal of Honor Warfighter. Thank you for being here. We have some Medal of Honor fans in the audience. How does this game tie into the last Medal of Honor?
Well, you know, as you said, it's a follow-on to the last game. You know, we're following the Tier 1 operators, Voodoo, Preacher, Mother, and the boys, as well as other characters we haven't revealed yet. They're coming back. They were a part of AFO Neptune. Now they're a part of Task Force Mako, and they're bringing the hate to the enemy.
Okay, so what are we looking at right here?
So this is actually a mission where we're actually going into Somalia. You know, every single mission in this game has a dotted line to an actual event or a real-world hotspot. In this case, it's off the coast of Somalia, just north of Mogadishu, where the guys are going in, they're rolling with the guys from the Marine Corps, and essentially assaulting a pirate enclave to shut the pirate problem down for good.
So I'm guessing that you didn't actually send anyone to Somalia because it is a completely lawless and governmentless place. How did you kind of go about creating that?
Well, you know, we work with a number of guys, over 24 guys from the special operations community, all these units that are represented in the game. They come into the office, they bring, you know, materials, photographs, sometimes video that sometimes we're allowed to see, sometimes we're not allowed to see. But they really help us, you know, get the flavor and the vibe and the mood and the, you know, the cadence of speech, that battle chatter, all that stuff that makes an authentic, you know, first-person shooter, which Medal of Honor has always been an authentic shooter and a historical fiction, you know, just helping us get it right. And we look to them to tell us if we're doing it good or you know, if we're getting it wrong, and they keep us honest.
How would you describe the feel and the pacing of a Medal of Honor game?
You know, we take a different tone. You know, our tone is very reverential. You know, the core tenets of Medal of Honor have always been honor, respect, authenticity, and just pay tribute to the guys and say thank you. And so we slow it down a little bit. You know, this story particularly, you know, focuses on those sacrifices that the guys make. You know, sure, there is a threat and they're solving problems all over, you know, all around the globe. But, you know, we also pay tribute to the families and the sacrifices that they're making at home. And it's a really good story as far as, you know, Preacher and what he's going through, the main character, and how, you know, being deployed 300 days out of the year affects his life.
So when your buddies get shot, you might actually feel bad about it?
Yeah. Well, you know, again, we try to have that connection to the character, you know, and make people care about them, and very relatable. I mean, these guys, the Tier 1 operators, they're, you know, extremely, you know, impressive human beings. They're clearly genetically different than most, but it's a job.
What are you
know?
saying?
No, I mean, you know what I mean.
You're
it's
saying
like,
I couldn't storm Somalia?
you know, but it's a job. It's a job that they do. They do it very well, but, you know, they also have home lives, and they're just guys, you know, and so we want to pay tribute to that.
And what are some of the other locations we're going to storm?
Storm.
Yes.
Well, actually, we actually fight in the Philippines during a storm, actually. You know, the typhoon-ravaged island of Basilan in the Philippines, as well as, you know, other locations that where you would expect terror to pop up.
Okay, so multiplayer obviously is a huge component in these games. Can you tell us a little bit about the multiplayer?
Absolutely. We're
Thank
actually
you.
showing multiplayer on the floor here at E3.
So people here at A3 are going to be able to go check it out?
Absolutely. Not only can they check it out and play it, we've got a gift bag full of like all this great stuff, you know, glasses, patches, all this really
Now
cool.
you're just making everybody jealous.
Absolutely. Come play it.
Okay, so
but it's
people-
12 different units from 10 different nations, you know, tier 1 operators from around the world getting together, you know, getting into fire teams and just leaving it all on the battlefield online.
How much are people going to have to work together in multiplayer?
It's a big thing. You know, in these units, the guys rely on each other solely, and so we are actually have a new method called fire teams. It's like a cooperative multiplayer, if you will. And you know, by staying close to your battle buddy or your swim buddy or whatever in the fire team, you know, you reload faster, you can get ammunition. If you go down and your buddy stays out of combat, you will actually spawn right on top of him. Much quicker than if he's in combat or if he goes down as well. So it's pretty cool, you know, just really focusing on that sense of camaraderie and working together to solve problems.
So what engine are you using for this game?
Frostbite 2. Frostbite 2. We took the engine from where the DICE guys left off with Battlefield 3 and improved it in every way we needed to improve it to really tell our story and focus on that close quarters nature of Tier 1 operators. In Battlefield, it's all about the big war. It's the sledgehammer, the overwhelming forces with jets and tanks and this and that. Medal of Honor is about the foot soldier, putting gamers in the boots of the soldier. So, you know, we've taken their destruction and we're focusing on micro destruction. So, what it's like to be in a room with cordite and the spent shell casings and the smoke in the air and the wood chips, you know, from the splinters of the wood when they're getting shot, and just making it feel more visceral, aggressive, and like I said, just putting gamers in the boots of these guys.
All right, well, the game looks absolutely beautiful. When does it come out?
October 23rd.
October 23rd. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you
by.
so much.
I look
Thank
very
you
much,
so much.
very much look forward to playing it.
So you can't come to E3 in person, but you can be here in spirit on our Twitter wall. DCurry18 says, I must get my hands on Medal of Honor Warfighter. It looks unreal. Well, actually, everything at E3 looks amazing this year. True dat. Kimo Sabi says, Medal of Honor Warfighter looks sick. We could not have said it any better. And congrats to Kimo Sabe, who just won a 1-year membership to Gamefly.com, the best way to rent and buy games. And you can be a winner too if you want a chance to win a console in the next hour. All you have to do is tell us what you're using the hashtag E3 on G4 from G4TV.com/E3Sweeps.
True that, Candace Bailey. Coming up in the next hour, it's time for Teabagging 2.0. We're going to go hands-on with Halo 4's reinvented multiplayer mode.
Exhibit's on the stage for 2 seconds. She gets all
guys
street on us.
So did you.
I
Like,
did.
Yeah, you boy.
I definitely.
Huh.
Plus a bunch of snooty tea drinkers. Get what's coming to them. You're going to see a demo of the Revolutionary War era Assassin's Creed 3. We will be right back.
You boy.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Gamefly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Welcome back to E3 Live. We are in the home stretch here with some of the show's biggest games still on the way.
This hour, you will have a whole new kind of apocalypse to prepare for after we go hands-on with The Last of Us for the PlayStation 3.
Let's find out what's in store for this year's take on the virtual gridiron. It's Madden NFL 13.
And later, a world premiere demo of the long-awaited Assassin's Creed 3.
Yes!
But first, let's send it over to Kevin and Blair for the year's biggest Xbox 360 exclusive.
That's not an understatement. It truly is probably the biggest exclusive.
The one people want to know about the most.
Very much so. Kiki, welcome back to the show, everybody. Kiki from Halo 4. Look, I don't think it's an understatement to say we spoke last year at Halo Fest. You didn't have a lot of details. The show and the game has taken E3 by storm this year. We saw the single-player campaign yesterday, but we wanted to focus more on the multiplayer this year. Again, people's expectations were so radically different than what I think you guys showed off yesterday. Are they going to experience the same thing with multiplayer here in Halo 4?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely showing a lot more multiplayer. You know, we have a new sort of framework around multiplayer, Halo Infinity multiplayer, which is really taking both our brand new cooperative experience, Spartan Ops, and War Games, which is sort of the more traditional competitive, and putting them together under a single narrative context. So the UNSC Infinity, you met in the briefing yesterday, right. Master Chief was introduced to. That's really the heart and soul of multiplayer. So you start your multiplayer career by enlisting as a Spartan 4 on the UNSC Infinity. And so the story of the Infinity and its adventures are something you're a part of.
And we hope that we can fail upwards throughout that, just like we do here in real life.
Now, when it comes to who we're actually battling, is this all human versus human gameplay? Is there human versus alien? Is it a free-for-all?
So for the competitive multiplayer War Games is essentially a simulator to prepare you for the live ops missions, which are Spartan Ops. So competitive multiplayer, simulated human against human. Spartan Ops, it's you and your friends cooperatively against any number of evil things out there.
Can we say thousands of evil things? I'm just making.
You can say it. I mean, it's Halo, so I'm sure it might be 4, but you can say it.
So obviously, you know, the multiplayer experience, it's not as, I think maybe as, I hate to call it linear, but as linear as certain multiplayer experiences in the past. I assume that it'll also be as customizable as what we're seeing here today is different.
Yeah, I think so. The idea of having your single Spartan is you have your character, you're a hero in the Halo universe. And anything you do, whether it's in War Games or in Spartan Ops, adds to your experience. So, and with that experience, obviously, you're going to unlock armor and weapons and all of these things, but it's not just a visual changer, right? You'll do things where you can...
We still have flaming visors and angel wings, right?
Yes.
Those will exist.
Yes,
okay,
just
good.
for you.
Kevin will continue to play that.
Thank you, yes.
But it's really gameplay enhancing. So it's really about being able to choose the weapons and choose the loadouts and choose the things that suit your play style. Or for Spartan Ops in particular, that particular mission that you're going into. So highly customizable from both a visual standpoint, but also how you play.
Okay. So when we're in these war games, these virtual simulations of battles, what are the different game modes that we'll be able to play?
So we have a lot of the traditional Slayer mode,
sure.
But we also are adding some new modes. So we've got 2 we're actually showing this week. One called Regicide, which is sort of a king of the hill.
Okay.
If you imagine the end of Mario Kart, really sucks to be the one in first place. And then Infinity Slayer, which is a sort of a twist on traditional Slayer, but allowing ordnance drops, so you can earn ordnance and drop them in.
So as you're earning kills or whatever, that gives you
Yes.
like credits essentially that you can spend on what new weapons and vehicles.
Exactly. So it gives a nice twist on a pre-existing mode.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that as well. What are the challenges in kind of expanding on what I assume a lot of people in this current console generation, and then even beforehand, this is really their first multiplayer experience. Yet you guys are still coming out with fresh, new ideas. And I know there was a handoff as far as the kind of the creative control of this is concerned, but the fact that you're still doing new multiplayer for a game that's been out as long as it's had is pretty amazing.
Well, you know, we looked at kind of what we felt we needed to do, and part of it is things that work incredibly well. Let's continue to polish them and make them better. And then, you know, people have different tastes, and there's just always more to explore. So, you know, innovation is part of Halo, so we can't not add.
Do it? Right.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a pillar for the game.
Does all this multiplayer content, does it feed into this weekly, you guys are doing like an episodic content, right? Where there's like a little machinima involved, where you get a little narrative, and then you play a battle associated with that?
Yeah, so Spartan Ops, which is the cooperative side of the multiplayer experience, is basically an episodic co-op adventure, right? So every single week, you tune in, you get a story piece, which will be CG, beautiful CG, a story piece, and the story arc is already established and very long. And then you get 5 missions. So really the idea is, you know, this shared experience with your friends of both a story and a gameplay experience. So really kind of taking that water cooler moment and blowing it out.
You get that every single week from launch on?
For a season.
Okay. Okay.
Not for the rest of your life.
I'm just making sure. But the pricing on that first season is absolutely right, because it's important to point out that it's completely free
The first season
once you get the game.
is part of the Halo 4 full game. So it's part of the Halo 4 experience.
We cannot thank you enough for making it free and for making this game as awesome as it is. It looks absolutely incredible. Another round of applause for Kiki Wolfkill, everybody.
Kiki, very quick, when's it come out? When do we play it? When do we get Halo 4?
Oh, I forgot to ask you when. I'm so sorry, Kevin.
They want to know when. When can we play
November 6th.
Okay, there it is.
November
Kiki
6th,
Wolfkill,
everybody.
thank you.
Okay, we have after the break, we have a very uplifting game. Find out what happens when a fungus brings down the civilization in The Last of Us. Hint, everybody wants to kill you.
Oh, great. Yeah. Plus, we finally answered the question that drives us all. Are you prepared for some pigskin?
Yes.
Legal says we can't actually say the song lyric,
right.
So that's what you get. Madden NFL 13 is coming up after this short break. Are you ready for some pigskin?
You know, the current generation of consoles has been leaning heavily on motion control, which can be good if you're in need of a little bit of the old exercise. And if you're in need of something a little bit more serious, you can check out Zumba Fitness Core with trainer Gina Grant.
As if walking through the halls of E3 isn't hard enough, I'm on stage about to try out Zumba Fitness Core. My day's about to get a lot harder, huh? That's right. Working it. Working the core. All right, Gina, tell me a little bit about this new version of Zumba Fitness Core.
Well, this version is actually our new game called Zumba Fitness Core, and a lot of our moves are focused just on the core. So a lot of the routines you see here are going to be moves specifically designed to tighten up your core.
I can feel it.
Can you?
Okay, but realistically, does this really give you a good workout?
Well, you tell me.
I feel it. I do.
You do?
I can see it.
And I bet you've only done it for about 25 seconds right now. If you keep doing it, you will break a sweat.
Okay, well, say like one session.
Yes.
Right?
So
how many calories?
You can burn up to 1,000 calories in a class, in the Zumba Fitness class. Here you have different classes that you can have different times, and you can set yourself to have an hour class, which you can burn up to 1,000 calories.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Zumba Fitness Core. Hard, but fun.
Let's go. Give me some more.
I don't know what you guys are thinking because I'm not psychic yet. So let's just check in with our Twitter wall. Now, first off, everybody is talking about The Last of Us right now. It is number 2 on our popular E3 topics. Iron Monkey says, The Last of Us looks absolutely amazing. I'm gonna have to buy a PS3 just for that. Sorry, landlord. Who needs to pay rent, right? T1 Stark says, The Last of Us looks good and it makes me sad that it's only for the PS3. Well, Iron Monkey, meet T1 Stark. Maybe y'all can become friends and pitch in on a PS3 together, and then you only have to pay half. Keep using the hashtag E3 on G4 from G4TV.com/E3 sweeps. Otherwise, you won't have a shot at winning stuff.
That was nice friend math there.
No, I liked it. She's a problem solver.
Yes, she is. After the break, we're going to go hands-on with the most expensive Tebowing simulator ever made, Madden NFL 13.
Plus, if you are looking for pointers on how to kill someone all efficient like, don't miss a world premiere Assassin's Creed 3 demo in just a few minutes.
Now, E3 and
Gaming's biggest. Can I see this real quick?
Because I'm about to get my custom Oswald ears. Hello there. They're custom made. You can only get them here. They're free, which is awesome. So let me check these out. All right, very cool. It's got my name on them. Hello, there you go. And Kev, I got you a going away gift right here. It's for you, sweetheart. It's from me and all these people because I couldn't fund them to get you one. It's true.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Gaming's biggest sports franchise is back this August, and it officially kicks off our national obsession with football. And since my beloved Saints are gonna have a rough year this year, we should take a look at the only thing that's going to make me happy in pro football, Madden NFL 13. Here with the latest is designer Larry Rehart. Everyone, big round of applause for Larry. Thank you for joining me again, sir.
Oh, it's great to be here.
All right, so Larry, you know, we talk about this every year. Madden is constantly striving to deliver another level of realism. One of the things they've done this year that's important, Larry here is wearing a college national championship ring from Florida. As an LSU fan, don't really say I support this ring, but the fact is they've got great guys that have had real experience on these games, and that's what you're bringing to the table.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're doing a lot with Infinity Engine this year, the new Physics Impact Engine that totally revolutionizes the game. Every play, every tackle, it's more intense. You'll get different results, no more canned animations on tackles. It's just anything can happen once you get tackled. And it's just really cool and brings a new, authentic feel to the game.
Right. And again, that's something that I know you guys are always trying to elevate, that new level of realism. One of the things in the past, and we spoke about this, is that the passing system can be a little hit or miss. You know, you fling it up and there's a 50-50 chance your guy's going to grab the ball.
Right.
So what are you guys doing to really enhance that experience there?
Well, you know, the new Infinity Engine impacts the passing game as well. And, you know, specifically what we've done with the passing game is we've added a new total control passing mechanic to give the users and guys like Drew Brees the ability to throw the ball into open areas, throw the ball to the open spots where only their receiver can get the ball. And just like those guys, what makes those guys so successful in real life is what we've given the user the ability to do in Madden NFL 13.
And to expand on that, Saints play Drew Brees every day and pay him what he wants because he is amazing and he's going to be great in this game.
He's worth it.
He very much so is. So let's talk about the opposite end of that. We're talking about the defensive backs and how they react to safeties to these incredible passers. How's the defense going to be effective?
Exactly, yeah. We've added a new defensive read and react system, so that means that no more sacking DBs. There's nothing more frustrating than making the perfect read, throwing a pass, and a defensive back blindly making a swat or intercepting your pass even, and that's not realistic. So we've made it so that now they have to see the ball before they can actually react to it. And it's just, again, what you see in real life, and that's what happens in our game in Madden NFL 13.
I mean, it sounds to me like you've really just pulled back the hood and gone in there and changed some fundamental aspects of the game when it comes to the AI.
Absolutely, and it all starts with the new Impact Infinity Engine, and it just goes from there.
Right. And let's talk about some of the animations. You know, when you are, let's say the running back's carrying the ball, he slams into the line. What can we expect to see from there moving forward?
Anything. I mean, it's totally awesome because depending on the contact, the amount of momentum, who's hitting them, anything can happen. It just doesn't look the same on any play, and it just totally is a brand new feel for the game.
And then expanding on that realism, as you spoke about earlier, the audio in the game, the commentary, the way that you actually bring the sounds of the field into the game has always been great, but you've really taken it an extra step this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, it all starts with the commentators. We've got the best in class, and Phil Simms and Jim Nance. I mean, those guys are fantastic. And when you hear them in game, it just sounds like you're watching a game on TV. And you know, it starts with the hello, friends, the common thing that Jim Nance always starts his telecast with, and it just is really cool to hear those guys in our game.
Please tell me that Phil Simms shows up in the VO booth in the most ridiculous pajamas. Paint me a picture, man.
He's got a suit on. He looks good. You know,
he's so pro.
He's good to go.
He's
yeah,
so pro. And let's talk about the career mode. This is something in the past I know you're very surprised with. People, when you hear Madden, you expect friends to get together, play a game against each other, and then go their separate ways.
Right.
But you guys, you've been surprised in the past at just how much people build careers in this game and how much of your player base is playing career mode.
Yeah, that's a huge part. And Josh Lumen and the team in Austin done a fantastic job creating the new connected career mode. And what that is, it's the best of online franchise, superstar. It allows you to, you know, if you want to play with Tim Tebow, if you want to play with, you can be Rex Ryan, or you can play with Joe Montana. You can even play with Coach John Madden. For the first time in the history of his game, you can be Coach John Madden and control the Raiders or whatever team you want to control.
Nice. Can you have awkward moments between Tebow and Sanchez in the locker room? Can that happen?
No promises there.
And let's talk about the real events. I know that you're trying to tie in, you're making everything connected. Are real NFL events going to be affecting the stats and the players in this game?
Absolutely. You know, each week we have Donnie Moore, our ratings czar. They update the rosters every week based on what's going on in real life. Like, for example, like a guy like Victor Cruz last year, who all of a sudden blew up. Like you'll notice throughout the year as you update rosters, his rating got better and better throughout the year, just like in real life.
Yeah, we saw Victor Cruz at the Madden Bowl this year in Indy, and I was like, how do you feel about everything? He's like, I feel like I'm going to be a lot better in next year's game than I was in this year's game.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was a stud.
Which is pretty great. So when can people expect to see this game in store?
August 28th.
August 28th. Well, thank you so much for bringing the game in, my friend.
Right.
Always great talking to you, Larry. The game looks awesome.
Yesterday, Microsoft announced a new application called Xbox Smart Glass. The goal is to give players more interactivity and a second screen to remotely control the Xbox. Here's the best part. You don't need to buy another device or a special controller. You'll be able to use your own phone or tablet. Here's all the details.
All right, everybody, Alex here, E3 2012. The most amazing thing to come out of the Microsoft press conference, in my opinion, was the announcement of Smart Glass. I'm here at the Microsoft booth to finally see what it's about. What is Smart Glass?
Xbox Smart Glass is a technology that we're deploying across all of your smart devices that is intelligent. It knows what you're doing on your TV through your console. Pretty soon, if you're a person who's got a second screen in the living room, you have a lot of companion apps. So what we decided was, what if we could tell consumers, you only need one companion app? We're going to call it Xbox Smart Glass.
Let me see some stuff. Show me some moves, as it were.
So imagine I wanted to watch an episode of Game of Thrones. I can go ahead and queue it up. I'm just using simple gesture to navigate. This is also where we're providing additional choice to consumers. So we said, let's find a way to elegantly deliver that to people so they don't have to root for it. It simply shows up through Smart Glass.
Have you seen the game designers and the game makers really coming forward and being like, this is a great idea, we're going to try to adopt this and really get behind it?
We have gone out and talked to these guys, and I can tell you there's a lot of enthusiasm.
Is there any information about when this is going to be released?
You're going to get this for Christmas.
Well, that's it. Microsoft Smart Glass, bringing all of your entertainment together for massive enjoyment. Thank you so much, Peter. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing more.
Well, it is official. The E3 cat is out of the bag. We have seen all of the press events and heard all of the big day one announcements. So, who had the best showing so far? It is time for a news break. Joining me now is Polygon Editor-in-Chief Chris Grant, as well as IGN's Editor-in-Chief Casey Lynch. All right, guys, it has been a packed day. Of all the new titles that we've seen, what has impressed you guys the most? You go.
I would have to say a game from Ubisoft. They debuted it called Watch Dogs. Nobody was expecting to see it. And in addition to it being a total surprise, it actually looks really good.
Yeah, Watch Dogs I think was by far the biggest surprise, mostly because we knew about everything this year. I think the most impressive game for me so far has been Last of Us, but we heard about it months ago, and so coming to an event like this, it's always nice to get a surprise, and Watch Dogs was certainly surprising.
Now, so you mentioned The Last of Us. I feel like we got kind of a different impression of it than we had in the past. It seems more brutal, almost Condemned-like.
The thing I said, I wrote that it was my most anticipated game, and I said it would be nice to see Naughty Dog take what they've been able to do, their talent for cinematic storytelling, but take out the wisecracks and the sort of winks, and do something that's like, with that sort of Cormac McCarthy, The Road kind of influence, where it's just grim and it's dark, but with their level of storytelling and polish. I think it's something that's really special, and I'm eager to see a lot more of it. But again,
and then coming out of today, is that still your most anticipated game?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is your, other than Watch Dogs, what are you most anticipating?
My most anticipated game is Halo 4. I'm a giant, outspoken Halo fan. I'm really excited to see what 343 is bringing to the table. It's their first full, Halo release. They did Combat Evolved Anniversary, but we had it on our live show. We've been playing it. We're very excited for it. So.
Okay, so now we've seen all of the press conferences. Who do you think really hit it out of the park, and who do you think really didn't do as good a job?
Is no an answer? No, nobody? That nobody hit it out of the park? I feel like there's a specter of next-gen consoles looming over the whole show, and there's a lot of software that we know is in development that we're not seeing because it's for consoles that don't exist yet, that haven't been announced yet. So I think that a lot of the manufacturers did what they could. I think the big company who really had to impress was Nintendo, because they have shown their next-gen strategy, and I was personally disappointed. I was expecting a lot more out of them. We didn't hear much about their online service, which they've been weak in for a decade.
I think that might have been a little bit, they keep talking about these other press events that they're going to have, online at night. Do you think that's a strategy that works?
It's not working for me right now.
What's your opinion?
I have to agree. I think Nintendo needed to make us into believers of the Wii U. They needed to show us why we need this tablet and why developers need that sort of tech to develop for. And I just don't feel like they did that. And if anything, Microsoft comes out with the Smart Glass, technology that uses pre-existing hardware. You don't have to go out and buy a peripheral. It's all software-based. It's easy to use and understand. I feel like pretty much across the board, everybody played it safe, and it just sort of was, I don't know, it was just sort of there.
All right, well, thank you. I have to stop it there. I have to stop the unfortunate jaded commentary, which I mostly agree with. Let's send it over to Candace and Kevin.
Thanks, Morgan.
Thank you.
Do you realize how long
Is that for us or
we
them?
have been on the air?
No.
Almost 5 hours.
What?
Yes.
Is that why I threw up? Is it exhaustion or is it just my beach body?
I think it's exhaustion.
Oh, okay.
Stay strong because we've still got a world premiere hands-on demo of Assassin's Creed 3 in just a minute.
I will remain strong.
All right.
And
you can
still
do
vomit.
it, Kevin. It's your beach body.
Well, I was wandering around the Capcom booth, turned a corner, and found myself in the seedy underbelly of the DMC nightclub. I did not think it was going to be that kind of party. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is not in a million years.
But maybe tomorrow. Maybe there's a chance tomorrow. Probably not. Welcome back to E3 12 Live. We've got E3 covered on your TV and online as well. Just go to g4tv.com for even more E3 12 coverage presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST. Now let's get to the goods. The Last of Us is from the developer Naughty Dog. They're known for pretty much the most amazing games ever on the PlayStation. And this one's a post-apocalyptic tale that takes its inspiration from a scary and plausible place. Scariest part takes place in Pittsburgh. Let's go hands-on. All right, joining me now, lead designer Jacob Minkoff and voice actor Troy Baker, everybody. So, Last of Us, settle down. Settle down, kids. Crazy times here. Last of Us, a survival adventure. I did not know it was inspired by BBC's Planet Earth. Is that true?
Yeah, it totally is.
I don't remember zombies.
Well, there actually are. Insect zombies.
Oh, that's right. The little guys that perch and the little things come out of their head.
Yeah. The cordyceps fungus. It gets in their head, and then it forces them to go and like climb above the colony, explode all over the other ants, and then they infect everyone else. So we saw that and said, well, there's this moment where the narrator's like, the more numerous a species becomes, the more likely it'll be infected by cordyceps. And we're like, oh, we're pretty numerous. Well, what if it jumped to humans? Right? So then that put it in a realistic situation for us of how zombies could be created in real life.
But from what I've seen, I'm sure there's a lot of human on zombie contact and gunplay and gameplay, I'm sure. But from what I've really seen, there's an emotional struggle taking place, more so than human versus zombie. It's almost human against human.
Well, yeah, that's what's really interesting to us at Naughty Dog. We're all about character-driven narrative. So for us, it's like the infected, our version of the zombies. Those guys are an excuse to have a world that is destroyed and abandoned. But for us, what's interesting is that the humans in the world are even worse monsters than the zombies.
Right, which is happening today, let alone post-apocalyptic Pittsburgh. Troy, what's it like to breathe life into such a whimsical, happy place as this?
It's just sunshine and rainbows,
Of course.
unicorn farts, and
is that what you channel in the booth?
That is
Throw
what
on
I do.
a diamond, sparkly suit.
I have unicorn breath that I sprinkle on me, and I have a picture of Blair Herter that I look at for inspiration. It's amazing. I mean, this is to be involved in a game like this. I mean, I was a huge fan of Uncharted before, I even became a part of this. And so to be a part of a game like this is the Shangri-La. It's the holy grail of being in a video game title.
What can you tell us about Troy that maybe wasn't on the page that you've decided for the character?
For me, the first thing that I keyed in with Joel was that on the audition sides, it came down, there was this one line that says, Joel has few moral lines left to cross. For me, that was the wedding stone for me. That just unlocked everything for me, and that's the kind of guy that he is. We've kind of seen this model of the anti-hero kind of develop over the last 5 years. It's Marcus Phoenix is a great character. Nate Drake is an awesome character too, but finding someone that you can really relate to is I think more relative, and that's really who Joel is.
Right. Now, Bruce, what are we seeing here? What is this portion?
So
I love this part.
What we've got here is we're showing off some of the combat in The Last of Us. I think one of the things that we really wanted to show here at E3 is that this is a very systems-driven game. You know, we got the idea of the balance of power AI. You know, an enemy will see you pull a gun on them, and they'll say, "Oh no, you've got a gun. I've got only like a melee weapon."
Sure.
But oh, I better run away. But then you go click, click. Oh no, you're out of bullets. All right, I'm moving in on you. Right? And
I love that they recognize those moments too.
Absolutely.
Like they know, the NPCs know, oh, you're screwed right now. This is where we charge.
Exactly. And also you've got your ally, Ellie, who's a very capable 14-year-old girl. And the thing that you're
I
seeing
love
right
that
there.
moment. Yeah, we saw that yesterday at the press conference. What a beautiful
right,
moment.
when she throws the brick,
Yeah.
right, she looks around the environment, looks for an object she can use to help you, sees you're out of ammo, flanks the enemy, and takes him out while he's focused on you. And that's all systems driven.
I was just going to say, like, how scripted is a moment like this? Because that seems like something that a developer said, okay, here's where your ally is going to do this piece of VO is going to happen, this piece of cover is going to be blown away. But you're saying that that's dynamic, that's happening in real time?
That's what we're doing. We're designing what we call a wide linear game. The narrative is linear, but the gameplay opportunities are wide. You know, what if the player goes into the room on the right? What if they don't pick up the ammo? What if they don't go to the place where Ellie can pick up the brick? There are all sorts of different things that can happen, and we're designing systems that take advantage of that.
So Troy, that must have meant a laundry list of pages that you were going through in the booth for, okay, this is the grunt we need when you realize you're out of ammo in this sequence. And now here's the grunt we need.
That shoulder grunt. We need more punched in the hip grunt.
Exactly. I'm not feeling that in the torso.
And the thing is that the process, I think everyone's been really trying to find a magic bullet for the way to do mocap and performance capture. And really with the way that Naughty Dog does it, it seems to work. It's kind of the best of the best because we capture everything on the day. So it's the body, it's the face, and the voice. And we really spend the time in the process to make sure that we get as much coverage so it's not just the same repetition thing that the player's hearing all the time.
I'm telling you, I'm sure you've heard it a million times here. We're all excited for this game, and thank you for bringing something unique to gameplay right now. Like, I can't wait to be scared crapless in this world. So thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Yeah, best of luck.
Cheers. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got time left for a few more tweets. Now, you guys have been blowing up the Twitter wall today about E3. We've got over 1.6 million tweets. Crazy. Okay, Taylor 9.0 says, due to E3 on G4, you guys will think I'm a nerd because that's all I'm blowing up my timeline with. Well, guess what? I don't care. I love E3. You are in good company. We love E3 as long as it's on G4. Shadow says, several reasons why buying a PS3 was the greatest idea ever. The Last of Us, which we just heard about, God of War, PS3 for the win. Couldn't agree more. Those are great games. And keep using the E3 on G4 hashtag over at g4tv.com/E3 sweeps to enter for a chance to win a game console. Now, all week long. In fact, JAlexG0711 just won an Xbox 360. Congrats! We've still got plenty of prizes to give away. In fact, people tweeting this hour will be eligible to win a PlayStation 3 during tomorrow's live show. Now, this Sunday, don't miss a brand new episode of American Ninja Warrior. You'll see skilled athletes vying for a shot at dominating the world's toughest obstacle course. Most will fail. American Ninja Warrior is coming up next after today's E3 coverage. And make sure to check out all the new episodes this Sunday night at 9 on G4. Go to facebook.com/Ninja Warrior for exclusive clips, interviews, and much more. Now let's send it back over to Blair and Morgan.
Two people who will never be able to do anything that people do in American Ninja Warrior. All right, so let's talk about the game that everybody's talking about here on the show. We've been in the Middle East, we've been to Italy, but now Assassin's Creed is coming here to the States.
Of the founding fathers, it is time for a world premiere
All right, here to walk us through the next chapter in Assassin's Creed is creative director Alex Hutchinson. Alex, thank you for coming to the show, my friend. All right, buddy. We were talking about this before you came on. You guys showed off this stuff at GDC this year behind closed doors. You're finally showing it to the world. It's been so hard to keep this secret from everybody, so thank you for inviting me and telling me I couldn't talk about it. But for the people at home that are experiencing this finally for the first time, you're showing it here on this exclusive hands-on demo. Bring us up to speed. Where are we right now in the Assassin's Creed story?
So really for us, this was a chance to sort of get back to roots, to sort of relaunch the franchise. So it's a brand new Assassin, brand new historical period in the American Revolution, brand new set of player fantasies. We showed sort of the tree running and the sort of woods earlier. And yesterday we finally got to let one of our big secrets out of the bag, and we showed the naval gameplay. So it's sort of a master and commander fantasy. We really hope that this is kind of a big thing for people who've been with us since the start, and a chance to get on board for some new people.
Let's take a look at this tree running right here. Oh, now we're on the ground. But this was something that actually I have to say that I was a little bit worried about, because it's like, how many trees can you climb?
The answer's a lot.
A lot. Thousands.
So talk about integrating that, and was it kind of a new system that you had to develop?
Yeah, so basically, a lot of people kept saying to us, Assassin's Creed is about climbing buildings. And so I thought, no, I think Assassin's Creed is more just about climbing. And so it was always funny to me that the one thing I could climb in real life was the one thing I couldn't climb in the game, which was a tree. So, you know, I was like, no, come on, we got to do trees. But then once we did that, we realized making a natural tree, a believable tree, is pretty tricky. You know, you don't want it to look like a video game grid. So it was a big challenge for the guys, but I think the engineers pulled it off, and I think it feels as natural and believable as the cities.
And I know one of the things you guys are most proud of is the environment, and specifically the way that Connor moves around the environment. As you can see here, it looks like we're in the American frontier, and as you watch him move across the snow, he's sinking in over certain parts of it deeper than others, and I know that's something you were proud of. You really did just remove all the underlying foundation and rebuild the game from the ground up.
It was. We started work in January 2010, so by the time we shipped, we'll have had 3 years to work on it, which is a long time. So we kind of boiled it back down to its basics, and we rebuilt the climbing, we rebuilt the combat, we added a full weather system. So all the maps, whether it's Boston or New York or sort of the American frontier, have winter and summer versions. And as you said, the snow is an obstacle for you, but it's also an obstacle for the enemy. So you can imagine stalking them through the trees as they sort of, you know, get caught in the snow beneath you and picking them off one by one.
Now, I actually saw, you know, when the wolves were attacking, a beautiful dodge move. I've always been impressed with the animation in Assassin's Creed games and the sort of the variety of animations you have. Now, you've built like a whole new system of those.
Yeah, so there's literally thousands of animations. We had kind of a pre-E3 party for the team recently, and the animation director trotted out sort of numbers, which scared everybody. I think if we'd listed the numbers when we started, we just would have gone home. But it's literally 4,000 or 5,000 new animations for the assassin to just really ground him in the environment, to make the fight new and fluid and dynamic, to deal with all these crazy animals.
And there's actually a slightly new combat system. You kind
Completely
of changed
new.
it. Okay.
Yeah, so we went back. We knew combat was always beautiful in Assassins, but it was never as tight as we wanted it. So we went back and said, okay, we want the player to be more aggressive. We want him to be dual wielding, so 2 weapons at once all the time. We want to, support all kinds of crazy counter moves, but against multiple enemies. So as much as possible, we've rebuilt it.
Okay, and obviously something that people are really excited about. I know my biggest question: which famous people from history can I stab in the face?
So, I don't know, I always think we don't get enough mileage out of this. I think we talked about it at GDC, but everyone you've ever killed who was a significant target in Assassins is a real person, and they die in the right time, in the right place. Obviously, they don't die in the right way, or they're
right.
historically accurate.
This is not how some of these guys'
No, they never got stabbed, I don't think. But maybe they papered over these facts.
Right.
But I don't want to give away actual names just because that's kind of the fun of figuring it out. But I will say that we've invested way more in the enemies than ever before. So you will really know them by the time you stab them in the face this time around.
I'm going to feel really bad about that. Ben Franklin, I'm assuming. Just saying, man. I'm making things up.
All right, stay right there because we still need to talk about the game's multiplayer.
That's right.
After the break, part 2 of our Assassin's Creed 3 hands-on demo. This time we are focusing on stabbing dudes online. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere, Alex. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
It is so big.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Hey everybody, we're back. E3 12 on G4. We're talking Assassin's Creed 3. Joining us once again, creative director Alex Hutchinson. Alex, we've seen footage of the American frontier. We've seen the British forts. Now, what are we going to see? I'm thinking naval. I see a boat. I see water.
The high seas. Yeah. Well, when we looked into it, we realized that, you know, if one fantasy in Assassin's Creed is being an assassin, the other one is kind of being a historical tourist. You know, it's like visiting these places. When we looked at the history, we knew weather was a big deal, so we did snow. But then we realized that you arrived in America on a ship. Everything you got that was imported came on a ship.
Sure.
You know, the revolution, you know, the French Navy was hugely involved. So we just couldn't avoid doing naval.
And you're doing it in a big way. This isn't like parkour on a boat while stabbing people. You're driving the ship, you're manning cannons, you're calling it out.
Yeah, exactly. So we knew also we wanted to be in the same vein as the main game. So it's still action-adventure, it's still about navigation and combat, and you're a guy on a boat. It was important to us you weren't magically a boat for this period. You're still Connor, you're still on the boat, so you can let go of the wheel, explore your boat, go below decks, all that sort of stuff. So.
And you can actually board other ships as well.
Yeah, you can. Once you do, you've got your usual choice of different cannon stuff. So they had this nasty stuff called grape shot, which was kind of all the crap on the deck of the boat loaded into a cannon and fired at the enemy crew.
Right.
So you can use that, or you can use, you know, your normal round shot to damage and sink the boat, or chain shot to sort of bring down the masts and then board it.
Amazing. So it's not a mini game. I mean, I'm looking at here, you guys probably had to do some custom tech to achieve these high seas looking as amazing as they are.
It's a huge, it's got a weather system. You see it just changed from sort of like beautiful, like a Caribbean sea into sort of this stormy ocean. But yeah, it's brand new for us. We really think this is going to be a feature. You know, naval is such a big part of the history of humanity. We see this as a big part of the AC universe.
Now, okay, so let's talk multiplayer, because I actually really have been enjoying your multiplayer. It's a departure from your traditional run and shoot. There's a little bit of a different strategy. So how does it work into this game? Is it the same that we've seen, or have there some changes?
Yeah, we have a brand new set of modes we're built in. The one you're looking at now is Domination. So we're trying to mix it up for people who've been with us since the start. We're trying to clarify a lot to make it more accessible, so that hopefully we can get a whole new set of people to jump on board. And as you know, the sort of fiction of the universe has always been on the Abstergo side, so the bad guy side, and we have a brand new spin on that as well for this game to sort of unlock some secrets of the universe.
Well, so now, speaking to this mode here, this domination mode, is it the capture and hold certain points?
Exactly, yeah. So you're working with people, with small groups, to capture and hold points on the map, to kill the other, obviously guys who are coming for you. As you can see, they've also incorporated chunks of the weather that we built in on the single-player side, and also it's a chance to maybe play the redcoats. So all those Brits who are worried about killing their ancestors, this is their chance to get revenge in the multiplayer.
Is it, the weather systems, are they dynamic to the multiplayer maps, or is it sort of baked in? This level will take place in the snow and that's it?
Generally it's baked in because we wanted to make it predictable, but we're still toying with a few things, so we'll see how it pans out in the next couple of months.
And what other modes can you tell us about?
I'm legally obliged to not answer any other.
I don't see any lawyers on set. If they are, maybe they're blending in with a group right now and they're going to leap out and stab you. But
I think it's difficult with any sort of long-running multiplayer. It's kind of more of an evolution, you know what I mean? You're always building and adding things and trying to find the perfect balance. You know, if you have 30 modes, is it way too many? If you have 2, is it too few? So we're trying to find that sweet spot. But there's over a dozen modes in the AC multiplayer, so lots of variety.
And can you tell people kind of the basics of how the multiplayer is? Because I think when people think multiplayer, they just think we all get in there and we shoot each other, or we get on teams of 4 and then we shoot the other team.
We run around and swing a knife and hopefully we stab something.
Yeah, I think there was a really big effort to try and make the Assassin's Creed multiplayer its own beast, you know? So it is still about sneaking, it still is about stealth and killing people in creative and attractive ways.
And so how do you actually achieve stealth?
So basically you can use many of the mechanics that you use in the main game, so you can sort of hide in different areas. So you're trying to break line of sight between your target, and at all times you usually have one set target that you're trying to find in the map. So someone who's blending in as well, trying to hide, who you're trying to sort of, root out.
Right, you get your kill and that's it. Do you still have like those chase breakers and stuff where you have to kind of run through and that's what breaks it for you?
Yeah, you're seeing some of that go back and forth between single player and multiplayer too, so that we have, little interiors now in single player where if the guards are after you, can cut through the middle of a building and sort of escape in that. And so we're trying to sort of really unify the tactics in both sides.
That's some good crossover, so we can get used to one set of tactics, single player, and that'll translate there, yeah.
And then I also, I see that we're going to have some female assassins in multiplayer, something that I really respect and appreciate.
Yep, and I think also if you look at the Vida game that we just announced as well, it's a new assassin, African-American lady in Adeline, and I think it's really cool that we can sort of start to really broaden the the universe racing.
How do we start? If we do an online petition, can we get Morgan Webb to be an unlockable assassin? She has been with the franchise from day one and has been a huge vocal supporter. How do we make that happen? How do I make that happen?
I think we can make this happen. We'll talk about it after the segment.
Okay,
I think let's get it done.
All right. So when do we get it?
Yes.
The game is out October 30th on PC, PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii U.
Wow.
All
A lot
right.
of platforms.
We can't wait. Thank you so much for coming by.
So much. I
We're huge fans, and we are very excited.
Guys, G4's coverage of E312 is far from over. We've got 3 more hours of live TV from this very stage tomorrow. Would you like a little preview?
Yeah.
Of course you would. Here's a look. Tomorrow, G4's live coverage of E3 2012 continues with more hands-on demos of the show's biggest games.
I will lead you to glory!
We're going back to the epic world of Tamriel and one of the most anticipated MMOs of all time, The Elder Scrolls Online. Plus, break out your nanosuit. We're going hands-on with Crysis 3. The futuristic franchise is bringing the jungle to the Big Apple. Terrorists beware! Sam Fisher is planning to hunt you down in a daring revamp of the veteran franchise. We'll take the wraps off of Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist. And pack your suitcase. Far Cry 3 is taking you to an exotic island paradise filled with deadly mercenaries. All that plus exclusive interviews, the latest trailers, and all the news as it breaks. We did it!
Yay!
We did it! Today was packed with demos, new games. But now it's time to hurt somebody's feelings and say what we liked best. My favorite part. Candace, what say you?
I think it's pretty obvious. I'm going to go with Dance Central 3.
Of course.
Because I love to dance. Even though I think I was getting so many X's because the camera was messed up or something.
No, a poor
was the
blames
camera.
the tool. Wait, just in case people missed that, what was the move that you tried to perform again for the camera, Candace?
Some room. We don't want to get hurt here.
Yeah, that was it right there.
Better in heels.
It's a little hard in heels.
I'm impressed.
And this close.
All right, I'm going to say actually Medal of Honor and Spec Ops: The Line. It's nice to see some kind of alternative shooters coming out. We see a lot of Call of Duty, which obviously is a great game and we really like, but it's nice to see something a little bit different. But then, of course, I just looked at Assassin's Creed, and I might have to pick that too. Okay, go.
I love how they asked Morgan to pick about 20 minutes ago, and Morgan's like, oh, definitely Spec Ops. And then Assassin's happens, she's like, I wish you would have asked me now.
It's like, if I had to choose one favorite, I would choose all of them.
All of them.
That's not how this works.
I'm sorry.
I think definitely my first favorite was finally learning that Exhibit clearly follows me around. So that was a big moment.
He brought out your inner street.
He's attracted to my street.
You bought a chain wallet. You're going crazy.
And then my second thing I think was the big surprise for me. I think was Dead Space 3, and by that I mean when they were talking about. Thank you for the support.
They backed you up.
But they were, it was really cool because they brought in the co-op, and I think the biggest surprise for me was them saying we are committed to making that same really tight, terrifying single experience occur with 2 people. So I'm really excited to see how they actually do that. And again, happy that they're going to try and do that, because who doesn't want to take a terrifying journey with their friend? So that's why I'm...
Speaking of terrifying journeys with their friends, I went with Resident Evil 6.
That's a good one.
Which surprised me, actually. I love drop-in, drop-out co-op in any game, but I'm glad that they're returning to the slower, shambling zombies. The game looks great, and I'm excited to play with my friends, so I went with that. But Last of Us kind of got me.
I know.
So that I'm like, man, that is so good.
They sneak up on the end. That's what it is. We commit to something emotionally at the beginning of the show, and then there's
Right.
so much great stuff throughout the show.
Well, thankfully, we've got 3 more hours
Yeah.
tomorrow.
We do.
We're totally set.
We're okay.
We have tons and tons more game demos tomorrow. And of course, Thursday, E3 2012 continues tomorrow night at 6 with even more exclusives.
What?
More hands-on demos,
Crazy.
breaking news, interviews with the biggest names in gaming. I sang that because it was that big.
I like
Really?
it.
Oh, it's really nice.
It's a pretty
And hey,
song.
you guys should stick around because American Ninja Warrior is
What?
coming up.
That's a good show.
It is a good show.
It's a
You
great
said
show. I'd
that-
like to see you 2 on it.
No.
One year I tried it.
busted my butt
Not
on
effective.
it.
All you guys.
I like how
Not
you
at
said,
all.
well, we wouldn't be able to do what half those guys do on the show. We could all fall in the water very quickly. We can do it. You'll see. It's what
All right,
everybody
thank
does.
everyone for tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Tomorrow.
Buckle your seatbelts and put those tray tables in an upright and locked position. You feel that?
I feel it.
We have everything on our stage.
E3 is absolutely nuts.
Don't change that channel. If you do, you might miss one of the greatest things ever.
Are you ready?
We've got pretty much every game that matters.
E3 is all about the big announcements.
A little thing called Halo 4.
Do you guys want more demos? You got
by far the biggest event in video games. Everybody is totally here.
Joining us now at Irrational Games, Ken Levine.
That's right. We're going to break news here.
I'm here with Todd Howard.
I woke up this morning. I'm like, good God, what is going on? This is amazing.
Whoa, never seen that before.
Mr. President!
That is crazy.
You know it!
Don't you love that? I love it!
And hundreds of hours of gameplay. I'm sold.
The biggest gaming event of the year starts right now because we said so.
Yes, I will be excited too then.
Hello and welcome to E3 12 Live. I'm Morgan Webb, and joining me once again are Kevin Pereira, Candace Bailey, and Mr. Blair Herder.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. We're coming to you live from the center of the gaming universe, the Los Angeles Convention Center. We have 3 more hours of live coverage, and Matt Person is very excited. There's one man who's excited. Thank you.
Coming up on today's show, the game that everyone is talking about. We have got your first look at Watch Dogs, the cyber thriller that stole the show at the Ubisoft press event.
Blew my mind yesterday. Plus, we've got a whole lot of games with a 3 in the title, which means the other 2 made a lot of money. For instance, the graphically stunning open-world game Crysis 3. Yes.
That's right. Then we're going to explore a tropical paradise full of naked ladies and psychotic criminals that want to kill you in Far Cry 3.
And later, Capcom comes by with Lost Planet 3. This one's all about smashing everything you see, but this time with a giant mech.
Sold.
That's fun.
Makes it more fun.
Right?
Makes it more fun.
But first, let's check in with the rest of the G4 crew. They're like our Avengers, except way less superpowery.
We did not tell them that, though, right?
No,
We
we
send
didn't
people
tell
out with that.
I told Sarah she could leap an entire building. And,
Oh, it's going to go well.
You're going to see that later, actually. It's pretty entertaining the way that worked out. The team is on the show floor, visiting the booths. They're busting some heads, and they're finding out the best that this cavern of gaming goodness has to offer.
Can you feel it? Yeah, everybody's going nuts. Coverage through the roof. We've got more great games coming your way, more breaking news. Can I get a huzzah?
You never know what you're going to find here at E3. I'm sitting in a Halo 4 and Best Buy 3D chalk outline awesome artwork thing. About to get my picture taken as Master Chief. See ya.
Hey guys, I'm here at NBA Baller Beats, checking this game out. Now y'all don't know, but I got some skills. The court's my second home, so check this out right quick. I told y'all. What? On to the next game.
Hey, Matt Myra here. Check it out. That is the original alien prop from the 1986 movie Aliens. It's 26 years old. When I was 26, my hair had gone gray, and I'd lost most of it. This is aging better.
This is the only way to get around at this point, really. Make sure you stay tuned. We got games and demos coming up. Sarah!
Thanks, y'all. Today I will be hanging out at our Twitter wall, which might be sentient. I'll be giving away prizes all day, so you don't believe me? You don't? Well, how about this? Twitter user Mr. Smiley, you have just won a PlayStation 3. Yay! I like your name. Today we'll be giving away another PlayStation 3, a Nintendo 3DS, and an Xbox 360. If you want to have a shot at winning one of these consoles, all you have to do is head over to g4tv.com/E3sweeps and use the hashtag E3 on G4. Now this hour, your tweets will enter you for a chance to win a Nintendo 3DS. And now let's send it over to Kevin and Morgan for our first demo of the day.
I like it. We don't mess around.
No,
We
she is
just
so
straight to the demo.
kind. Yes, and thank you, Santa Bailey, for giving away the wonderful prizes. Hey, Crysis 3 is the latest visually impressive open-world game from the graphics card melters at Crytek.
The urban jungle of New York City has been turned into a literal jungle, and you'll be taking down enemies with a deadly compound bow. Let's go hands-on.
Joining us now, Crytek Director of Creative Development, Rasmus Hojengard. How are you, sir?
Welcome.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thanks for coming here. I'm a huge fan of the series, but I do not know what happened to New York. The nursery has gone out of control. It is suddenly a jungle.
Yeah, so the game basically takes place 20 years after Crysis 2, and Cell Industries, which is one of the organizations who fight in Crysis 2 and in Crysis 1, they've gained a lot of power, and they've built these massive nanodomes over a lot of cities. And these domes basically accelerate plant growth, which cleans the cities from within from any leftover Ceph pollution, the alien race Ceph. What they're really doing is making sure no one disturbs them while they're researching all this Ceph technology, which they're really interested in, because ultimately they want to have global domination, and they believe that this technology is...
That old global domination thing again. Why do they always want that?
It's money, baby.
Ah.
So now inside these domes, there's not a civilian population.
No, there isn't. There are people that you help in there. There is a group of kind of like rebels, if you will. But part of making sure that people understand how evil a corporation Cell is, everybody has been thrown out of the cities. Peacefully have been forcefully rejected from their homes. So it's pretty clear that these are the bad guys, along with the Ceph race, obviously.
Right. Now, what are we looking at right here? I saw a little stealth mode action there, and seeing some bow action, and now it looks like something that's going to put bullets through people.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we're pushing very hard in the game is that Prophet, which is the character you play, is the hunter within this urban rainforest setting. And part of that, he's been given this bow, which you saw a little before, which not only is a very cool kind of low-tech meets high-tech weapon, it's also a very customizable weapon. There's a number of different arrowheads, and one of them you can fire while you're cloaked, which really adds a lot of value to the sense of being stealthy and a hunter, which is kind of an ongoing theme in the game.
Sure.
You can also equip it with a number of other warheads, like you can electrocute enemies if they're in water, and there is like sticky grenades and proximity grenades, and a host of other things we'll reveal as we go on.
So now, the series really is known for its graphics and the fact that it melts graphics cards.
It makes computers weep.
It really does. However, you get so much visual fidelity for that. So what's your sort of theory on that this time?
Well, I mean, we definitely want to push the high end. You know, PC is definitely a driving platform for a lot of the visual goodies we want to put in. I can't really go into detail about what exactly is going to be there, but we obviously want to make sure that everything looks good regardless of platform, but we also want to re-establish Crytek and Crysis as kind of like the benchmark setter for visual fidelity on the high-end hardware, right? So, and also the environment that you play in, this whole setting of a completely overgrown city. It's a great environment for both huge scale, but also a lot of attention to kind of micro detail, which, so we basically have the whole spectrum there, right? And also we want to push the more sandboxy gameplay elements that people might remember from Crysis 1, but also keep a lot of the verticalities and the more funneled experiences whenever that makes sense that people might remember from Crysis 2. So it's kind of like taking whatever experience and knowledge we had from those two first games, building on that, and then make something even better from that.
So, to the sandbox gameplay aspect, this mission that we're watching here, I'm sure there's an objective, right? There's a goal that we're trying to complete as the gamer, but how many different ways are there to tackle that within any given level or mission?
I mean, there are basically, well, there is in theory infinite, but I mean, if you take this particular little area well, it's not that little, but this area that CJ is running around in now, there are kind of three main paths, and each of these paths then branch in multiple connectivity paths and also multiple verticality paths. Sure. So that you can choose to approach it either stealthily or guns blazing or a combination of that. You can go in stealth. If that gets disrupted, you can go into hiding and move away and circumvent them and flank them, go into stealth again. So it's like a really great playground, and especially if you use the bow, which is something we've noticed that a lot of people who play the game, they really use the bow, and that's very cool because that was really what we were hoping for. Again, because we want to push this sense of you being the hunter.
Right. Yeah, hunting with an AK is a little bit easier though, but the bow looks way
not
cool.
Quite as cool.
Yeah, the bow is way cooler.
You give yourself away a little bit though when that thing goes off. Okay, are we going to actually recognize any locations in New York?
Yeah, you'll see landmarks. And I mean, the one thing we really want to build into is that you shouldn't think about that you're in New York all the time when you play the game, but there needs to be these moments where you go like, holy, is that really? And so we've not just planted a lot of trees inside New York City, we've really completely defined like the concept of a rainforest with the geometry that you see in a city, like houses and collapsed houses and so on. And here you can see like the big skyscrapers. They basically act as as mountains, which means that the concept of the wonder that we call these is called canyon here, because you always feel like you're in a canyon between mountains. And there's going to be like mountain top areas, grasslands, and all kinds of different things. When we announced the game, the wonder that we showed there was the one we call Swamp, which is a much more eerie and dark and a little more claustrophobic, not as open-ended as this. This is probably a good kind of middle ground for what the game is going to be in terms of scale. And then there's going to be bigger areas, and there are going to be more confined areas.
Well, Rasmus, I recently built a new gaming rig specifically to play this game. Did I do it too early? When do we get to play the new game?
No, I don't think so. The game launches in 9 months from now, so it's not that long into the future, but obviously it's still pre-alpha code, so it's not a finished game.
I can't. This is the best pre-alpha I've seen in a long time.
February 2013 is
awesome.
the launch date.
Rasmus, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming by.
I appreciate it.
You know what's great about these guys is, so yesterday you were all behind the barrier, and they're slowly creeping up. So I feel like by the end of the show, they will be hosting this, and I will be taking a nap. So that was the first of many live hands-on demos you're going to see on the show today. Coming up, we're going to take on another chaotic open-world adventure when we bring the most shockingly not safe for work game of E3, Far Cry 3, to this stage. It is bloody. Plus, the latest on WWE 13, straight from one of the game's stars. Sheamus will be here revealing what's changing in this year's edition, and hopefully he will not be angered by me and I will not leave here on a stretcher. We will be right back.
Check it! Here we go! Go! Hey! Back front, eyes up front!
How do you follow up a demo of Crysis 3 with a demo of the game that nearly melted our censor button during the Ubisoft press conference?
Yeah, I was there. We were sitting behind them. They're like, oh God, red button. Far Cry 3 has you fighting for your life on a tropical island full of gun-wielding thugs who won't hesitate to kill you.
Nope.
After, of course, delivering a cool monologue. That's what all the kids are doing these days.
Yep.
Let's go hands-on Far Cry 3.
Joining us now is executive producer Dan Hay. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so this is something I'm excited about. You're returning to the tropical island setting. Tell us where we are and what we're doing other than chasing manta rays.
Yeah, basically you're talking about Jason. What he's done is he came to the island. I remember last year, if you look at Far Cry, you met Jason, and he was a bit of a victim. We met Voss, obviously insane, obviously crazy. And Far Cry has always been a sort of off the map, right? It's been a lawless frontier. So you meet a guy like Voss, and then you spend a little bit of time in his world, and you start to maybe become a little bit like him. And we meet Jason roughly 2 months later, as now he's been trained. He's gone the way of the warrior. He's covered in tattoos. He's got a brand new bow that he's going to use, and he's going to basically go and find Voss and get payback.
He's also clearly learned how to talk to the ladies.
Oh, yeah.
What we saw in the Ubisoft press conference as
From
well.
the demo, we definitely saw that.
And what we saw in the demo, too, we saw a lot of incredible knife combat. So obviously there's a lot of close quarter stuff in the game. But the Far Cry series, one of the hallmarks has always been how big the environments are. So what kind of environment, how large are we looking at this year in this game?
Well, I mean, we talked about it in the press conference. It's not one island, it's not two. There's a whole archipelago that you can basically explore. And it's about the freedom to explore. Play the game your way, right? We have action bubbles, and we want you to take this 360-degree approach. If you can see it, you can go there, you can play it the way you want, and it's all systemic. When we were playing the demo, if you look at the panic on my face, we didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, we were watching you. You looked terrified.
Yeah. But you also like that. But you can take a certain situation in a number of different ways.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you can still do that in Far Cry.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, I like to sort of sit back, and I've got a sniper rifle. The thing is, you got to have adaptive AI. You got to have smart AI in that circumstance. For me, we want to make sure that if you decide to sit back and poach guys and take them out one at a time, you can do that. But we also have AI that can come in, they can light stuff on fire. We've got the Great Fire from Far Cry 2 coming back. The whole place can go up. We've got dogs that come after you, using the environment, using the animals, which you're actually going to see in the demo. It's pretty cool.
So how these, I mean, I don't want to say infinite amount of options, but how do this massive amount of options, how does that affect the storyline? Is it going to be, do you have branching storylines, or is it completely linear?
What Jason's doing is he's come to the island, and he didn't realize what he was walking into, right? Pretty normal guy. and basically his friends were taken. And now his job is to figure out a way to get his friends back. And as he does that, he begins to get pulled into the island. He meets Citra, who we all saw, and he begins to fall for that. And the question is, it's player choice. Which way are you going to go? And we take that all the way from the meta, all the way down to the moment-to-moment gameplay. Player choice. How are you going to go in? How are you going to do it? Are you going to do it stealthily? Are you going to sneak in? Are you going to go in guns blazing?
So yeah, I was going to ask you, what mission are we on right here? And can you tell us a little bit about what we're doing?
This is where Jason is going after Voss. Basically, this is Voss's compound. Voss is obviously a weird guy. He's got too much power, right? And we think of him like almost a tortured artist. Right. What he's actually doing here is he's been torturing your friends, and he's created these little installation art pieces where he can play them back to you. Now, what Jason's doing is he's going into Voss's lair, and he's going to see if he can catch him unawares. But the reality is, Voss has been through everything Jason's been through, and in about 10 seconds, Jason's going to realize how much trouble he's in.
We've seen a lot of, we've obviously talked about the bow, we talked about the knife combat, clearly saw a gun there, but what kind of other weapons are we can we expect to see in this game?
For us, we wanted to make sure that it was, if you're a shooter player, you're going to love it, you're going to have a lot of guns that you can play with, the flamethrowers, all that stuff, but we also want to make sure that we bring in the bow, right? The bow's a big deal for us. And Jason can be very, very stealthy, it's deadly. There's a lot of hunting in the game where you can go out and you can actually look for animals that you can then skin them and take their hides back and sell them, and you've got a whole game economy for it.
Now, so you mentioned stealth mode. So now, how does that work? You're just going to use cover, your cover-based system?
Really, the way it works is we want the player to be able to sort of attack it the way they want to do it. So if you come up to an action bubble, we want to give you the whole everything you're looking down. Let's say I'm looking down at a ship or a shipwreck. I've got a ton of AI down there. What am I going to do? How am I going to do it? I can go in stealthily. I can sneak up behind them. I can gut them one at a time. I can take a rock and I can throw it, and I can have the AI move. We want them to be really smart. What if they have dogs? The dogs can hear us. They can smell us. We've got to be careful about that. We might want to start a fire. We might want to skulk around and go behind a waterfall and then jump out and then take a guy down to death from above. It's how you play it. It's how you play it.
And I want to talk a little bit, you showed a lot of great things at the press conference, but the thing I think that stood out to me the most was the cooperative element that you have. It's not just your standard drop-in, drop-out co-op. You've got 4 people wreaking a lot of havoc on the internet. I want you to just explain what it is you guys actually did with co-op, because it looked amazing in that
What we did is we said to ourselves, okay, Far Cry experience in the past has been all about the single-player experience and making sure that you're alone in that forest. You're feeling like, oh man, I'm alone. There's no 911. What am I going to do? And we wanted to protect that. So with co-op, we just said, well, let's just make a second game. So
why not?
We brought
it's not hard enough to design one
Exactly.
game.
So you have Jason, who's a regular guy, right? And he begins to discover insanity. What happens when you flip that on its head? What happens when you take 4 characters that have effectively been expelled from our society, who have to go out there and make a living somehow, and you put them with their own brand of insanity on a completely different island?
Bad things happen is what I think.
Bad things happen.
All right, well, we can't wait to find out. So when does Far Cry 3 come out?
This September, and it's coming out on the PS3, the 360, and the PC.
Awesome. Well, Dan, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always a pleasure. Round of applause for this gentleman right here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, buddy.
Looks great.
Thank you, guys. Listen, over the years, we've seen Lego games, and they featured franchises like Star Wars, Harry Potter, Batman, Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean, etc., etc., etc.
And the whole time, gamers have been saying, where is the Lord of the Rings game?
Where is the Lord of the Rings game?
Well, it's finally here, and Sarah has the latest.
I don't know why I was getting so angry about it.
It's here. I love Legos, and I love the Lord of the Rings. If only there was one way to bring those 2 things together.
They have a cave troll.
All right, my man. I thought Frodo had the ring. The cat is in the bag. End of story. What is happening?
We're going to tell the whole story of Lego Lord of the Rings, from beginning to end, that massive epic quest in a way you've never seen before. Like any Lego game, it's made of fun. We tell the story with humor. You get to play as all the characters from the whole story, good guys and bad guys. You get to be the Fellowship and take on all their cool powers.
What do you think is the appeal of Lego animated games?
Because we get to play with your favorite characters. We get to take the worlds of your imagination, the world's greatest characters and stories, and fool around with them. We get to have fun. We tell the story, we give you everything you want from the story, we give you the music, we give you the drama, the emotion, the voices, and then we just put a spin on it.
All right, when can we buy this thing?
Lego Lord of the Rings is coming out at the end of this year, on all gaming platforms, Xbox 360, PC, Wii, on handhelds, 3DS as well, PC, Mac. If you want to play LEGO Lord of the Rings, and you should, then you will be able to.
All right, fantastic. I'm gonna go play it. Actually, can you hold on to this for me? Is that okay? It's kind of heavy, just warning you. Okay, thank you.
Hey, you stay right there. GeForce coverage of E312 Live is just getting started. In fact, in only a few short minutes, WWE superstar Sheamus will be here.
Yes.
Talk about WWE 13.
Plus, a classic performer series is back, and this time with Wii U support. What? We'll hit the floor with a look at Rayman Legends right after this.
GeForce live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Probably not for us. Nope. We'll explain in a second.
Right next to a WWE superstar right now.
Yeah, it's whatever. You know, look, despite how I was raised, my rural Louisiana upbringing, I have learned that it's not actually okay to hit your friends and your loved one with folding chairs, despite my
That's how my family showed affection.
It's Portuguese.
I think, yeah.
Right?
But that behavior is welcome and encouraged
Yes.
not only in a Portuguese household, but in WWE 13. And this year's edition brings some changes to the virtual squared circle.
Just get closer. He's just getting himself closer to me. It's fine.
Keep
WWE
it dwarf
superstar
up.
Sheamus, ladies and gentlemen.
Respect him or he will crush you with an icy stare.
I love how he's like, look, I know I'm going to tower over them anyway, but I'm going to do my hair super high, too.
Exactly.
Just to add some height. Sheamus, this is looking to be, look, the WWE games are always huge games, but this one looks to be the biggest one yet. Over 70 characters in the game. Can you name a few, besides yourself, of course, and why people would want to play with anyone?
Not that
besides
anybody else
yourself, of
matters,
course.
yes.
Believe it or not, actually, it's great. The current superstars are revealed right now. Obviously, myself, CM Punk, Mark Henry, and Big Show. There are going to be a lot more superstars revealed, but they'll be over time. I know SummerSlam's going to be a big time for us as well. Not just for that huge pay-per-view we have, but also because THQ are going to announce some more superstars and downloadable characters that may be added. The big thing this time, of course, is the Attitude campaign, which is basically the chance to relive a lot of the great Attitudes feuds and storylines and matches from who so far Stone Cold Steve Austin, Undertaker, and Mankind have been basically revealed. You know, it's the revolution. WWE13 is the revolution. They say Attitude Era is the revolution. Punk talked about a revolution in WWE right now. So we're really excited about it, and be able to mix and match the Attitude Era with the current crop of superstars is a dream for everybody. Plus, on top of that, the actual technology is off the charts. I had a chance to play this game earlier on. Man, the graphics are greater. Yeah. The audio sound actually feels like you're actually with the crowd noise and the commentary. It feels you're actually at a WWE show, so you're experiencing that live feeling. And I said that even the moves are greater. My attire, all the entrances are pumped up. They're all updated. And I feel like a big kid here again. I'm dragging me out of that room.
Greatest on-air promo we've ever had on E3.
They drag me out of that room. Actually, it's still up there playing it right now.
He's like, I got to do the stupid interview, then I'm going right back to play the game.
Yeah. Now, when they capture your performance, are they taking video of your ring entrance and of your moves, or do they cover you with ping pong balls and have you actually recreate yourself inside of an arena?
I wouldn't let anyone put ping pong balls to me or crazy glue ping pong balls to me. But we have people. I think the technology as well is based on our entrances. They're all studied down to a T, so everything is actually exactly how it plays out on television. And all the moves are updated. Characters are constantly evolving. So because of that, you know, THQ realized that they have to keep up with that, and on WWE 13, that's why everything is straight up to date and on the ball. Also, you see here, we got spectacular moments there of the ring falling apart with Big Show and Mark Henry. Big Show suplex and Mark Henry. I went through a barrier here in the Staples Center at SummerSlam with Mark Henry. You can relive that moment too. It's great.
Would you ever want to?
Yeah. No, not
exactly.
When the video game.
In the video game, sure.
I'm fine with it.
And talk a little bit about the story. Obviously, the story is important. You said that they can relive the Attitude Era, and I think one of the hallmarks of that era was the storyline. So what are they offering in terms of storyline here in WWE 13, as far as maybe your own personal career, how you can move through this game?
Well, right now with the Attitude campaign, it's actually like reliving actual stories or moments that happened in WWE history.
Yeah, the big ones.
The big ones. The big ones that actually set WWE in the course to where it is today. You know, the moments that inspired myself, CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Alberto Del Rio, Randy Orton, superstars who are now like trying to push the WWE in a new direction, or keep bringing it on, you know. But I can't reveal too much, of course, because we don't want to kill the buzz right away. All I can tell you is the Attitude campaign is off the charts. As I said, I'd still be up there playing it right now. Some of my favorite moments and some of my favorite superstars, and I can tell you it's great.
Well, Sheamus, when do we get to explode a McMahon's limo or hit somebody with a chair or fall through a barricade at Staples? When do we get to play it?
You got a great imagination.
I recall a limousine blowing up. I recall that.
It did happen. That's kind of a great thing about WWE. Anything can happen, and everything pretty much does. Yeah. But someone tells me you're a close friend of The Miz, right?
It depends on how you are with The Miz at the moment. Because I hate the dude if
this
you
man
hate
here is close friend of The Miz.
No. I just whenever a wrestler asks if someone,
are you guys good?
No, you know, I've talked nothing but great things about this game, right? It's off the charts, as I said. The only thing was, I was very disappointed when my overall score was exactly the same in The Miz, which is 89.
Oh, I disagree with that categorically.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows.
I hate
we
that
talked
too.
about that.
Everybody knows The Miz couldn't kick snow off a rope or fight his way out of a paper bag.
Absolutely.
So I still don't know why my score is the same as me. I'm really disappointed.
All right, so when can people expect to see this incredibly unbalanced fighting simulator? When can people get their hands on this game in store?
October 30th, fella, the day before Halloween. It's when it all breaks loose. The biggest WWE game ever. WWE 13th, fella. It's coming soon.
Let's go, Kevin. Let's just get off the. He's good.
I love it. I thought you were
You're good, man.
I'm taking over the show.
Sheamus, everybody!
He's good.
Thank you, Sheamus. You're way better than The Miz. Way better than The Miz.
You're all right.
Sheamus, I love your hair. It's awesome. Cool hair. I like it. Okay. All right, let's see what's going on in Twitterville, shall we? All day we're tracking the most popular games that everyone is talking about, like, surprise, surprise, Halo 4. It's been at the top of the list the entire time. We're also counting the total number of E3 tweets, which now sits at just under 2 million. Crazy. Now, if you got something to say and you feel like winning stuff, all you have to do is tweet using the hashtag E3 on G4 and head over to g4tv.com/E3sweeps.
Who says platformers are a dead genre? Fools! That is who! This fall, Ubisoft's got a follow-up to Rayman Origins on the way, and it fully embraces the Wii U's new touchscreen. We have got all the details in this floor report.
Take a critically acclaimed franchise and a recently leaked for internal eyes only trailer, and you've got enough buzz around a game to make it the stuff of legends. I am here with Michael, who is the senior game manager for Rayman Legends. Talk to me about how this game has evolved from the original.
Oh, well, basically, as we were wrapping up Rayman Origins, we finally got our hands on the brand new Wii U, and it's really cool. You know, we thought we could do a lot of cool things with this.
What do you think fans are going to be the most excited about?
I think they're going to be most excited about playing on the Wii U and holding that new controller. You know, you've got a lot of different things we can do with that. You've got the touch-based gameplay, but also what it does is it has that second screen, so kind of have this asynchronous gameplay. The guy holding the gamepad, he sees something different. He can help, either it's like a puzzle where he's helping the other player out, so it's a totally new way of playing co-op.
So when can we get our hands on the legal version of the game?
Well, we don't have a launch date yet. When the Wii U comes out, hopefully very soon after or during, you'll be able to get your hands on Rayman Legends. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Michael.
Coming up after the break, the game that lets you decimate horrible creatures with a giant mech. It's Lost Planet 3.
Plus a big world premiere. Find out why it's fun to be death when we go hands-on with the apocalyptic action game Darksiders 2. We will be right back.
Yeah!
It's always fun to come to E3 and check out what's new and hot in the world of video games, but I love Retro Corner, where you can check out games from your childhood. We had Astro Blaster over there, Donkey Kong Jr., 1942, Ms. Pac-Man, but my all-time favorite, Galaga. Give it to me, the tabletop with Galaga and Ms. Pac-Man. It's been a while since games cost a quarter. I mean, when is the last time you heard this beautiful sound? Oh, give it to me. Here we go.
Is brought to you by GameFly. the best way to rent and buy games.
The Lost Planet series often pits players against enemies that are enormous in size and incredibly difficult to take down. But in Lost Planet 3, you get to turn the tables and bust heads while operating a giant mech. Let's go hands-on for more. Joining us now is producer Andrew Szymanski. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. So right now we are not in a giant mech. What are we looking at right here?
Yeah, we've actually just gotten out of our giant rig and we're fighting some of the Acrid creatures on foot. This one is called the Pack Hunter.
The Pack Hunter. See, the reason that scares me is because it's called the Pack Hunter.
And it hunts in packs.
Yeah, it must. I think it might hunt in packs.
Yeah.
So are we expecting any more of these?
Yes, we're expecting more, and as you can see, the rig is actually frozen over. So what you're going to have to do is shoot all of the ice off of the rig in order to start it up again and then be on your way.
Okay, so we maybe went a little backwards there. So maybe introduce people to the Lost Planet series.
Sure. Well, Lost Planet is basically a third-person shooter franchise. It takes place on a planet called EDN3, which is a very frozen, desolate planet. And in this particular installment, we're actually going back, even though it's the third game, we're going back earlier in the chronology, so it's actually a prequel to the first game.
And so tell me more about this planet and its local flora and fauna here.
Well, there's a native life form called the Acrid. That's what we're fighting right now. And basically the humans are trying to set up a colony, and they're trying to sort of exploit the resources of the planet. And in order to do that, they have to go in the habitats of the Acrid, so the Acrid, of course, fight back.
I mean, one could argue they would have a right to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the difference between fighting human enemies and fighting the Acrid, because the Acrid are just trying to survive, as is the main character Jim.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the campaign and the main character, Jim.
Sure. Well, Jim is kind of a blue-collar, working-class kind of guy who's come from Earth to EDN3 in order to perform contracts for the colonization, because he's left his wife and kid back on Earth, and he wants to earn hazard pay to support them. Over the course of his adventure, he's taking on contracts, but eventually he'll get wrapped up in greater mysteries, and that's really kind of where the intrigue of the game begins.
So he starts out as sort of a mercenary who wants to make some money, and then he ends up here. Now we're actually in the giant mech, and we see the course of combat has turned a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. The enemies earlier that we were kind of struggling to defeat on foot, now we can basically just crush to a pulp with the giant utility rig.
Now, so are you mostly a lone soldier, a lone wolf?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Jim, and this is something that we've really taken pains to put in the game, is that he's not a soldier. He's not a military man. He's very much, an engineer slash, working class guy who, has come there to do construction work. But it's such a hazardous environment that he has to kind of, learn how to improvise to survive in that environment. But eventually he does get wrapped up in more intrigue and sort of these kind of political struggles.
Okay, and so right now we're seeing some, he has a grappling hook also.
Yes, he has a grappling hook. That's something that's pretty well known in Lost Planet, and it's making its return here in the third game.
Okay, so now we unfortunately have left the mech again.
Yeah.
And what mission are we attempting to complete here?
Basically, we're going down into a cave system in order to plant a thermal post, which is basically a device that you can plant that will suck out the thermal energy. That's the resources the colonists are trying to get in order to provide a new energy source for Earth. So as we get farther down in this cave system, you're going to see that he's going to try to plant a post, but there's going to be something waiting for us here in a few minutes.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the weapons that he has and he's going to be using here.
Sure. Well, he's just picking up the shotgun right now. Unlike some of the previous Lost Planet games that had very futuristic, like particle beam weapons and things like that, because it does take place in the past, we're trying to ground it more in sort of, the 21st century that we know, even though it is sci-fi, it is in space. So you're going to see a lot more gunpowder weapons, assault rifles, shotguns, and even a hunting rifle that Jim actually owns. That's his family heirloom that he's brought to the planet with him.
And what kind of pacing is this game going to be known for? Is it more stealth-oriented? Is it a little more Halo/Rambo-oriented?
That's a good question. We like to vary the pace between sort of the outdoor vistas and a lot of exploration inside of the mech, and then when you come down into more confined areas, you get more suspense, sort of claustrophobic gameplay against enemies in tight spaces. But definitely, the shooting sequences are something that are a hallmark of the franchise, and we're going to see that.
I would say this is another hallmark of the franchise,
yes,
right
giant
here.
monsters, yes.
All right, I like it. So we're going to wish for the best for our friend here. When is the release date?
Release date is early 2013, and it's going to be out for Xbox 360, PS3, and PC.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to kill some giant monsters. What about you guys? That's right. Thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate it.
E3, it is a huge event, but there's something even bigger on the horizon. San Diego Comic-Con. This year's event sold out in 90 minutes, and G4 is your only way in. We're the only network broadcasting live from the floor with breaking news, celebrity guests, collectibles, and a ton of surprises. We'll have live episodes of Attack of the Show and X-Play, and 3 hours of coverage from the floor on Saturday. 3 days of live Comic-Con coverage kicks off July 12th at 3 only on G4. Now, coming up in just a few minutes, we will have a world premiere demo of Darksiders 2. You'll play as Death, who's a little angry that his fellow horseman is in trouble. Plus, Grant Bowler, the star of the new sci-fi series Defiance, will be here to talk about the MMO that ties into the narrative. We will be right back.
Yeah! Hey guys, I just got done playing Halo 4 and I won, so they gave me this. Isn't it cool? I didn't actually win it and they didn't give it to me, but it's still pretty cool. Now, it's got a lot of features on it. The left top button, that makes a cappuccino. The bottom right button kills people. So it's a very versatile machine. I think you can get it at Brookstone. I'm not 100% sure. It's from the future. But anyway, we're here at E3. Halo 4 is coming. Get it. If you don't mind, I have to go back to killing people. And I mean pretend to kill people because this isn't real.
No. I'll clarify. Matt Myra is an actual murderer. All right, let's talk about E3. We all know it's a national obsession. It's all about surprises, like being sucker punched by some game no one's ever heard of. Or maybe there's some glass that's kind of intelligent that nobody knew was going to come from a certain company that rhymes with Cricro cloth. We love surprises. So let's take a look at some of E3's biggest shockers in this Kit Kat news break. All right, join me in welcoming Eric from our website and everybody's favorite Larry. Mr. Major Nelson is here. Good to see you too. Listen, I'm supposed to ask you what your biggest surprises of E3 are. I'm going to have you reserve your answer for after Eric answers. Eric, is it smart glass? Because we knew nothing about this.
I was going to say we know about smart glass, but still, it's really an incredible piece of technology. I mean, watching what it can do, it makes second screen make sense now, because before I would never have done that, but it's quite powerful and quite interesting.
Right. On the hardware level, that is something I think that everybody's talking about on the hardware front. But let's talk software for a second. I know that you guys have both been incredibly busy, and a lot of times you don't get to see as much as you would like. So maybe what's kind of the buzz you guys have heard? What game do you think that people are most talking about here at this show? Larry, we'll start with you.
Well, I'm going to start with Halo 4. I mean, obviously, it's near and dear to my heart. When I just left the Halo theater, and if you look at the top there, I mean, there's all these ribbons from all the awards that it's won, Best of Show, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So, I mean, the team at 343 Industries has done extraordinary work with the Halo universe. And when people get their hands on this gameplay later this year, they're going to be stunned.
I could not agree more. I think people's expectations were already very high. The content you delivered was unlike anything I think people expected to see, and that's really hard to do in an age where secrets are incredibly hard to keep.
Everybody knows everything.
Yeah, of which you kept 2 really big secrets this year, so well done on that, sir. And Eric, on your end of things, you know, you've been covering the lead up to this for months now on G4TV.com. Is there anything that maybe didn't meet your expectations? Were you hoping to see more of something, or maybe something that just disappointed you?
Not disappointed, but would like to see more from Star Wars 1313. We got a really brief glimpse of it. Only a couple seconds of real gameplay, but it looks incredible. Looks very clearly next gen, so that's obviously an interesting standpoint for myself.
Now, Lara, this is a hard thing to ask you because I know everything that you guys do is so near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
A non-Microsoft property, a game that really stood out to you, something that you maybe were thinking, God, I really wish we would have done that first.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough answer. I don't know if I'm going to be able to politically answer that one. I mean, I just look around at some of the great titles that they have on the other platforms, and it's good to see that type of innovation in this so far in the cycle. So I'm going to pass on that question.
All right, but we'll talk later.
Absolutely,
You can tell me your answer.
absolutely.
That's fine. And then Erica, anything that you saw maybe that did exceed your expectations? I know for me personally, Dead Space 3, I had a really good idea of what the Dead Space franchise was. They came in, showed me some co-op that provided that crazy single-player experience. And I know for me, that was like, wow, you've really done an effective job with that.
I would say just total surprise was Watch Dogs. No one expected that. It came out of nowhere, and it was jaw-dropping. Everybody's talking about it. Just an amazing game that everybody wants to know more about, and unfortunately, we're not getting too many details.
Right.
But looks sharp. Looks great.
All right. And my last thing for you guys, Far Cry 3, Tomb Raider, a lot of bow and arrow. Do we think Hunger Games? Are we mad at them?
Right?
What about Hawkeye?
With it?
There's a lot of arrows in this year's E3.
Yeah.
It's the year of the arrow.
Can we confirm Halo 4
taken
has
one
bow
of
and
the
arrow
knee?
in it? Can we do one? Can we confirm Halo 4 arrows?
I cannot confirm or deny, but I'll pass it on to the team.
Yeah. I'm going to go with a no on that one, I think, right there. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I know you're incredibly busy. Big round of applause for these two.
Thank you.
As well. And congrats on the glass. It is fantastic. For now, let's send it over to Candace at the Twitter wall. Candace, is anybody talking about bows and arrows?
I think so. Thank you, Blair. All right, Twitter wall, let's have it. Real Kareem Ali, Major Nelson, I actually have a more favorable view of Halo 4 after what I saw yesterday. And Gears of War Judgment, I am on board. Another one from Major Nelson from Druid Necton. I am so excited about Halo 4 and Fable Journey. I cannot wait to play. Thank you. Well, I think a lot of people would agree with you with the Halo comment. And I'll speak on behalf of Major Nelson and say you're welcome. Now we've got more consoles to give away, and you can't win unless you tweet along with us. So tell us what you think about E3 and the latest games by logging in to g4tv.com/E3sweeps and using the hashtag E3on G4. Now a tweet this hour could win you a Nintendo 3DS.
I'm going to tweet. How about you?
I will tweet also.
Huzzah! Coming up in the next hour, we'll have more demos live on this very stage, including the world premiere of Darksiders 2.
Yes. Plus, a fan favorite receives a major makeover. Dante gets reinvented in DMC, aka Devil May Cry. We are going to go hands-on after this very tiny, itty-bitty short break.
You won't even notice it.
Nope.
You won't.
No, they won't.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Back to E3 12 Live. We are showing you as many games as we can thanks to the imminent apocalypse.
Like our world premiere look at Defiance. This MMO is an open world shooter and ties into the upcoming sci-fi series set to debut this fall.
Synergy. Plus a game that any gearhead will enjoy. Learn everything you need to know about the Xbox 360 exclusive Forza Horizon.
And later, the MMO that wants to give World of Warcraft a run for its money, we've got world premiere gameplay of The Elder Scrolls Online.
If anybody's got a shot,
yep,
these guys do. But first, let's send it over to Kevin for a world premiere hands-on. Kevin!
Get ready, world! Here comes your premiere. In 2010's Darksiders, you played as War, which was one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. In the sequel, you're playing as his very angry brother, Death. Meh. That's a very kind name to give somebody. I'm sure it has nothing to do with his complex. It's fun family. Let's see the Grim Reaper in action in the world premiere demo of Darksiders 2. With me now, art director for Darksiders 2, Han Randhawa. How are you, sir?
Hey.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing really good. Really good.
Good. Enjoying E3?
Yeah, of what I can see of it, yeah, it looks fantastic.
Well, good. Let's talk about the greatest thing here, which is, of course, Darksiders 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
For the uninitiated, what type of game is Darksiders?
So Darksiders is action-adventure. It's got like a lot of loot in there, a lot of questing, a lot of interaction with PCs. We've got 4 major environments. And yeah, it's basically the sequel to Darksiders 1.
Okay, and in this one, this is a, what's this exclusive here? This is a battle between War and Death that's coming up?
Yeah, it's a little kind of a battle that's coming up now. But before we get there, just explain a little bit what Death's doing here.
Please. Looks like he's murdering people left and right.
Well, they're not technically people, they're kind of skeletons.
Okay, fair enough. So decapitate away.
Right, yeah. So he's here to see the Crowfather, who is one of the characters who knows pretty much everything about everything. He's a secret keeper of secrets. So who else better to ask about what happened with War and why was he imprisoned in the first game? So he's basically here to find out, and obviously Crowfather's aware that he's going to be here.
And you were talking about loot as well, and there's plenty of it.
Absolutely.
So you can, can you get different armor, different weapons, different abilities, different moves?
Absolutely, yeah. You can, whenever you fight a creature or any boss, they drop loot, so you can equip armor, you can equip spells, all kinds of stuff. And it all really depends on what kind of character you want to play, whether you want to play combat orientated or more magic user.
Sure.
So, you know, that's up to you to tailor your Death to how you play.
And can we switch on the fly? Because, I mean, if I want to play melee at first and then I decide, you know what, actually I'd rather sit back and do some range magic, can I just switch it up?
Absolutely, yeah. You can mix the two. So basically, you and me could both have very, very different looking characters on screen, both different playing as well, if you want to be combat heavy or if you want to be magic heavy. And you can switch that on the fly anytime you want.
So obviously I'm seeing some platformy, almost parkour elements going on here as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's traversal. We're a bit more traversal heavy than the first game. We really wanted to sell Death's agility in this one. You know, you got two characters, you got War, you got Death, and what we really wanted to do was to show that his brother, Death, is a lot more agile. He's a different fighter, he just thinks differently to War.
Sure. And now, what are some of the, first of all, this area that we're walking into looks gorgeous. What is this?
So this is basically Crowfather's inner chamber. So you've worked your way all the way up here to find some answers. And so Death's going to seek him out and sort of demand answers. You know, Death's the kind of person who comes knocking on your door. He doesn't ask, he demands.
Right.
So
usually with a sword or a magic spell to the face.
Whatever he has to hand, or whatever when you play have to hand.
So you mentioned that, you know, Death is far more agile and you wanted to beef up traversing in the game. So I got that, but what other upgrades have been made for Darksiders 2?
Well, apart from that, he's basically, the world's much bigger. Lots of questing to be done. We're going to give you the horse immediately this time. Really? So, you know, obviously a horseman needs a horse. And in Darksiders 1, you didn't get the horse till much later on. And in this one, we're going to give you the horse immediately because there's a lot of land, a lot of real estate to traverse, so you need to be getting up and going immediately.
And was that, so now here comes this is the battle here. This is what we've been leading up to.
This is right. So basically this is Crowfather's kind of like, you come into the chamber, you're going to speak to him, and then...
Speak to him,
you see someone who you wouldn't expect to see, which is your brother War. So wait a minute, he's supposed to be imprisoned, right?
Right.
And you can really see the two characters' play style. It's a chance to actually see Death again, battling the way he does, using his kind of moves.
Sure.
And this is probably the best example of where you can really see the differences.
And I love how just dynamically the game switches. And I mean, from, you know, earlier it was multiple enemies. We're bouncing from skeleton to skeleton. Then we're traversing. Now this is a serious one-on-one battle.
Absolutely. This is two horsemen, two brothers, two Nephilim fighting it out. Basically, this is really kind of like a chance for the player to see these two guys in action on screen.
Incredible. And so we got some quick time events happening in between the action as well?
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to see beat prompts, and really you're going to want to use those when you get overwhelmed by a lot of enemy. Because later on in the game, we're not just going to throw you one or two guys. You're going to have like hordes of skeletons, and then you're also going to have big guys as well. So you're going to have to learn how to sort of, you know, tailor your fighting style to these different kind of guys. So.
And now, of course, you mentioned there's tons of loot. Like, I'm a fan of any game that gives me shiny objects to collect or equip.
Yes.
What are some of the weapons and spells that we're seeing here?
So what you're seeing is using your scythe, which is a big all-round kind of weapon. So you can use it in many different ways. And what you just saw there was an axe, which is a heavy weapon. So you know, this is your secondary set of weapons. So these inflict a lot of damage. There's timing involved, so there's a little bit more of a wind-up to these kind of things. Great for clearance if you want to. And then you might want to also switch to melee weapons as well, which is claws and all kinds of things like that.
He's almost. I want to see this death animation so bad. As an art director, Han, like what are you trying to evoke visually with the styling of the characters, the color, the designs, the levels themselves?
Absolutely. Well, as you know, our creative director is Joe Mad, fantastic comic book artist. So really, my mission really is to bring those visuals to the screen and make sure something from 2D goes to 3D and we don't drop a beat. We basically make sure we get that all perfect, exactly how Joe would have imagined it. And yeah, and I think the team's done a fantastic job. I mean,
looks amazing.
Couldn't have done it without that team. So.
Looks gorgeous. Well, give the team a big pat on the back for us, and please,
Absolutely.
When will we get our hands on Darksiders 2?
So you can get Darksiders 2 August 14th on a PlayStation, Xbox 360, and the Wii and PC.
Oh, love it.
Wii U.
You're basically on anything and everything.
Wherever you get it, wherever you can get it, you'll get it.
Han, man, thank you so much
All right.
for sharing it. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks, man.
And make sure your kids know how damn cool you are and how an amazing job you have. Make sure they know.
Okay, absolutely.
And tell your son to give you back your hoodie. It's very inside, but give him his hoodie back.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there.
Thanks.
E3 may be dominated by big-budget blockbuster titles that rival Hollywood movies, but it is also a place to check out the latest mobile games. Let's send it over to Jessica, who's on the floor with 3 new titles from Square Enix.
I'm here at Square Enix's booth with Brian Green, who's going to give me a quick rundown on all the mobile games they're offering. So what have you got for me?
We have Motley Blocks, and we've got some Quirkle that I want to show you, and also Demon's Soar.
So tell me a little bit about Motley Blocks, because it looked kind of confusing when I first saw it.
The game is basically a pixel-based puzzle game where you're kind of given a picture to look at, you connect the dots of like colors, and you play through. You'll actually be able to form a really cool picture.
What else have we got down the list? What's Quirkle?
Quirkle is actually based on a very famous board game. The premise is to match colors or match shapes. You can play one player with the CPU, or you could even play up to 4 people online. That's going to be on Facebook, it's going to be on Android, and it's also going to be on iOS.
Demon's Soar. Tell me a little bit about this.
It's kind of an action game, kind of a shooter game, but it's also very rhythm-based. It's about a girl, and she's lost her father. He was taken by demons. You play through her vicariously to destroy demons and save your father.
Guys at home, don't forget to fire up those iPhones and Androids. It's time to play some mobile games.
For all of the latest news, be sure to check out G4TV.com for their E312 coverage presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
That's a good car and a great website.
It is.
Coming up in just a little bit, we've got a hands-on demo of the all-new, revamped, rejiggered, remade Devil May Cry.
Plus, we are going to hit the floor and drop you into the driver's seat for a look at F1 2012. Find out what to expect in the Formula One racing sim right after this short break.
What? Oh, hey, hi. How are you? Welcome. E3 is not only about groundbreaking games, but when you have those groundbreaking games, you need groundbreaking accessories to play those games. Hence, the Afterglow 2.0 from PDP. Amazing accessories. Everything's awesomer when you glow. Now get out of here. I got some stuff to do.
You know what's super fun? Launching people in the air and then beating the crap out of them while shooting 2 pistols at them at the same time. And that kind of over-the-top action is a staple of Capcom's long-running Devil May Cry series. Demon Hunter Dante is getting a makeover in the upcoming reboot, and we have got, right here, a hands-on demo. Friends, fans, join me in welcoming producer Alex Jones to our stage. They love you, man. They love you.
Feel it.
All right, so what we said in the intro, I think it's important to point out, the new title is getting a reboot.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling it here a rebirth. So it's a retelling of Dante's origin story, but it is going back to the beginning. So it is going to be, like I said, like the young Dante finding his way over again.
All right, now it'd be rude of me to ignore how pissed off people got when you changed this dude's haircut.
It wouldn't be rude at all.
But now that they've seen the gameplay, clearly this is a Devil May Cry game. What can people expect to see in this? But I know you've shifted the tone as well. So how have you also changed the tonality while giving the players the
Yeah, so first thing is sort of obviously updated visuals. So instead of the more over-the-top, fantastical Gothic art style, there's accents of that, but it's really a more realistic looking place, aside the fact that he's playing in the slug chamber right now, promising people. This is that it's a more literally relevant game visually. Obviously, Dante is a more edgier looking character, I guess, in a way, a little less fantastical as well, more human scaled. But mechanically, the game is very consistent with what previous DMCs have been.
Right, and that was very important to you guys to maintain that. But we do live in a world where people have experienced the Devil May Cry series for quite some time now. So how do you update that combat and that gameplay mechanic while still remaining true to what you guys had?
Largely, it was a sense of just deepening it. So what we wanted to do was make sure that the depth was there for hardcore players, but then maybe better than some previous DMCs had, not make the barrier to entry so forbidding for more casual players. So an excessively skill-based input system that has all the depth people want, but doesn't intimidate more casual players as well.
Okay, and is that addressed during various difficulty settings, or does the game kind of figure out where you are? With
You have all the difficulty settings that previous DMCs may have, so if you want to crank it up to soul-crushing, have at it.
If you want to hate yourself,
you want to feel bad, yeah, I'm an easy player myself, but a lot of my friends are hardcore, and we have that for you as well.
All right, so some of the things you guys have been rolling out in recent months are these crazy, incredible environments, and as we can see here, extraordinarily odd enemies. What are we looking at on the screen right here? What is this thing?
So this is from about the first third of the game, and it's actually a boss battle, so once again, you'll see some consistency, like a huge scale, very grandiose, over-the-top sort of experience. And Dante is here. She is a demon sub-boss.
Okay.
And a profane one at that.
This isn't even a real boss. This
Well,
is
the real boss is the big uber baddie. This is one of the ones you have to fight to get to the end.
Okay.
So he has come to confront her. She's actually the secret ingredient in a sinister energy drink in the world.
Ah, I like that. Is that a marketing line or is that a real thing?
No, I was right off the top of my head.
I can't wait to play this game that you've created just now for me. And let's talk about the where he is exactly. Correct me if I'm wrong, he's in limbo right now?
He's in limbo right now. Actually, believe it or not, in the real world, he's in an actual beverage factory that's been transformed. And this concept of limbo is whenever demons spot Dante, they can pull him into their realm.
Okay.
It's sort of a dystopic mirror image of the real world. And so he gets pulled in there because that's where they can kill him or fight him. And what goes on in Limbo has actual corresponding actions in the real world as well, but they appear like these disasters or that Dante's actually creating himself. So the world thinks Dante is a bad actor or a terrorist, but in reality, he's actually fighting on behalf of people.
Okay, so they can literally just, anywhere he is, they can just move him into this world.
When they spot him, they can pull him in. So most of the game will take place in Limbo because that's where the action is.
Yeah, and demons are dicks, and they want you to be on their level at all times.
Total dick.
And let's talk about his weapons. We have to talk about, obviously, we've seen in the trailers you guys have rolled out, he's shooting guns, he is going to have a sword, but tell us about those weapons and then anything else you care to reveal here on the show today.
So once again, consistency, right? So he's going to have the ebony and ivory, he's going to have his sword, the rebellion. In addition, though, we've made a slight change to his heritage. He has an angel and demon side now, and he has powers that partake of either side of him. So you'll see if WoW sort of plays, he'll be able to angel lift himself and swing to other platforms. He can also use that to pull himself to enemies and create lots of combat opportunities as a result of that. He can have a demon, corresponding demon behavior, which can pull things toward him. And you can use these to change the world, to traverse the world, and as well as combat too. So it gives you an almost unimaginable set of combos that you can make if you employ these in imaginative ways.
And that's such an interesting mechanic. Are you going to be able to use those and apply them to puzzle scenarios as well? Is that strictly a
There's
combat?
some light puzzling, and this does come into play for that, particularly when you're manipulating the environment. It's pretty necessary for that.
All right. But at the end of the day, use it to kill things in great ways.
Mostly you use it to kill things in great and inventive, stylish ways.
I love that, man. So when can people expect to play this game?
We're January 15th, 2013.
All right, man. We're looking forward to it. Alex, thank you so much for stopping by, man. Game looks great.
Listen, I don't know how much it costs to actually buy a Formula One race car.
A lot.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably not worth the trouble.
No, it makes racing sims a good cost-saving alternative. Kristen Adams grabbed the wheel of F1 2012, and here is her floor report.
Do you want to be a Formula One world champion, but you just don't have the wheels? Well, you can scratch that racing itch in F1 2012. Gentlemen, start your engines! Tell me what F1 2012 is about.
Well, Formula One is based on the biggest motorsport in the world, Formula One series, which goes across the world, and this year comes back to America. If you're watching it on TV, basically you're buying the game because you want to recreate what your heroes in the sport are doing, you want to drive around the same circuits, and because it's officially licensed, it's all completely accurate.
And you mentioned you can race on 20 different circuits in the game?
20 different circuits, yeah.
And the circuits are true to life?
Absolutely true to life, yeah. I mean, in actual fact, we went to Abu Dhabi last November. There's something called the Young Drivers Test, which is in the game this year. It's actually where the teams get to try really young guys out. And one guy said he'd bought our game the year previous to practice the track before he had his race. And he said when he turned up, he'd never driven the circuit, played it in our game, he won the race. And that was just amazing to hear.
Are you getting a good response from it here?
Day one, it's been massively popular, yeah.
What's the release date, platforms, and title this is available on?
Our 2012 game launches in September this year. We do Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for educating us on the world of Formula One.
My pleasure. Thanks very much.
Listen, if you leave now, you're an E3 quitter, and no one likes a quitter. That was aggressive, I'm sorry.
It's true, though.
You can quit, but I wouldn't, because after the break, we got some FaceTime with Grant Bowler, the star of Defiance, which is equal parts TV show and MMO.
Plus, a demo of the Xbox 360 exclusive Forza Horizon. If you like driving fast and obsessing over cars you can't afford, this game is for you. We'll be right back.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
The cool thing about gaming, young or old, retro or new, everybody loves it. So I'm gonna get my Pac-Man on right now. So you guys move because we've got so much more coming up from E3 on G4. Let's do this.
It is incredibly difficult to launch a new TV series and probably even harder to launch an MMO, but to do both at the same time, well, that is madness.
Insanity, but it's happening. Defiance is a new show coming to Sci-Fi this fall, and we've got its companion MMO right now. So let's get some FaceTime.
All right. Joining us now is star of Defiance, Grant Bowler, and the president of Sci-Fi, Dave Howe. Welcome so much.
Pleasure
Thanks
to have
for
you
being
both
here.
Nice to be here.
Okay, so Defiance is an MMO and a TV show. How does that work together?
Well, what we've tried to do for the first time ever, in fact, what Dave's tried to do for the first time ever, is synthesize the two media completely. You've seen in the past movies made of games, games made of movies, but they're a very disparate event, right? One what happens and then the other happens. What we're trying to do this time is to create a total immersive synthesis where both occur at the same time.
It's basically one world, but two ways in, through the game or through the TV show and the interaction between the two.
Now, Dave, when you greenlit this, did someone explain to you that this is ambitious and it is damn near impossible?
They did. A lot of people tried to talk us out of it because no one's done it before. To Grant's point, it's a long-term commitment. So it's taken us 4 years since we closed the deal with Trion, and you know it's going to actually be state-of-the-art, and it's going to be groundbreaking in terms of it's a revolution in storytelling, which is how we like to think of it.
What made you feel like this was it? This was the project? Like 4 years ago, what made you go, okay, this is the one we're going to take that risk
I
on?
think everybody's talked about, you know, what this thing called convergence and the screens coming together. What is unique about this is it is a set of set of characters and a storyline that was co-developed and co-created and will co-launched. So it wasn't a game that was developed independently and a TV series independently. This is two teams working together, and they'll seamlessly look and feel the same. And that's what's unique and amazing about it.
And where did the story and the concept actually come from? Did it come from Trion or did it come from Sci-Fi?
The mythology was built. We've had two teams working together. So the mythology was created between the two teams. So everything was jointly figured out in terms of all the characters, the storyline, how it kind of rolls out. And that I think no one again has done before.
But they don't actually take place in the same location.
Sorry?
They don't necessarily take place in the same location, right? They're in two different cities.
They occur in the same universe,
right.
The same world, but they occur in two different cities. So that's how we create our buffer, if you like, between the game universe and the show universe. But they're close enough together that events in one can influence the other and back again. So
maybe on the video game side of thing, you get a little bit of extra story to an event that you're watching on the TV side of things.
So the game is set in San Francisco, so you can kind of live and breathe in San Francisco, and then the TV series is set in St. Louis. But it's the same world, it's the same kind of species and characters, and it's the same look and feel. So that's how it works.
And most importantly, it's the same timeline. These two things, that you know, the intention of putting these two media together is to actually create a simultaneous timeline across both.
And the characters will switch. So Grant actually starts in the game and then switches to the TV series 2 weeks later.
Well,
so characters will go back and forth between the TV series.
And Grant, who
game.
plays you in the game? Did you get to pick out the actor?
I got to do me in
That's
the
what I love, is that everybody that's involved really gets to play themselves.
But you know what's amazing about doing the game is I'm so sick of seeing myself on television on screen But these guys at Tryon, all I did was move around a little bit with some dots and a scuba suit on.
Yep.
And then I talked a bit into a microphone, and they ran away, and they created this whole thing.
Right. Suddenly you're an action hero that's doing barrel rolls and taking down.
It's such a creative process. It's so freeing to do the motion capture stuff. I loved it.
And he looks amazing in the game. Literally so lifelike. It's almost as though he's sitting here in the game.
I thought you might have been a hologram like Tupac at Coachella. I didn't know for a second if it was virtual Grant or real you.
I've got my hands full now. I literally simultaneously exist in 2 places at the one time.
Perfect.
3, here, on TV, and in the
game world.
So let's talk a little bit about the game itself. It's not your typical MMO where you're kind of hitting 1 and 2 and kind of making macros and crafting and doing combos. What kind of game is it actually?
Well, you're looking at a first-person shooter. Third-person shooter.
Right.
And it's, you know, because of the universe that's been created with the new mythology, what happens is you can choose your character from a variety of races. And the backstory of Defiance, well, I'll give that to you. I mean, the world that you're entering as a gamer.
Yeah, the mythology is kind of pre-set up, so you join it as an Ark hunter. So the deal is the Earth has been terraformed, it's in the near future, and these alien Arks have crashed onto the Earth, and then there are these various pockets of civilizations around the globe, which are human and alien. So you get to choose who you want to be, and you get to kind of join the fight in the sense that these races are fighting with each other, the humans are fighting with them. So it's a kind of a rough and tumble world. And Defiance, the town, is basically the new frontier town. So it's where everybody comes together and they're trying to get along together. So it's like an immigrant drama amongst these various species. So it's a very cool concept.
Okay, so we've waited a long time for this. You guys have obviously been working on both the show and the MMO for a long time. When is it actually going to come out, and when can people start watching?
April 2013 is when we're going to launch them both together. April 2013, April of next year.
All right, and Dave, real quick, the promise of this type of convergence between the interactive and the linear experience, it's been promised for years. I know this has been in development for years. Do you think from here on out, like, is this the catalyst? Is this what we're going to see? The future of properties, they have to be simultaneous, and then the iPad version as well? And
I think this is the blueprint in terms of co-developing and co-creating something and having a TV team and a gaming team work together. So it's like, you know, we've learned a lot about video gaming, and the gaming team's learned about character drama and development and all of that stuff. So going forward, you know, we've figured out a way to work that can be a model for anybody else to do this kind of thing.
It's incredibly ambitious. It looks like you guys are poised to pull it off, so thank you for sharing it. I can't wait to play it personally. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Brett and Dave.
Hey, we're having fun here at E3 right now. Are we having fun? GeForce American Ninja Warrior pits athletes from around the country against the world's toughest obstacle course. Even the strongest women will fall victim to the course.
G4 presents American Ninja Warrior.
Our next competitor is 37-year-old Selena Laniel. She's a single mom, and her 2 biggest fans, her daughters, are right there on the sidelines to cheer her on.
Mom, you got this!
And keep in mind, no female in Ninja Warrior history has ever beaten this course. Selena taking a cautious approach through the quad steps.
That's plenty of time.
A little fireman scary here on the log rip, and she holds on.
Come on, Mom!
Excellent performance to this point.
Oh! Well, that's another way to get across.
Yeah, that's a clock killer, but she's still alive. Something tells me Selena can get a boost off of that thing.
It looked like her legs buckled a little bit.
Oh, close.
This sucks.
Now I'm dancing like you just saw that. Who's going to emerge from the semifinals and move one step closer to our tiny little purse of $500,000? Find out this Sunday night at 9 o'clock on G4.
Go to Facebook.com/Ninja Warrior for exclusive clips, interviews, and more.
And coming up after the break, a game that can simply be described as car pornography.
Oh, I like it.
It's dirty, it's filthy, it's so nasty it's illegal in Missouri. Car porn.
Nice.
There's nothing illegal in Missouri. You're welcome. Forza Horizon, on the way.
Plus, one of gaming's most loved fantasy franchises is finally heading online. We will have a world premiere look at the Elder Scrolls Online and more right after this.
It's gonna be awesome.
I'm here at the
Ford Focus ST Rally Club with the G4 X-Play car. It is turbocharged and has enhanced torque vectory, so it can get you and your family of gamers to E3 fast. Yeah. My family. Brothers, cousin, aunts. Bye. Bye, guys. Yes. Okay, enjoy the show.
Okay, if you've got an Xbox 360 and a true passion for automobiles, then without question, the Forza series is for you. The next installment of the franchise is due later in the year, and you'll actually be taking the open road in a whole new way. Let's go hands-on with Forza Horizon. Joining us now on E3 for the 7,000th time, it seems, Dan Greenwald. He's a creative director at Turn 10 Studios. Dan, thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you, of course.
Really, really appreciate it. Again, I feel like we've talked about this game so much, you and I, over the last couple of E3s.
It's true.
Forza Horizon specifically, though, it's actually a spin-off of Forza Motorsport, right? So what does that mean in terms of where the game lies in the series and for fans of Forza Motorsport?
Well, you know, Forza Horizon is a new expression of the Forza franchise. To date, Forza's been known for all of its great authenticity, simulation physics, and approachability, tons of cars, right? But for us, the goal's always been turn gamers into car lovers and car lovers into gamers. It's all about passion. Passion for cars and passion for games. So now we're working with a new partner to have that new expression, and that is Forza Horizon. And it does bring you that Forza authenticity on the open road, set with its cool music and automotive festival.
Right, as we can see here, this is very much an open road game. What are we looking at right now on the screen here? What are the people at home seeing?
So right now, what you can see actually is an open road through an original version of Colorado. You know, Colorado was chosen because of its great diversity. You've got the red rocks up in the north, you've got reservoirs with beautiful water, you've got aspen forests, you've got small towns. I mean, Colorado's fantastic. So what we try to do is have the greatest driving roads in the world baked into this open world area that you can explore and just find out for yourself what's going on.
So I imagine when you were planning an open road game, you didn't say, hey guys, I only want to travel in the United States. I'm sure you said, I think it makes sense for you to send me to other countries so I can take photographs and drive these roads as well. So what other countries did you travel to quote, research this game?
Well, actually, you know, the interesting thing is the whole thing started off with the festival.
Okay.
The idea was, look, our goal is to actually get people into cars. And so what better way than to use their passion for music and summer music festivals to kind of get them to think about cars in a new way. So it all started with the festival. We then knew it had to be open world, so we researched 30 different locations around the world, and we were looking for the one location that had the right diversity of terrain, would be great for a Summit Music Festival, and we landed on Colorado.
Right, and let's talk about the cars in the game again. One of the hallmarks of this series, just these incredible cars, and the level of customization that you guys allow to these cars that people already love. So let's talk about the cars, and then what people can actually do to them.
Well, you know, Forza, you're right, has always been known for a great car collection.
Sure.
But this one has been, the way you actually select cars has been kind of changed. This is about what cars would you take to a music festival. You know, cars that really show off your style, but also, this world has off-road. There are over 65 different surface types, gravel, dirt, off-road, and the like. So what are the cars you'd want to race off-road? So we've got, you know, like the Mitsubishi Evo, of course the 2013 Viper, which is all new. We've got it in our booth. I've got a car crush on that right now. I love that car.
And a key in your pocket. Is that a key in your pocket, or are you just really happy? No? Okay, let's move on from that. And then the customization as well. Like when you tell me I can make a car that I drive to a festival, I think I'm going to take the Viper, but I want to put a trunk so I can have a keg and an inflatable couch in the back of it. Can you do that in this game?
All right, no kegs. You got me on that one. But, you know, for fans of the Forza series, Forza 3, Forza 4, we have the importer for the layer groups. So you can actually, if you played the game, you can import your groups from before. We have a livery editor, of course. Upgrades, you can upgrade your car so you can make a Ford Focus more competitive with, you know, a BMW.
Now, are the car physics different in this game? I mean, you know, the Forza Motorsport series, the cars handle so well, but you are dealing with different environments that you guys have dealt with in the past, so did you have to change up the physics? Did you build that engine from the ground up there?
Well, you know, I've been asked a lot this E3 about arcade, sim, and to me, that's an outdated notion. Because for us, it's about authenticity, about reality, and approachability. So we want to make an open world game where you can just pick it up and play and have a great time. And we're calling that action racing. So yeah, you can weave through traffic, you can smash through fences, you can explore farms, but it's not arcadey because arcade games, all the cars feel the same. That's just not Forza. We need a Viper to feel very unique so you can feel the weight moving around. And on top of it, arcade games are often, the car's a weapon.
Sure.
You know, it's combative. And this is about celebrating cars, so we don't want to use the car that way. So of course, the foundation, 100% Forza physics, totally authentic, totally real. We got a lot of assists that make it so you can easily pick them up and play. You love Forza, turn them on.
Right. And important to clarify, authentic to not only the Forza feel, but to each car's authentic drive feel as well.
Absolutely, you know, so you got this Viper, you know, 500 plus horse, no, 600 plus horsepower,
right.
rear-wheel drive. The thing is just crazy. And then if you're in, you know, an all-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo, we need it to feel really, really different and unique, and that's just not something that's been captured in the past in an arcadey open-world game.
Well, unfortunately, you know, I wish that we could talk about this forever because I love cars so much. Quickly, I just want to touch on, do they have a multiplayer component in this game?
Absolutely. So multiplayer is a core aspect of Forza Motorsport. Forza Horizon as well. Now it's in an open world. Imagine cat and mouse, tag, virus, and the like on a golf course in an open world. It just makes more sense.
That sounds awesome. So when can people expect to play this game by themselves and with their friends?
October 23rd, Xbox 360.
Very cool, man. Thank you so much for dropping the game by.
Thank
Big
you.
round of applause for Dan here.
Coming up, the Elder Scrolls series is finally expanding into multiplayer and in the biggest way possible. We're going to have world premiere gameplay of the new MMO, The Elder Scrolls Online.
Plus, grab a friend because we'll go hands-on with the co-op focused Disney epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two.
Yes.
All that and more right after this.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim are all outstanding open-world fantasy adventures that you could sink hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into. However, they are all solitary experiences. You won't find online play in the Elder Scrolls universe until now. It is time for a world premiere look at the new MMO, The Elder Scrolls Online. I am so excited to welcome here to the stage creative director Paul Sage. Suffice it to say that we are all incredibly excited about this. So let's dive into it. Where and when does this game take place?
So this game takes place 1,000 years before Skyrim, and actually it takes place before an emperor has actually risen to take on the empire. So this is a place where it's a little bit chaotic. There's a lot of factions fighting for control, so players get to choose to be in a faction in the game.
How many factions are we going to be able to choose from?
So you'll be able to choose from 3 factions. We have the All-Merry Dominion, we have the Daggerfall Covenant, and also there is the Ebonheart Pact, which is made up of the Dark Elves, the Nords, and the Argonians. So you get to play all the races.
I like it. Okay, so right now we're actually looking at some footage from the game. What are we looking at right here?
So what you're seeing now is Daggerfall. So Daggerfall, you haven't seen probably in 15 or 20 years. So you can see that all of our environments are handcrafted. The art style is just amazing. It's been fun to actually take on these environments that span the breadth of Tamriel that players haven't seen in a long time.
So for an MMO, you have to create a gigantic world. You're like, I know this already.
Yes.
I mean, how are you approaching that?
So the world it's one of those things where, again, there's a lot of environments. So it's the breadth of Tamriel. So what we're doing is we do a lot of research into the lore, making sure that, you know, players have locations that they've seen before, and you know, also locations they haven't seen. So it's a lot of lore and just a lot of love going into each location.
Okay, a huge part about Skyrim, for example, was the level of customization that you can do for your character. Are you going to kind of have that same level of depth in this game?
Absolutely. So the level of customization that we've got expresses itself in a lot of ways. There can be choice in quests as part of it, and things that you'll find during quests that'll actually affect the way your character grows in the game. But not only that, your character and specifically has abilities that they have, and so you'll slot your abilities as you decide, this is something important, this is something I want to do. And so the level of customization is really high for not just, you know, your start, but actually how you play and how you progress the game.
Is it kind of going to go to the Skyrim model where you don't necessarily have to pick everything from the very beginning?
Yeah, you'll get to pick, like it is a class-based game, so you get to pick your class, but then you'll grow into the abilities that you want. And, there'll be things that you get to do, like we'll have a perk system. That is something, maybe there might be turning into a werewolf or a vampire or something that comes out that way. So it's a lot of fun.
So let's talk about leveling up and that kind of thing. How is that going to progress?
So as you level up in the game, you'll have... Let's say the abilities that we've talked about before. So you'll have a selection of, this is the ability that's important to me, this is the one I want, and so you'll get that ability, and then, as I said before, you'll gain expertise in that ability. So you really end up growing your character the way you want. You actually get to play the game the way you want to play.
Okay, so let's talk actually about gameplay, since we're talking about playing the game. What is it? Are we talking about real time? Are we talking about, are we hitting buttons? Are we making macros? Like, what's the general overview idea of this?
So combat's one of the big things for us. So we've taken away a lot of the interface elements that are pretty common in a lot of online games, and we've made it so you're actually looking into the world. The world is beautiful and we want you to play it. But more than that, we want combat to feel active and reactive. So we have things like block that you have in Skyrim, and we have these things like you can crouch anytime, you can sneak, you can sprint. And all of these little mechanics actually tie up to things that the AI does. So an AI might, or an enemy might, throw down oil in front of you, and you have to decide, okay, I've got to move out of this oil because he's got a fire mage friend right behind him that'll light it on fire. So our AI works together to, defeat the player, and the players also get to work together. So they have abilities that work the same way. You set another player up, you'll throw a firestorm out, and another player will run in and be able to enhance that ability. It's really fun because it creates what we're calling synergy abilities in the game.
Now, are we going to see your traditional class archetypes, like you have a tank or a glass cannon and a healer and that kind of thing?
So you could potentially play that way, but that's not what we're going for. We're actually going to where you can customize the character for situational things, like, okay, this is the way I want to approach 3 different enemies, and oh, there's a different 3 enemies here. So I'm going to customize my class and my character the way I want to. So there's also going to be no restrictions. If you don't have a healer in your party, for instance, it's not going to penalize you. You're going to be able to play. You're going to be able to play the way you want to play.
All right. Are there going to be dragons?
At this time, since we're sticking to the lore, there are no dragons in the second era. Or, well, there are.
Okay, fine. That's an excellent point. Okay, so I think what everybody really wants to know is, when are we going to be able to start taking arrows to the knee?
We're going to do that in 2013.
2013! I can't possibly wait that long, but thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. I'm crushing my card in ink.
There's one word that the video game industry places the most importance on than any other. It's not sales. No, it causes people to decide which console is the one for them. The word is exclusive. But are console exclusive titles a bad thing? It's time for a Kit Kat news break. Joining me now, Polygon co-founder Brian Crescenti is here, and Chat News editorial director Garnett Lee. Hello, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it. The idea of the console wars, obviously that exists, but to me, the best weapon in the arsenal was always the exclusive, right? If you're an Uncharted guy, you got to go PS3. If you love Master Chief, you got to go Xbox. Are those days going away?
I think they are. I think that at least temporarily they're going away. I don't think exclusives are going away, but I think what we're seeing now is a lot more exclusives that are DLC, because that's it's a better opportunity for the developers. They can get their game out to everybody, and they can still sort of get those exclusives out there through DLC content. So it allows them to sort of get the best of both worlds.
I'd say on the other hand, if you look at what happened at the press conferences, you had Sony bookending with Beyond and then Last of Us,
Right.
2 games that really highlight what they do best from their software department, not their hardware department. And I think that's kind of the thing, is we need to uncouple the hardware manufacturing and the software manufacturing, because it's gotten very expensive to do these exclusives. And we see that now in digital distribution. So you've got the Xbox Live Arcade games, and you've got the PSN games, and those, I think, are the real new exclusives that people will gravitate to.
Well, that's what always gets me excited, is seeing what a small developer with a small, creative, passionate team has done, and 9 times out of 10, those are exclusive
Definitely.
for those networks. So is that where we're going, where maybe because there's so much budget on the line for a AAA title, you have to hedge your bets and get it on as many consoles as you can? So are we going to see the larger budget titles going that way, and then the smaller, the DLCs and the indie games of the world, those are going as exclusives?
I mean, look, if you're making an Assassin's Creed, you need to be able to get it into everybody's hands. But if you're a breakaway team, a few $100,000 can make a huge difference. That can make your game for you, and you can do an unfinished Swan and really catch everyone's attention.
Right. Well, and the reality is, you look at things like the PlayStation Pub Fund, where they're actively going out, trying to find talent and bring them in. And that's the sort of DLC, I'm sorry, the sort of exclusives that I think the industry needs, because it helps developers and it helps gamers, because they find games that maybe they would have never seen if they hadn't been sought out and brought on.
Well, now how is Nintendo disrupting this? Because now they've got their Wii U and they're trying to say, hey, look, this console finally has the capabilities where you can port these titles over to the Wii U or make a unique experience for it. Do you think developers are going to flock to that, or are we going to see a Wii experience where at first everybody embraces it and then it quickly becomes the dumping ground for some shovelware?
Well, I don't think it was an accident that Batman was the big game you saw there, because that is the poster game right now for the Unreal Engine. And it really shows off, hey, look, you can do Unreal Engine on Wii U, and it looks fantastic, and you can add tablet into that as well. So developer, you can do something unique, but use an engine you know how to use.
That's an engine that exists today for the current gen consoles. Next year, maybe we'll be talking about the next gen of consoles. Will developers that are making exclusives for that, are they going to, I mean, if they're doing a multi-platform title, are they going to try to make that Wii U version as well?
I mean, my theory, complete guesswork here, but my theory is that when they come out with the next gen consoles, I think we are going to see a little bit of a sort of a reset of the clock, and we'll see a lot more exclusives for a lot of reasons. First off, you have developers who want to perhaps concentrate on working on the new platform and the tech of that platform, and they really want to nail it and make sure they get it right.
Certainly.
So I could see that driving more exclusives, and there's more opportunity there, because if you have an exclusive on a next-gen console when it first comes out, you know, that could help a lot.
You got attachment rates are always higher at first, and it always takes a little while to figure out how to get your tech cross-platform. So, all right, gentlemen, thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate it, Brian and Garnett. Thank you, guys.
Kevin.
Thanks. Now we're going to send it over to Blair.
That was a lot of smart stuff said right there. Defiance. You saw it on the show already. It debuts on Sci-Fi in April of 2013. And with it, of course, comes an MMO that plays a very integral role in the series. Both the game and the show actually coexist and tie into each other, rather than just acting as separate adaptations, which we see in so many other properties. And Jessica is on the floor with more.
Defiance booth with Nick Goliath. We're talking tunes, epic tunes of bear-like proportions. Now, can you tell me a little bit about the involvement and the buzz that's surrounding both the game and the TV show?
We're super excited to be working with Bear. Fans will remember him from Battlestar Galactica. He's currently scoring The Walking Dead, and we're pleased as punch to have him working on Defiance. He gets the challenge of working on an adaptive score for the game, where the music changes based upon what the player's doing and really helps add to the immersiveness of what's going on screen, and then the more traditional soundtrack of the television show. Additionally, he's playing a lot with the instrumentation of the game, so it's what instruments do aliens have, what do they sound like, and developing a score that really captures this blending of human and alien civilization, and seeing how it manifests on screen. There's 7 different alien races, so he has a really broad spectrum to play with.
Awesome, well thank you very much, sir. Guys, Defiance, the TV show and the game, keep your eyes peeled for it. It sounds pretty damn amazing.
I got a fever, and the only cure is more Twitter wall. Thank you. I know that was so good. Let's see, we got No Name Steve. So excited for Elder Scrolls Online. Finally, a multiplayer game in the Elder Scrolls. And Taylor 9.0, MMOs are my absolute favorite type of game. World of Warcraft, Diablo 3, The Old Republic, and now Defiance and Elder Scrolls Online. Dear God, how do you have so much time? But more power to you. Now, if you'd like to win a console, just head to g4tv.com/E3 sweeps. Aruda did and just scored a Nintendo 3DS. Congrats! So if you're feeling lucky and you want a shot of winning some stuff, remember to visit g4tv.com/E3 sweeps and tweet using the hashtag E3OnG4. It is that easy. Now, in the next hour, we will be giving away an Xbox 360, so keep them coming.
I have been walking around this area waiting for this camera. Coming up in the next hour, we've got more hands-on demos on the way, including Disney Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two. Plus, Sam Fisher is back and deadlier than ever. And Splinter Cell Blacklist. We'll have more from E3 right after this.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Extreme camera angles
It's
to welcome
moving.
you back to E3 12 Live. Our marathon of game demos is far from over. If we bail now, we lose our deposit.
Very
So
true.
We're here.
Coming up on this hour, we're going to go hands-on with Splinter Cell Blacklist, which was a hit at the Microsoft press conference because people like people being murdered. We've discovered
Yeah,
that
pretty
in
much
E3.
chin stabbing mostly.
Yes.
Plus, the people behind the Burnout series are reviving another EA racing series. We're going to go hands-on with Need for Speed Most Wanted.
And later, the biggest surprise announcement of E3 is here. Kevin Ferreira is pregnant.
Hey, oh my God! And you're the father! Congratulations,
That is
Claire.
a surprise. No, we're talking about Watch Dogs. We're talking about Watch Dogs.
All right, I'm still Prager's though, just so you know. It's my glow. But first, let's send it over to former Mouseketeer Morgan and Candace.
Boys, y'all are so silly. So
I
silly.
actually would believe it you were a Mouseketeer if you told me that. I would totally believe it.
I know.
Me, I'm a little too angry. Disney, not right now.
You're not angry. You're a very happy person.
Say it again. Disney Epic Mickey was a Wii exclusive, which means Xbox and PS3 owners were left in the cold. But that will not be the case with the sequel, which is coming to our beautiful high-def consoles.
And that means the stylish visuals will look even better. Let's go hands-on with Disney Epic Mickey 2 and the power of 2.
I psyched you out, didn't I?
You did. You made me nervous. Just don't hurt me, okay?
Joining us now is designer, the man himself, Warren Spector. We're very honored to have you here on our stand.
Hello, welcome.
Okay, so what is Mickey up to in the sequel?
Well, he's back in Wasteland because the world needs him again. It looked like things were great at the end of the first game, but you know, it's a game, so there has to be a problem to solve, right? And there's one that only Mickey can deal with.
So how does he get pulled back in?
Well, Gus the Gremlin creates a television that allows him to communicate with the cartoon world, and he pulls Mickey back in through this television to help Oswald solve a big mystery in this world.
Now, what exactly are we seeing here right now?
Well, this is part of our training level. It's set in Yen Sid's workshop. Yen Sid, the sorcerer from Fantasia. And we're teaching players how to move, how to use paint and thinner. That's the heart of the game, right? Mickey draws and erases using his magic brush.
So the basic mechanics or the basic idea of the game has remained the same.
Yeah, that's the fundamental thing is I wanted to make a game where players dynamically change the world as they play, and their experience and the story changes based on how they're, drawing things or erasing them.
So, right, so let's see, and of course there's platforming, gotta have the platforming. So what are we looking at right now?
This is a part of Yen Sid's workshop that we actually created. It's kind of a magical place where we're teaching you how to paint in a path of magical stones.
This is kind of amazing. I love it.
Well, the real magic stuff is when you screw up. It's a training level, so if you fall off this path that you're creating as you go, the world magically rises up to catch you. I don't know if we want our demo driver to fail right now, but I'll tell you, if you play the demo, try it. It's really cool.
I like the idea of the arms of the earth coming up to embrace me
exactly
and
what
save
it
me
is.
from my fall.
I wish I could take credit for it, but one of our designers actually came up with the idea, and when I saw it, I just went, yes, oh my God.
That's amazing.
Okay, so now let's talk about the voice acting actually in the game.
One of the big new things we're doing this time, in addition to being on every platform you can imagine, is giving every character a voice. So when you hear Mickey Mouse talk, I was going to say it's really Mickey Mouse. That doesn't sound quite right, does it?
It's really Mickey.
It's really Mickey.
I heard his day rate was astronomical. That is amazing. Got a real Mickey.
But the cool thing is, a video game has now given voice to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, Walt's first star, first time in history. So we're not just honoring Disney's past, a video game is creating new characters and contributing to Disney's future. It's really remarkable.
I can tell that really excites you.
Oh, come on. I mean, like, Disney's been around forever. It touched all of us. To be able to create something new for that world, I mean, Oswald's voice, Gus the Gremlin's voice, Carrie Elwes is doing the voice of Gus. I mean, we've given all these characters their personalities and done something all new. It's great.
Speaking of Mickey, I love your shirt that you have on right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I have over 50 of these things at home.
Do you really?
I am the total bring color to the world guy now. But on my Facebook page, I put pictures up of all of my shirts, and I let people vote on which shirt I should wear every day at E3.
Awesome. This right here is the true passion that brings together a great Mickey game.
Right? Now, when is it going to hit stores?
Disney Epic Mickey 2, The Power of 2, all platforms, November 18th. An important date in Disney history. We'll let people figure out what it means for themselves.
Ooh, I do love a teaser. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you so much for coming by. Nice to meet you.
Oh, Warren brings the whimsy. Thank you, guys. Now, coming into E3, the biggest question, it really had to be the Wii U in general. I mean, the console's launch is due later this year. We were all wondering what Nintendo had up their sleeves. It turns out there's a redesigned controller, there's a serious commitment to online connectivity, and a few other surprises. Matt's got the latest in this floor report.
Hey, check it out. We are here at E3 this year, and Nintendo is back with the Wii U. And we got Gil here to tell us a little bit about how the controller actually works.
It's a whole new experience, and it works seamlessly with a second screen.
So what are we playing right now?
We're playing a new Super Mario Bros. U.
Okay.
And right now you can actually see the game action that's on the gamepad controller. And with this, I'm actually playing a special mode called Boost Mode. I can actually touch the screen. It does have touchscreen features, and help assist her as she plays through the game.
Oh, that's fantastic. So you can put obstacles for Mario to jump over or assist him in running.
Totally. Or I could just be a meanie and just kind of put up a wall like that.
The Wii U is going to launch when?
It's this holiday. We have lots of titles, and this is going to be one of those launch window titles.
Fantastic.
So super excited. We're going to have a Mario game right out the gate.
Okay, so Nintendo is bringing us a new console with the Wii U gamepad, ladies and gentlemen. The teamwork, a second screen, a whole other way to look at video games from Nintendo.
Yeah. Saving money for new Super Mario Bros. Wii starts right now. Next week, the biggest and the best games of all time are battling it out on G4. We'll probably see Mario Brothers in there somewhere. We're counting down the top 100 video games of all time in 5 one-hour specials. Will your favorite game make the cut? Take a look.
Next on our countdown, if you played the Atari 2600, you recognize this sound.
Oh my God, Pitfall.
Pitfall was awesome.
Strange fun fact, my first paid gig for acting was a commercial for Pitfall. I had a safari hat on. I was like, just last night I was lost in the jungle with Pitfall Harry.
Pitfall hit the Atari 2600 in 1982 and was an instant smash.
Pitfall is incredible.
I remember as a kid just being like, oh my God.
It's right when home video games started creating people out of like 4 squares.
I'm a stick guy, and you can see that I have a green shirt and brown pants and shoes.
These 8-bit blocks had us all duped in the 80s to thinking that we were Indiana Jones.
Video games have come a long way. Find out which titles are the favorites of G4 experts, celebrities, as you saw there, athletes, and game developers when they weigh in during the week-long battle starting Monday at 8 o'clock. Just check out g4tv.com/top100. Stick around, we have got so much more from E3 on the way, including the return of Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell Blacklight. Plus, we're going to go hands-on with the game that embraces America's favorite pastime, running from the cops. Get your first look at the new Need for Speed Most Wanted in just a little bit.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
I'm on the E3 floor at the Nintendo booth, checking out the Wii U and playing a little Just Dance 4. And I heard something cool was gonna happen here, but I don't really... Oh, hey. Okay.
All right, perhaps the biggest crowd response at Microsoft's press event happened right after Splinter Cell Blacklist was finally unveiled.
There's so many people on Twitter. Did you see what just happened there?
Oh my God, hashtag.
Yeah, so in case you didn't see it, Sam Fisher wrecks terrorist scum in his latest adventure, and this time you're actually going to help direct the action with the use of Kinect voice support, which makes me feel so empowered, and I truly appreciate that option. So let's go hands-on.
Joining us now is creative director Max Bellon, everybody.
Yes.
How are you, sir?
Max, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Is it safe to say that you enjoyed the reaction that this game had after the presser?
It was amazing. I mean, just being on stage, you know, representing all the team at Ubisoft Toronto, it was just amazing. And
well,
the
you've
reaction,
been carrying that entire team on your shoulders for so long.
Sure.
I mean,
Nobody deserves the credit but you, correct?
I don't agree with that.
You're too kind to be on the stage, Max. But let's hop into it. Splinter Cell Blacklist, the 6th title in the series. How do you keep it fresh? What's new in this title?
Well, I think what's interesting with Blacklist is really our premise, right? So it's a series of, it's like basically a group of terrorists that band together, a group of rogue nations that band together and give an ultimatum to the United States. Take your troops out of our countries or we bring war to you, right? So they released the Blacklist, a series of escalating attacks on US interests. And they're like, if you're not out, we're doing this. If you're not out, we're doing that. Wow. And then the president contacts Sam and she's like, I need your help because I don't want to go at war against them and I'm not going to negotiate with them either. So Sam accepts to restart Fort Echelon, to be the leader, right, and to stop the Blacklist.
So he stopped shaving.
That is some heavy stuff, man.
I know,
like,
man.
Whatever happened to the princess being in a castle? Now it's like rogue nations have given you a blacklist and you're screwed.
Well, I think it's the premise came from talking with Richard Dansky, our writer, and we were talking and he told me that the United States have soldiers in 2/3 of the countries in the world. And that's kind of, wow.
That's actually...
Yeah, we have bases everywhere.
Yeah, and we were just educated on that as well. Wow, that was really impressive. Thank you for that knowledge. And scary for other countries that we know that now. But that's crazy. And, you know, you guys are going to visit a lot of those other environments. Like you said, we're in arguably, you know, 66% of the rest of the world. But we're seeing here in these new environments, not as many shadows. So Sammy Fish, which is what I call him because I've played with him as long as I have.
Fish Dog.
Fish Dog as well. He can't really hide in the shadows as much. So it looks like his tactics are changing quite a bit here.
Well, a big thing for us on Blacklist is variety. It's probably the word I've said the most since I moved to Toronto, and we're applying that to everything. So we wanna keep things fresh for the player. So we're gonna have some maps that are more interior, more exterior. Some maps are gonna be more daylight, nighttime, right? We want to keep it fresh, keep the player always surprised.
Yeah, it's hard to shoot out the sun in these maps. That's for sure. What are we actually seeing here, Max?
Well, that's what we call killing in motion. So it's basically a couple of features that Mike is able to pull off together.
Beautiful.
So the first one is active sprint, which is pressing an all day and moving forward, and then Sam traverses the environment, he jumps over stuff automatically. If there's something to climb, he climbs. And then there's mark and execute in motion. So conviction and mark and execute, now we've made it in motion. So instead of stopping and taking out the bad guys and then continuing, you know, Sam's motion, he can do it like continuing.
So how does it work? We hold a button, we're sprinting, and then as we're going, we're tagging
and
targets?
if you're keeping your thumbstick forward, Sam continues to go that way while he's taking out targets. And the last thing is hand-to-hand kills in motion also, right? So instead of stopping, we're doing that. And we're trying to show Sam as a guy that's always one step ahead, right? So he's not, if he's got a guy in his hands, he doesn't need to look at him to take him out, right? He's already looking at his next target.
Yeah, he's already made that decision. This guy's done. So let's just assume for a second that Sam gets tired of killing enemies through traditional means, because he's killed so many people in that manner. Right. He has a bunch of awesome gadgets at his disposal as well. So what are we going to see outside of the night vision goggles, which are fantastic? But what else are we going to see from Sam this year?
Well, actually, Mike just used a new feature that if you have Kinect, you can like yell at your Kinect and say, "Hey, you," and then that's going to distract the enemies.
That's fantastic.
Right? And now he's going to use we've given Sam a tactical crossbow, and he's put
this is the year of the crossbow and/or bow. This is
I think we're all watching the same movies or something.
Exactly. Are you saying the Hunger Games influenced this? Is that what we're saying now?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, then it's not.
Sam Fisher has several times. Sam Fisher loves it. He pirated it.
But he is seeing all these amazing new gadgets as well. The crossbow is something that we're
with the sticky shocker bolt, right? So then you've got some enemies standing in water, and then take them out with one bolt.
I love it. So what are some of the other Kinect voice features for this game?
Well, the other, you know, Sam now is the leader of Echelon, right? So that's kind of a change for him. And we wanted to have a feature that would like show that Sam's the leader and he's interacting with his team. So what we've done is in each map we're gonna have a couple of moments where Sam is able to take a decision with his team. So for E3, for example, we've got a moment where a tactical arrives, a truck with a mounted machine gun, and Grim says, "Okay, I'm controlling the UAV from the plane. You know, if you need help, tell me." And then, you know, at one point, we're going to see it right now.
Does he just scream help as loud as he can?
Oh, God, this is happening!
So if you have Kinect, you can yell Grim now, right? And then using the UAV, she's just going to shoot a rocket and take out the tactical. And again, variety is the key word for us, right? So every map is going to be different. Some maps you're going to tell Grim maybe to close the lights, you know, turn off the electricity in a building to help you go in, things like that.
Now, we're going to see co-op in this game, and if we do, are you going to play as Sam and then a member of Sam's team as well?
That's a great question.
That's what I do, man.
Phenomenal question, and I can't wait to hear the answer right now,
Yes,
Max.
let's do it.
I'm going to tell you.
Oh, good. We were hoping that you would have an answer.
I'm not
for
allowed
that.
to tell you. They're going to kill me.
Oh,
But
see?
yeah,
That's
so
cool.
co-op is back. Co-op is back. We're super excited. Co-op was huge in Conviction, right? So it's making a comeback. Also, what I think is interesting is that we're bringing back Spy vs. Mercs, which was also a fan favorite.
Love
we're
that.
bringing back. And we're trying to blur the lines between what single-player co-op and adversarial is, right? So, you know, usually you're playing a game in single-player and then your friends join in, like, hey, let's go play co-op. And then what do? You pause, quit to main menu, load co-op, join your friend. And what we're trying to do is, because the game's about Sam, right? Sam's the leader, and so what's gonna happen is every time you finish a mission, you're gonna go back to your plane, to Fort Echelon, and there you're gonna have what we call the SMI, which is the Strategic Mission Interface. It's basically a big iPad table, right?
Nice.
And that's a supercomputer if you want, and on it you're gonna have a map of the world. And from there, you're gonna be able to see all your maps that are available, single player, co-op, and adversarial. So you're
we
gonna
could be on a single-player game, hop into a multiplayer match, hop out of that, go back in, do the single-player campaign.
Exactly.
I love it. Max, when do we get to stab faces and shout at UAVs?
Spring 2013.
Done. Done and done. Max, thank you so much for joining us,
Thanks
man.
for joining us, my
Thanks
friend.
for
Please do not murder us.
I got 99 problems with a Twitter wall ain't one. So gangsta. All right, we've got Griff Moy. Definitely looking forward to Splinter Cell Blacklist. The Splinter Cell games get even more brutal with each new installment. Yes, I mean, you're messing with Sam Fisher here, okay? E-Rock 0077. I'm excited about the new Splinter Cell, the originator of Night Vision in a game. And for that, Sweets, you just won a 1-year membership to Gamefly.com, the best way to rent and buy games. Now, if you want a shot at winning stuff, it's easy. All you have to do is head to G4TV.com/E3Sweeps and use the hashtag E3OnG4 for a chance to win.
All right, guys, coming up, the creators of Burnout put their stamp on another racing game remake. We're going to go hands-on with Need for Speed Most Wanted. Plus, the most buzzed about new game from the Ubisoft press conference has to be Watch Dogs. And we are going to have a first look on our stage very soon, so stay with us.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Gamefly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Two years ago,
2
years ago, Criterion Games took their knowledge of making Burnout and applied it to remaking Need for Speed Hot Pursuit.
And it worked. Next, they're trying their hand at remaking Need for Speed Most Wanted. Let's go hands-on.
Joining us now, senior producer Steve Cuss, everybody. Steve, how are you, sir?
Hi, very good, thank you.
Let us do a brief overview for someone who maybe hasn't played one of these games yet. First of all, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Second of all, what's the experience?
So, Most Wanted, it's a driving game. It's full of racing, chasing with the cops, and exploring a wonderful open world that we've made for you. And it's all about being most wanted amongst your friends. That's what Most Wanted means to us in 2012.
So Most Wanted meaning most wanted by the police.
No, and for us, it's all about being most wanted amongst your friends. So everything you do in our game, whether you're playing single player, multiplayer, or exploring the open world, you're going to earn speed points. And the friend with the most speed points is most wanted amongst their friends. And that's your ultimate goal in this game.
So when I see that a friend has ascended to the level of most wanted, can I then, hop into his game and try to take him down? Or?
No, so his records are going to be sprinkled all around the world. So Matt's driving a race right now. It's on the screen behind us, and you can see that there's a friend's time just above the map there that he's trying to beat. And as he goes through things like collectibles, he'll get an instant compare. There you go, he got an instant compare with a friend's time there. So even if your friends aren't online at the same time, in this game, their challenge is always right there.
That is just mean to do so, to put that in somebody's game.
Exactly.
It would drive me insane.
Well, what sort of stuff are we tracking then? Obviously, we have race times, we have collectibles. Is it also tracking like drifts, jumps, all that
everything,
stuff?
furthest jumps, who's collected the most of all our different types of collectibles, like our garages, who's gone through the most speed gates, if you've been online, who's done the best in some of our events there, who's had the highest cost of stay in pursuit with the cops, all of these things.
And now what world are we actually in? I mean, is this an open world or are you around certain tracks? How does it work?
It's a completely open world. The player has the freedom to play this game exactly as they choose. That's a big thing about
Including driving upstairs.
Yeah, you can
I
drive
noticed
upstairs. You can drive in or through, break, anything that we've put in this world. This world is completely open for you to play how you want to play it.
Amazing. And what are some of the game modes that you'll encounter while you're driving around?
So single player is going to be all around race modes, which is a whole variety, and you're going to find that the cops, as we've just seen with Matt there, are going to start chasing you through that world. And you know, when you go into free drive modes, because it's a seamless experience, we're never going to take you out of that. You can start to explore, you can get into chases with the cops. Multiplayer's a little different.
And then, of course, you know, a driving game, it's a little bit about the cars that you have. What cars are we going to see?
Absolutely. So there's over 60 cars in this game, all licensed, all beautifully modeled, as you can see here today. We've done an awful lot of work on our lighting to make them really sit in that world.
I feel you designed such gorgeous vehicles, and then in 2 seconds they are shattered to pieces as you slam into everything. I love it.
That's in Criterion's DNA, to take something beautiful and smash it up.
Exactly.
We want to subvert everything we do.
What is your favorite car?
For me, I really like the Impreza that we've been showing today. The Porsche's a really nice car, but the Subaru Impreza is really small. It's got great acceleration.
The WRX handles like a dream too. It grips the road.
Yeah. And in these off-road sections.
I know, this is what got the fan over
my
here.
baby for a while. I love that car, yeah.
And what can we expect from multiplayer?
Okay, so multiplayer is completely new. So for Criterion, if anyone who's played Burnout Paradise will know that we'd love to make an open experience where we think lobbies are really old and no one wants to sit in a lobby. We just want you in the world, driving the car, exploring this gameplay that we've packed it with. So we've created something we call playlists, which serves up gameplay to you, almost like a gameplay DJ, all different types of experiences that we create in the open world.
So I'm driving around in an open world with my friends online, and it pops up and goes, hey, you guys want to do a race over here? Let's get to that.
First thing it does is make you meet up, so it's a social thing, because we know that when we put players together in the world, fun ensues.
Sure.
Generally, they start smashing each other.
Of course, yeah. Fun means destruction. We get that, yeah.
And then an event, so it might be a race, it might be a team race, it might be the all-new events that we've called speed tests. And they're speed tests because you've only got 90 seconds to complete a challenge. And you've got tactics there, so you can decide to try and go for the best score, or you can just try and eliminate everyone else who's in the event and win that way.
Oh, points for griefing.
Exactly. I'm the guy that makes the U-turn as quickly as possible so everybody T-bones me. I'm that guy. This is why Morgan and I never played.
This is why
One
we
of
don't
the
play.
many reasons.
This is why we don't play online.
But when can we play this?
So, Need for Speed Most Wanted is coming October 30th.
All platforms?
On all platforms, yeah.
Love it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't wait to take out Kevin.
The game looks awesome. I just wanted to quickly say something. Candace Bailey, I have had a great time working with you here so far.
I have had a great time working with you too. Thank you.
We got an all from a crew member. That never happens. Those guys are dead inside. After the break, the mysterious new game that set Twitter on fire after its surprise announcement at the Ubisoft press conference.
We'll get a first look at Watch Dogs after the break. You don't want to miss it.
I can't wait.
Me neither. Me neither.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Attack of the Show is back starting Monday. Join me and Sarah Underwood as we kick off a summer full of special guest hosts, including the Nerdist Chris Hardwick and comedians Rob Delaney, Mo Mandel, and Baratunde Thurston. Oh, it all begins Monday, June 11th here on G4.
Welcome back. Do us a favor, won't you? Check out G4TV.com for more E312 coverage presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so one of the biggest surprise announcements and most buzzed about games of this year's E3 has to be Ubisoft's Watch Dogs. This cyber thriller came out of nowhere and got the industry talking. But what is Watch Dogs? Well, let us unravel the mystery with this first look. Joining us now, the game's creative director, Jonathan Morin. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know how you guys kept this game a secret, but you did. I am very impressed. What is the game about?
Well, Watch Dogs is an action-adventure game, a brand new game done by Ubisoft Montreal. It's set in Chicago. It's an open-world game, and it's about Aiden Pierce, a man shaped by violence and obsessed with surveillance, who's going to have to push his obsession to control an entire city and fight the system's corruption.
Okay, so right now we're looking at Aiden, and what is he doing?
Well, basically right now Aiden is setting a trap for DeMarco using his cell phone, so he's able to use a tool to attract him to a spot so he can create an accident using the traffic light. But then afterwards he can use all of the car that has been generated out of the accident to use as cover, and then basically he got him by surprise so he can actually take his men before they can get there.
So surveillance is actually like a mechanic in the game.
Yes, surveillance and all the systems in the game are at the disposition of the player. So anything that you can think of that's in an urban environment that has been driven by a computer or that is stacked onto Wi-Fi is something you can control in Watch Dogs.
See, was it exciting trying to think of all the ways that you could hack into the things around us? Because that's a little terrifying.
It's terrifying, yeah. Like, it's cool. Like every time you tap that into YouTube, everything like you find there is crazy. So we basically made sure we wanted to use like reality. The game looks gorgeous, it looks realistic, but also what you do in it is believable. Like all of the stuff you do, the way you hack everything, the way you access cell phones, credit card exploitation, like traffic lights, even CTOS itself is comparable to Rio de Janeiro and what they're doing with IBM for the Olympics. So we're really pushing the boundaries of what's real, but we're not yet near future. We're really present time pushing the boundaries of what we can do in real life.
Okay, so for the shooting mechanics specifically, it's cover-based?
It's cover-based. One thing we wanted to push is leverage what we know best at Ubisoft Montreal. So, starting point was you guys saw Splinter Cell. We can benefit from the know-how of that. So there's cover system. We've pushed the we've pushed the animations to its limits. We've learned a lot from Splinter Cell and all of that. So we can combine shooting, cover, but also navigation, sliding on cars, doing takedowns at the same time. So we can really feel like the player and the character Aiden Pierce is really agile and comfortable in the open environment.
So is Aiden a character, is he like a reluctant hero? Is he more like Sam Fisher in Splinter Cell?
Actually, he's more of an anti-hero. To a certain degree, he's also a bit disturbed by what happened in the past and what he can do about it. So now you're going to really explore a man who's digging into his own justice, trying to make a point to get back to his life in the first place. And to do so, he's going to have to explore his obsession and learn more about himself. Trying to first figure out his own problem, but by tapping into everybody's lives around him, seeing every citizen's out there, then it's going to force him to get into the drama of other persons as well. So there's a risk getting lost in there. The player's going to have to be careful.
Who is he speaking with right now?
Right now he's speaking with Jordy, is one of his contacts. He's a really interesting man. We don't want to reveal too much about that guy yet. But one thing we're really interested about is to make sure every character represents an interesting part of the underground of Chicago. So we can really dig into not only the crime life, not only the low-key criminal, but also the jet set, the men with the money, the men with the power, corruption in government, those kinds of things. So you'll get the entire spectrum of what criminal and corruption is in Chicago.
The game, I have to say, really looks beautiful. How much time did you spend working on the graphics?
We spent a lot of time, actually. We've been more than 2 years into that project, and we still have plenty of time to go to push to the limits. What's interesting for us is to say to ourselves, let's make out of Watch Dogs a game that's more along the lines of Michael Mann instead of Michael Bay. Not that I don't like Michael Bay. Michael Bay is cool.
Michael Bay has a place in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
We've all seen a Michael Bay movie or two. We'll admit to it.
Exactly. But Michael Bay has been present a lot in the game industry. So now, we wanted to push something more realistic. So the graphic is important, but also the weather, the wind. If you tap into some people that are in danger and you want to interfere with them and help them, then seeing them walk on the street with the wind of Chicago, with the scarf flying in the wind and feeling that they're cold themselves, make them more human, and all the graphics out there makes it sure that people believe in the stories that they're going to tap into.
And there are a great number of people on the screen, and it looks like you can interact with a lot of them.
Yeah, actually, when you're in an interior, like if you go to a Starbucks, for example, how many people are playing out with their laptop, iPads, iPhones, stuff like that? You can get into what they're doing. You can either intercept important people to go along with a mission, or you can get lost into the stories of everybody in Chicago, discovering more truth out of it, learning more about the city, or maybe learning even more about your enemies to discover more truth out of the game.
Well, I can't wait to start spying on people. Any idea, I know it's early, any idea when Watch Dogs is going to be released?
Like I said earlier on, unfortunately, we cannot say any dates for now. We're going to ship it when we're done. It's clearly not in 2012. Clearly not. And the thing is, we want to push as far as possible. The mandate we receive as a content company is to push the content to its limit. That's what we're doing right now.
All right, well, I can't wait to see more of this game, and I'm sure we will tell you as soon as we find out when it is coming out. Jonathan, thanks so much for coming by. We really appreciate it.
Awesome, thank you guys. All right, this year's E3 is filled with big sequels. There's a new Gears. There's a new Dead Space. Are you guys applauding the new sequels? Or just applauding anything? Let's go flip a car and set it on fire! Anyway, new Gears, new Dead Space, new Assassin's Creed, many, many more games with a 2, a 3, or a 4, or a 12 at the end. But there are a few brand new properties here on the show floor. We're going to take a closer look right now in this news break. All right. Joining me now, USA Today tech reporter Mike Snyder and the host of the Ubisoft press conference, a huge gamer as well, according to this teleprompter. Aisha Tyler is here. You play the games. By the way, congratulations. You said you found 7 positive comments on a gaming forum.
It was so exciting.
About the press conference.
I did the UV press conference on Monday, which was super fun because I actually do play. And the first thing people love to say about you when you say you're a gamer is, she's never touched a controller in her life.
Prove it. You must like Mario Tetris only.
No, yeah. I play with sticks and dominoes. I was so stoked. It went so well. And I went on the Gap forum and people mainly said nice things. And then occasionally someone threw up on their keyboard and then hit send.
Well, that's the internet. As long as it was an all caps.
Hey, internet, what's up,
fine.
haters? Woo!
All right, well, Mike, what are you seeing on the internet, and what are you feeling personally? Is this the year that people are fed up with the 2s and the 3s, or is there still room for original IPs?
Well, you know, what I think is great about the video game industry is when you get to 2 and 3 and 4, you're actually getting a better game. You're getting a more evolved product. You're getting probably a better story. But there are some really cool new properties, which are kind of a challenge, and studios are taking a dare on trying to create a new property because it costs so much more.
Especially this late in the console cycle, because we know next year there's going to be new consoles, new announcements. It's kind of weird to take a potentially multi-million-dollar bet on something that is on an aging platform.
Right. I mean, but I also think that it's all about creating new IPs. A lot of times, a lot of 2s are disappointing. There were some 3s that were great. I thought Gears 3 was amazing. Obviously, there's a new Gears coming out, Judgment, which I played. It looks amazing. But I feel like that if you can launch that great new IP and you're in the beginning of the wave of the next gen, we're going to be ready for the next gen when it comes and we're already developing in that direction.
Sure.
It's hard to both be next gen and also have a new IP, but once people are invested in that IP, then you go to next gen, you got a lock on that.
Well, what have you guys seen and played at this E3 that gets you going, that's original?
Well, we've talked about zombies a bit, and you had some hands-on experience with that, right?
I played both a new IP on a next gen platform. I played Zombie U. Insanely, it looks like this little thing looks like a little baby game. It does. I'm gonna admit, I was like, is it gonna be Plants vs. Zombies?
Fisher Price, my first zombies.
Exactly, my first zombies. But it's insanely fun. It's super interactive. There's first and second screen interactivity, so you use the little screen to kind of scan your landscape.
Didn't feel gimmicky. It felt like
no, it felt great. It felt like a real zombie world. I love Left 4 Dead. That's a favorite zombie game of mine, but I feel like this one felt a little bit more authentic. As authentic as it's not like there's real. It's real.
Did it feel like
felt just like real world zombies? Like when I'm really killing zombies, it felt like that.
Felt like I was looking around Miami. Everybody was on bath salts.
The controller still has all of the kind of the interactivity that you expect. It's got focus, it's got shooting, it's got right and left bumpers, but there's a little bit more interactivity and it's terrifying. Zombies leap out at you. I was so happy when I finally got my shotgun. Ladies and gentlemen, do not enter the zombie apocalypse without a shotgun. It will end badly for you.
All right, well that's exciting. That's good to hear. Mike, what about you?
Well, one question I had about that game was that it looked like in the demo you used the pad like a hatchet.
No.
You don't?
That was just gamer fear.
Okay, all right.
That was just the thing when something jumps out and you go,
because I was afraid thered be a lot of broken TVs out there if that's the way it went.
You use it a little bit when you're looking around your world to scan for weapons and stuff to pick up, but not when you're fighting.
I can't wait for them to announce the add-on gel
Yeah.
coating that you have to put around
Right.
your Wii gamepad and the dual straps
Yes.
so that it doesn't go flying through the TV or land on a dog.
My controller goes flying through the TV now. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Mike, there was Last of Us, there was Beyond Two Souls, there was Dishonored, there, you know.
All three of those look awesome. You just had Watch Dogs on here.
Yes.
You know, for an internet generation, this game is like made for people like that. You get to hack into, you know, like say we have a crowd of people here, and if you're in the game, I could hack into everybody's, you know, accounts. You know what your income is, know what your medical reports are, and things like that.
And don't you also feel like, for me, what I loved about Watch Dogs is it felt like a real open world experience. It was, you know, obviously you can stay on campaign, you can go anywhere, you can do anything, and it was beautiful. It was that best combination of kind of role-playing, problem-solving, and then shooting.
And I love
so
the
much
little
shooting.
nuances where an accident happens and the pedestrians go to help each other.
Yes.
Like, man, I can't wait to murder all of these people.
AI was crazy,
I cannot
right?
wait.
Why don't I just blow that guy up so I can hurt that guy down the street? Why not?
We'll kill them all. Mike, Aisha.
You mentioned Beyond.
yes.
I
Very
just
quick,
saw a
please.
little bit of that. It looks like Heavy Rain, but giant, bigger. It's like a blockbuster version of that. So I'm looking forward to playing that.
It's like an iteration, but it looks like an evolution, actually. All right, thank you guys so much for joining
So
us. Sorry we're out of
fun.
time, but
Oh, it's
that's
great.
such a pleasure to chat with you.
Yeah.
Aisha, Mike,
Thank
thank you
you.
so
You
much.
too.
Now we're sending it over to Candace Bailey.
We have got time for one last journey into Twitter Town. Thanks, guys. Now, I want to just point out really quick that our E3 tweet counter has reached over 2 million. That is crazy. Okay, let's see. Yuri Eugen, watching this show has been awesome the past 3 days. Go G4! Yay! Well, we are on again tomorrow for 3 hours live, so make sure you tune in to G4. And in other Twitter news, tweeter RN19 just won an Xbox 360. Yay, congrats. Didn't win? Hey, it's okay. Don't cry. Keep checking in at g4tv.com/E3sweeps and using the hashtag E3 on G4 because we will be checking in with the Twitter wall tomorrow with even more prizes to give away. In fact, tweets from this hour will be eligible to win a PlayStation 3 at the beginning of tomorrow's live coverage. Stick around, we have still got more E3 on the way. I am super serial. I am.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Tomorrow, E3 2012's biggest games at the G4 stage, and we're giving you unprecedented access. Grab your ticket for post-apocalyptic Russia and board the train for Metro Last Light. We walk you through the game that bravely mixes first-person shooting with survival horror.
Don't drop your guard for an instant.
The Amazing Spider-Man is here to prove that it is possible for movie adaptations to soar. We go hands-on with the Web Slinger to experience all the high-flying action. Plus, we have our look at the Facebook game that's sure to demolish your spare time. The mad scientists at Insomniac Games give us a tour of their quirky strategy title, Outer Knots.
I'll kill everyone.
And we have our demo of the mysterious thriller Beyond Two Souls. The makers of Heavy Rain bring you a moody new adventure that also features a surprising amount of action. All that plus exclusive interviews, the latest trailers, and all the news as it breaks. Trust us, you don't want to miss it.
I think they get the message.
It is time to throw down the gauntlet and decide which games are truly the best of E3.
Yes! All day we've been running around the show floor dropping fancy nominee badges at the booths of our favorite games.
On Thursday's show, we're going to be giving out the awards for the biggest surprise, Best Xbox 360 game, Best PS3, Best Nintendo, and the big one, Game of the Show.
Plus, we're actually going to begin announcing winners in a bunch of other categories, doing a special live stream of G4TV.com's feedback at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Just go to G4TV.com/feedback for this very special live event.
And hey, while you're at your internet computer, head on over to G4TV.com/best of E3 for the full list of nominees. Guess what, folks?
Yes.
That does it for today.
We did it!
Thanks for watching!
Thank you.
We made it.
So much.
Yes, y'all are great.
G4's coverage of E3 12 Live continues tomorrow at 6. For up-to-the-minute E3 news, check out G4TV.com. Guess what? American Ninja Warrior is up next. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, everybody. Keep that up.
your seatbelts and put those tray tables in an upright and locked position. You feel that?
I feel it. We have everything on our stage.
E3 is absolutely nuts.
Don't change that channel. If you do, you might miss one of the greatest things ever.
Are you ready?
We've got pretty much every game that matters.
E3 is all about the big announcements.
Cool thing called Halo 4.
Do you guys want more demos? You got them.
It's out of control!
This is by far the biggest event in video games. Everybody is totally here.
Joining us now, Irrational Games, Ken Levine.
That's right. We're going to break news here.
I'm here with Todd Howard.
I woke up this morning. I'm like, good God, what is going on? This is amazing.
Never seen that before.
The president!
That is crazy.
Don't you love that?
I love it!
There's hundreds of hours of gameplay. I'm sold.
The biggest gaming event of the year starts right now because we said so.
And Morgan Webb and Blair Herter are on the other side of town at the LA Convention Center.
That's right, we've got another full day of coverage from E3 with even more hands-on demos of the biggest games on the show floor. And best of all, we're going to reveal the winners of our coveted Best of E3 Award.
Coming up, the jaw-dropping game about a spunky high school cheerleader who disembowels the undead. It could only be Lollipop Chainsaw.
That's right. Plus, a PlayStation 2 favorite is back. We're going to check out Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, which is coming to the PS3 and the PlayStation Vita.
Then a live hands-on demo of Hawken. We had this Met game here last year, and I think they owe us a lot of their success to us. Not to brag,
but you did, and it's well deserved. But first, it's time to check in with the rest of the G4 crew. They're sort of like the X-Force to our X-Men, if you will.
They're on the floor hitting the booths and digging up some of the coolest stuff on display.
Hashtag E3 on G4. Kristen Adams here, y'all. Checking out the show flow.
The show flow, Mega Ran with the slow flow. Get no dough, but also keep the promo going. Y'all know how I be flowing. MegaRan.com, so you know the slogan.
Time's up. We got to go, go, go.
This is E3, y'all. Welcome to the show.
Here on the floor of E3, I'll be immersed in video games like Nintendo Land Animal Crossing Sweet Day on the Wii U. So make sure you stay tuned. Get it? I'll be immersed. Really, I had to wear the costume.
Guys, as everyone knows, E3 is a huge week-long event, and just to give you a little taste of what we're experiencing, check out EA's booth. It is massive. There are monitors everywhere, huge 360-degree booth. We've got kiosks, we've got people. It's insane. Everyone's doing it big this year, but these guys took it literally.
Hey, it's Matt Myra coming here from the Tekken booth. Look at this. This day could not get any better than it is right now. A quarter. Hang on a second. This is the best day ever.
Hey everybody, Alex here from the floor, E3 2012. Yes, you heard me right. I said from the floor. Some game companies go big. 2K Games goes crazy. They built an actual sports bar in the floor of the convention center. I'm gonna go get a beer, check out Borderlands 2. You guys get jealous.
Wow, Matt Myra is in heaven right now. Thanks, guys. Today I will be manning the Twitter wall. Now, once again, right now, we can see the most popular games that everyone is talking about at E3, like, shocker, Halo 4. But Tank is giving Master Chief a run for his money. Plus, I'll be monitoring the E3 tweet counter, which now stands at way over 2 million. Nice! Most importantly, though, I will be reading your tweets and giving out free stuff! Yay! Who doesn't like free stuff? Speaking of, tweeter A. Cody Erickson just won a PlayStation 3. Congrats! Now, later on, we'll be giving away another PlayStation 3 and an Xbox 360, but in the next hour, we'll be giving away a PlayStation Vita. So if you're feeling lucky, all you have to do is head over to g4tv.com/E3sweeps and tweet using the hashtag E3OnG4. Looking for something to tweet about? Well, how about you tell us what you think about this first look?
2010 saw the release of Heavy Rain, which was truly one of the most ambitious and groundbreaking games of this generation.
And believe it or not, the developers behind the interactive thriller are back with a new game that's ready to push boundaries. We are taking a first look at Beyond.
Absolutely, and we are so pleased to have on stage today director David Cage. David, thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it. Look, at DICE, we spoke a little bit about the demo that you showed, Kara, and you told us that it wasn't necessarily representative of the game, but it was representative of the tech in the game. We finally saw at the Sony press conference the game. Outside of the fact that Juno is super pissed off, what is Beyond? What do we know about this game?
Beyond is a story of a young girl who has a link with an invisible entity. So it's an entity, she doesn't know if it's a ghost or a spirit or whatever, but as far as she remembers, she always felt this presence around her. So the game is about 15 years of the life of this young girl and how she's going to grow, evolve, and learn to live with this thing.
And what are we really seeing right now?
We see some images from the game. Well, this is real time, so this is not cutscenes, it's really gameplay. And this is really what the game looks like.
And we saw some kind of force field power that she was using?
Yeah, I mean, this entity called Aiden can do many different things, and he's like a guardian angel protecting Jodie from attacks, from all the trouble she can have. But it's not just a power or a pet, it's really like a character with its own personality. So he can be very nice and protective, or he can be very angry, violent, and jealous.
Now, what we've seen with you guys' games, you're really, the important thing for you is to really make sure it's steeped in reality. Heavy Rain was a very real game. Anybody could have gone through that experience. You are, of course, adding superpowers to an extent in the game here. So how do you continue doing what you guys did with Heavy Rain while adding this element of something that's not very real?
Yeah, what is really important to us is really to create games that are mature and maybe different from the other games on the show floor. We don't make games with guns or monsters or platforms. We create really games grounded in reality, and we try really to work on emotions, how you will care for the character, how you will feel emotionally involved in the experience.
Now, you know, in relation to that, or in order to create that emotional connection, you really pumped a lot of work into the graphics. What work did you do to the engine?
Well, we were quite happy with the engine we had on Heavy Rain. We thought the game looked okay, but we really wanted to move forward. So we developed a brand new engine from scratch, and we worked a lot on the lighting. We worked a lot on the way materials reflect the light. We worked on the depth of field. We worked on all these special effects that will make the game more realistic, more spectacular also. So it's been a lot of work.
Now, a lot of studios usually will stop with that. They're like, look, everything looks great, so we'll just put this out. But you guys, you take that extra step. You create this experience first with the actors, and I know it was really important to you guys, and you surprised a lot of people when you guys announced that Ellen Page was actually a part of this game. Like you said, because you guys start in the studio, you know, you mocap and you do all that first, and then you build the game around that. So having Ellen Page in the game was really important as far as her acting ability is concerned.
Oh, having Ellen Page is just amazing. I mean, the role of this young girl called Jodie Holmes was so important. We will see her through 15 years of her life, so we needed to find an actress who would be capable of, you know, delivering this incredible performance from being a young teenager to being an adult and having this strange relationship with this entity. So we just sent a script to Ellen and sent a copy of Heavy Rain and told us what we were expecting from her. So we've been very blunt from the start, saying this is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a lot of work. You're going to
actors love hearing that, by the way.
Yeah, she heard that, but we just didn't want to lie to her and tell her, you know, if you come to work on this thing, this is going to be a lot of work, pretty much more work than on a movie. So you need to know what to expect, and you need to know that we will be just as demanding in matter of quality and acting as if it was a movie. And she said, yeah, okay, fine, let's do it. And so we met, we talked about the character a lot, we rehearsed a lot, and we did the shooting. So it's a fantastic experience, and I'm sure it's going to translate very well in the game.
So what did you actually start with for the game? Did you start with the script and work up the game from there, or did you start with the mood and work from there?
The way I work is first I try to find out what I want to talk about. And it's so important. I don't start with this technology, or I don't start with gameplay mechanics. I really start with an emotion or something I feel I need to talk about. And in this case, it was about probably death. What's on the other side? I lost someone close to me and my family, and I was not happy with what religion has to say about it. So I just made up my own story, and I just imagined what's on the other side and built a story around it. So I try to think about story and gameplay at the same time, because I think that one needs to support the other. You cannot, give the priority to one versus the other. You need to think about both at the same time.
Now, do the, I guess, perceived expectations of the audience affect certain development of the game? Because you guys do an incredible job of clearly doing what it is you want to do with this game. But were there any, did you take into consideration maybe things that you learned from Heavy Rain, things that worked, things that didn't work, as far as immersion and pacing of gameplay when you made this game?
Yeah, of course, you always listen to the feedback and to the gamers, but at the same time, you don't want to give people what they expect.
Sure.
Otherwise, you don't do your job as a creative person. You just you do marketing. You don't do creativity anymore. So no, we listen, but at the same time, we really created the experience that we had in mind and that we felt people would really enjoy.
Well, it looked like on the Sony press conference, people are really going to enjoy this game. I know people want to get their hands on it, so when can we actually play this game?
It's going to be next year.
Next year? Any time next year?
As soon as possible.
All right, so sometime in the 12 months that exist in 2013, you will be able to play this game. Well, David, thank you so much for your time.
So much.
The game looks absolutely incredible.
So good! Coming up after the break, a hot blonde cheerleader that had zombies and Lollipop Chainsaw. Sounds like someone's been reading my dream journal. Plus, the PlayStation's most talented thief adds time traveling to his resume, and Sly Cooper thieves in time. All that and more right after this.
Hey, it's E3, and guess what? Cool people are here, and I just ran into a really cool person, Mr. Todd McFarlane.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
How are you doing, Todd? Now, we are here to talk about your new figures from Halo.
Right.
These are the Halo 4 figures. You have a whole new line.
So we usually do the regular size one, the 6-inch figures.
Yeah.
We've also got the avatars we'll be doing that you're going to be popping on, and then because people are always trying to get the vehicles and they're too big to do it at this scale, we've got the little miniature ones we're going to come out with. So we're going to have basically a small, medium, and a large sort of look for everybody.
So that's a size of Halo to suit your needs, everybody. Halo 4 figures coming out from Todd McFarlane later this year. Be on the lookout for them. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Todd.
All right, be good.
All right, zombie games, by and large, they're just giant downers, full of apocalyptic environments and stories about how everyone's loved ones are dead.
Yada, yada, yada.
Here,
But
face
Lollipop
off.
Chainsaw is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. It's set in high school. The main character is a cheerleader, and decapitations bring geysers of pink hearts.
The way they should. Joining us now, the writer of Lollipop Chainsaw, James Gunn, everybody! How are you, sir?
I am excited to be here, mostly because I'm wearing a head mic for the first time in my whole life.
That's great.
And as soon as I'm done with this segment, I'm making a dash away from the G4 booth so I can have this thing at home.
Yeah.
Keep it. That's
like
parting
pretend
gift.
we're Madonna.
Yeah.
Will you bring us one of the giant heart-filled chainsaws, though, in exchange? Can we swap out a mic for one of those things?
I will bring one for Morgan, but not for you.
Okay, that's fine.
You know.
I like this guy
Yeah,
already.
it looks much better in your hands. Let's talk Lollipop Chainsaw, zombie hunting, cheerleaders.
Yes.
Yep.
Anything else? When's it coming out?
Well, it comes out on Tuesday, June 12th,
Yes.
in the United States, and we're very excited about it. I mean, I think this is a utterly unique game. It's got, as we said, a lot of hearts coming out of people's brains as you're slicing them open. You don't see that very often. And we have a great cast with Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville, Linda Cardellini from Freaks and Geeks and ER, my brother Sean Gunn from Gilmore.
Hey, keep it in the family. That's nice.
Smith, Tara Strong.
Wait, now Rosenbaum, is he the cheerleader's decapitated boyfriend's head?
Yes.
So he's the voice of the little skull that's hanging out on her waist?
Yes, Juliet carries around her decapitated boyfriend's head on her hip. since what she can do is she can cut off a zombie's head, put his head on the zombie's body, and that guy will be like her assistant for a little while. Yeah, he'll help her.
Did you write that, or was that like a game glitch that someone figured out? They're like, all right, yeah, we'll let this work.
It just happened by accident.
That's amazing.
How did you get involved with Suda51?
Yeah. Suda came to me along with Warner Brothers about 2 years ago. They said, hey, we have this idea for a game. They showed me a little bit of test footage, a little bit like what it looks like right now, with Juliet fighting these guys, slicing them open, hearts, pink hearts, rainbows coming out of their heads, and I thought aesthetically this is the most interesting thing I've ever seen in my life. I want to be a part of it. And so at that time we started to craft the story, create the characters, and really create something utterly unique.
At that time, at that early time, was she a chainsaw-wielding cheerleader? Did they already have that done?
She was a chainsaw-wielding cheerleader. She didn't have a name yet. We didn't know what her personality was, and she became the innocent lover of gore that we all adore.
And so what is this world that we're in right now, like this particular level? What are we seeing here?
This level is, and my eyes are awful, this is our second level, and we're about to learn how to do the chainsaw dash, which is
that sounds
one of Juliet's many moves that she can do with the chainsaw. She can upgrade her chainsaw throughout the game. She can shoot with it later. She can do pop her boyfriend's head at people with it. She can do all sorts of.
So it's one primary weapon, but through these upgrades and different attributes, you can turn it into a projectile weapon, crazy over-the-top melee attacks.
You can keep growing.
Good.
In a Dr. Phil sort of sense.
Did she decapitate her boyfriend?
She did decapitate her boyfriend because he was infected with the zombie virus. And as you know,
it had to be done.
You have to cut off someone's head to save their lives if they've been infected with the zombie virus.
If they've been bitten, it's already too late.
Yeah.
So
yes.
You have to do
There is a magical incantation you can do. I mean, this is scientifically accurate.
Absolutely.
I think it's in the Bible, so it's got to be real.
Right.
That you can save someone's life that way.
Is that what the main goal is here? Is Juliet, is she struggling to bring everybody back and reanimate them, or does she just only concern?
Oh no, she's given up on those people. Those people are pieces of crap. they're mindless idiot zombies now, and she's just going to murder all of them. And that's one of the reasons why the game is so fun, because we can do things to people that we want to do all day. Well, I want to do all day long. To all these guys back here, I'd like to really zombify them and kill them.
They're applauding their own murder.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
They love to be killed.
Huh? What? This is the time.
As long
Yes.
as parts come out, I mean, it's all good,
Yeah,
right?
now what is,
Happy time.
I always love notes for a game like this. It says sparkle hunting.
Sparkle hunting.
Tell us about sparkle hunting.
Well, sparkle hunting is one of the many terrific things you can do in the game. There's all sorts of great stuff. You know, I think we're the only game with stripper pole moves in it, where you can kill zombies through certain stripper poles.
You can utilize a stripper pole.
You can utilize a stripper pole to kill zombies. You can also do many cheerleading moves with certain combinations, dancing on zombies' heads and doing certain cheers.
Now,
Are there stripper poles in high schools these days?
Yes.
Yeah. Have
Well,
you
she
not
just
16 and pregnant? Come on.
Good to know.
Very coincidentally is Juliet's 18th birthday on the,
Oh, good.
on
Got
the
it.
day of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, PE class is a lot different these days than it used to be. It's a cardio striptease and jump rope.
So right now we have some flamethrower action going on.
Of course we do.
Oh no,
No. Those guys are just on fire.
just on fire.
Just human torches. That's
Yeah,
what they
yeah.
are. That's-
Yeah.
This is insane. So now, is a lot of this, I mean, Suda, obviously, Suda51, insane developer.
He's an amazing guy.
No More Heroes, like one of my
Yeah.
favorite games of all
Yes.
time. Collaborating with them, was it you going, I'd like to see a move like this or a scenario like this, and then they bring it to life? Or do you go, hey, here's a crazy scenario, and then they just pour a metric ton of insanity on top of it?
No, listen, they already had certain amounts of the gameplay in place. They already even had some of the builds in place. They knew it was a love story, because at the center of this story really is, at the center of this gore and disgusting,
tell me.
it's a love story.
It's a love story.
It is, it's a love story between her and her decapitated head.
Okay.
He needs to learn acceptance, that he no longer has a penis, that he's just a head, and that's his life. And then she needs to learn that he's not just a cool bag. Because she kind of treats him like, this is the coolest, Dolce & Gabbana bags. Do Dolce & Gabbana make bags? I don't even know.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
She's more than just an accessory.
An accessory. She treats him like an accessory through most of the game. So she needs to learn in that way. And they come to love each other by the end of the game. And at the middle of all the gore and dismemberment is something very sweet. And I think a lot of people are really going to be getting teary-eyed at the end.
I think this is going to bring the families together more than Nintendo ever could.
It is.
This is really going to
It's a great game.
Grandma, grandpa, and the kids together for stripper pole
Especially
decapitation.
if grandmas and little small children love the F-bomb being dropped numerous times and a lot of penis jokes. a lot of vagina jokes, then, you know, Lollipop Chainsaw is for you.
You had me at hello, James.
All right, so tell us again when the game comes out.
The game comes out Tuesday, July 12th, which is just a few days away.
All right, thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
James Gunn, everybody.
Shooting at each other in online multiplayer. I mean, that is a lot of gunfire. But in this upcoming MMO PlanetSide 2, thousands of people will be at war. Yeah, I said thousands. Kristen has all the details.
After a 9-year hiatus, the MMO battle for Planet Araxis continues in PlanetSide 2.
PlanetSide 2 is a sequel to PlanetSide 1. It's an MMO FPS with massive scale, epic battles, and a persistent world.
You guys are really stepping up the massive in MMO. Tell me how you're doing that.
So we have huge continents. Our play space is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers, 64 square kilometers that you're going to play through with no loads and no loading time.
So are there anything specific about the factions that you can tell us that make them unique?
The new Conglomerates is harder hitting, a little bit slower moving. The Terran Republic are more of a pray and spray. They can go down pretty quick. The VS, Vanu Sovereignty, which is my favorite, rely on higher technology, so lasers, plasma fire, that kind of thing. There's 6 classes that you're able to jump into at any point on respawn or in terminals. We have the Infiltrator, Light Assault, Heavy Assault, Medic, Combat Engineer, and Max Suit.
What about a release date for PlanetSide 2?
Nothing's announced, but it will be coming out later this year.
Okay, awesome. As long as it's within the realm of 2012, I know we're happy.
Oh, yeah.
We don't like to be teased too far in advance. Give it to us now!
Coming up, we'll have the latest on Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. Yes, the larcenous raccoon is back, and dare I say, better than ever.
Oh, Plaza hands-on demo of Hawken, the game that lets you climb into a giant mech and blast your online foes to pieces. More E3 right after this.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Hey everybody, Alex, E3 2012 on G4. I just played a little bit of End of Nations, but not only are there great games, but there are great experiences to have, like this. I'm going to go and shoot some people in my giant mech. I'll see you on the other side. Ooh. Oh, come on, babies. Let's get this fire action going. All right, where is everybody? Where do I aim this big mech?
Secret that raccoons are rabies-infested trash eaters that need to be wiped out. The one exception is Sly Cooper. He should live. After a long absence, the talented thief has a new adventure coming to the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Vita. And joining us now to go hands-on with the new Sly is Sanzaru Games president, Glenn Egan. Welcome, thank you for being here. I have to say that I'm actually a really big Sly Cooper fan, so I'm very excited about this game. So tell us a little bit about where we'll be playing and who we're playing as.
Well, in Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, it turns out that the Thievius Raccoonus is changing. The pages are disappearing. So now Sly and the gang are going to have to get back together and travel back through time to essentially restore the legacy of the Cooper clan. And so here we're going to be seeing Sly meeting his medieval English ancestor, Sir Galeth Cooper, back in medieval England. And he's a sort of bombastic kind of knight-type character. He's, oh yes, sally forth, we'll go attack the dragon, blah, 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 blah. And maybe he doesn't quite think things all the way through, but he's certainly entertaining for it.
And will you tell me a little bit about, or tell everybody at home a little bit about what the Sly Cooper series is and what makes Sly Cooper a Sly Cooper game?
Well, I think, you know, at the core, you know, Sly Cooper is about thiefiness, you know, that sense of like looking down from above, sneaking around, you know, taking out guys, stuff like that. And then just variety. There's just so much variety of the gameplay. There's, you get to play as the entire Cooper gang, you get to travel to these different time periods, you get to play as all of his ancestors, you get to collect costumes. Costumes give Sly additional abilities and new strategies that get layered in there. Mini games, Bentley has these hacking mini games that you get to take on, and just a lot of variety.
So right now, let's talk about this level that we're looking at right now. So he just, of course, picked someone's pocket, which is a very important part of the game. Oh, and you can see his little coins hanging out in his coin purse. He's just asking for it.
And so this is Sir Galeth Cooper. This is Sly's medieval English ancestor. And Matt here is showing off some of his unique abilities, his shield smash. All ancestors have their own unique abilities and their own strategies. And you can see how he can, he's playing the game down on the bottom of the English hamlet here. But he can head up, up into the rooftops, and then he can be a lot more sneaky.
There's always a verticality in Sly Cooper games, so you've integrated that with all the different time periods.
Yeah, and I really think that the PlayStation 3 really affords us that ability to have a lot more strata in the levels, and so you can that sense of thiefiness is always about like looking down and being like, I know something you don't. I'm coming to get you. But you can see here he's actually going to take on a mission, and he can go across the world in any way. He can go sneaky, he can go to the rooftops, he can power through here and take out some of the guards down at the bottom. It all depends on how you want to play it. But he's got a mission where he needs to actually go and take out these security cameras on balloons. So obviously somebody's traveling back in time and messing with medieval England. And Sly's ancestor, Sir Galeth, is sort of this bombastic kind of English knight. He's like, yeah, just get me a catapult, chuck me in the catapult, fling me at it, and I'm going to take him out. And Bentley's like, well, dude, how about you just climb up that tower, and then you can just hit him. He's like, oh, good idea. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
So Bentley, of course, will make a triumphant return.
Oh, yeah. All the gang's back. You get to play as Sly and Bentley and Murray, and we just announced Carmelita as well as a playable character. And you can take them out here into the hubs, and use them and use their strategies in exploring. So, yeah.
And so the story is not truly episodic. I mean, it all does tie together.
Well, you travel back into each time period, each episode, and you get to meet the ancestor, and you're going to slowly be uncovering exactly what's been going on, exactly what has happened in the timeline to change the Thievius Raccoonus. And as you meet the ancestors, you will uncover more and more about that.
And you have something in your pocket.
I do. We are going to be shipping day and date on the PlayStation Vita, and I'll just pop that up here. This is really, really cool. You have the ability, you'll be sitting in your living room, playing on your couch, and you got to head off to work or whatever. You just save it up into the cloud, and then you can take your Vita, on your lunch break, and just pop in, pick up right where you left off, and continue playing. And I really, that really is the way that I play games these days. Like I'm not in college anymore, and sitting on my couch playing video games all day. And so it just allows you to, you're constantly thinking, I can't wait to get back to that, and and you can. So that's a really cool part about it.
So now I can actually keep playing the exact same game that I was playing on my console on the Vita, and then when I'm done with that, I can transfer the save back and play it on my console again when I get home.
Yep, right back in there.
That is awesome. I'm very excited to do that. When does Sly Cooper Thieves in Time come out?
We will be coming out this fall.
This fall. I can't wait. You guys, I cannot recommend the Sly Cooper games enough. You can go back and check out all of the previous games. They are all worth it. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Let's check in with the Twitter wall, shall we? Kevin. Ray, game on. Thank you, AOTS. You guys have made my week amazing with all the coverage of E3. Can't wait for Beyond. Orly Eye says, Beyond definitely looks interesting. I love that they got Ellen Page for the main character.
Ellen Page!
That makes one of you. I also want to point out that Tank is now above Halo 4. What? That's cray right there. Remember, guys and dolls, keep on tweeting. For contributing only 140 characters to the conversation, you could win a freaking console. Yeah! Just head to g4tv.com/E3 sweeps. Use the hashtag E3 on G4 and tell us what you think about anything and everything E3.
Thanks so much, Candace.
You're welcome.
Hey, this year marks the 15th? 50th? What is it? It's the 50th anniversary of the James Bond franchise. That's crazy. And the Queen's deadliest agent is getting a new game that looks back at his long career. 007 Legends reimagines several pivotal moments from the series, and we've got all the details in this floor report.
Activision has been given to kill, so put on your best suit and grab a martini. It's time for 007 Legends. So 007 Legends is a mission-based first-person shooter. Can you tell me a little bit about the missions?
So there are going to be 5 missions that are based on 5 classic Bond films. The first of those we've recently announced, which is going to be based on Moonraker. There's also going to be a 6th mission, which is going to be based on the highly anticipated Bond movie Skyfall, which is due for release later this year. Now, the Skyfall mission is going to be free downloadable content post-launch. We've announced Moonraker as our first mission based off one of the classic films. We have Skyfall as well. The remaining 4 films are going to be announced leading up to the launch. There's also going to be a lot of great experiences, a lot of familiar faces from the films returning. So for Bond fans, you know, it's going to be perfect.
So for a lot of gamers, they have a very soft spot in their heart for GoldenEye on the N64. So how has gameplay for 007 changed up to 007 Legends?
Obviously, the graphics have taken a massive leap. We've done a lot of work on the AI, so now the AI will become suspicious. They'll try and investigate Bond. Maybe if they catch a glimpse of him or they hear his footsteps, they're going to come and try and find you, and then they're going to engage you if they see you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Guys, 007 Legends coming out October 16th. Keep your eyes out for it. It might just be the best Bond game yet. It'll leave you shaken, but not stirred. 50. After the break, we will go hands-on with Hawken. This amazing PC game that looks like $100 million, but was made by a teeny tiny team.
Oh, they're pint-sized. Plus, 2011's most punishing game just got even harder. Get a taste of the stomach-turning Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition. We'll be right back, and you'll be right there. Huzzah!
I'll be tanking. Tank, tank, tank.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Okay, Kevin. As we mentioned earlier in the show, today is the day we give out our Best of E3 awards, and we save the best categories for last.
Yes, but considering you're supposed to be handing out the awards in person at the LA Convention Center, you should probably start running. Like, now. Go! Go! Get there!
This place is so big. Does anyone know where Kiki Wolfkill is? Hi, are you Kiki?
I am.
Hi, I want to present you with XPlay's Best of E3
nice.
award for our favorite
Oh my
Xbox
God,
game,
that's
Halo
awesome.
4. Congratulations.
Sweet, thank you.
Is there one thing that you would attribute the success of this game to?
I would have to attribute it to the Master Chief. The
Yes.
epic return of the Master
Yes.
Chief.
Is there
Sweet.
anyone that you want to thank? Do you have a list of people?
My Irish bartender, Frank O'Connor. There was
yeah,
also that guy in 6th grade. I definitely have him to thank. And let's see, who else? My dogs. I love my dogs.
One of the greatest success stories of last year's E3 was the unveiling of Hawken, which is a mech game that looks exactly like a AAA title, but it was made by only a handful of talented developers. Now, obviously, the game has grown in size and, of course, scope. And joining us today to talk about what's changed in 2012 is Jason Hughes, producer at Adhesive Games. Jason, thank you for being here, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having us. It's much appreciated.
And I know that you're really excited about the reception that you've gotten here. Look, we saw it last year at E3. A year of video game development time is like 40 years in real people time.
It doesn't feel that way.
Really?
It goes by fast.
You're not locked into a room and, it's like, God, it's only...
Locked into a room is for sure. It goes by so fast, though.
All right, well, let's talk about, for the people at home maybe that haven't seen much since last year, bring us up to speed on what Hawken is exactly.
Well, Hawken is a first-person shooter. We're a mech game. We're free to play. We're also coming out this year. Our open beta date is 12/12/12 this year, so people are going to everyone's going to be able to get their hands on it. So the excitement is tremendous. We're working tremendous. We're working really, really hard and really excited for the release.
Yeah, I can tell the guys that are driving the game look exhausted over there. They're like, I just want to finish this game and put it out. Now, you guys actually brought something in. We're really honored to have something exclusive today. People are seeing this for the first time. here on screen. What did you guys actually bring in for us exclusively?
Well, the footage that we have right now is some of Siege Mode. It's one of our premier modes for the game. We are multiplayer focused, and sure, we have deathmatch, we have team deathmatch, but Siege Mode is something that's really unique to the game. We add a lot of different components. There's some resource gathering. There's some sort of King of the Hill capture point kind of feel to it as well. We're really, really proud of it. And what we are showing for the first time, we've never talked about, we've never shown the details of our heavy mech.
Okay.
Heavy mech, we have 3 classes. We have a light class, a medium class, and a heavy class. The heavy has some unique abilities about it, and it's, yeah, I'm here to talk about that. It's the first time we've ever really brought it up.
All right, well, let's talk about those abilities if you can. Well, you know, let's go straight heavy mech.
Heavy
I'm gonna
mech.
get a heavy squared mech when I get into this game. So what are the abilities that this mech has?
Well, the heavy mech is much larger than the others in size. So it has greater armor. It can withstand more damage. It moves a little bit more slowly, as you can imagine. It's big and lumbering. But some of its special abilities, it can actually fold down into itself. It turns into what we have as a turret mode. So it can actually, team members can pop in behind them and actually shoot, so it can actually do cover. And it's quite the challenge to actually take them down.
All right, and what was the challenge in designing that? Does it play that much differently than the other mechs that you guys have in the game?
It plays very differently. So the challenge is always balance. We want people to feel that no matter what class they're playing, they feel that they have an equal chance to do well, and it's based on their skill versus what they're actually picking for hardware. So the goal in that is to make sure that the player's skill is emphasized, and that the mechs are a support for the way that you like to play. If you want to take on a supportive role, it's great for that. If you want to, you know, maybe take the limelight a little bit and go a little bit be more offensive, then we have a selection for that with the lighter mechs. But the heavy mech is something that's truly, it feels pretty tankish.
All right. So which mech should I pick that it works best with my playstyle of cowering behind a heavy mech? Which mech works well for that?
You know what? Another heavy mech might be a good idea.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's because I take the damage when my friend eventually gets killed because I'm terrible at this game.
Yeah, that's
you don't want me to play your game at all, do you?
I do want you to play the game. That's,
let's talk about the people that are going to play the game because it's free to play.
Sure.
I'm going to assume that you're going to have 100% market share with this game. Everybody in the world is going to play this game, not only because it looks awesome, but because, again, it is free to play.
Right.
And I know something that you guys focused on as well, outside of delivering this amazing quality gameplay, but the customization you have in this game is also extraordinary. And not something that people normally equate with a free-to-play game. So talk about the customization a little bit.
Sure. Customization is really, really big for us. I think it's part of what is going to draw people and keep them into the game. So we talked about the different mech classes. We have 3 different mech classes, but then we also have a wide variety of weapons. We have some primary weapons, which are the ones that you use most often. We have a Vulcan, we have a slug rifle, and then there's the secondary weapons, which are more supportive. For example, Hellfire rockets, which are sort of homing missiles. We have a sniper rifle. That really, you know, how you like to play, that's what you'll choose. But we also have camo customization, and then we have this really great skill tree where as you go, you unlock points that you can allocate into those. You can unlock special abilities. And you could have a mech, 2 light mechs, they look exactly the same, but play completely differently based on how you want to load them out.
I guess the way I should have phrased that question was, what don't you have in this game? Because that's a lot of stuff.
We don't have you playing in it yet.
I will be playing it poorly, but I will definitely be playing this game. And because you said it is a focus on multiplayer, I wanted to expand a little bit on the multiplayer mode.
Sure.
If you could just quickly, number one, talk about those modes, but then specifically, I want to know what you guys think in developing this game, what you think people are going to gravitate to the most. What are people going to be playing the most?
I think there's 2. I think Team Deathmatch, that's pretty classic.
Sure,
Everybody
plays that.
You want to jump in, you just want to shoot some people up, destroy some mechs, metal carnage, you're good to go. But I think Siege Mode is something that's very unique to the game. I think people are really going to attach to it, and I think that's the mode that people are going to associate with Hawken and what people are going to play most often and keep coming back to.
Right, and we were excited that you guys actually showed that off here today. I know you said at the beginning, we're all really excited about it, but one more time, when can we expect to play this game?
Open beta 12/12/12 this year. If people go to playhawken.com, they can register for a closed beta. We haven't announced a date for that, but it is coming slightly before the open beta. If everyone goes to the website, register, get a chance to play before everyone else. We want feedback. We want people in there having a good time as soon as possible.
All right, and the important thing to know, guys at home, you don't have to save any money for this because it's free to play. Thank you so much, Jason, for coming by. We really appreciate it. The game was awesome, and we're really looking forward to seeing more in December of this year.
Fighting games, usually a man's world, right? Well, that's not the case with Dead or Alive, and they are back with Dead or Alive 5. The kittens have claws. I'm here with Marco. You are here with Dead or Alive 5. Finally, it's out 7 years later. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, Dead or Alive 5, it's back. Getting it up there into a completely new dimension. I'm really excited about it as well. Making the game as technical as ever, so hardcore fans and hardcore gamers can really get into it.
Now there's a third dimension.
Oh, of course. I mean, what we've done is we've taken like the 3D interactive stages of Dead or Alive and taken them to a brand new level, something that we're calling fighting entertainment. You can, like, the stages are completely destructible, interactive.
Do we have old characters back?
Yeah, old characters. You'll see some new faces. You'll see characters from Virtua Fighter as well, so we're really, really excited about that. Dead or Alive 5 is coming September 25th.
There you have it, Dead or Alive 5. When you want to kick butt with women, this is the place to do it.
All right, let's do this. Strap in because we are blasting off into the Twitter sphere over here. Devin the Legend says, Sly Cooper on the Vita, take my money, please. I'm sure they gladly will. Kerbina95, thanks for the laughs, guys. Thank you, AOTS, for giving me multiple new reasons to dust off my Xbox and PS3. Pumped for Sly Cooper and Halo 4, but what about the Wii U and Tank? Because it is leading the way over here by a landslide. We also got Albino Pig, sexy cheerleaders, excessive violence, and zombies. This truly deserves Game of the Year. Sexy cheerleaders and zombies? Right there with you. Head over to g4tv.com/E3 sweeps and tweet using the hashtag E3 on G4 for a chance to win some cool stuff. Just keep those tweets coming, y'all. Keep them coming.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Now, next week, we turn our attention away from the future and actually look at the past. G4 is counting down the top 100 video games of all time in 5 one-hour specials. You want a sneak peek? Yeah. Of course you do.
And now an arcade classic with all the right moves. The finger-tapping classic, Galaga.
First of all, bees. I am not a fan of bees, so this made me really happy to shoot space bees out of the sky.
Galaga was unleashed at arcades in 1981. The gameplay was familiar to fans of Space Invaders, but unlike its predecessor, the baddies in Galaga were bee-like creatures that zipped and swarmed at you with dizzying precision.
They're coming down to you. They will fly. They will come down and get your ass.
Galaga was the first cause of carpal tunnel syndrome because you got the joystick in one hand, the other hand, you got to hit it for every bullet.
I feel like Galaga was the game that kind of introduced us to the concept of the challenge stage. Everyone loved Galaga.
Will your favorite game make the cut? The battle starts Monday at 8. Set your DVRs. For more, go to g4tv.com/top100 and stick around because there's more E3 on the way.
Including what?
Well, including a demo of the new downloadable content that's coming to Battlefield 3.
Oh, I'm gonna brace myself.
How about that? You should.
Armored Kill.
Armored Kill's gonna be great. Where are we gonna be?
We're gonna be right back.
Of course we are.
You follow the news, you know the zombie apocalypse is coming. How can you protect your brain from zombies? Enroll in Ubisoft's ZombiU. What kind of crazy actions are we going to see when we get our hands on ZombiU for the Wii U?
Well, you're going to get some serious killing zombie action.
So obviously, ZombiU on the Wii U, what are we going to be able to do to take advantage of the new Wii U platform?
What we say to the players is that the Wii U controller is your survival kit. Hold on to it and you will have chances for survival using your scanner, using your backpack, inventory, your crossbow. Everything fits in there. If you don't hold on to it, if you go happy-go-lucky and, waste your bullets and etc., you will die a lot.
Have you guys announced when this is going to be released?
we're going to be released at the same date as the Wii U will release.
So this is a launch title for the Wii.
It is a launch title.
All right, Guillaume, thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck on the launch. That guy looks like he wants to eat your brain, so I'm going to get out of here. We'll see you later.
Yay, zombie killing. Now, publishers and developers, they come into E3 with guns all ablaze, hoping to wow the fickle masses with new titles and gaming innovations. Sure, some succeed, some fail. We're going to break down all the highs and the lows in this Kit Kat news break. Please audibly welcome Wired editor Chris Kohler and True Blood star Janina Gavankar. Shake hands, now fight. E3.
You're wrong about everything.
There we go. It's over. Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Janina, for you, the biggest title at E3 this year was Watch Dogs?
I feel like that was all I could hear. Oh, Watch Dogs, Watch Dogs. And I talked to one of these guys that, yeah.
It was from that one guy.
Yeah, that one guy. He was the one
He's
guy.
paid to
Yeah, but I
represent.
talked to him and he had a French accent. And besides that, he was like, we're a year out and he really didn't tell me anything except that you're a hacker running around and playing, and everything in the city is connected in OS. And it's in the near future in Chicago. I'm from Chicago, so I'm excited to go around and see just how close to actuality it really is.
Right. Well, so you know how violent everybody is in Chicago then, and how dangerous the streets are. So
Yes,
it's
I
a very
do.
accurate representation.
Yes, exactly.
I know they showed this off, and they were demoing it on a very high-end PC, but they said, no, this is going to hit PS3, and it's going to hit Xbox, and I don't know if you even saw the video, but like, the fidelity was pretty high. I'm going to be amazed if they can get that on the 360.
Yeah, you cross our fingers.
Well, they make Call of Duty on the Wii, but it's not really Call of Duty, right?
That is true.
Right? So,
that is
look, the lesson of this year's E3 is if Sony and Microsoft aren't going to announce next-generation consoles, by God, publishers are going to do it for them. Right? They're like, no, look, we're showing these Unreal Engine 4 and all this stuff, and
Right,
it's like
Square
it's
Enix
not
came out
really,
with their tech
they had
demo,
an engine,
which is there's no way that's running on current gen
Right, it's
hardware.
targeted for next generation, these big next generation platforms, which everybody knows they exist. Sony and Microsoft aren't talking about them, but they exist.
Well, Nintendo's got one that, well, I don't know if it won you over, the Wii U. What were your thoughts?
It's, the Wii U, I feel, is the story of E3 for good or for ill. I mean, people are kind of confused. They don't really know. But, it's kind of like Nintendo DS in 2004. It was very strange. It was weird. People didn't know how it was supposed to be used. And everybody really thought, like, oh, the PSP is totally going to steamroll the DS. And that's not what happened.
Certainly didn't happen, yeah.
Doesn't mean that the same thing is going to happen for the Wii U. I think that Nintendo still has to kind of communicate to people, like, why do I actually want to buy this thing? But, I saw Netflix running on Wii U, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, you just scroll through the movie pictures on the pad, hit the thing, and it goes onto your TV. Somebody else needs to use the TV. You press a button, your movie's being displayed on the Wii U pad.
Okay, I mean, I can see that, but it's supposed to be about the games, and has the Wii U sold you, Janina, as a gaming console?
No, but I don't really care about the. I'm like anti-console. It's all about the game to me. I don't care about anything else.
You don't
but
care
the game.
what you're playing it on.
Speaking
or
of
how,
Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation,
Right.
only female assassin that
True.
you can play as the protagonist. Yes, is coming out on the Vita.
I was gonna say, and only on the Vita, so it's a good thing you don't care about what you're playing it on.
Exactly.
Do you own a Vita?
No, but I will.
So really, this is going to be a system seller for you?
I think someone needs to send me one. Oh,
okay.
No, I'm kidding.
It's really great. I ain't gonna buy it, but if it shows up on my doorstep.
But the truth is, it's like this chick looks awesome, and I got to talk to Corey May, who's the writer of Assassin's Creed, and that was amazing.
Okay, so you fangirled out, and now you're gonna play
I fangirled all over this dude, and he didn't really believe that I was like, so you wrote it? What do you mean? So you wrote Assassin's Creed? Like, he didn't believe that I was really as excited as I was. But
Right,
yeah,
well,
I'm totally into it.
Chris, you fangirled over Beyond, is that correct?
No, I mean, I fangirl over Corey Mayer also, and I tell him all the time, I want Assassin's Creed 3, to really get back to what I thought made Assassin's Creed 2 great. Hopefully, what I saw at the show, I feel like it's maybe going to get there. Beyond, though. Beyond. So we saw that at the top of the hour, right? David Cage, it's the guys who made Heavy Rain.
Yeah, beautiful cinematic experience.
Oh, incredible! And I mean, Beyond, I can tell you, it's really something special. It has got great new gameplay. Marrying the sort of like quick time event action of Heavy Rain with playing as this ghost, as this spirit, and kind of like floating around the world and making things happen. And of course, I mean, the real star of the show, I think the winner of E3. I'm going to call it the winner of E3
was
Ellen Page. Ellen Page won E3. Ellen Page is the star of Beyond. She participated in this very, very in-depth, like, motion and movement and facial capturing session. She was, in the studio doing all this stuff, very extensive, and it is quite a digital performance.
Yeah, I can't wait to play it. And I even asked them, I was like, I hope you didn't make mini games out of opening car doors and turning on lights. And they said, no, this time it's more about getting in there, the action, the story.
Okay.
It's going to evolve.
David Cage can make brushing your teeth in a video game the most fascinating
it. Motion control. Just shake it. Ginny, a very quick True Blood returns this Sunday. We have a little spoiler, a little something. Give us a piece.
You're going to see where the vampires come from,
There
and
we go.
it's just as bloody and sexy and dirty and all those things as ever.
You had us at hello. Chris, Ginny, thank you both so much for coming down. We really appreciate it. But now, Candace Bailey.
Thank you, Kevin Pereira. Coming up in the next hour, we have got explosions and taxpayer money going up in flames. We'll go hands-on with a new vehicle-based DLC for Battlefield 3, plus a new take on a classic strategy game. Don't miss our demo of XCOM Enemy Unknown. All that, plus our best of E3, so stay with us.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Hello, and welcome back to G4's coverage of E3 12 Live. Coming up in the next hour, we will go hands-on with XCOM Enemy Unknown. Plus, get your first look at Outernauts, a new Facebook game from the people behind Ratchet & Clank and Resistance. Then a game with visuals that will melt your eyeballs. We'll demo Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, the first game from the animation gods behind hits like Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle. But first, let's send it back to the LA Convention Center.
One thing that sets Battlefield 3 apart from the crowded shooter market is its use of vehicles in multiplayer.
Yeah, if you've ever seen YouTube videos of jets suicide bombing tanks, then you know what game we're talking about.
I love when they fly so low that they clip a sniper in the face.
Yeah.
That's always my favorite.
Not intended, but it looks awesome.
Looks great.
So well done on you, sir.
The upcoming DLC pack, Armored Kill, puts even more weapons of mass destruction right into your greedy little palms.
That's right. So joining us is executive producer Patrick Bach. Thank you for coming into the show, my friend. Really appreciate it.
Especially after late night E3 parties.
Yeah.
Always good to see somebody in the flesh, still breathing.
It makes us feel good when you guys show up and look like we feel too, and that makes us feel really good.
Oh, thanks.
You've been burning it out inside just as well as we have. Let's talk about Armored Kill. Now, it's one of the 5 announced expansion packs.
Yes.
Number 3.
Yeah, this is the third one, yeah.
You guys did it. Your second one was released actually this week, so after you watch this, go home and immediately play that. But this is Armored Kill. So what sets it apart from the other DLC that you've already rolled out, and then what you also have coming?
Yeah, so Armored Kill, the cool thing with that is that we go back to our roots with really big maps. We have plenty of vehicles. There's the classic Battlefield formula. When we released Close Quarters this week, that's more focused on a small infantry, high-paced action. And this is going back into the biggest maps that we ever built for any Battlefield game, actually.
So literally the biggest map ever will be featured in this as well.
Yeah. So there will be 4 really big maps, plenty of vehicles, classic Battlefield action.
Can we comment on how many vehicles are going to be involved? Because when you say the biggest map of all time, I immediately think that is a lot of ground to cover. How will I be able to do that? And how many people can I kill along the way?
Well, we are introducing 6 new vehicles in this pack, apart from the ones we already have. So we're adding back the ATV. We have 2 mobile artillery vehicles, 2 light tanks that are slightly faster than the heavy tanks, and then we're adding an AC-130. So you can actually, from the ground, look over the battlefield and, wreak some havoc.
Just rain hell upon everybody who's running around.
Hopefully.
Now, I mean, Battlefield's known for having so many vast and diverse game modes. Will this expansion support all of them, or will there only be specific modes because of the new vehicles and stuff?
There will be, not all modes will be available on this expansion pack, but we're also introducing a new mode, which I won't tell you anything about because it's still a secret.
But you said you'd introduce it right now.
Yeah,
That's not introducing it, you're just hinting.
We have 1 new game mode.
So PC.
Is it a race rally mode? Is that what we're doing? Are we taking APCs from checkpoint to checkpoint?
I'm not talking about it.
Can you talk about the maps that we are getting and how the gameplay is going to play within that?
Yeah, so all the maps in this pack is taking place around the Caspian Sea.
Okay.
So that's hinting back to the original game where we have a map called Caspian Border. And then again, versatility, different layouts, and of course, big maps is the key word here.
Yeah. Now, for the Battlefield Premium service, if we sign up for this, will this expansion, is this part of that?
Of course. If you sign up for the Premium service, you'll get all the 4 upcoming expansion packs, and then if you don't already own the Back to Karkan pack, you will get that included as well.
Now let's talk about how you actually plan these things. I mean, you announced a long time ago you're going to have 5 chunks of DLC. That was already planned with the release of the game. However, like, do chunks 3 and 4 and 5, are they kind of dictated? Do you change things up based on how people respond to 1 and 2? Or are these the things that you plan initially?
Yes and no. The focus we have for all expansion pack is to give the players a new experience.
Okay.
So we have kind of tailored what is the experience we want to give on a high level. And then of course, looking at feedback, talking to the consumer, we adapt and change and maybe, sharpen a few things to get even further when it comes to that experience. But more or less, we know what we want to build and we know that people will love it.
Regardless, he's like, we're so good that anything we put out, people are
like,
gonna
look,
love. Our game's so great.
Maybe you forgot the thing. I said there's going to be a lot of vehicles and giant maps. You're already buying this. I don't have to say anything else. What about weapons and unlocks? Will we get any new toys that we can spend our XP on?
In general, in this map, in this expansion pack, you won't get any new weapons per se because we're giving you so many new vehicles.
But you get the vehicles themselves. Right?
In the expansion pack, Close Quarters, you got 10 new weapons, so you have plenty of weapons to play with. But the focus here is vehicles, so you are getting more persistence, of course, on top of that. So in general, you will have a lot of time to spend, ranking up and using all these new vehicles.
And screaming and running for cover because everybody can fly a jet but me in Battlefield. I still haven't mastered it.
You get the mobile artillery vehicle, so it will be easy for you to take
There we
them
go.
out. Yeah, there you go.
Turn the tides.
It'll be easy for you to kill people like you.
Yes, good. That's all.
Terrifying in a lot of ways. Well, when can we expect to see this download hit our screens?
In September. We haven't announced the exact date yet, but in September.
And just to confirm one more time, that extra game mode is what again? It's rally racing, or is
yeah?
I thought I would try. I thought I would at least try. I'm sorry.
She is going to hit us as soon as we go to break. We're getting socked in the face.
That's okay. I'm still absolutely getting this DLC. Thank you so much for coming on and showing it off.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for Patrick, everybody. What's your name?
I'm here with NBA All-Star Jaren Williams, and his new game, NBA Baller Beats for the Kinect, might just be responsible for some future phenoms and maybe even some broken furniture. What got you involved with this game?
I just love the premise behind the game. I just felt that there was no game like that out there on the market. I'm a basketball player, of course. This is a corporate basketball, but it's not just playing with a controller. You got to get up on your feet. You got to be active, and it's really teaching good fundamentals of the game.
How close do you think it is to like a real baller experience?
I think it's as close as it's gonna get.
Yeah.
Like I said, these moves are moves I do every day. In workouts, on the court, it challenges you. There's different levels that you can play at, all the way from novice all the way up to baller, which is the hardest, and really challenges you. And I can't play on there. So
you can't play as a baller on there?
I'm not a baller on this game yet.
Thank you so much for talking with me. I am excited to sort of dribble along and play this game.
You gonna try it?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna be horrible, but I'm gonna try.
Take the heels off. The heels might not work.
Heck no, are you crazy? You see that? 5 minutes with NBA Baller Beats, and I've already got game. I mean, I still have no idea how to play basketball, but I've got game.
Thanks, Sarah. We have even more gaming goodness on our website, so go to G4TV.com for our E3 12 coverage, presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST. Now, after the break, we will go hands-on with XCOM Enemy Unknown. In this remake of the classic strategy game, you will need your wits and heavy firepower to survive. Plus, more from E3 right after this.
Hey, Matt Myra. I enjoy Forza so much, I decided to try it in real life. And it turns out that sitting here, if the roof was up, I would probably have my head taken off. So you know what? Let's just take it easy this time. A little less speed, but as much noise as you can make. Very good. See? And we're going slow, officer. We're good.
2K Games has 2 titles in development based on the classic strategy series XCOM. One is a first-person shooter that we will see sometime next year.
The other, XCOM Enemy Unknown, is a remake of the brutally challenging PC classic. I shattered many a keyboards to it, which means you're going to use your brains, not just your trigger finger.
Here to walk us through the game is lead producer Garth DeAngelis.
Welcome to the show, Garth.
Thank you. Okay, so besides winning, what is the specific objective in this game?
The objective of the, well, you're commanding an alien invasion, and you're countering against an alien invasion. And for those that don't know XCOM, it is a huge game. It is a behemoth of a game. You have 2 primary gameplay modes. What we're looking at right now is the strategy layer. This is the mind of XCOM, where you're commanding your own base, building your own base. You can do research, build items, weapons. You just saw an alien containment facility. And as we're panning along this bottom portion right here, you can actually excavate deeper and build your own base. So you have this epic, sprawling base at the end with all these different gameplay benefits that the rooms have, like adjacency bonuses. This room right here is the satellite uplink, and we're going to be showing for the first time actually exclusive footage of Interception, which the classic XCOM fans will know as near and dear to their heart.
Very much so.
In the science labs, we're showing a quick glimpse of an interrogation. So the scientists are looking to get their hands dirty on alien corpses, but you can also bring them live and make them interrogate them. Extreme circumstances call for extreme measures, and this will lead to some really cool gameplay benefits as you're...
Do you need an extreme circumstance, or can you just poke them with a stick and ask them questions about their home planet?
We tried that, but that one didn't work. So we really had to go for what the engineers cooked up.
So now you're building a base now. Do you build a base in the beginning, or are you building the base continuously throughout the entire game?
You're building a base throughout the entire game. You have this static facilities on top, and then the player's choosing how they want to use their resources. And they're expanding it throughout the game. And you know, you can build items, weapons, you can allocate time to researching, you can build interceptor jets, which we're going to show here for the first time ever. This is actually an interception mission. And this is the first time the players can be proactive. They're not just reacting to alien missions and terror missions and abductions. They're actually taking the fight to the sky. And we've shot down a UFO, and now we've deployed our troops. We talked about HQ, that's the mind of XCOM.
Right, so this is the second half.
Yes, this is the second half. There are really 2 huge games in one in XCOM, and there's an interesting synergy between them. So these are the floaters right here. And when you're on combat, you have to deal with all different types of aliens. These guys are pissed off, they're mean, they're angry because of how they look. And they
I
really
would be upset if I was just a floating torso.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be hideous.
So I'm glad they invented jetpacks. So
Yes, that's very
before that,
kind of
they
them.
weren't very...
They weren't all that intimidating. They would just sort of
No.
roll after you with a plasma cannon.
So they move in packs, and you really have to take care of them. These guys can fly, they will turn the tables on you. They have a launch ability where all of a sudden they can be behind you, and they have your entire squad flanked. And you really, as you said, you really have to think. But at the same time, we wanted to give this sense of dynamics in battles. We wanted it to feel action-oriented, like you're almost directing an action movie. You saw the camera cut down sometimes, and that's what we were trying to get across.
Yeah, now, for those who are unfamiliar with this portion of XCOM, is it macro, is it micro, is it both? How are we managing our units?
Well, you have the macro portion, which is that strategy layer.
Sure.
And this is more intimate. This is where you're controlling individual troops on the ground, which, by the way, I'd recommend all gamers to name them after friends and family. It's much more fun to save the world after friends and family. Just don't let them die. They can die. There's permanent death in XCOM. And right here, we're showing group tactics right here. We've placed tracer beams with our heavy soldier on this floater, and we took him out with a headshot from our sniper. Group tactics are very, very important. You want to combo abilities together. And that's the whole thinking part of it.
How would you differentiate this game from your typical RTS?
Well, this is, you know, there's a lot of, this game doesn't want to sit still in one genre. It really is like has its hands involved in many genres. There's turn-based gameplay, there's action combat here. We actually have a role-playing game system, the way that you level up and promote soldiers. You can give them active and passive abilities. So we have a little bit of everything. There really, if you ask an XCOM fan, there really is no other game out there like XCOM, but this is why we're so excited to modernize it and bring it.
And now, what is some of the weaponry that we're seeing on our screen? We mentioned the tracer fire earlier.
Yeah,
Looks
so
like
this
some
is
sort of
actually,
smoke grenade cover.
yes, exactly. With the smoke grenade, the player can actually choose, okay, there's no cover here, I'm gonna place cover wherever I want it on the map. And then you can move your assault soldier into that volume because you want to get him up close and personal with the aliens. He deals damage when he's close to the aliens. So you move that assault soldier into the smoke volume, he has cover, protected, boom.
I love the dynamic camera because all too many times in any RTS really, you're so zoomed out, you're so disconnected from the action. I love how intimate we get with this camera system.
And now we have like a red section as well. Now, are we...
Yes, that's actually the smoke volume.
Okay.
So that's the volume. As you see, we have our soldier in there, and we have a cover-based system. If he's in that volume, he has cover, even though he's not really in cover. Sure. You can see the reaction fire here. The battle is very much alive. When you move a soldier, they can take damage and die eventually. And in this case, we want to heal this guy up so he doesn't die. I named him after my third grade teacher. I like my third grade teacher.
Oh, that's kind of
okay.
If I named him after teachers, I would just send them all right in there with no cover.
No,
whatsoever.
go ahead. You can do it, buddy. We got you. Okay, so when will XCOM Enemy Unknown be available?
It is coming out October 9th. It'll be available for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Love it. Garth, I'm a
Thank you
fan
very
of the
much.
original. Thanks for coming by and showing
Thank
off.
you guys for having me.
Appreciate it.
After the break, we will get some FaceTime with one of the most famous gamers around, rapper, actor, author, and director Ice-T. Plus, Insomniac's Ted Price will unveil Outernauts, a Facebook game that is nothing like Farmville. We'll be right back.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Oh, excuse me. Have you seen Bruce Straley or Neil Druckmann, the Naughty Dog creators of The Last of Us? All right, well, then I'm gonna leave X-Play's Best of E3 award for our favorite PlayStation 3 game, The Last of Us, with you, okay? Now it's for The Last of Us, not your game, The Last of Us, okay? I hope there's someone in there.
All right, Ice-T is the modern Renaissance man. He's got 2 hit TV shows, a best-selling book, and his directorial debut is in theaters now, and somehow, in the middle of all that, he finds time to talk trash and play video games. You have to love him. Let's get some FaceTime. Please welcome the expertly color-coordinated Ice-T, everybody. See you, man.
What's up, man?
Always a pleasure to have you here.
This is a hot week for G4, man.
This
It's
is huge
E3.
for us, man. Yeah, this is big for us.
Crazy.
And big for you too, though. I mean, you're on the promo tour nonstop.
Yeah, man. I've been doing interviews from 6 in the morning to 6 at night, then parties and dinners, trying to get this word out about my film. This is my directorial debut, The Art of Rap. We had the premiere 2 nights ago in LA. It was crazy. So, you know, the film has a life of its own. I'm just excited about it.
Right. Well, we'll get to that in just one second. I got to ask, because you are such a huge gamer.
Oh, yeah.
E3 is this week. Did anything pop up on your radar?
What, as far as the new game?
Yeah, new games, new systems, the Wii U.
Only thing popped up on my radar is the new Gears of War is coming, and I want to know if Griffin. I'm calling Cliffy up, and I want to know what Griffin's gonna be doing, because you remember I did flip Phoenix, told him to kiss my ass, right? And you know,
the only one in the world to do that, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm still alive, and I mean, I'm ready to go head up with the cogs. I have no problem with it.
So now, here's my concern. You mentioned you're calling Cliffy. Is Cliffy dodging your call?
Cliffy's at E3 handling his business.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? He might not be dodging my call. He might be dodging the money I'm about to ask him for.
Yeah, he won't get his 3rd Lamborghini if they bring you onto the project.
No, but you know, that was a great ride being on that Gears game. It was fun. That, you know, that's a first-class game.
Sure.
And you know, I was proud to be a part of that, you know, franchise.
No, we love having you in it, and I know Cliff will get back to you.
Yeah, definitely,
soon after
definitely,
E3.
yeah.
It would be a mistake to not return your call, to say the least. But now let's get to the documentary. So
Yeah.
this is about is it the history, the presence of rap? Is it about the future of rap? What is it about?
It's kind of like me just looking at rap. It's getting kind of pop. It's starting to dilute itself. And I wanted to do a movie about the craft, not the money, the cars, the girls, the jewelry, just where it came from. The movie's called Something from Nothing. I started rapping before anybody had ever bought a car rapping. So it came from another place. Now, rap is moving. People are looking at, I'm going to jump on it and try to get paid.
Sure.
But they're losing the true meaning of it, and they don't really respect it the way I think it should be respected. So I wanted to do a documentary, get my peers in it, and let people see, well, this is where it really comes from. I don't know where it's going, but this is where it comes from, and this is what it means to us.
So what's the core? What is that seed? Where does rap actually come from for you?
Well, I mean, it's basically an MC is the guy that tells everybody how great the DJ is.
Right.
But then once the MC took the mic, we told stories, we rocked parties, we changed the world. Now it's being kind of condensed into a pop formula, which is for radio. So I mean, really all music has done that. I miss Rage Against the Machine. I miss, you know, groups that spoke about something. Now all music is diluted into this delusional formula.
We got
of
30 seconds of auto-tune verse, and let's get right to the hook.
Everything's great. Everything's great. Life is perfect. I'm losing my house, but life is perfect.
Exactly.
And I don't have a Bentley, but I think I do. You know, that
we rented one for the music video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who's doing it right then today? Is anybody doing it right?
Oh, no, there's a lot of kids. You know, a couple of years ago, I felt the bar was going, dropping too low, so I said something. But since then, you know, you got Lupe Fiasco, you got Corey Guns, you got people like Kendrick Lamar out of LA. We call them spitters. People that take time, write the rhymes, and come with something intricate and interesting.
Groups like the Insane Clown Posse.
Well, they're OGs. No, I'm not going to diss Insane Clown Posse. They're OGs. They're one of the first and true independent groups.
No, they really are. And they're still around to this day. They have longevity.
They got a fan base, and they're selling to them. And so I respect that.
All right, I like that. I want to see a clip right now, and I want to actually, we'll show everybody the clip. Why not?
Why the hell not?
Take a look.
Can you, off the head, break out one of your favorite rhymes from any rapper, from any generation, from any time that you walk with that's just stuck in your head?
I mean, for me, man, the three best MCs of all time is Melly Mel, Kool Moe Dee, and Grandmaster Caz.
Right.
Hands down.
You got any
as
rhymes
far
off
as
the head?
foundation. I know all they rhymes, so don't ask me that.
Just say one. Say one.
Kool Moe Dee said, I rhyme 100 miles an hour with lightning speed and power. Sweetest of the sweet, make an MC sour. Timber as a tower, because I'll devour any MC and I can prove it now or a little bit later. I mean, come on, I can keep going with
That's
this.
right. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. This is
Dougie Fresh. That's Dougie Fresh.
Amazing. And I love that. So you direct it, but you're also in it. This is your search for the story of rap as well as your baby, your project.
No, basically, I just called up on my friends. You know, everybody I've been fortunate enough to work with in my career. I said, look, man, I want to do this movie. They said, come through. I talked to Dr. Dre, Eminem, Kanye West, Snoop Dogg, Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, and we just talked about the art form, you know, not all the extra bull they want to talk to us about, the realness.
Did Kanye interrupt you a lot?
Kanye went crazy. Did he really? Kanye went crazy. Kanye
Is he doing it right? Because I'm a huge Kanye fan.
Kanye kicked a freestyle that will shock everybody because he like went into a zone, and next thing you know, Kanye can rap. Kanye can rap, so you know he's part of the art form, and we respect that.
I love it, man. I cannot wait to see it. Thanks for coming by to chat about it. And then one of these days, come and host Attack of the Show.
I love to host Attack of the Show.
You're done. You're done. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Something from Nothing, The Art of Rap opens in theaters on June 15th. Ice-T, everybody.
Seriously, come and host with me sometime. We'll have fun together. I love your bracelet, by the way. It's very sparkly. You only get to be immersed in the world of a dramatic TV show for the hour or so it's on once a week. But with the upcoming sci-fi series Defiance, you'll be able to dive into the show's universe 24/7 with the MMO of the same name. For the latest on the game and the series, we caught up with star Grant Bowler.
With Defiance, the Sci-Fi Channel and Tryon Worlds have created a first-of-its-kind cross-media baby with a huge bite. What's it like being part of something that's so incredibly groundbreaking?
We're kind of inventing a genre. You know, it's the first time that there's been a real, true fusion of gaming and traditional media in the sense of TV.
What's it like for you as an actor?
I think it's incredibly exciting. I mean, you know, the players that are getting onto the game and affecting the universe of the game, they're going to affect our environment, our climate, our challenges that we face inside the series. And so our writers are the ball ones. They're the ones who've got to stay up all night trying to figure out how to, you know, synthesize and integrate it. I guess we're the pointy end of the stick. You know, we'll be watched. And
You're the litmus test.
Yeah, always comforting.
Guys, don't forget, both the game and the TV show are getting launched on April in 2013. The battle for ratings is getting bloody.
Thanks, Jess. This Sunday, when you are recovering from E3, be sure to tune in to an all-new episode of American Ninja Warrior. Find out who will emerge from the semifinals and move one step closer to winning $500,000. Yeah, I said 500,000, y'all. American Ninja Warrior is all new Sunday night at 9 on G4. Go to facebook.com/Ninja Warrior for exclusive clips, interviews, and more. Coming up, the creators of Ratchet & Clank want to revolutionize Facebook gaming with Outernauts. Now we'll go hands-on. Plus, an RPG that looks like a big-budget animated movie you can control. We'll demo Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch, the first game from the animators behind Princess Mononoke. Stay with us. They cannot compete with the writing, design, or production value of full-fledged console titles.
Yeah, Insomniac Games, developers, of course, of Resistance and Morgan's favorite Ratchet & Clank, they want to change all that with their new game, Outernauts.
Joining us now is the president and CEO of Insomniac Games, Ted Price. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. We love having Ted on the show.
We do. So what is Outernauts?
Outernauts is a brand new adventure RPG from Insomniac, and it's our first foray into social games.
Now, it's interesting that you guys moved in that direction because you're so successful at what you already do. Obviously, you guys just announced a new Ratchet & Clank game as well, which we're all really looking forward to. What was the decision to go into Facebook? Were you guys sitting around, were you killing a lot of time on Facebook, and you're like, you know, I'd like to make this work-related because I feel kind of bad right now. I'm not working on other stuff.
Well, really, it was our desire to reach a brand new audience. And the gaming audience in general is exploding, and one of the places it is exploding is in social games. So we wanted to bring our special style of games to that brand new audience.
Okay, so will you walk us through what we're doing right now? We look like we're doing a little bit of exploration.
So right now we're in one of the many, many worlds that you'll find in Outernauts, and Tim is playing through, and he's in the middle of a quest where he is going to be rescuing some NPCs on this world. Now he's actually engaging in one of our combats. It's a 1v1 combat, and this is a good example of the depth that you'll experience in the game. There are dozens and dozens of beasts to find, train, and battle in the game, and there are hundreds of abilities that you can learn as you grow and evolve these beasts. It's a really deep combat system.
So the first thing that we have to do is capture creatures and then train them. So how do we go about doing that?
Well, there are dozens of worlds to explore in this universe, and there's a storyline that we introduced that has you moving through this universe, discovering new places, and as you discover new places, you get to discover new beasts and capture them, and then add them to your corral. And you use them as you're taking on these bad guys that you'll find throughout the worlds.
Now,
collecting mechanic, huh? That's not going to be addictive at all.
We like that. Yeah.
Now, are there social elements where your friends, your Facebook friends can help you?
Absolutely, yeah. Not only can you go visit their home worlds where you can see them building up their own galactic hub, you can actually participate in co-op, special co-op challenges, co-op dungeons, and take them on mano a mano in PvP.
I mean, I think that's one of the best things about social media games is that it does bring people together. However, I feel like a lot of those games are intrusive. Like a lot of times I tell my friends, look, man, I really don't have time to farm your Ville today. But so how are you guys approaching that and making this accessible to your friends and making people want to engage their friends without it seeming really annoying?
Well, my favorite aspects really are the co-op and the PvP aspects, where you can go to places that you just can't survive on your own by bringing your friends in and having them help you through these co-op dungeons. But I think what tops that for me as a hardcore console player is the PvP aspect, where I can actually take on my buddies who have built their own corral of beasts and wipe them out with a beast that I've been leveling up. It's a lot of fun, and it really inspires friendly competition.
So now, you have your own homeworld. What kind of, buildings and that kind of thing and resources are you going to have on your homeworld?
All sorts. One of the important aspects of the game is the idea that you are rocketing from planet to planet, and you have to build and upgrade your ship. You have to produce fuel so you can go farther, and we also have a deep crafting system that you can use to enhance your beast's abilities in battles, and that's really important. You actually are collecting tons of loot out in the environment, bringing it back, and crafting special items that are useful.
Now, we've seen a lot of really cool stuff here today. I know that you really get into your games there. We're very fortunate to know a lot of people that work on your games, and you're all so excited about what you guys do. What do you think the one thing around the office right now people are most excited about in this particular game?
Well, I think a lot of us are hardcore console gamers, and this is a game that appeals to us as hardcore players because it has a lot of the strategic elements that we're used to from console games. Plus, it brings a storyline that drives you through the game. It has Insomniac's trademark humor scattered throughout, and it also has what I think is a unique visual stylization that Insomniac has become known for.
Now, how long have you been working on this game? Was this something that was easy to do, or since this was your first Facebook game, was it a large barrier to entry?
It was an exciting process. A
very hesitant answer right there.
I like that.
Yeah,
It's an exciting process.
Well, every new IP that we generate is a journey, because as we build the characters and the story and the core gameplay, we are learning. But the great thing about working in social games is that the iteration time is super, super fast. Right. And we're getting feedback all the time from our internal players and constantly improving the game. And that's exciting for us.
All right, so when does the game come out? When
Comes out in a couple weeks.
A couple weeks,
Yep.
All right. And how can people find out about that?
Well, stay tuned to InsomniacGames.com.
Okay. All right.
We're going to play this a lot at work, so we apologize to all our superiors in advance. It's all Ted's fault.
Yes.
That's why we're not doing work in the next couple weeks. Ted Price, everybody.
Thank you for coming by.
Thank you. In just a few minutes, we go hands-on with Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, the first game from the creators of the animated classics Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. All that plus more E3 awards when we come back, which will be rather soonish, I think.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
One-way medium. I can't understand when you yell at the TV screen, but I can hear you loud and clear when you say it through the Twitter. Okay, Angel Cam 7. This is without question the best E3 I've seen yet, and you guys made that happen. Aw, thank you. We love you. Juan Carlos GS. Watching E3 on G4 instead of working on a project or studying for a test, gamer for life. Now you do your homework, and then you can play with those games, and you can have your dessert too. On another note, Twitter user Seth Newberry just won a PlayStation Vita! Congrats! Now go ahead and rub it in your friends' faces. But what about you? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You want to win something too? Okay, well you just have to tweet g4tv.com/E3sweeps and use the hashtag E3 on G4. That'll make you eligible to win an Xbox 360, and we will announce the winner before the show is over for cereal! Yes! Now let's take a hands-on look at Ni no Kuni.
Animated films produced by Studio Ghibli are in a league of their own. Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away, and Princess Mononoke are just a few of the masterpieces on their resume. Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch is the company's first foray into video games, and it looks just as good as one of their films. Joining me now is producer Dennis Lee. Now, what is the story in Ni no Kuni?
So, Ni no Kuni follows the story of a young boy named Oliver, and he travels to this magical, beautiful parallel world in order to try and save his mother.
How does he end up in this magical parallel world?
So, there's a little teardrop fairy that comes to his world to try and bring him over to this other world to help save it. So, Drippy, who's this little teardrop fairy, he basically kind of teaches him the beginning basics of how to be a magician. So he teaches him the spell that lets him cross over to that parallel world in order to try and save his mom.
Now, the style of this game, I have to say, is very classic anime. How do you create that style?
So the visual style, of course, it's cel shaded. But what they really wanted to do when they developed the game at level 5 was to create something that felt like you were playing an animated work. So with the look, the feel, the animations, everything they did really kind of helped show off the game to make it feel like you're playing an animated piece.
Now, what actually came first? Was it the look and the idea of the game, or was it the gameplay?
So level 5, they wanted to create something that really played to their strengths, and they had created a lot of role-playing games in the past that were really popular, really successful. So they wanted to kind of create a new project that fell into that same wheelhouse. And then the look and style, of course, came from just as they went through and decided this is what we want to do, and then that kind of came next.
Now, so let's talk about the combat here we're going to see. Now, these are random encounters, or they are not random encounters?
So almost all of the encounters, you'll actually be able to see the enemies on the overworld map. So you can decide if you want to try and evade them, run away. If the enemies are actually weaker than you and they sense that your party is stronger, they'll run away from you, so you might have to chase them down. But once you get into battle, then everything runs in real time. So you have full control over your characters and the familiars that you have to really go in and just do some damage.
And what kind of powers do you have?
So Oliver can run up and hit the enemies himself, but of course he's a magician, so he's got a lot of different spells at his disposal. And he can send out these little guys, these familiars, which are these little creatures that he can use to fight the enemies for him. So, and then they have a whole host of different spells, abilities that they can do.
Okay, so it's not turn-based at all, though. So it's actually running in real time, and so it's going to take some, skill to actually be able to beat these battles, to win these battles.
So there is a level of skill that is in the battles, but the nice thing about this game is while it does run in real time, there is a strategic side to it as well. So the players can go into the menu and kind of decide who they want to bring into battle, which spells they want to use. So when they're doing that, it actually pauses the action for a second. So you can either run seamlessly and just run through and choose what you want to do immediately without pausing it, or if you need a little bit of time to think, you can actually go into one of those menus and it pauses everything, gives you that time.
Okay, so now the cutscenes were actually animated by Studio Ghibli. What was that like?
So Studio Ghibli, working with them to create all those animated cutscenes it's just amazing. So the level of expertise that they have in storyboarding and choosing the camera angles really helped all of the development team really kind of make what they're doing really feel like it is animated, and the look of the game from the cutscenes and the animation to the real game, it really translates over to make Ni no Kuni feel like you're playing a Studio Ghibli work.
Now, who would you recommend this game for?
Ni no Kuni really kind of is accessible by almost everyone. So the look and feel of the game, of course, there's a lot of really, cute characters, everything. It can appeal to a younger audience. And in the gameplay, there's a lot of things that are set in there to make it a little easier for either casual gamers, newcomers to play, or younger kids. But also there is that kind of strategic element of the role-playing genre. And you can turn all that stuff off, and it really is a challenge for the seasoned players as well.
And then, so you can actually include both English and Japanese voice tracks?
Yes, you can. So there was a lot of requests for that. So there's a great English vocal track in there, but at the same time, for the purists who want it Japanese with Japanese audio, that's going to be available for them as well.
I'm a purist. I can't help it. All right, when does the game come out?
So Ni no Kuni comes out January 22nd, 2013.
All right, thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate
Thank
having you. And I'm kind of looking forward to playing an actual Studio Ghibli game. Thank you so much for coming by.
All right, E3 is indeed winding down. We're about to close the books on the old 2012. We've heard plenty of announcements. We've seen a ton of demos. But in the end, will this be remembered as the year of the consoles or the year of the console cable box? It's time for a Kit Kat news break. Please welcome tech reporter for KTLA, Rich DeMuro. Thank you. And our friend from Robot Chicken and the X's, Donald Faison. All right, let's hop into this, guys, because every E3, it's supposed to be about the games, the big exclusives, what are we going to play? And this year, it seemed like every company was quick to trot out any feature but the fact that their consoles actually played games. Am I crazy, or is that the case?
That's what I saw. I mean, it's all about getting that spot beneath your TV. Yes, it's going to play games, but it's also going to stream Netflix. It's going to do HBO Go. It's going to search voice on Bing. It's going to do everything you need to do, and especially with Xbox adding the NHL and the NBA now sports nuts have a reason to, ditch the cable box.
And why not just get an Apple TV or something like that? Isn't that the same thing? Isn't that better than an Xbox?
Does Apple TV, do they stream like the live sports? Like, because I know the big thing was...
They do MLB TV, I think.
Okay.
And but you could watch.
No, but even like a real sport, something that someone wants to watch.
No.
You could watch. You could watch
really?
basketball on that. Don't. Yeah, right. But it just doesn't seem like that's the way everything is going nowadays. Everything is going in the direction of Siri. Siri, make my breakfast. Siri, what's the meaning of life? Siri, turn on the lights. Siri, I think that's what the new popular thing's gonna be.
Well, I think in terms of taking all these services and putting them into one box, like an Apple TV, I think Microsoft was, to Rich's point, I think they were really putting that out there. Look, you might have this 360, but if you do, great, here's all this functionality. If you don't, now you can do all this stuff. So maybe they're trying to say, don't look at the Apple TV, look over here. And part of that was Smart Glass. This is something that they're kind of out-appling Apple on this one. You can use your iPad, your iPhone, even an Android tablet to connect with your Xbox and queue up media, get a richer experience.
And then in a few months, you'll be able to just do that on your iPad.
Well, true. Yeah, no, exactly. And probably better and easier,
They've
too.
got this smart glass that everyone's talking about and everyone's saying, oh, this is going to be great. I don't think we've seen exactly what it can do yet. I'm not sure the benefit of having this is there yet. Now, people are comparing it to AirPlay. AirPlay can do a lot of cool things today. It can fling video from my iPad to my Apple TV and I can watch it. Can't do that yet with a smart glass. They showed a little thing where the movie paused on your tablet and then you started resuming it on your TV. They didn't say that it was flinging it from the tablet. So I think it remains to be seen exactly what this can do.
You're saying that that Apple TV is better than...
Right now, I think the smart glass is a good step in the right direction.
For those who don't know, Donald was an engineer on the Apple TV project for 3.5 years.
Actually, he's an engineer on the new Apple TV project. Tell us more details about this thing. What is this going to do? It's a big game player, apparently.
Suri's going to, play you in live. And I don't know.
Donald, do you have a man crush on Siri? Is that what
I do have a man crush. What's crazy is Siri sounds so great. Can you change her voice?
I don't know, not yet.
If you speak a different language.
Oh, that's
like
true.
the German
yeah,
Siri.
But no, because I was in Europe and Siri's a dude in Europe, man.
Oh yeah.
It's like Stanley.
A lot of European women have deeper voices. I think that's what it is.
Is that what it is?
No, it's not at all. I just want to try to get the show as much hate mail as I can before I leave this place. Real quick, Don, the X's are coming back?
Yeah, second season. Second season.
When and where? When and where?
TV Land, 10:30. Following Cedric Show, Soul Man.
was that the pitch voice?
Well, yeah, when you pitch, you want to make everybody listen to what you're saying.
Well,
so sometimes if you throw I think Chris Rock does this a lot. So
sometimes he does that. Hey, Donald and Rich, thank you guys so much.
No, thank you.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay tuned. More Candace Bailey.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up in the next hour, the designer of Portal is back with a new game. We'll go hands-on with Quantum Conundrum. More E3 right after this. Hi, guys.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Welcome back to GeForce coverage of up E312 Live. We have got more demos coming up in the next hour, including Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes. Really, this is a stealth Justice League game. Plus, Metro Last Light. This first-person shooter is claustrophobic, gross, and terrifying, which means fun! And later, the amazing Spider-Man. This isn't an adaptation of the upcoming movie. It's a sequel, and it picks up right where the new film ends. It is game time.
If you're a fan of first-person puzzle games like Portal, you know that there aren't many other titles like that on the market, except maybe for Portal 2. But the upcoming downloadable game Quantum Conundrum is a new entry into the genre. Coincidentally, it's actually the designer of Portal as well. So we've got that very person on our stage right now. Airtight Games creative lead Kim Swift is here, everybody. I kind of spoiled it in the intro. I wanted to get mad at you and say, how dare you rip off Portal? How dare you?
I know, man.
Do you get a lot of that?
I actually have gotten that in interviews before. People were like, you know, this game, it's kind of like Portal. Like, you know,
Has
is
anybody
that
told
your
you that?
inspiration? I'm like, well, sure, I guess.
So going from like, forget Portal for a second, even though it's hard because everybody knows it and they love it and it's super successful. Quantum Conundrum, it's not a Portal-based puzzler. This is a completely different puzzler.
Yeah, completely different. Rather than, you know, putting these holes in the world that you can go in and out of, it's all about manipulating your environment on the fly. So let's say I was in this room right now and I needed to move something heavy, like this big TV screen behind me. I could switch the world into fluffy dimension, like you can see right there behind us, and everything will turn 10 times lighter, as well as being, you know, pink and fluffy.
Right, and so adorable.
Yes.
And I love that it's not just the, you know, the items related to solving a puzzle, but if there's artwork hanging on the wall, when you shift into another dimension or another set of physics, everything changes.
Yeah,
all of your
everything.
assets change.
Yes, yeah. So all of our materials, quite a few of our objects actually change geometry. In particular, our safes here will actually turn into like a big plushy version of themselves. And we have
So your
all
art
the
department
portraits change.
went crazy when you said, by the way, we need 3 versions or 4 versions of every asset.
Well, we ended up making it as kind of a test when we first announced the game at PAX last year, and everyone it just resonated with everybody. And so we were like, oh man, we're gonna have to do like 50 of these. So
Right.
we did.
So now, what is this scenario that we're seeing here?
So this is one of the levels that we're showing off here at E3, and the premise of this is to learn how to manipulate Fluffy Dimension, and so being able to switch into Fluffy and using these safes as platforms to be able to get up. So it's a really simple puzzle just to kind of showcase this one dimension.
Just to get you in, yeah. Now, so what are some of those other dimensional shifts? I know there's fluffy, there's heavy.
There's slow motion dimension.
Slow motion.
Where everything will move 20 times slower, and then reverse gravity dimension. So everything is just going to go up.
Right, which it sounds simple in theory, like, okay, I can slow things down, or okay, I can shift gravity. But if I know you guys, that means I'm going to have to use multiple dimensions or shift them around quickly to solve puzzles in a certain way?
Yeah, definitely. You know, at the very beginning of the game, you're just going to have access to Fluffy Dimension, and then you're going to get access to Heavy, and then Slow Motion, and then by the end of the game, you've got access to all 4 dimensions on your controller or keyboard, and it becomes all about that manipulation in between each one of these dimensions and how it relates to the environment.
Now, one of the things going back to Portal that I loved is that you could figure out a completely unique way to solve a room. It was as if yes, the developers or the level designer had in mind, here is one easy, quick, efficient way to solve it, but you could get creative and figure out multiple solutions. I'm assuming that's alive and well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's the beauty of physics games, actually, in general, is that you kind of never know how a player's going to really solve it. And there are many times where we were playtesting and someone would go through a puzzle and we're like, well, that's different. Wow, I never even think of that.
Sure.
And like, as long as we weren't trying to teach a player a particular technique, we were like, hey, that's valid, let's do it.
Love that. And I guess we should take a step back because if the viewers, if this is their first time seeing the game, we've gone, sure, there's fluffy safes and you can slow time and that's how you solve these puzzles, but where are we and why are we? What are these puzzles that we're trying to solve?
So, at the very beginning of the game, you actually find out that you're this kid who's been dropped off on your uncle's doorstep for the weekend by your parents, and your uncle just so happens to be this famous scientist and inventor, Professor Quadrangle, and he's the one who actually invented the interdimensional shift device, which is what you end up using throughout the game to shift dimensions. And he
Now it's a happy
you know,
little
usually
lamb.
greets you at the door, but this time around there's a big catastrophe and you don't know what happened to him, and the entire house goes onto like a lockdown system. And so it's up to you now to be the adult and figure out what's going on, you know, lift the lockdown on the manor and find out what happened to your uncle.
Quite the conundrum indeed. It's available for pre-order right now on Steam?
Yeah,
for PC gamers?
Yes. For PC on Steam, we have pre-orders going live now, and there's a really cool special that we're doing right now. So it's 10% off if you pre-order now, as well as you're entered in a really neat sweepstakes to get your portrait painted and put in the game in Quantum Conundrum if you win the sweepstakes. So,
And so if it's my visage in there, can I be fluffied as well? And
Yeah,
will I be
yes,
affected as you
definitely.
shift it all?
Yep, yeah.
I love it. Now, what about the console side of things? When can console gamers get their hands on it?
So right now we don't have any official dates yet, but we're looking to once again release sometime this summer, so stay tuned.
Kim, thank you so much, not only for Portal, but for this game. Quantum Conundrum looks amazing. We really appreciate it.
At one time or another, I'm sure most of you have played SimCity, but now you'll be able to watch a city fall on a much larger scale thanks to the upcoming reboot of the series.
Whether you like playing God or just like being a big-time real estate mogul, EA SimCity 5 is giving you the keys to the city. So Kip, I've heard it said that this is kind of a reboot of the franchise. Tell me a little bit about what players can expect.
Yeah, so SimCity, we looked at this reinventing every feature from top to bottom. It's a model-like, beautiful, constructible world. We were really inspired by tilt-shift photography. Every sim in your city has a home, a place they shop, and a place they work. So there's this entire city living right in your computer. One of the features we haven't talked about a lot yet are disasters, and that's one that the fans just love. We actually gave a hint of it at our game trailer. You might have saw some kind of giant monster or something in there.
Sorry, well, I know that it's coming out around February 2013. Where can somebody pick it up?
Yeah, you can pre-order today on Origin.com. You could follow us more to get more information on SimCity.com and follow us on Facebook or Twitter.
Awesome. Well, thanks for all the information, Kip. Guys, all that's left now is to build yourself your own utopia.
Coming up, we've got Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes. But first, I've got another Best of E3 award to give away, so bye. Hi, are you Xavier Poix? No. Oh, okay. Hi, Xavier Poix? No. No, okay. Are you Xavier Poix?
Actually, I'm Xavier Poix.
Oh, Xavier, hi! I want to present to you X-Play's Best of E3 award for our favorite Nintendo game, Rayman Legends.
Wow, I'm so thrilled. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. It's awesome. It's real.
Yeah, great.
Now, I have a question for you. Do the French make games better?
Of course, obviously. I mean, if you reward us, yes.
Okay, do you have a list of people you want to thank?
Bien sûr, j'aimerais récompenser, féliciter toute l'équipe à Montpellier qui a travaillé si dur pour ce jeu, pour préparer le 3.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes is just another Lego Batman game. Well, first of all, that would be awesome, but it isn't that. This sequel is huge in scope with a supporting cast that includes the Justice League of America, and it gives you a giant open world to tackle, as if the Justice League wasn't enough. And joining me today is producer Phil Ring. Phil, thank you so much for being on the show, my friend.
Hi, thank you.
That was real applause, by the way. That was all for you, my friend. That was all for you. So Phil, listen, I'm an equal opportunity demoer. I share responsibility with all of my coworkers. I fought like hell to talk about this game because I love Batman, I love Lego, so you've really created a game for me, so thank you for that. For the fans at home, I know they're also very excited about this. Tell me where this kind of fits in. Where does Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes fit in the world? What's happening right now?
Okay, so, I mean, we had loads of fun making the first Lego Batman game. We thought it was a brilliant world to play in, and when we come to the point where go, right, we'll do a sequel, we wanted to do something much bigger and better. So it kind of picks up, it's a unique story that we've got for the game, and we wanted to do something that was different. So that's why we thought, let's give players the whole of Gotham City to explore. So the kind of the storyline is about Batman and Superman teaming up to defeat Lex Luthor and the Joker, and it's something that we wanted to do that was kind of new for the game. So.
And what are we looking at right here? What are we seeing on the screen, as you can see over here on the footage? Probably on this one right here, because you're going to have a real hard time doing this a bunch. So what are we looking at up here?
So here we've got, this is the Batcave, so this is kind of like the starting point within the world. We've got Batman and Robin there, as of course it's Lego Batman game, that's what you'd expect. But of course Superman, we've got the DC characters, and with Superman comes Superman's abilities, and that's kind of what drove where we wanted to go with the game. So here we've got Superman just flying out the entrance to the Batcave. The doors kind of open up, and now this kind of reveals the Gotham City hub, and this is the Gotham City world that you get to play in. This is where we just wanted to fill this world full of Lego, full of really cool things that you can interact with, but also things for the DC fans. So not only do we have the Justice League characters in there, we've also got the villains that kind of accompany that. So we've got people in there like General Zod. We've also got loads of Batman villains still. So we've got the Penguin, Killer Croc, Mr. Freeze. And within the city itself, you can actually fly around, you find these characters, you defeat them in boss encounters, and then you get to purchase them and play as them.
Now, I know that was one of the biggest surprises, and certainly something that people were really excited about when you announced that Gotham City was going to be the hub, and you were able to do pretty much anything you wanted. So how does it serve not only as a gameplay hub, but a story hub as well? How do you get missions throughout Gotham City?
Okay, so the kind of story levels are still there, and that's really important that we had that kind of story gameplay for kind of classic Lego gameplay. And the way that it works is, so if we take the first level, for example, you're in Gotham Theatre, you're at the Man of the Year Awards ceremony, and Joker turns up with a whole load of other goons and causes mayhem. Once you complete that level, we then drop you into the city. So that's the kind of first introduction to the city itself. And we signal where you need to go next. And as you play through the story, new things happen, new kind of events unfold. And you can use the city as kind of like your base. So you'll see a level and you go, right, I need to go to Waste Chemical because the Joker's just broken in to steal some chemicals. You drive to Waste Chemical and that triggers the next story event. So it's kind of like a constant link between the story levels and the city itself.
But unlike just a place to put point A and point B, there are actually things, surprises and things to experience within Gotham City as well, correct?
Yeah, definitely. We wanted to fill it full of not only just the kind of DC stuff, but also Lego stuff. So you've got all the fun things that you can do in a Lego game. We've got things like there's a fairground in the city. You can go ride the roller coaster, ride the Ferris wheel, and kind of do all the silly like Lego things. You get rewarded for all of these, but then you get to do other cool things as well, such as fighting Poison Ivy in the Botanical Gardens to kind of lock her back up into Arkham. The part of the storyline is that all of the criminals break out of Arkham, as kind of is a very Batman thing that happens, and that's kind of half the point. The city's in peril, so while you're trying to defeat Joker and Lex Luthor, you still have all these other villains you need to take down.
All right, so you were pretty judicious earlier when you talked about the villains, but you glossed over the fact that the Justice League is in this game. So can you talk at all about who's going to be actually in the game from the Justice League?
Yeah, definitely. So we wanted Justice League as kind of like a big part of the game. So the main part of the game is Batman, Superman, and Robin, because that's kind of like the kind of main story point. But then the Justice League are introduced later on. So we've got in there, we've got Cyborg, we've got The Flash, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, we've even got people like Hawkman, Hawkgirl, so there's a huge range of characters in there. And then we also toy with the kind of the comic book stories of Batman's kind of doesn't really trust Superman because of the amount of power, and there's kind of that relationship between the two of them, of that kind of distrust and what's going on. And we play up on that, but kind of with the Lego version of it. So.
Very cool. Does Batman sound like he just got punched in the throat?
He doesn't.
Okay.
He's a very good Batman, actually. He's what you'd expect a minifig Batman to sound like.
Sounds very awesome, man. So when can people expect to get their hands on this game?
Okay, so the game's going to be released on 19th of June in the US and 22nd in Europe.
Very cool, man. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much for coming in the game. Looks awesome. I'm so excited.
Oh, Twitter wall! Twitter wall! Wherefore art thou, Twitter wall? Oh, there you are. Hello. NTR811 says, I never get tired of the giant sheets. Well, everyone knows that that's how you unveil a giant building, with giant sheets. No doy. I'm bringing it back, no doy. And Orly Eyes must obtain PS Vita in like 20 games, LOL. Thanks for amazing coverage of E3 on G4. This year it was a blast. And for that tweet, you have just won a 1-year membership to Gamefly.com, the best way to rent and buy games. Way to go, congrats. As for everyone else, I'm out of breath. Just head to G4TV.com/E3 sweeps and keep using the hashtag E3 on G4 for a chance to win something for yourself. Time is running out, so keep on tweeting. Yeah.
No doy, they.
No doy.
After the break, we're going to demo Metro Last Light. Listen, if you thought present-day Russia was messed up, just wait until the apocalypse. Man, oh man.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by GameFly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Metro 2033 came out of absolutely nowhere with a terrifying tale of apocalyptic Russia with stunning visuals and, again, terrifying monsters.
The sequel, Metro Last Light, looks to up the ante in every respect, so prepare to be double scared.
Yeah, which we absolutely love. Thank you for that. Joining us today, Hugh Bynum, Head of Global Communications for THQ. Hi. Hugh, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
So, again, like we said, 2033 came out of absolutely nowhere, surprised everyone. People are somewhat familiar now with this story, obviously, but this game actually takes place after 2033, right?
Yeah, that's right. Metro Last Light is a direct narrative sequel to 2033, the original game based on a novel. We've worked with the author of the book to create a brand new story that continues Artyom's story this time round.
Okay.
And what are we seeing right here?
So, you're joined with this young Red Line officer called Pavel. You're forced into an uneasy alliance, and you're going up onto the Moscow surface for the first time. It's a pretty inhospitable place up there. You've just put your gas mask on. You'll see from your watch the number of seconds of air you have left ticking away, and this is the spectacle of ruined Moscow laid out in front of you. It's a pretty bleak world.
When you're wearing a watch to work that tells you how many seconds you have to live, that is a terrible job.
Yeah, and
Quit your job. Try to find something else
it's
to do.
constantly ticking down. It's pretty frightening.
Now, what was it like creating this landscape, and what inspiration, where'd you get your inspiration from?
Well, our studio are based out in Kiev, in the Ukraine. And you've seen a lot of post-apocalyptic games, but they're told from a very Western perspective. They draw their cultural inspirations from a fairly narrow set of sources. These guys come from a completely different background, and well, you can see in the bleak visuals here, it creates a very different style of game world.
Yeah, we can see the mood. It seems very tense, and you know, and again, like you said, very apocalyptic. But the environments as well, I think, really lend well to what you guys are trying to tell. In creating these immersive environments, did you draw a lot from Kiev and the places that the surrounding
Yeah, you know,
areas?
the landscape around there is pretty bleak.
Sure.
They've had a pretty tough time out there over the last few decades or so they don't have to look too far for inspiration.
They can just look out the window basically, and they're like, yeah, we'll just do that right over there.
So now, what kind of gameplay are we looking for? I mean, are we fast-paced? Are we slow-paced? Are we squad-based?
There are a lot of different gameplay styles in Metro Last Light, and last year we really showed a lot of action-heavy sequences, a lot of combat, but this year we're really dialing into our survival horror inspirations. So you'll see right now Artyom is kind of picking his way through the subway, disturbing this corpse. He's trying to scavenge for filters, ammunition for his gun. We've added this new mechanic you just saw there where matter, blood, debris can get on his mask, and you have to manually wipe it off. You can get spatters of gore on there. You're creeping through this subway now. You can see some of our very pretty lighting effects. There's a real survival horror vibe to this section of the game.
Now, is this? I mean, the game looks absolutely incredible, but so did 2033. Is this running on the same engine, or did you guys improve on that? Did you rebuild? How's this?
Yeah,
work?
the engine is our in-house engine. We call it the 4A engine. We pretty much build it to create this Metro experience. I don't think there's anything off the shelf that could create the world we want to do it. So as we need a new feature, we can build it in there. So lighting is a huge strength. You saw earlier some of our new dynamic weather that really brings these outdoor areas to light. If we need something, we just build it in.
Now, did you guys focus on the single player, or are there multiplayer elements as well?
Well, we're really focused on single player, and fans of Metro 2033, they got something which I think is becoming increasingly rare, which is this really extraordinary story-driven single-player campaign. So I want to reassure them that that's absolutely what we're going for this time around. However, we are adding a multiplayer component to the game. We're not ready to talk about it just yet, but we think you'll be pleasantly surprised when we show it.
Suffice to say, it's going to be terrifying, I think, is what he was implying right there.
Yeah.
Now, you said as far as the story, people do expect that story-driven single-player experience. You worked with the author to create this game. Are we going to see his works affected by the game? How did that collaboration go?
So, I mean, we've worked very closely with Dmitry. The first time round, we were building a video game adaptation of his book, and he wrote a follow-up that just wasn't really suited for a game. So we worked closely with him to come up with a brand new original story that he created for us to continue Artyom's story. We think he's a really interesting protagonist from the first game. He's not your muscle-bound superhero. He's quite a conflicted soul. And if you play 2033, we kind of left him on a literal cliffhanger at the end. We're going to continue his story this time around in a direction that maybe you don't quite expect.
All right, we're very excited. When can people pick it up and play?
So Metro Last Light is coming out on PC, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3 in early 2013.
All right, we are looking forward to it. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
They're saying you should have been at the convention center like 5 minutes ago, so you should probably do the running thing.
Gosh, I've got
now.
another Best of E3 award to give away.
Believe it or not,
okay.
yes, you do.
Jonathan Moran.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Hi, sorry. I wanted to present to you X-Play's Best of E3 award for the best surprise at E3, Watch Dogs.
That's
Congratulations.
great. Thanks a lot.
What do you think exactly sets this game apart from all the other games we've seen out there?
Oh, it's got to be the creative minds that are behind it. So everybody was listening to everybody, and everybody was challenging everybody to do something special. And hopefully that means that we kind of succeed at it.
Well, it's amazing. Congratulations. I've got to get back to my show.
Okay.
You get back to yours. I'm sorry to interrupt. Congrats.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
Here at E3, they have tons of cool gaming toys, like this inflatable gaming card. How cool is this? Oh my gosh. Oh my god, you guys are so bad at this. Like, kind of the worst I've ever seen. No wonder you picked baby seats. You guys are a bunch of babies. It's really... Hey! Hey! No! You guys! Okay, I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Welcome back to E3 12 Live. GeForce coverage doesn't stop here. Find out more at G4TV.com, presented by the all-new Ford Focus ST. Wait a minute. My spider sense is tingling. I think Kevin and Blair are at the LA Convention Center. For the next step.
Most movie tie-in games simply replicate the same story you just paid $15 to see in the theater, except the end result isn't good and it cost you 4 times as much.
Sounds about right.
Yes.
But The Amazing Spider-Man is the exception. It's a big open-world game, and it picks up where the movie ends.
That's right, and here to help us get in touch with our inner web slinger, which sounds a little bit creepy, is D. Brown, studio head of Beanox. D, how are you, bud?
Thanks.
Thank you for coming in, my friend.
You're welcome.
Look, the obvious question here, how closely is this going to be tied into The Amazing Spider-Man in theaters later this summer?
Well, the game actually takes place after the events of the movie, so that's something that was super important for us. We wanted this game to be an awesome game, a game that stands on its own, so we wanted to have the maximum liberty, the maximum creativity. So putting the story after the events of the movie allowed us to introduce all sort of new villains, new Marvel characters, and layer in all sort of elements from the Marvel universe in this game.
What sort of access did you have to the people that were actually making the movie? Did you know plot points and storylines and everything else so you could tie it in?
Yeah, well, we've obviously read the entire script of the movie. We've met with Mark Webb and his team over at Sony very early on in the production to get a sense of what the universe was all about and get this feeling of this new rebooted franchise, like the new reboot of the movie.
So what improvements did you make on what a lot of people consider to be already the best offering that Spider-Man is out there?
We've basically reinvented a lot of things. So everything in this game, from the web swing, the camera, the combat, everything is brand new and fresh. And we're introducing actually the web rush mechanic, which is a brand new thing for the Spider-Man franchise, which is awesome. It's going to give you an unprecedented level of control over Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man could already get around the city pretty quick in previous games, but now it seems like you can bounce almost pinball style between buildings and structures and cars and everything else and get from one end to the other in no time.
Exactly, and all of this is the power of one button, the web rush button. It allows you to, anytime you just trigger and you can go on and just bounces off the wall and everything. And it really all depends on what's on your screen. It's all context based, and it's just awesome. Finally, you have this the power of the web slinger in your hands.
Are you scared at all that people aren't actually going to play the game? Because all I really want to do is sit around and do that.
I know,
That sounds
and
pretty
you
awesome.
should. You should. I mean, it's just awesome. It's the best game we've ever done at Beanox. It's the most. We've never put as much resources, time, everything is. It's the biggest offering we've ever had.
Now, Dee, what we're seeing here, is this part of like a main storyline mission? Because what I always love are those little ancillary in-the-moment missions where you're just going around and there's a chance to do good or to do terrible. Like,
Oh yeah, well we have a bunch of side missions in Manhattan. Obviously, we've just seen like the car chase mission, which is really cool, and that's actually nice because you get to use the web swing to get around, but then the web rush allow you to really pinpoint the car and get on top of it and have this incredible control over Spidey.
And as you were telling Kevin earlier, you worked really closely with the movie studio, but again, conceptually, this is something that you guys fleshed out yourselves, and you brought in some exclusive concept art here today, which we really appreciate.
Yeah.
So what exactly were we looking at right here on this concept art?
Yeah, well, right now this is actually Lizard for the first time ever revealed. So
Awesome.
Lizard is going to have an appearance in our game. And I can't say much more about that. I mean, let's leave a bit of surprise for the fans.
But he's going to be a bad guy. You can clarify that.
You know, he's misunderstood.
That's a
Okay.
Now, what about, I heard something that on the PS3 and 360, you guys are actually going to try to include readable comics as part of the game?
Oh yeah, that's a big thing. That's the first time ever that Marvel has ever allowed that in a video game.
Yeah.
So in Manhattan, we are introducing those collectibles, which are basically comic
hidden
book pages.
or the book?
Exactly.
Okay.
And you gather those, and then once you've reached a certain number, you actually unlock a full comic issue.
So when can we expect to be web rushing around our homes?
June 26th.
June 26th.
Across
all platforms?
You have to. Yeah, pretty much all platforms, and you need to take a look at this one. I mean, if you've played past Spider-Man games and everything, this is nothing like it. This is the new evolution of Spider-Man. It's just awesome. It rocks.
Awesome, and you know, it's important to point out, although that is a few weeks away, you do have some pre-order incentives going as well, though.
Yeah, but not only any pre-order bonus, the coolest one ever.
Oh, of course.
Like yeah.
Maybe you didn't get the memo.
The
Because
coolest ever.
we have one of the pre-orders actually a Rhino challenges where you get to play Rhino and kind of do your rampage in the city, but we have Stan Lee, the man himself, the creator of Spider-Man, that's actually playable. So he's not only doing a voice and things like that. Of
course he is.
playable. Yeah, like I mean,
can
I
shake
don't
a
know why
cane at
nobody
anybody
has
in
never
the
thought
world.
of that, like having him web swing around Manhattan and everything. It seems like he's made for that, and it's really great. So you get to web swing as Stan Lee, you collect the pages from his latest script, and when you do, it unlocks like a really cool thing. Surprise! I can tell you what it is. It has something to do with Spider-Man 50th anniversary, which is this year, by the way. I'm sure you knew that. But
Well, absolutely, I knew that.
You did, right?
He's wearing
Confirming
his
that on live
Excelsior
television.
boxers today. It's very excited.
Well,
Yeah.
Dee, thank you so
Love it,
much
man.
for your
You're
time, my
welcome.
friend.
Really appreciate
Looks awesome.
it.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. June 26th.
Let's go web sling.
I come bearing gifts, and they come in the form of tweets. Easy Dad Dude, like your name. Watch Dogs reveal and gameplay blew me away, and the end of The Last of Us demo, you know what I'm talking about. Bang! Bang, bang, right back at ya. Ryan DeLion, can't wait to actually play these great games. Being patient isn't easy. Thanks, G4, for the great footage, and Exod Auditor. This has been the best E3 ever. Thanks to G4 for putting it on TV. For all of us gamers and nerds, all hail G4! Yes, welcome to G4. We'll be here next year, too, so you can tune in then. Or every day. And I've got one last prize to give away for today. Drum roll, please.
Drum roll.
Thank you. Tweeter Eric Gibbs 4 just won an Xbox 360 today. Yay! As for you, fellow tweeters, worry not. You can still win something. Just head to g4tv.com/E3sweeps and keep using the hashtag E3 on G4. Tweets from this final hour are eligible to win a PlayStation 3. However, sadly, the winner will not be announced on TV. It will be announced online since we have no more E3 shows. Cheer! Just be sure to check in with G4TV.com to find out if you are the lucky winner.
We will
Don't
do
forget it.
just that. Thank you,
There,
Candace.
you're
Stay
back.
right there.
Okay.
I'm back.
So quickly.
We've still got more E3. Get all the details about The Cave, the mysterious new game from the creators of The Secret of Monkey Island and Maniac Mansion. It's coming up E3 12 on G4 RMG.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Excuse me, come
Alex Hutchinson?
Yes.
Hi, do you mind if I take a seat?
Oh, please.
Woo! I want to present to you XPlay's Best of E3 award for Best of Show for Assassin's Creed 3. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Why do you think people are going so crazy over this game?
I think people are surprised at the scope of it. So I'm hoping that people, they knew there were cities. We showed a bit of the frontier. Now we're into the naval. And we got a few more secrets even up our sleeve. But hopefully it's scale.
Oh, well, congratulations. I have to get going, but it's very nice to meet you.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
very happy for you.
Cheers.
Congrats. Okay. Bye.
I'm so worried.
Oh my
Man.
gosh! I'm
I was
exhausted.
so frightened that you might not make it back in time. Thank you.
I made
Being
it.
there.
I made
Crazy.
it.
I'm gonna
Hey,
put my shoes back on.
with a trio of hit downloadable games and the most successful Kickstarter campaign ever, Tim Schafer's Double Fine Productions is truly on a roll.
Yes, it is. Their next game is The Cave, a mysterious platformer from the creator of The Secret of Monkey Island.
Hey guys, Alex here. I am so excited to show you this next new game. From the guy who shaped my childhood, Ron Gilbert, creator of Monkey Island, comes Double Fine's new adventure game, The Cave. Just saw a little demo skis. What is The Cave?
It's about these 7 characters who go into this cave. Some of them are there to confront their fears, others are there to find their world's desire. But whatever they do, they learn something very important, kind of about who they are when they descend into the cave.
Can the fans expect that same crisp, classic humor of Ron Gilbert games?
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to find that. It's probably a little bit darker. I mean, this is a dark comedy, so there's kind of a a dark element to the soul of each of these characters. But there's definitely tons of humor in the game, and weird situations and fun puzzles that you're solving, and princesses that get eaten by dragons, and all sorts of good stuff.
How difficult are the puzzles?
I think there's a broad range of the puzzles. Some of the characters are going to be a little more difficult than the other characters that you do, but I wanted to do something that wasn't just this excruciating adventure games experience, but something that you just had a lot of fun.
Do you have any info on what platforms it's going to be? When is it going to be released?
The platforms we're announcing now, it's on the Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
And do we know when?
It's early 2013.
Thank you, Ron, so much. Amazing game. Check it out, The Cave.
We are almost done here today. We have showed you a lot of games. I ran a marathon and plenty of awards were given out.
Yes, but now it's time to see what Morgan and Blair's favorites were.
Let's send it back to the Los Angeles Convention Center one last time.
Okay.
Yes.
First of all, congratulations on making it out alive.
Thank
We
you.
did it.
You too.
We saw a ton of games this week, and I know it's really hard to pick a favorite, but what stood out for you? If you had to answer that, what stood out for you this year?
Okay, well, I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fan, so I was really excited to see Assassin's Creed 3. We got to see a lot of gameplay at the press conferences, Ubisoft press conference especially, which I know you guys were at. And, it was nice how they let it breathe, and we really got to see a lot of that game.
Also, ship fighting.
Right?
Ship fighting is awesome.
Why haven't we done more of that in video games?
I feel like the bar has been set.
All right.
We'll see a lot more of it. For me personally, again, we saw a lot of great games, specifically here on our stage. But the Watch Dogs thing that they showed at Ubisoft, and then of course we actually expanded on here on our show, really impressed me. Like we were saying earlier, when you've got the entire industry questioning whether or not it's a next generation game, and then it's a current generation game, that says a lot about what you have there and how special it is. So I think a lot of people moving forward are going to be really excited about Watch Dogs.
And it's also really nice to see a surprise. Like we saw that with Beyond. We all love to see a surprise because often we come into these conferences knowing that we're going to see Assassin's Creed 3, obviously. So that was pretty cool. I like that.
Absolutely. But either way, regardless of what you liked the most, it was a huge year at E3. I know everybody has much fun as we did, especially Kevin and Candace. So back to you guys.
Especially us.
Listen, when E3 ends, that doesn't mean we're going to stop obsessing over games.
No.
X-Play is back on June 18th with new episodes and... Hold on, I'm not finished.
And what?
They also have an all-new look. Oh, my God.
Morgan and Blair will have the latest on Black Ops 2 and reviews of all the latest games. I don't want to spend $60 on a piece of junk.
Who does, Candace?
I don't know.
It's a great
who does?
question.
So listen what they have to say. Catch X-Play weeknights at 6:30 only on G4.
And hey, also starting Monday, all next week, The Nerdist is hosting Attack of the Show. I'm tuning in. I don't normally watch that thing, but I'm tuning in for it. He's a great guy. He's going to be a great guest host for the
And
week.
we
It's
will
going to be
miss
great.
you.
You will not notice I'm not here, but I
will.
appreciate that.
I'll
That's very
notice
kind.
it.
It's
I'll
been a
miss you.
blast. Thank you guys for watching E3. Make sure you tune into Attack of the Show next week. Thank you to Candace Bailey.
Thank you to Kevin Pereira one last time.
Oh,
We love
kisses.
you.
Goodbye.